Hey guys, today is the day. Well, there might also be tomorrow, but today the state is going to begin presenting their proof for the purpose of these post-conviction relief petition hearings. Zach Adams has closed his case in, I forget the last date, like November 22nd. We've done a deep dive on all of that, so if you want to catch that, there's a link in the description. What's going to happen is the state's going to call any witnesses they think are relevant for Judge Bradbury to hear from. They put 6 on their list. I'm not sure they're going to call all 6, because one of them is still Dr. Katie Spirko, and I don't really think they want to call her. When they are done, and that's the court feed. When they are done, we would start closing arguments, and then it would be in the judge's hands. So I looked at the criteria. The judge has 60 days to make his decision, and he has to, with specificity, address each of the issues raised in the petition. So this won't be like a one-word order like yes or no. So just so you guys know the timeline on that, he doesn't need to take all 60 days, but he has 60 days. We might have a hearing tomorrow if the presentation of proof goes a long ways. And the camera guy shut off the fuzzy background noise, so that's nice. Yeah, and I see everyone's here early. I am thrilled to see so many people tuning in here. So Jay Money was here bright and early. Thank you so much for reminding everyone to hit that like button, please and thank you. There are some new channel emojis. So if you've been here for probably more than like 10 minutes, you might need to refresh your YouTube and you should see some, I only had room for 2. I had to swap some out, but you should see some new emojis that might be well used today. We've got Justice for All in the building. Great, perfect name to have in the building today. We got Janet Reed here. Kay Riggs says, why am I nervous? Because it's not very often that somebody has an opportunity to be granted a new trial, right? This is a serious uphill battle, even though I think the evidence is all the way in Zachary Adams' favor. But you just never know. Ike says, I'm an early riser. Got my coffee, got to get yours. Good to see you, Ike. Hey to Janet. Hey to EJF. Hey to Mary W. So Mary's going to have to be in and out, but remember, they do lunch breaks for these long hearings, so you guys can skip the lunch breaks. During the lunch, if we have time to skip, I do have, and it's going to be kind of wonky, but I do have this little playlist of like 2-minute clips. If you can see here, the timestamps are really tiny, from witnesses that we didn't find full coverage during these post-conviction hearings. So Frizzell, Jack Van Hoosier, they brought a ballistics guy in, and there's like 2-minute clips of each of them. So not the best, but it's something that I still think is interesting we can take a look at during the lunch. Some guy with cancer says, good morning to everyone except Jennifer Nichols. Well, luckily for her, I don't know, she probably won't be in the building unless she just chooses to voluntarily be there. Today, for better or for worse, is Amy Weirich's day. So if you guys have not heard much from Amy Weirich, strap in. She kind of yells a lot. And all of that praying that Jennifer Nichols did, she finally got to get out of that courtroom. So I don't think we'll see her today, but maybe she'll be in the gallery. Who knows? And again, if you guys are new to this, Jennifer Nichols was the trial prosecutor for the 2017 Zachary Adams trial. She testified during these post-conviction hearings, so always really interesting to see a prosecutor on the stand. She had a lot of sound bites, like, I wouldn't lie to a jury, Mr. Bates. Lots of moments from her, lots of moments. Amy Weirich, she is a special prosecutor. I think she really runs her stuff over in Shelby County, but she's a special prosecutor for the purpose of these post-conviction proceedings. She does not have a good reputation. We talked a little bit about the Nora Jackson case yesterday and the prosecutorial misconduct she engaged in. I was looking at, I think it's Vern Brasher is the name, and there were inappropriate comments made by the prosecutor in opening statements during that trial as well. And even though the appeals court did not find reversible error, they still noted that the defense attorney was ineffective for failing to object to it. So she does not have a nice, clean reputation. So if you do not know Amy Weirich yet, you might see today why I'm criticizing her. Hey to KLB, good to see you. We've got Dizzy OD, the goat, in the building. Good to see you, Dizzy. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Shout. Good to see you. This is a crazy name. I'm just going to call you Itchy Donkey. So, good morning from northern Michigan, just hanging out with a blizzard and lakeshore flood warnings. Oh no, making coffee now. We'll turn the flood into coffee. Tons of coffee. So, hope nothing bad happens with the flooding. Hope you stay dry. KLB likes the new loyalty badge. You know, I gotta go over to YouTube because I can't see them on YouTube. I mean, on StreamYard. But I hope you guys like those new member badges. Thank you guys for being members, supporting the channel. Hope that badge brings you joy. Autry's fake accent walks in and says, innocent man walking. Oh, Jason Autry. Special Bendy Bros, good to see you. Autry's fake accent is also going to be in the bushes a little bit, but that's okay. We like our workers and lurkers. We've got, who else do we have joining in? Got Obnoxious in the building. Good to see you. Hey, Shanikia. Good to see you. She says, hey, everyone. Lady L says, Grand Rising. Hey, Factual Eye. Hey, GV. GV's already screaming. You know, real quick, while we're waiting for this to start, it is scheduled to start at 8:30 Central, so they're not late. I just thought, you know, sometimes the camera feed starts early and you get to like snoop around the courtroom. So I thought maybe we'd have a little bit of that going on. Let's watch one of these. Let me pan to where they show somebody.
Nursing student Holly Bobo. Early Monday morning, Adams appeared before Judge Brent Bradbury for post-conviction relief. This comes after the recantation of one of the prosecution's key witnesses, Jason Autry.
Back in May.
Tensions rose as the prosecution and defense argued about motions that have been filed in the case.
The rules, the statute says when the prosecutor identifies this exculpatory evidence, you disclose it. They weren't ever going to disclose it until I brought it up. And based on this, Your Honor, I'm asking for court to consider throughout the sanction request.
The defense attorney Doug Bates claimed the state of Tennessee engaged in inappropriate conduct by failing to disclose their original subpoena for an ATM footage during the first trial.
Jennifer Thompson, trial counsel, had this going back to, I believe, 2015 when it was originally produced in discovery on a hard drive. That hard drive was handed over to post-conviction counsel, we believe, sometime in the fall of 2023.
Defense presented another motion to call Katie Spirko, a neuropsychologist, as a false confession expert addressing Jason Autry's comments.
He's prosecuted under the death penalty. He fabricates a story to get out of the death penalty. When he pleads out, the state says his testimony answered many factual questions left open by our investigation.
The prosecution challenged the motion, arguing that Dr. Spirko's credibility is in question. In Hardin County, Nyana Whitelaw, WBB.
So that's a gauge of what these little clips are. We didn't get to see those specific arguments about the motions for sanctions. And again, the other witnesses will watch during the lunch break. And they're just short clips like that, but it's all we got. It's all we got. And I always think it's interesting to try to see it all. We've got a very dark room. We've got Doug Bates. Oh, and I think next to him is Kara. I think her name is Kara. Oh, camera struggles. I do have a volume booster on, so I hope when court gets going, they're going to boost the volume for us. Also, hey to Jim Tussing, good to see you. Hey Brooklyn, good morning, good morning. Trakisha, good to see you. Hey Angelica, hope you've been well. Feel like I'm trying not to yell because the court's quiet. Hey to Phoenix. Hey Ems. Shout out to Credence and Mikey. Make sure you guys are checking out Mikey over on his channel, Credence and Mikey. Tons of hilarious court footage, body cam videos, all of that good stuff. Hope you're having a good one. Sheriff Chuck in the building. Good to see you. Still got the party picture going. All right, and now they're muting over there. Or not. Well, they got to change a light bulb in the chandelier, guys. They got a little light bulb out over here. Imagine you just see Doug Bates just go up there and knock it out. Tommy is ready. So am I. Tommy says, let's go. Hey, Debbie. DB says, it's time. I need the Majora's Mask sound effect. And Brooklyn, if you were talking about the clip, that wasn't new, but this is going to be the live hearing today that what we have on the screen right now. And yeah, DB, so it's a little clip. They have a guy, the clip just says the guy's name, and then they move on to talking about the TBI agents that came in. Unfortunately, I wish we had the full footage. I feel like we've heard a lot about this 380 auto casing and the defect in the back of the skull and all of this, but I wonder how it was presented. I just want to see how it was presented during these hearings. So I'd love to watch it. Yes, everybody has Doug membership icons. Hey, Keisha, good to see you. Some guy with cancer said, I need that Doug icon, so I'm going to become a member. Thank you, some guy with cancer. Hey, AB. Oh, they just panned to Doug Bates for Debbie. He's got his boards ready. Look at the gallery. There's so many people. There's faces. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to everybody over here. Draw a little heart. This guy has been here. I have no idea who he is, but he has been there for like all of these proceedings. Wait a minute. Who's that? Who just hugged Doug? Was that a third? Hey, HT. Sorry, I always call you HTX. I'm so excited to see those rows filled up. Hey, Christine. EJF says, bring it, dog the fourth. Sheriff Chuck's prediction. This is surely going to be a straightforward case by the state. Surely no shenanigans. Guys, if you are tuning in and you know nothing about this case, there is a quick write-up in the description of the video. Super short. There's so much beyond that, but that should give you a good foundation to hear this. EJF says maybe they're lighting one bulb for each day of the post-conviction hearings. They finish closing and light the last one. It is very dark in there. How are you doing, Lauren? Hope you're doing well. So Dana should be there. Dana McLendon's supposed to be there in person. I don't know about Kinsey. And I think we still need to wait and hear if the state's actually going to call Dr. Katie Spirko to the stand or if she'll be released from the witness list and sequestration. Oh yeah, this is, so the gallery difference, you guys. This is one of the first post-conviction hearings. So full gallery on the state side, and then it's Doug Bates alone at the table, and from what we can see, just this guy in the gallery who's also there today. So I used AI for this. Don't judge me. But it seemed like a Renaissance painting to me. Pan to the gallery. It's like they keep trying to pan to the gallery, and then they don't. Hey, Ashley. Hey, Gigi. Okay, you guys think that was Dana. It looked like Dana to me, but it's really dark, and I'm terrible with looking at corners of screens and figuring out what's happening. Oh, no. Don't go dark. What is this mood lighting? All right, who is controlling this camera here? I just looked at YouTube. The Doug Bates member icons look so good. Okay, so Zach, let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, court's going to start momentarily.
Let me make sure this volume is boosted. Oh,
Cell phone rings. You stuck in here saying, well, I don't know about that. I'm going to take your cell phone and I'm going to keep it. Number two, once court starts, we're in, so we have a break. Everybody needs to understand. Once in, we're in.
yeah, I have lawn crime up. We'll check that too. But sometimes it's same camera person. Same, Shayna. I am all the way hoping for a new trial. And if you guys don't know, and you can watch my deep dives to see why, I fully think Zachary Adams and Dylan Adams are innocent. So it's beyond just they didn't have a fair trial for me, in my opinion. Kels says that one little light bulb being out made a difference in the lighting. 100% dizzy.
Okay, so I bet you all of these go. Okay.
Even though it's going to be the state putting on their proof, we get to watch, and I don't see Crystal in the building yet, but we'll get to at least watch Doug cross-examine whoever they call.
Did you put how many were in there? We still got this whole stack too. We'll go back and
That's the outcome I would like, K-Riggs. I think the state would be nuts to retry this case. Absolutely nuts. Look at Doug, ready to go. I agree, Page B.
Next exhibit is 148.
Like, the feeling of helplessness if you're innocent and in prison has to be all-consuming.
Yes, so,
Anika, thank you for the 2. Says, such injustice, praying for a new trial. I'm right here with you.
I need a couple more.
GV, I think that's exactly what they'll offer an Alfred plea. For Dylan Adams, you guys, Dylan took an Alfred plea, so his pathway for relief would be different. But someone, maybe it was Kay Riggs, maybe it was Adventure Aaron, I really don't remember exactly who it was, shared that there was some new legislation. Oh, we saw all the cameras. New legislation that could help someone that took an Alfred plea have a pathway to make claim for post-conviction relief. So that's kind of novel territory in a lot of states and in Tennessee specifically. So I do think we'll see a fight there, but it's really, I have no grasp on what that would look like. I just know that there's some pathway on paper that somebody that's taken an Alfred plea can take for post-conviction relief. Because usually it would be, well, sorry, you took the plea, you're out of luck, even if someone else has their conviction overturned. Unless there's something huge like new DNA evidence. Hey, good to see Docket Decoder. I would not be surprised if Docket Decoder is also going to be looking at today's hearing, so make sure you're checking him out. And all of his past coverage on this case. And also that he's doing a lot on the Lauren Matthias hot mess. So we're just going to call it the hot mess. Oh, the gallery. There's Kinsley. There's Kinsey. Okay, wait. Now they're cutting us away. Now we have a white screen. Well, let me not talk too much. I am very appreciative that Court TV is in there streaming this. I'm very, very appreciative. So if I'm making fun of what's going on, it's just because it's on screen, a giant white screen, and I've got to comment on it. Oh. Boyano and Doug what are we doing? But yeah, Docket Decoder, you never know. Oh. Oh, they're going to fix the lighting, maybe? We have the full behind the scenes today. Let me refresh Law and Crime to see if they've got the same camera pool. Oh, they haven't started yet. All right, so Law and Crime is just still on their waiting screen. Trey Keisha has a 10 a.m. meeting. Hope it wraps up quickly. Me too, me too. I'd be like, guys, this could be an email. Little Heart Oak, I don't know if we'll need a rebuttal. Because remember, there's going to be closing arguments. So, and I mean, now that I understand all of the facts that are relevant to this post-conviction relief proceeding, Doug's opening, it resonated with me before I fully understood it. Like, I picked up some of what he was putting down, but now I fully grasp it. So I can only imagine we're going to get some magic during closing arguments. I'm also going to miss these corrections officers. They seemed like their ears perked up on the first day that we watched this, the same way we were like, oh, what did they just say? And it just seems like they've been attentive and like, what is going on? And K Riggs and HT both became members. You guys have been members. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for being members again. You know, if this was Judge McGinley on the bench still, he'd come out and be like, sorry, we're starting late. What we had happen was a snafu. Right, do you think Zach has filled in the corrections officers? I mean, I think even just hearing what we've heard in court has to be crazy. And not even if you take out the opening arguments, right, which gives you the framing, and you only look at the evidence, so the testimony. Can you imagine sitting there as a corrections officer and listening to Brent Booth's testimony during this proceeding or Dennis Benjamin's testimony during this proceeding and going, oh yeah, this all seems up to par. Nothing wrong happening here. Hey, Just Shamrock, good to see you. Shayna says, did Nichols hire the YSL camera uncrew? YSL, for me, it wasn't really so much the camera, but that microphone daily. It would be hard to hear one day and then it would be blaring and loud, and then Love would walk around with her own microphone. Oh, like it was karaoke night. Hey, it's Ariel says, yay. I feel that. I definitely feel that. Thank you for being a member for 5 months. Everything is fine over here, says I can't get past the satellite guy. I keep forgetting little details like that. Like, it's all crazy. It's all crazy. We plan this crazy abduction plot, but we also have to make sure that we don't interfere with our satellite installation appointment. Ooh, Gigi, I think that's a great point. This is absolutely all of these proceedings, because we don't get this much. With an appeal, you get the briefs and the replies, and then you get like a short oral argument window, but you don't get testimony. You don't get to present new evidence. Testimony is evidence during the appellate process. You can say, hey, there's new evidence that a court has never heard before, and we want the opportunity to go present that to a court. Like for a writ of habeas, if there's new DNA evidence, you could take that to the state Supreme Court. But this is really, seeing this happen at the trial court level, we're getting to see how the sausage is made. We're watching new testimony in a post-conviction proceeding. And I do think you're right, Gigi, that seeing this makes a big difference. Maybe for those corrections officers, but I think for me, I mean, I've never been able to watch such an extensive post-conviction proceeding the way we're able to watch so much from this one. So it's been an experience. Yeah, Kay Riggs says, before we hide this body, I gotta run. We gotta put $5 in the gas tank after. But while we still might have a body to deal with. And then we still need to get rid of her belongings, but we're gonna put $5 in at one gas station and then go to an ATM and a store and another gas station. All places that should have surveillance cameras. Very bright, very good planning. Brooklyn says, can they open the shades so we can see? Yeah, let's go to Sonic. Let's go to Sonic. What a day. And then the detectives will say, well, they were inconsistent. Well, maybe they didn't remember specifically exactly how much money they spent at one gas station. Because it's something that you do every day. So you don't think of it as anything unusual, and thus you don't remember it with specificity. But TBI was like, doesn't check out. Doesn't check out. Nancy, thank you for the super sticker. Oh, I so appreciate that. I love the little dancing avocados. Thank you, Nancy. I'm so glad that you're here to watch this with us today. Doug is ready. Yeah, the scratches on the arms were another one. Like, it sounds so nefarious. Like, oh, he only had scratches that suddenly appeared the day of the abduction. But then you find out the only reason the state can say they didn't appear until after the abduction is because a park ranger says he didn't observe him with scratches a week prior. Even though what happens a week prior is Zach Adams is apparently running through the woods to avoid being arrested. So, but it's just because the park ranger didn't happen to see scratches on him before he's running to evade arrest. And then we find out that they're linear scratches with these fresh pink pock marks on the 23rd of April, 10 days after the abduction. They look fresh. And they certainly don't look consistent with what I would expect someone that was scratching to try to get away. And I really don't mean this in any offense to Karen Bobo's belief that her daughter fought. But I believe that just by Holly Bobo walking and complying with the abductor from the carport to the edge of the wood line on the property, I think she was complying. I think she was already complying rather than fighting. And unfortunately, it's called like a transfer of power, a concession of power. I don't know. Ooh, Kay Riggs, I would love that. I really want to read. So when we say Dykus, TBI, former TBI agent Terry Dykus, he, along with U.S. Marshal John Walker and Art Viveros from the FBI, all really thought there was enough that Terry Britt could have been prosecuted for this. Take it to a jury, let them decide. They were all shut out from TBI after they presented why they thought it was Terry Britt. Very odd. Very odd. Random bit of trivia in case anyone doesn't remember, but Janet Britt, who's currently married to Terry Britt, she's like wife 6-7 or something of Terry Britt. All right, we need the sound. Court TV. Let's try Law and Crime. Let me check their window. All right. Court TV does not seem to have sound, so we are going to Law and Crime. And they don't have closed captions, so as soon as Court TV has sound, we'll go back. Or actually, they both might not have sound. All right, so we will watch on Court TV with closed captions. So, unfortunately, we don't hear the beginning proceedings, but that's when the sound turned on for both channels.
Could you state your name for the court?
Forrest Richardson.
And could you spell your last name for the court reporter? Richardson.
Could you
He
tell
looks
the
like
court
an
what
agent.
your occupation is?
I'm an investigator for the Tennessee Comptroller and Treasury.
Oh,
And how long have you been there?
4 years.
What type of educational background do you have and professional background?
I have my bachelor's and master's in accounting. I'm also a certified public accountant and a certified forensic interviewer. I began my career working in public accounting for 2 years, and now I've worked for the Comptroller's office in investigations for 4 years.
When did you become licensed as a CPA?
2020,
And when did you get your license as a forensic interviewer?
2023.
Okay. And you work at the Comptroller's office in the Division of Investigations.
Yes,
So
sir.
could you tell the court, what do you deal with on a daily basis?
So as an investigator, I investigate allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse of state funds and local government funds. Our office receives allegations of fraud, waste, and abuse from all over the state. We go out and perform an investigation, interview individuals for information, collect records, perform an investigation, and report our findings to the local district attorney, and they make all charging decisions from that point on.
As part of this matter, were you approached or your agency approached to perform any type of review of some records?
Yes, our office was approached by Ms. Jennifer Nichols about performing analysis of Ms. Thompson's ACAP billing records, just to present that information in a manner that would be more easy to understand generally how much time she spent working on this case and what areas she spent her time in.
So let's break that down for everyone. What is ACAP?
So ACAP is, I'll go a little step further back. So the state has an indigent representation fund, which is used to pay for the representation of individuals who need state-appointed attorneys, and that fund is administered by the Tennessee Administrative Office of the Courts through their ACAP system, which is the AOC claims and payment system. State-appointed attorneys submit their hours through that system to the Administrative Office of the Courts to receive payment for their services.
So I'm sure the lawyers and the court are aware of how this works, but could you give an explanation as to what does an attorney have to put into the system to get paid?
So on each ACAP claim form, an attorney has to list by date the activity performed on the case, where they provide a detailed description of their work, the amount of hours worked, either whether that was in court or out of court for that activity, or they can also list expenses.
let's boost the volume because this is quite quiet, I think. So give me a second. We're going to boost the volume up. And I have to refresh it, but we were right on cue, so we'll go back like 30 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. And our General Nichols came to you with certain records that we received from the AOC for Jennifer Thompson's billing for this case. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of your testimony, did you prepare a PowerPoint?
I did.
Okay. And Judge, I'd like to just put that on the screen.
Objection.
No.
I have copies for it. Pass this up to the clerk. Yes. Mr. Richardson, would you like a copy to look along with, or are you okay with the screen?
I'll take a copy. Thank you.
jump to page 4. So, in reviewing these records, what was your aim?
So
I
the
just
purpose,
dropped the records
of
in the
our
chat.
Limited
It's an
analysis
exhibit.
of this was to not necessarily draw any conclusions about the quality of Ms. Thompson's work or whether the amount of work she performed was sufficient. We just wanted to provide a summary of her billing data, which would make it more easy to understand for the court's purposes generally here.
On, I think, the 6th page, after we provide you the initial documents received from the AOC, did you go back and receive a more complete record?
Yes, so the initial records that we received did not include any billing data for May 2017 or September 2017, September 2017 being the month of the trial. And so once we met with the folks at the AOC and looked through some of the data in their system, they discovered that they had not provided September 2017, and that was caused by an issue with, so they have the AOC has an audit process for all of these claims that come through. And because Ms. Thompson's time in September 2017 had gone over certain thresholds where she was working more than 8 hours in court hours or more than 12 out of court hours on several given days, they have a process where they're required to then contact that attorney and say, okay, you've gone over certain thresholds, we need more timekeeping records. Ms. Thompson did not follow up with those additional timekeeping records, and so therefore that claim was never actually paid for September 2017. But they were able to still pull the data that she had originally submitted for her time worked for that month.
Gotcha.
But there was no claim that she submitted for the month of May 2017.
Okay. If you
All
could-
right, so quick pause. So obviously one angle is the state is going to say that, well, she billed all these hours. How is she under-resourced? How is she incapable of putting up a good defense for her client? So that's a partial argument. But it seems like they're also addressing something that Jennifer Thompson talked about when she testified during these proceedings, that she was actually, like, certain things she wasn't paid for. And it seems like they're saying, well, she didn't file the claims for that particular portion of the payment. So it's like they're fighting to address Jennifer Thompson's testimony that really doesn't relate to the heart of the post-conviction issues.
turn to the, I think it's the 7th page, it's the ACAP claim form.
Yes. So this is an example of what an ACAP claim form looks like, and this is one of Ms. Thompson's forms from June 2017. As you can see on the screen, these are listed by date, activity, in-court hours and out-of-court hours, or necessary expenses if necessary. The reason that hours are broken out by in-court or out-of-court is because those hours are paid at a different rate. In-court hours are paid at a higher rate. And you'll see in the activity column just some examples of what these descriptions look like. And they are fairly detailed, which gives us insight into what Ms. Thompson was actually working on for each of these lines. You know, for example, you see receive and review email from ADA Ragland regarding duplicate copy of lab reports. So that's fairly specific. You can get an idea of what specifically she was working on. And so that gave us, it's these descriptions that gave us insight into how she allocated her time working on this case.
Did you find the description she's provided to be detailed?
Yes.
Okay. So moving on to, you get all these documents from the AOC. They're in PDF format.
Correct.
So you need to take, is it true that you need to take the information on that PDF file and put it into another format to be able to do your job?
Correct. So luckily the PDFs were in a searchable format. So for example, if you were to open a PDF, you could search for a keyword and find that, which made conversion of those PDFs to Excel very easy. We have a software called the Abby software, which allows us to run those PDFs through the software, and it will convert all of those to Excel Once that data is in Excel, it's much easier for us to use that data and summarize that data.
So the next slide, which is billing data in Excel.
Yes. And so this is what that billing data now would look like after that conversion process. I believe once it was into Excel, it was around 2,300 lines of billing data after that conversion was complete.
So how do you go about this task? That you have thousands of lines of entries. How do you start making buckets to put these entries into?
Yes, so the first analysis that I performed was to look at Ms. Thompson's allocation of time. And to do that, I had to create various categories that I could then assign to each of those lines of billing data. And then once those were all categorized, we could then summarize her time by those categories. And so I had to create these categories myself and assign them myself. The ACAP system now has its own categories built in, but they did not institute those categories until September 2017, which was the month of the trial.
So to clarify that, before the month of the trial, an attorney on an appointed case could put the time entry in, but not have to click on a category in which the time entry related to.
Correct.
And now there's a separate menu on ACAP where you have to designate the category and the work done.
Correct.
Okay. So on the next slide, we have categories ACAP versus your department, the Comptroller's office. Why did you come up with your categories?
So my categories are similar, but I did them a bit differently. And you'll notice that in the ACAP categories, you have category 6, which is telephone calls, or category 5, which is correspondence. And I didn't think that those were very descriptive. And I had used those as categories originally, but when I summarized the data, the largest categories by hours were telephone calls and meetings, which is not very descriptive to tell you how she's spending her time. And so I created more detailed categories such as communication with defense team and experts, communication with client and family, that sort of thing. And I can talk a little bit more about how I determined which lines belonged in each of those more specific
Please, I'd like you to explain
categories.
like how you defined and figured out where to put what.
So looking through the billing data, there were many instances, which I think you could see on that example, like it would say call with and list an individual's name, or meeting with and list an individual's name. And so I was able to determine, sometimes by context clues, it would say, it may list that person's name and list in the description that they were an expert, or list that they were a mitigation specialist. And so I tried to determine who each individual was and assign those individuals in a separate area to categories and say, okay, this attorney is a member of the defense team, or this individual is a representative of the court. And that allowed me to put those meetings and phone calls into categories based on that individual's affiliation to the case.
Okay. Let's jump to Jennifer Thompson total hours worked. That is page. Page 22.
I don't remember in the petition saying we were under-resourced. There were ineffective assistance of counsel claims, largely at trial.
And real quick,
And the
I had
issue of not
categories
qualifying
last year we
Luke
showed up on
Evans.
screen, which were the major categories, which I had 10. I also had 39 subcategories, and each of those subcategories fit within those major 10 categories. And so this is a chart showing the breakout of Ms. Thompson's total hours by subcategory. And so on this, since there's 39 of them, this is a very large chart. I think on the next page I had shown just the top half, but zooming is fine as well. And so this gives you an idea of how her hours were broken out, or how she allocated her time to each of these subcategories. And as you can see with discovery review, at records review, trial prep being the top several categories.
So for discovery review, how many total hours were you able to find in your review that she performed that work?
366.2 hours. And just to give some insight into how I would assign those categories, I was really, it's all based on what she included in her description. So if she, in her description, talked about discovery or discovery review, that item would fall under the discovery review category, which could be different from records review because you may have a line item where she talks about reviewing certain records, but it doesn't necessarily mention discovery. And so that would just fall under records review.
How many hours were you able to find for trial preparation of Ms. Thompson for this case?
265.5 hours.
What about defense team meetings and calls?
226.8 hours.
Motions, orders, and briefs?
202.5 hours.
I think it's kind of telling that one of the lowest items on here is the cell phone records, which are arguably the most important evidence that should have been presented appropriately and with intelligible, chronological, why this matters presentation to the 2017 trial jury. And it's all the way down here.
What about witness interviews and research?
157.4 hours.
Further down, does it give a time for her work during the trial?
Yes, 74.2 hours.
And does it allocate, or did you find work done for focus groups in your building?
I did, and that was 41.8 hours.
We're going to jump to...
Are we jumping or are we moving like molasses?
Jennifer Thompson, allocation of time worked by category. It's the placard.
Yes, and so as I was saying, as charts we were just looking at were these subcategories, and this is the 10 large categories, which all of those subcategories are organized under. And so the largest piece of the pie here would be evidence, records, and gathering and review, which would include some of those, the discovery review, records review, evidence review.
And this is from September 1st of 2015 through September 30th of 2017, correct?
Correct.
So this didn't encompass any time spent on the motion for new trial
No,
or the appellate work.
no.
On the next page, can you tell the court about how you determined the average or hours per week worked on this case for Ms. Thompson?
Yes, so the next analysis that I performed was to summarize her billing data by average hours per week. And I wanted to show that average hours per week by calendar quarter, just because, when you look at these large numbers, it's hard to digest and compare that to something and get an understanding of if that's a reasonable amount of time or not. And so I thought, showing an average hours per week would be an easy comparison to the 40-hour work week. Everyone can look at that and say, okay, now I can understand how much time she was spending on this case on a given week. And I decided to summarize that by quarter, just so that we would only have 9 bars in our chart rather than 25 if you were to show that by month.
Okay. But you did have some missing data from the month of May.
Yes, as I said earlier, there was no billing data submitted for May 2017, but we were able to look at James Simmons's time and see that he had listed on his ACAT billing records for the month of May 2017 that he listed multiple occasions where he said he was working directly with Ms. Thompson and for 9.1 hours during that month. And so based on that, it seemed clear that Ms. Thompson did work on the case during that month. We just didn't have data for that month. And so as a result, I did not include May 2017 as a part of my average for the second quarter of 2017. And I did that to avoid that skewing the data. So if I included zeros for that month, it would have brought down that average, but it wouldn't have necessarily been representative of her actual average hours worked per week.
Because we just don't know.
Because we don't know what her time worked was, but we can tell from, it appears from Mr. Simmons's time that she was working on the case that month.
Okay. If I want to jump to the graph on that, which is, I think that's it right there.
Yes.
Could you tell the court what's going on here?
Okay, and so this chart shows Ms. Thompson's average hours worked per week by calendar quarter for our scope. And as you can see, generally her time worked on the case increased over time, as you'd expect. And you can see in Q1 and Q2 2017, she's near 40 hours a week on average working on the case, with a significant bump in Q3 2017, which would be the 2 months leading up to the trial and the month of the trial.
Did you have the chance to compare her billing to Jim Simmons' billing?
Yes, I did a similar, found similar data on Mr. Simmons' time. And so we've got a chart where you can see the average hours worked per week by Mr. Simmons and Ms. Thompson. So there's the totals. You can see that Ms. Thompson did work significantly more time on this case than Mr. Simmons. A little over 1,000 more hours worked on the case.
So for, I think it was September 1st of 2015 through September 30th of 2017, you have found that she worked 2,870 hours on the case.
Correct.
Just let us hear from Boat Guy.
What does this chart show?
And so this chart shows similar data to the previous chart. You can see the blue columns are the same data from that previous chart that show Ms. Thompson's average hours worked per week, but this one also includes Mr. Simmons' average hours worked per week. And so you can kind of see consistently she was working more hours per week on the case, and his time seems to follow a similar trend line with his hours per week increasing as they approach the trial.
And that's page 34. Moving on to, you looked at some collaborative hours?
Yes, I did. So I decided to perform an analysis that showed the number of hours, average hours per week, where Ms. Thompson and Mr. Simmons were working together. So that would be based on Ms. Thompson's billing data, where she listed that she was specifically working with Mr. Simmons. So that would be any meetings or phone calls directly with Mr. Simmons.
And is this chart representative of that?
Yes, this is the chart that shows the average hours of the two worked per week across this scope. And you can see it does follow a similar trim line to the other charts, where the amount of hours they work together increased as they approach the month of the trial.
So you're finding billing entries by Jennifer Thompson saying that she's working with Jim Simmons during the times.
So these numbers look like single digits, because it looks like there's a decimal. So this looks like it might be an 8, maybe? I can't tell. But still, are they trying to refute the representation? Jerry Gonzalez said a little bit about it, that it seems like Jim Simmons wasn't all that present, because again, he was supposed to be focused on the sentencing, the penalty phase. And then Jennifer, saying she was pretty much alone, by saying that she was actually working with co-counsel for less than double-digit hours a week. I mean, that's not very compelling to me, especially if this is right on the cusp of the trial.
Yes.
Maybe they'll zoom
And
in.
vice versa, you're also finding billing entries in Jim Simmons' work.
Hey, we can do
showing that he worked
1.25.
Yes.
Move the molasses.
It's fair to say that they work together more.
A
as
week?
the trial approached?
Yes, that's what the data would show.
40 hours a week doesn't seem.
Judge, I would like to move that PowerPoint into evidence.
Objection, Mr. Bates.
No.
What's our next number exhibit?
148.
He's like, please hurry it up.
148. Mr. Boyano, I don't know, it's the exhibit that, are you going to put it in as a PowerPoint on a thumb drive or the printed copy?
Yep, this is live today,
Either or.
Tatum.
Let's do the printed copy. But I will say that the court's version, the last page is analysis number 3 in the pie chart or the bar chart created that compares Jim Simmons with Jennifer Thompson. I don't have analysis 4 in the other graph.
Then I'll put
My
it.
printed copy.
Well,
Maybe
then,
on the,
right. So I will use a clean version of the PDF on the flash drive. If the court is agreeable to that.
that's fine.
Okay. So I'll make that a make all exhibit form. Number 148. This is the comprehensive study. That's basically what it has to. Mr. Richardson, what is this that I just passed out?
This is my comprehensive summary about the work that I performed related to this case.
Okay. And this is this summary cites numerous Excel worksheets and that you created for this data. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to turn your attention to the third page. The subcategories with over 100 hours worked. Discovery review, we have 366 hours, is that right?
Correct.
And then we have records review, which is 266.
Correct.
Okay. Could you explain the difference between those two flipboards?
Yes. So all of my categories were based, of course, on what was included in the descriptions that Ms. Thompson provided in her billing records. If it listed discovery as the purpose of whatever the activity was, then that would fall under discovery review. But there were instances where she described reviewing records but did not mention specifically discovery, and so I categorized those as records review rather than including them in discovery review.
On the fifth page, you give additional information as to Thompson and Simmons' hours worked together. Could you tell the court what your findings were with those numbers?
Yes. According to Thompson's ACAP claims, she spent 390.7 hours working directly with James Simmons. Simmons' ACAP claim shows he reported 390.3 hours worked with Thompson.
So, goes on to say that's a pretty close number between the two of them.
Yes, very similar numbers of hours that they reported working together.
Your Honor, I'd like to move this and the entire Comptroller report into evidence.
Objection, Mr. Bates. All right, you're going to include the summary as a.
I will. It's a large file, so I would like to do a flash drive on it as well.
Do a flash drive on that and enter this, let's just do them separately. We'll do the printed confidential investigative work product, Investigator Richardson as Exhibit 150. And then Exhibit 151 will be the flash drive. Is there a file name on it?
It's a folder. It's like Comptroller financial report that
Make sure, let's just clarify that to the court reporter during the break when you submit it to the court reporter.
we'll do.
Judge,
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
at exhibit 149 and 150.
Thank you. The confidential investigative work product is Exhibit 149, and then 150 with the flash drive. with the entire report.
Mr. Richardson, could you tell the court how much Jennifer Thompson was paid for her work on this case?
I'm not sure if that's included in my summary here. I can't recall off the top of my head.
Okay. Those are my questions, Judge. Pass the witness.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Explanation space.
I hope he just asked who he didn't audit.
In your report, do you remember reading an entry where Ms. Thompson reviewed ATM video footage in this case?
Oh,
Not specifically.
Nothing further.
Doug!
No, you aren't. Investigator Richardson, thank you for your testimony, sir. You can stand down.
Thank you.
Any reason the investigator needs to stick around? Second, call the next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Same call, Michael Frizzell.
Michael Frizzell.
So this is the state's cell phone guy from trial. Oh, Doug Bates is great at cross-examination. That was great. Oh no, Trakeisha's missing this.
Good morning, sir.
Where did they go, sir?
You're fine. Stay
All right.
You put your stuff down and stand. Clerk's right here, Mike.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, ma'am.
Proceed, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, could you state your name for the court?
Yes, sir. My name is
Oh,
Michael.
he's gotta do this one, too?
Frizzell, Frizzell.
And what is your occupation?
I'm currently the Assistant Director at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation over the Administration Division.
And how long have you been with TBI?
A little over 27 years now.
Could you tell the court about your employment history with TBI?
Again, I started out as what we call as a field agent, had general case assignments, and I was assigned to the 28th Judicial District, which is Gibson, Crockett, and Haywood counties. At that time, that was from 1998 to 2007. In 2007, I transferred to headquarters in Nashville to our Technical Services Unit, and I stayed in that capacity until 2017. And then I became over our police officer section, which handles various duties there, until I'm getting my dates mixed up. But anyway, past that, I became over our support group, and now I'm over the administration division.
And during your time at TBI, you were heavily involved, would it be true, with the Technical Services Unit?
Yes.
Okay. And what experience and background and training did you have as part of that?
Well, we handled a lot of different things in that unit. One was the internet crimes against children, so I had background and training in those types of investigations. Others was phone-related matters, and I was an operator of a cell site simulator. And then our aviation section was in that group at one point, so I performed duties with that, providing overwatch, operating camera system in the plane. Some other duties include seeking or looking for hidden listening devices. That's called tactical surveillance countermeasure, and that's some of the duties that I did.
Okay. You've testified as an expert previously, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What have you, previously in this matter, you've testified as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your expertise in that you testified at trial?
In call detail record analysis.
Okay. Aside from this matter, have you testified in other cases to that subject matter before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many times?
Maybe a dozen.
Okay. Do you maintain any professional certifications as part of that?
I've been out of this since 2019. From 2016 to 2019, I was part of the FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. They call it CAST. And I had to go through a certification process to be in that group. And in 2019, my duties became so much at my home agency that I had to relinquish that and move on to my home agency.
Judge, at this time, I would like to tender as an expert.
Objections, Mr. Bates? No. Cellular Analysis Survey Team?
Yes, sir. It's a group within the FBI that performs call detailed record analysis, drive testing, and other matters.
All right, what's the specific expertise?
The same as he testified before, which would be a short call detail analysis.
Call detail record analysis.
Yes.
All right. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Back in 2017, you prepared a report for the state in this court that was, I think, entitled Bobo Cellular Analysis Report with, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was previously entered as an exhibit, I believe, during your testimony?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to pass this up.
All right. Is this the?
It is.
report that
I believe it
you
was,
filed at trial?
yep, I believe it was previously marked in the trial as Exhibit 208. That's one for the court.
Objections to submission here, Mr. Davis?
None.
All right, trial exhibit 208 will now be exhibit 151 for this hearing.
Mr. Frizzell,
Explain what it is. Make
Yeah,
sure it's
sure.
explained what it is.
Mr. Frizzell, are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
Sorry?
What is it?
It's a report. It's called FBI Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's prepared by me as a TFO, Task Force Officer for the FBI. And it was dated August 31st, 2017, and 3 phone numbers were analyzed, 731-733-0191, 731-733-2073, 731-549-7352.
So that report contains certain phone numbers that the state specifically asked you to look at and do an analysis on.
Yes,
Okay. For certain time periods?
for August 13th, 2011. Not August, April, excuse me, April 13th, 2011.
I want you, could you turn your attention to page 5?
Okay?
So here we have, I know I'm starting at the end here, but the 3 phone numbers you're asked to identify, could you tell the court which 3 you were asked to look at?
731-549-7352. I believe that's the phone number associated with Holly Bobo. 731-733-0191. I believe that's a number that was associated with Mr. Zachary Adams. And then 731-733-2073. I believe that was the phone number associated with Mr. Jason Autry.
Sir, do you recognize that document?
Sir?
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
More recently, we asked you to look at many of the numbers in this report and identify who those numbers belong to. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had time to review that document?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is the information on it accurate to the phone numbers in your report and the people associated with those numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I'd like to have that marked as the next number to be considered.
Objections?
None.
I will mark this as exhibit 152.
Thank you, J Money, for the 10 gifted. I think I was muted. My bad. Thank you. Thank you.
No, not right now. So, I want to talk about what is in this report. The original records you looked at were all AT&T records, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And they come in a raw format, is that right? Of activity records.
So they come in a format that's AT&T specific. Each carrier sends them different ways, but they'll come in a PDF form or a text form, sometimes both. But they have, they demonstrate, if I may.
What is it, page 4?
We're back to exhibit 151.
Yes, page 4. I think it was 208 in the original, I think. So it lists the date of a call, it lists connection time, so what time the call started. When I say call, I should say communication event. It could be a voice call or a text message. And then what's called a seizure time. And the seizure time is when a person presses send on the phone, and that's how many seconds that it's in the ring portion of the call. And then it lists the originating phone number, so the person making the call, and then the terminating phone number, the person receiving the call or the communication, I keep saying call, then the elapsed time, how long that communication event occurred, and that can be minutes and seconds. And then it shows the number dialed. That's the actual number that was dialed by the originating party. And then there's a column called IMEI. That's called the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. So basically a serial number for the phone, for the device that was used. And then the IMSI, the International Mobile Subscriber Identity, that's basically the SIM card that goes in the phone, and that's the subscriber information that's on that card. And then there's another description column called mobile to mobile. It's the type of transaction, and then the cell location. And so the cell location provides the LAC, LAC, that's the location area code for all the cell towers located within a certain area. And then the next numbers past that, so like in this case, 16019, that's going to be the LAC / and then the next number, 31522, and I'm reading the top one here, 31522, so 3152 is going to be the cell tower number, and then the last two is going to describe the sector for us. And then AT&T lists the longitude, then latitude of where that cell tower is located. And then the last number is the half beam width of that sector. So in this case, and that's going to be the azimuth, like on a compass. So 120 degrees.
So with these documents you received from AT&T, you're able to tell what phone called another phone?
Yes.
And these records reflect who's the sender and who's the receiver?
Well, it reflects on what number communicating with the other phone number.
How long the call lasted for?
Yes.
And the records give you information regarding the actual phone that makes the call? Like so the identity of the device.
Say that one more time.
So these records will give you the identity of the device that made the call.
Well, it gives us the phone number that was used, and then if the identity of the device is the IMEI, that's the equipment identifier. So basically the serial number for the phone.
Gotcha. You given the information about what sector that the device is on
Yes.
each individual tower?
Yes, we can see where the tower, what the tower number is, the tower location, and then the direction of the sector that was used.
Can you explain briefly to the court, like what these sectors are and how they work with towers?
Yes. So let's use the clock on the back of the wall back here. So it's a good way to do this. It's analog clock. So from 12 to, so cell towers, they have to cover 360 degrees. So in order to do that, instead of having what they call omnidirectional, so one antenna is just broadcasting 360 degrees, they need to, for network capability and make it more user-friendly for people, so they can divide this into sectors. So generally, they're in 120-degree pies, I'll call them. So 3 of those make 360. So let's say from 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock would be sector 1. So each hour hand's a 30 degree. So 1 would be 30, 2 would be 60, 3 would be 90, 4 would be 120, 12 being 0, like on a compass. So 12 to 4 is 120, 4 to 8 would be the next 120, 8 to 12 would be the next 120. So sectors 1, 2, 3. They're not always numbered 1, 2, and 3. You can add more antennas, and they could be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They can keep going as long as they keep adding more antennas to cover more for their sector.
And could you explain how the azimuth works on these towers?
So we need to know what direction that sector is pointing. So they give us this 120 degrees right here. So you take that's the half beam width, and so you can go 60 one way, 60 the other way, and develop which way the sector is pointing.
In 2011, were most of these towers divided into these 3 sections?
Yes.
And within those 3 sections, the towers, would it be fair to say, is listening as to what a device is doing and able to capture if the device is active?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
If a phone is able to connect with that tower within one of the 3 sectors, it's able to measure and to tell what the phone is transmitting.
So in the records, the only thing that's captured in these call detailed records is when a phone actually connects to a tower. So example, I'm holding my phone up, it's turned off right now, so it's not doing anything, it's not registering with the network at all. If I were to turn this phone on, it's going to start registering with the networks. It's going to look at all the towers around. And it's going to constantly take measurements, and it's going to determine when I press the send button, if I want to make a call or if I want to send a text message, it's going to determine which tower it connects to based on the strongest and cleanest signal. So to answer your question, the only thing we see in these records is when a communication event occurred. When it's in idle mode and there's no communication going on, we don't see that.
What about if it's off?
No, we don't see anything.
So it would be fair to say you actually have to be getting a call, placing a call, or a text with some activity to be able to see.
Yes. That's right.
Okay. Let's talk about generally pings and differentiate that from cell towers. You testified at the original trial about pings that were done on Holly Bobo's phone on April 13, 2011. How is a ping different than looking at cell phone activity?
So a ping is when the network is actively trying to locate the phone. So in this case, the Decatur County Sheriff's Office contacted AT&T and asked them to try to locate that phone. So they send some sort of signal out, and they're trying to reach into the phone and get it to respond. And so what these pings do is they give what they call a confidence level rating. And so AT&T in this case gave us latitude and longitude to plot on a map. It's based only on the tower. It's not GPS satellite latitude and longitude.
Did that exist on the phones you were looking at this time?
So I know once her phone was located, it was examined, and the FBI examined it too, so I talked to the examiner, and no GPS information was located on her phone.
So we have a ping with an area and a confidence rating, is that right?
That's right.
And within the area of the ping, what more information can you glean from that ping in which direction the device is within the area?
So what we do is we plot that latitude, longitude, that point on Earth that they give us, and then from that point, we take the confidence level rating, and they always give it in meters. And so I remember the first one, I think, was 4,448 meters. So you take that, and that's the radius. So you go from that point I'm just describing, you go 4,448 meters each direction from that point. And that's going to give you a diameter. And so we complete a circle that way, and that's the area that the device could be located in. So it's not an exact location at all.
So I want to turn your attention to what's up on the screen. I think it's page 10 on the report. So we have, I believe, was the first ping the AT&T location at 8:57 a.m.?
Yes. Would it be okay if I step down and, Your Honor, and point to this? Sir. This is in black and white, and it's kind of. What y'all is? Yes. So you're talking about this 8:57, can you hear me okay? This 8:57 a.m. ping here? Ask me your
He
question.
can't reach it. Give him a pointer.
Explain what that means in terms of where the device is in that area.
We don't know. It's just somewhere in this circle. We don't know.
Don't know if it's north, south, east, west.
No. So what I can describe to you is that ping looks to me is that spot, this top one I'm pointing at. If we were to draw a line up this sector on that tower right there, it looks like it's in the center of sector 1 to me.
The next ping was at 9:02 a.m.
Yes.
And what is the, how big is that ping area?
4,894 meters. And that's the radius. That's one direction. Then we have to go back the other direction to get our diameter. You can convert that to miles and figure it out.
It's a large area.
It's a very large area. So I would estimate this first one's about 24 square miles. I'm going to estimate this second one. I'm going to be wrong if I say this, so I'm going to add 28 square miles roughly. We need to double check me on that.
Okay. But what about the third one?
The third one's even bigger. So it's cut off here. This one's at 910. Yes, 910. 910. This is 7,100 square meters for radius. And that's about 60 or 61 square miles. So in other words, it's a little bit larger than the city of Jackson, Tennessee.
And again, that you have that area, but you can't tell north, south, east, or west where that device is in that area.
No, sir.
I want to turn your attention to page.
I feel like you cannot get the picture of this route with the way that they've expanded this out to put these items, the descriptive items. Because what we've looked at for these same pings, and we'll get caught up, guys, we will skip the lunch break, but I want to show you these pings mapped out. So, let's see. This 910 ping that he just pointed out is here. and the other two pings are up here and up here. So if we were zoomed in, you would see that there's like an upside down L shape of the pathways following the pings. But you cannot tell that from what he has on the screen here. And especially since he's using these weird like blue dots, but the pinpoint, it's just not a very good icon. Like really, is the pin where this blue dot is, or is the pinpoint supposed to be where this little stick ends? So who knows? Let's keep going.
10 in your report. This looks like it is tracking the activity of Zach Adams' phone.
What page did you say?
10.
Okay. Yes.
And let's start with the first time. The first time his phone comes up in your report is at 8:19. Is that right?
Give me 1 second, please. On this page, yes, for some reason I had in my mind, yes, on this page at 8:19, that's correct.
Because other places in this report, it shows activity before 8:19, early in the morning. Is that right?
Yes, 4:54 and 4:58, that's on page 14, yes.
And this diagram that has a 3-2, what does that represent?
So that represents the sector. 2 being sector 2, 3 being sector 3. So I need to point out too, these sectors, they're perfectly 120-degree angles here. And so, and this little, I'm going to step back down if that's okay, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yes, sir. So this area here, that's just demonstrates the direction of the radio frequency, how it's going out. It doesn't mean that it stops here. It doesn't mean that it's in a crisp line going out either way. So I just want to make that clear. So what this would actually look like would be an irregular shaped polygon out that way. You can have little areas out here, little areas out here, little area out there that it may cover. But the 2 and the 3 represent the sectors.
Okay. And the sector 2 of, and this is the cell tower by Birdsong, or the truck stop cell tower, is that right?
Yes, it's up on Cox Road, up by the North 40 truck stop.
That is, sector 2 of the truck stop cell tower is Zach Adams' home sector, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And each entry on here is tracking either a text message or a phone call. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you able to recognize the phone numbers that are on this?
I can recognize some of them if I could get that exhibit back, so I don't have them devoted to memory.
Sure.
All right, the witnesses being handed, this is a report, exhibit 151. Is that correct, Mr. Boyan?
Yes.
Pulling this from 151?
This is 152.
And if you could be handed 152, if you could be handed 151 and 152, which is the
152.
So the first phone call at 8:19, do you know who is, it's an incoming call, right?
That's correct.
Do you know who it's from?
2073, Mr. Autry, sending a text to 091. Let me make sure I clarify. Mr. Autry's phone to Mr. Adams' phone.
And his phone is receiving that text message in Section 2 of Birdsong, Section 2 of Truck Stop Cell Tower.
That's correct.
Okay. And if we, on the, further down, we have a number 31523. That's this, is that the same cell tower?
It is just on Sector 3.
Okay. So at 8:53, his cell phone is jumping to the other sector of the tower. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then at 8:58, it's registering off of back on Sector 2.
That's correct.
Okay. If I could turn your attention back to your report on page 11.
So throwing up on the screen here what DB sent to show us what they're trying to explain about these azimuths. So this is not a map related to this trial.
You said 12 to 4 was Sector 1, 4 to 8, Sector 2, 8 to 12, Sector 3. That's not what this is depicting. Can you elaborate on that for me, please?
Yes, sir. So in general, I'm just using that as an analogy to talk about 120 degree sector, what it looked like. So in this case, AT&T tells us that the half beam width for this sector was 120. So we take 60 degrees
Make 180.
each direction of 120, and that's how we develop the sector here.
So it's not consistent from tower to tower.
No, sir, it's not.
You can ask follow-up questions there.
If I could draw your attention to page 11 of your report. What is this showing to us?
So this is depicting the phone number ending in 7352 and the phone number ending in 091, the towers they use and the sectors they use below. It also puts the ping information on here from 857, 902, and 910.
Okay. And what relevance is it that, because you're tracking Zach Adams' phone, which ends in 0191, is that right?
Yes, so.
And Holly Bobo's phone, which ends in 7352.
Yes, so 7352 would be the pink, 0191 would be the blue. And then you can see this is not really pink or blue, so can't get a good color there, so it's kind of a mixture of the blue and the pink on Sector 3 there.
Okay. Moving on to the next page, on page 12. You are looking at a phone number of 2073, is that right?
Yes,
Whose phone is that?
that is Mr. Jason Autry's phone.
Okay. And where does Jason Autry's phone start the day?
It starts up using a tower up here in Camden, Tennessee.
And does it, what time is the first activity on that phone?
6:50 a.m.
Is it a call or a text message?
That's a text message. SMS stands for short message service. It's a text message.
And does Jason Autry's phone begin to move south that morning?
He used the next tower at 6:51. 6:51, he uses the tower further south, located on 641. So you look at this sector, it's using a southern facing sector on this one at 650, it's using sort of a
I wish they'd show the board.
eastern facing sector on the next tower at 651. It's further south.
By 8:19, where is his phone?
Starts using sector 1 on what you're calling the truck stop tower, the one on Cox Road, I-40 and 641. Uses sector 1 from 819 to 840, and then from 852 to 855, it uses sector 2 of that same tower.
From 8:19 through 8:40, if you could you see the numbers on the screen there?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize who Mr. Autry is communicating with throughout the time?
819, his phone is communicating with Mr. Adams' phone at,
So at 8:19, that's Mr. Adams' phone?
yes,
Okay. What about at 8:30?
830, Mr. Adams' phone communicates with Mr. Autry's phone.
What about at 8:38?
838,
Yes, sir.
again, Mr. Autry's phone to Mr. Adams' phone. And then at 838 again, Mr. Adams' phone to Mr. Autry's phone.
And this is 31521, one being the northern one sector of truck stop tower?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
I wish they would show this.
At 8:52, does Mr. Autry's phone move to another sector?
At 852, it moves to sector 2 of that same tower.
Okay. And is that a text message or a phone call? Or a voicemail?
At 852, that's a voice call
Okay. To who?
to Mr. Adams' phone.
What about at 8:55 a.m.?
Same thing, voice call to Mr. Adams' phone.
On page 13, this is tracking, is it true, Mr. Autry's phone between 8:42 and 10:48?
Yes.
Okay, so tell the court what's going on from where it begins and where it ends up.
So at 9:42 a.m., we see activity on a tower located right on I-40, the Birdsong exit. And we see it using sector 7 of that tower. This sector 7 points out toward the river. And then at 10:35, we see it move to sector 9 of that Birdsong tower, which points back to the west, in a
This is
western
where
direction.
he's supposed to be with
And at
Autry to dump the
10:36,
body.
Still on sector 9.
But then they have to
that
shoot her.
Birdsong tower. At 10:39, we see them using the truck stop tower, sector 2. And then again at 10:48, truck stop tower at 10:48. And those are AM.
So we have him. Yeah, I want to go back one. When was the last time he is? When Mr. Autry was in on truck stop tower, previous page.
All right, and there are some folks that are new to this. So now that we're talking about this Birdsong Tower, this I-40, they're by the Tennessee River. This is where star witness co-defendant Jason Autry says, Zach asked me to help him dump this body. Zach already had Holly Bobo's body in the truck, according to Jason Autry's story, the state's theory of the case. And they drive all the way over to this federal property, go under the interstate, the bridge of the interstate, which might have been flooded at this time. So the roads might have been closed and unpassable to get there. And Jason tells this story about how they take Holly Bobo out of the truck. He doesn't know, apparently, that it's Holly. He's trying to walk himself away from being complicit in the rape and abduction part of the crimes. And then says he hears movement and sees the foot move and says, this bee is still alive. So then Zach goes and gets what he calls a pistol, but it's supposed to really be a revolver that's identified as the murder weapon by Jason Autry at the trial. And they pull her off on the riprap, and Zach shoots Holly in the back of the skull. But then they're spotted by a guy in a boat, which we're apparently supposed to hear from today for the first time ever. And which I would argue is new evidence, so give a new trial. Like, what? And then they have to get out of there. They have to put her now shot body back in the back of this pickup truck. And then Jason Autry has to go to meet his girlfriend for lunch. So he leaves. This is it for him. And then Zach Adams has to do whatever with the body. At this point in time, Holly Bobo's phone is no longer here. It had stopped for about a 30-minute period around the area where her remains will ultimately be located. And then her SIM card drives another direction, and it's found like thrown in the middle of a road somewhere over here, while they're all over here. So the state's theory is, well, you know, maybe Zach had his brother Dylan Adams go and throw Holly's belongings, drive down this road and throw Holly's belongings out of the car window while he is trying to go dump her body on federal property. So that's a quick timeline of why we're jumping to another area of this map that's further east than what we were talking about with the first diagrams.
Did he leave sector, did Mr. Autry leave sector 2 of Truck Stop Tower at 8:40? Or 8:55?
No, 8:40, you use sector 1.
Sector 1, I'm sorry. At 8:55, he left, Mr. Autry left Truck Stop Tower, sector 2. Is that right?
In 8:55, he was on sector, his phone was on sector 2 of this tower right here, the truck stop tower.
Okay. And then the next what is the next activity on Mr. Autry's phone?
Can we go to the next page, please? The next activity was at 9:42. It's on sector 7 of the Birdsong Tower.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that there is a gap in activity between those two times?
There was nothing in the records in between those two times.
So that's the opposite answer of what Boyano asked.
Then
this is important for
from
Doug's
sector
timeline.
7 of Birdsong, his phone, Mr. Autry's phone travels to sector 9 of Birdsong. Is that right? At 10:35?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Mr. Autry's phone is back on Truck Stop Cell Tower Sector 2 by 10:39 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay.
And why I said that was important is because, and I'm sure we'll hear Doug Bates do a longer cross-examination with this witness, but what this no gap in time, so Zach Adams' phone tower is going to be pinging at this northeast sector over here. So what's labeled as number 7. I don't know if my mouse is showing for you guys. So he's going to be all the way up here. And then when his phone's moving next, it's going to be moving along I-40. But the state is saying that they were traveling on back roads at this time. So this phone data helps back up Doug's theory that, hey, if they were really transporting this body it would contradict the story told by the star witness on one hand, and secondly, that would mean they were traveling with a bloodied body in the open back of a pickup bed of like this small pickup truck on I-40, just driving on the highway with the dead body in the back of the car. So 2 reasons that that's problematic. So, and Boyano wanted to ask about a gap in time, and he's saying, well, there's no records. So I think that's going to be very helpful for Doug Bates. I think Doug Bates will explain it better than I am. Also, major shout out here. Sheriff Chuck just dropped 5 new memberships in the chat, which means 5 more of you have the Doug Bates icon next to your names. Thank you so much, Sheriff Chuck.
Now I'd like you to jump to page 15 of your report.
And I'm dropping if you go to the exhibit in the filing, I'm dropping in the chat, scroll to the 2 bottom exhibits. There's a summary of why this timeline matters for the defense's alibi.
You see that okay?
Yes.
At the top, it's identifying cell phone number 731-733-0191, which is Zach Adams' phone, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the movement of that phone between 9:10 to 10:37 a.m. Is that right?
Can you scroll up a little bit more, please, or zoom it out?
Yeah.
And he's going to be in Parsons by 11:12 a.m.
No.
Which is
it's from
an impossible
9:10
drive.
Up until 10:49 a.m.
Because it's jumping sectors.
He's changing power sectors, yes.
All right, so I feel like I got to lay that out. So again, with Jason Autry's theory is he separates to go to lunch. Zach Adams has this body in the back of the truck, and he has to take care of the body. We know from looking at the maps that if we go by this map and we assume that where Holly's remains were found, over here, because Birdsong Road and the Tower of the Tennessee River are like all the way off here. All the way down this road. You got to go all the way over here to get to this Birdsong Tower. Back here is where her skull's going to be found. So presumably, Zach, if he's not going to Parsons, Tennessee with this body in the back of his truck by 11:12 a.m. that morning, he has to make it all the way from over here, get back to this wooded area, down these logging roads, get out, get the body, and drag it by himself because Autry's no longer with him, even though apparently Autry was commissioned by Zach Adams because Zach said he couldn't lift the body by himself and needed help. But when he's ultimately dumping the body, Autry's not there anymore. But they make it all the way over here, Zach by himself, and this is where the skull's found. So that's, for the state story to work, that must be where Zachary Adams goes after this Birdsong Bridge ordeal, all the way over here to dump the body, and then somehow he's got to make it all the way down off this road further south to Parsons by 11:12 a.m., which is impossible. Multiple people tried to recreate this route, never the state. The state didn't try to see if it was possible, but the Trial and Error podcast did. U.S. Marshal John Walker and Paul Dillon tried to recreate these routes, driving recklessly, and there wasn't a way to get to Parsons by 11:12 a.m. So I don't know how the state's gonna get around this, but we'll see. We'll see.
So, in regards to Mr. Zach Adams' phone, at 9:10 a.m., that phone is on truck stop sector 2.
That's correct.
Okay. At 9:12, he receives, is it a text message?
Yes, SMS, short message service, text message.
From 9:12, when is the When does Mr. Zach Adams' phone next appear on the cell phone sector?
950. It's on the Birdsong Tower, Sector 7.
So we have a gap in time between, a gap in cell phone activity between 9:12 and 9:50 on Mr. Zach Adams' phone.
Yes.
And it starts, it leaves Sector 2 of the truck stop tower at, let me phrase the question. The last time it's on the truck stop tower is 9:12 a.m. and then there's a gap.
Yes, yes, at 9:12, and then there's a gap. Next activity is at 9:50 a.m.
And that is on what tower and what sector?
Birdsong Tower, Sector 7.
Can I have this? I apologize for jumping around to different documents. I'm trying to make this easier as to identifying these numbers.
Sorry, the witness is handing Zach Adams' cell phone activity April 13, 2011.
Mr. Frizzell, if you could look at this document and see if it lines up with the calls starting at 9:10 on page 15 of your report.
No, sir, it doesn't.
Is there something missing?
Yes, 9:50 a.m. phone call.
59. The 9:50 incoming text message?
That's correct.
Okay. Actually, I wanted to ask a question about that. There is a 7-digit number there that, is that identifiable to a telephone number?
No, what I think that is called a short message code, and I don't know what it is. It could be from a.
Your Honor, the witness doesn't know what it is.
Let's clarify where you're getting this from. Exhibit 151. Are you going to enter this as new Exhibit 153?
I'm talking from 151 right now.
Okay. Are you going to enter the document that he's been handed?
Yes.
All right, objections, Mr. Bates?
No, Your Honor.
To Mr. Adams' cell phone activity, we'll mark this Exhibit 153.
So-
Now you're referring back to Exhibit 151?
Yes.
Okay. And page 15?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
What is that 7-digit number?
Yeah, I don't know. It could be a short message code.
Your Honor, if he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
Okay, I'll move on.
Mr. Bates has objected, and I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So, although it's lacking, it's missing on this chart. Could you write in that the next activity on Zach Adams' phone is 9:50
Where is
AM.
he writing in?
on the exhibit for,
Are
yes.
you going to alter an exhibit that's already been entered?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's be real specific and tell me what you're doing.
I would like the witness to enter the 9:50 incoming call SMS.
Doug with the book, the binder.
So there's a text message on Mr. Adams' cell phone between 9:10 a.m. and 10:03 a.m. that the witness is writing in a 9:50 SMS text message. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Phenomenal lawyering. Great presentation. They've had months, literally months, to prepare for this presentation, for this hearing day. DB, how long did the SMS last? And this is the same guy that testified at the 2017 trial for the state. I wish they would show Amy Weirich's face.
Okay. If you had that.
Do I need to initial this, or?
Yes.
Yes, just initially.
Exhibit.
So you done with it, Mr.
He's
Boyle?
done. That-
Can you pass it?
Thank you.
Confirm this one.
At 10:03, Zach Adams receives a is it a call?
Gotta ask now.
That's correct.
Do you know who that number is?
Joe's video.
So it's an outgoing
Oh.
call. So that is, so he makes a call at 10:03 to Joe's video?
Yes.
Okay. What about at 10:10?
Now, missing from all of this is the
That is
Facebook
an
activity.
incoming call from a phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin.
Okay. What about at 10:12?
That is an outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Michael Hughley.
What about at 10:13?
That is an outgoing phone call to a phone number associated with Joe's video.
What about at 10:15?
Same outgoing voice call to Joe's video. There's a second call at 10:15. Also outgoing call to a phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams.
At 10:16?
Let me look at that again. There's two 10:15 calls.
There's two.
There's two. One to Joe's video, and then one to a number associated with Mr. Dick Adams.
Okay. What about at 10:16?
Did you say 16?
16, yes.
You gonna go through this entire list?
Yeah, just to identify them.
Just give us a time, give me the description of the call, and who the numbers associated with it.
Yes, sir.
Sua sponte
So at
403 objection.
10:16, looks like there's an outgoing phone call to a number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. At 10:18, incoming text message from, no, I don't know what it is. And then at 10:18, an outgoing text message to that unknown number. Again, at 10:18, an incoming text message from that unknown number.
All right, now this is not the list that I've got. I'm not sure which, I'm going off exhibit 153.
153 is reflective of phone numbers we've identified to,
Just Mr. Adams?
yes.
Okay, so what list is he going off of?
He's going off of, I think, his report. And text messages and phone calls that we could assign to individuals. The short form text messages, we don't know who they belong to.
All right, so we're back on exhibit 151, page 15.
Yes.
Okay. We're now at 10:18. Go ahead.
Okay, and then we had two at 10:18, one outgoing and one incoming, both text messages from the unknown number. 10:19, the incoming call, phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin. Another one at 10:18, outgoing call to a phone number associated, I think that's Joe's video. At 10:20, outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Shane Austin. 10:23, incoming text from an unknown number. When I say unknown number, I mean I don't know what it is. At 10:24,
Unidentified
incoming
lady.
phone call, voice call from a phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. 10:25, incoming text message, number's not recognized on what it is. 10:29, outgoing text to a phone number associated with Rebecca Earp. 10:30, outgoing text to a number associated with Rebecca Earp. 10:31, incoming text from a number associated with Rebecca Earp. At 10:32, outgoing text, phone number associated with Rebecca Earp.
From there, does Mr. Zach Adams' phone move to another sector of the Birdsong Tower?
Yes, that's correct, Sector 9.
And he has can you continue to identify those calls?
Okay, at 10:35, an outgoing voice call to a phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. A second, 10:35, outgoing voice number to Mr. Dick Adams. 10:36, incoming text from a number associated with Rebecca Earp. At 10:36, an outgoing call, voice call, to the phone number associated with Mr. Dick Adams. And at 10:37, an outgoing text with a phone number associated with Rebecca Earp.
from there, does Mr. Zach Adams' cell phone move to another cell phone tower?
Yes, at 10:38, it moves to Sector 2, what we're calling the truck stop tower.
Can you finish out the list and identifying those numbers?
Starting at 10:38?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 10:38, that's an outgoing text. The phone number, Rebecca Earp. 10:39, outgoing text to Shane Austin's phone. At 10:40, incoming text from number don't recognize. At 10:40, outgoing text to an unrecognizable number, again at 10:40, same thing. Third time at 10:40, same thing. Excuse me. Let's do the 10:40s again. 10:40 a.m., incoming text. Don't know what that number is. 10:40, outgoing text. Don't know what the number is. 10:40, outgoing text. Don't know what the number is. 10:40, incoming text. Don't know what that number is. 10:42, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's number. 10:42, outgoing text, an unknown number. 10:43, outgoing text to Rebecca Earp's number. 10:43, incoming text from Shane Austin's number.
And then Zach Adams' cell phone moves to the western sector?
10:49, it moves to Sector 3 of that truck stop tower. It's an incoming text from that unknown number.
Okay, thank you. I know that was tedious, but thank you for going through that. I want to bring your attention back to your report. Can you tell us where exactly these cell phone towers are in relation? So the truck stop tower, where is that?
Basically at the intersection of 641 and I-40, is just a little bit north of that, across the road from the, I think it's called the 19 truck stop now. Back then, I think it was called North 40 truck stop. That's where that one's at.
Okay. And the Birdsong Tower, can you identify that for us on the map up here?
This is the Birdsong Tower. I forget the exit number, 133, I'm thinking, on I-40. It's right there along I-40.
And I'm going to zoom in on this. So you have Sector 7, that's facing the river?
Yes, it's pointing, the direction's going out this way, east, northeast.
So
The witness is looking at zoomed in, page 15 of Exhibit 151. We're zoomed in on the tower in the middle of the page with sectors 9 and 7. Go ahead.
Thank you. And the activity off of Zach Adams' cell phone that you read before down here, which is from 9:50 through 10:32. Can you show the court exactly where, what area that activity was?
Somewhere in this Sector 7.
So you've gone through the blueprint of Jason Autry's cell phone and Zach Adams' cell phone. Could you tell the court significance as to where those two phones are moving from the truck stop tower toward the birdsong tower that morning?
Well, I can't tell you where the phones were. All I can tell you is they used these towers where I've noted these sectors. Anywhere in these sectors is where the phones could be. So if you hand over from sector 7 and then go to sector 2 on this, it indicates to me that the phone's moving. I just don't know where.
Is there, based on the data that you looked at, do you have an opinion about Zach Adams and Jason Autry being together based on the cell phone usage?
So they both made outbound phone calls. I believe it was at 10:35.
Can you identify, you show us in the report where that is?
This is Mr. Autry's phone number we're talking about here. At 10:35 a.m. an outgoing voice call to a phone number. I think we said that was associated with Mr. Dick Adams, I think. Yes, Mr. Dick Adams. As far as Mr. Autry's phone, I would need to look. It's on page 13 of my original report. Outgoing voice call at 10:35. He's on Mr. Adams' phone number ending in 2073. He's on sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower.
And the next activity on Jason Autry's phone is sector 2 of the truck stop tower, correct?
Well, at 10:36, he was still using, his phone was still using sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower. And then in 3 minutes, 2:39, using the sector 2 of the truck stop tower.
So at 10:36, Jason Autry's phone is showing activity off of sector 9 of the Birdsong Tower.
Yes.
And at 10:39, it then shows Jason Autry's phone having activity off of the truck stop tower in sector 2.
Yes.
If you jump back to page 15, this is, and we look at on sector 9 of Birdsong at 10:37 for Zach Adams. I think it's the bottom right entry.
Yes.
The next, what is the next entry or sign of activity of the phone?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Ask me
I'm
that.
sorry, what was the, from 10:37, Zach Adams' phone is showing activity off of sector 9 of Birdsong, correct?
That's correct.
When is the next sign of activity for Zach Adams' phone?
Ten thirty-eight. PM, Sector 2 of the truck stop tower.
So you just went, talked about Jason Autry's activity during that time, and now Zach Adams. Does that mean anything to you?
They're not calling each other. I know that. Their phones are not calling each other. They both made outbound calls at the same time, using the same sector, the same tower. It's possible that they were together.
Their phones are both at one time off of Sector 9 Birdsong, and then minutes later active off of Sector 2 of truck stop. Is that right?
That's right.
Page 16. This is this the Parsons cell phone tower?
Yes, down in Parsons, Tennessee, yes.
My witness is looking at page 16 of Exhibit 151.
Okay. And could you tell the court what activity is going on off of, is it Sector 2 of the Parsons Tower? Is that south facing?
So associate the numbers.
Yes.
At 1116, and this is for, we're talking about on page 16, phone number ending in 0191. Sector 2, the tower located in Parsons, Tennessee, which is south facing. Outgoing text message to phone number Rebecca Earp. 1122, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's phone. 1123, outgoing text to Rebecca Earp's phone. 1134, incoming text from Rebecca Earp's phone. 1143, outgoing voice call to Joe's video. 1143, incoming voice call from Cindy Adams' phone number. 1145, outgoing voice call to Joe's video. 1148, incoming text from unknown number. 1149, incoming text from unknown phone number. 1210, outgoing text to unknown phone number. 1210, outgoing text to unknown phone number.
Okay. And this was part of your original report that you testified to at trial, right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach this?
You may.
Pass this up.
Yes, sir.
This is so awkward. Why is he just holding the board like that?
Okay, I would like to go through this map and have you identify some significant locations as it relates to the cell phone tower and different events in this case. So I think the first is the Well, let's do the cell phone towers first. That first, George?
Yeah, are these locations already marked on here?
Some, yes,
Is it
some.
going to enter this board as an exhibit?
Probably, yes.
Okay. Let's describe it in general, and then let's enter it, and then you can make the, okay. Objections to this, Mr. Bates?
None.
Okay. We're going to enter this map of the general area between
Judges?
I-40 and Parsons.
I think it may already be.
It is already marked, Exhibit 102,
Oh,
a
Amy.
smaller version of this, and we had mentioned that we were going to bring in this larger glasses. So this is a larger version of Exhibit 102, which was moved into evidence through Special Agent Ferguson.
I think it was a
He's going to
photo.
mark on this, we'll need to mark it as.
Yes, sir,
an
I'm just
exhibit.
for the court's record, and
Thank you.
yes.
Larger version of Exhibit 102, we'll mark it as Exhibit 154. You may proceed.
Okay, and I'm going to hand you some sticky notes. I want to identify the cell phone
Uh-oh,
towers first.
sticky notes.
Okay.
So we have the truck stop tower.
It's going to be right along here.
Okay. And the birdsong tower.
It's going to be about right here.
Describe these type of stickers.
Yes, sir. That's a-
Seeing
So-
here.
A blue sticker, sir, for the truck stop tower just north of I-40 at 641. I placed a red circle sticker at the Birdsong Road I-40 intersection for the Birdsong Tower.
And I'll mark them.
You okay with Mr. Brunel marking these, Mr. Bates?
Sure, Your Honor.
I hope they're more than sticky notes, so most stick to it.
We hope so.
More of a sticker on a sticky note.
Okay.
The Shiloh Tower.
Well, that's going to be a little difficult because it's right off the edge of this map.
So it's not, they don't have the space on the map
So-
to include a critical tower?
Could you put it as close as you think you can?
I'm going to put it right on the edge. And I put your writing upside down, I'm sorry. And it's going to be just off the left edge of this board a little bit. I think it's going to stick.
There are several towers around the Bobo's residence that Holly Bobo's phone connected to the morning of April 13th, 2011. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay, so can we walk through that?
yes.
Okay. And that's reflected in your report. I can leave that as we're going through it. Now, if you could chronologically go through the activity on each tower and tell me the tower I will.
Can we go to page 8, please?
This is Exhibit 151, page 8.
We could get caught up. We've got a minute or two there that we're behind.
Okay. So it's starting at 7:30 a.m. This is phone number ending in 7352, known to be Holly's phone. She used a tower in Chesterfield, Tennessee. That's to the west of where she lives, along Highway 412. So she lived in the Darden community. The Chesterfield community is a little next one over, it's unincorporated. She used that tower, 730, 731, 740. Let me back up. So at 730 and 731, she used the Chesterfield tower. 733, it's transitioned that tower way down in Scottsdale, Tennessee. Two times outgoing text messages at 733. Then at 740, back on the Chesterfield tower. 742, used a tower in Decatur, Tennessee. 753, used the tower we've already mentioned, it's in Parsons, Tennessee. 754, used the tower in Decatur, Tennessee. 759, back to the tower in Parsons, Tennessee. 807, 809, 810, 811, Chesterfield, Tennessee. And then we see it moved to the Shiloh Tower up here at 817, and again at 826. And then it transitions to the Truck Stop Tower at 906.
Thank you for the sticker, Derek. Appreciate you. Good
So
to
how many
see you.
towers do we have for this area?
6, her phone utilized it more.
Okay, and this is a pretty large area. Is that right?
It's half the county.
Okay. Is, in your expertise, in your opinion, that that is a small number of towers for such an area?
Well, so we're talking about a rural area, so they use large towers called macro towers. They're tall, and they're going to cover a large area. Unlike where I live in Nashville, an urban area, there's going to be many more towers covering smaller areas, higher population.
On that board, do we mark the Parsons Tower?
It's going to be somewhere right along it here.
I'm sorry, does the legend on this board have more icons than what's actually on the map? Like, why do they have so much in their legend?
Along it here.
More descriptive with the sticker and the location plate.
Sure. That, so the green sticker would be representative of the Parsons Tower?
Yes.
Okay.
Read the legend.
The Bobo's home, where would that be on this map?
There's a house, a blue house, depicted on here already.
Okay.
On Swan Johnson Road.
It looks like they're trying to use the
Shane
exhibits
Austin's house, where is that?
the defense put together, but they can't understand why the defense
It's up
put
at the
them,
northern end of
why it
Decatur County
matters.
along Yellow Springs Road. Is depicted as a gray house on this map.
Okay. And
I think you're right, Sheriff Chuck.
Zach Adams' home.
Zach Adams' home, in the northern end of Decatur County, just south of I-40, along 641. It's depicted on this map as a black house.
There are two phones indicated down here. Do you know what
Kevin
those are
Gates.
for?
So the one's a red phone, looks like an old phone time receiver. That's where Holly's cell phone was located. The other one's blue in color, and that's where her SIM card was located. It came out of her phone.
Okay. Are there other items of her, from her person represented on the map?
There's a red pin with a bulb on it, looks like a pin. It is labeled victim's property, and that's up along Yellow Springs Road.
What about the blue pin?
Oh, there's a blue pin along here. I think that's Gooch Road, where it says victim's property.
Do you know what property was down there?
Lunchbox, I think.
Okay, it sounds like they were looking
No,
at
this is it.
the defense's maps, the petitioner's maps, for sure. They're trying to recreate what Doug and co have mapped out. And somehow, I'm assuming they're going to try to argue that it helps their case prove that Zach's guilty, and I don't see how they can do that.
Put that into evidence.
I'm on it. It's 154, correct?
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Johnny Walker this morning?
Yes.
And he had certain opinions and had done certain work on this case.
Yes, he did.
And had offered certain theories about what had happened. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what you believe to be inaccurate and wrong about his conclusions?
He prepared a report and he wrote it, in my opinion, as factual rather than opinion. He labeled specific roads at specific times that Ollie's phone would have traveled and where it would have turned. And there's just no way that we can determine that at all based on the call detail records that we have.
So your issue isn't his analysis, it's that the way he worded his analysis.
All we know is the tower was used, in which sector was used. His motive is good to try, because we were all trying to figure out what path would we go, but to label that it turned on a certain road at a certain time, we just can't say that.
Is that it?
Before you back to page 16 of your report,
Yes.
at 11:16 a.m., where was Zach Adams' cell phone showing activity?
Good question,
At
Paige.
11:16 a.m.,
Yes, sir.
his phone utilized the tower located in Parsons, Tennessee, on Sector 2, which is south facing.
One moment. No.
And the state never drove these routes. And as Paige pointed out, Frizzell couldn't have known John Walker's methodology.
We talked about this earlier. On Zach Adams' cell phone, there was activity, we're fair to say around like 4:58 a.m.
Yes.
From that time, 4:58 a.m. through 8:19, was there any activity on his phone?
No.
Those are my questions.
It's back toward you,
Cross.
Right. But
Oh, they want to break before cross.
on exhibits 151 and 153. 153 appears to be the detail of Zachary Adams' cell phone activity, that's what it's labeled. And we had the witness handwrite in one SMS text message at 9:50 a.m. from an unknown, either to or from an unknown number.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As the witness was detailing all this cell phone activity, there appears to be multiple communications with an unknown number, whether it's text or phone call. I'm not sure that it matters, but would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So 153 is the activity of Mr. Adams' phone to and from known numbers.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So really the addition of that 950 text, was there something specific that you needed to
No,
point out?
I should better articulate that, but that's from known individuals that we were able to identify because
Well, again, that 950 text, was that a known person?
I don't think so. No,
Okay.
it's not.
All right, I'll let you ask the follow-up questions to any of that if you need to.
No, you're not.
Okay. Thank you, Frizzell. We're going to do this for about 10 minutes. I'm going to take a break if you need to. I'm going to discuss your testimony. If you need any further statements, turn and sit down.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I hope we get a mic volume adjustment for Judge Bradbury's mic here. So they're going to take a break, which we'll speed through it. We'll speed it up, see if we see the gallery. And then while they're on break, if they're still on break, we'll talk a little bit about what that was supposed to be. He's like, oh, geez, I got to come back. I wonder if Judge Bradbury's standing at the doorway with a revolver on his hip. Or it doesn't look like anything interesting. Oh, new judge. Just kidding. And maybe they're preparing for Doug's presentation.
She's going to tell you how to. You're actually we'll try. And it will show on every. It will show on the judge's screen. All right. Yeah, and I think once we do it this way, he can see it right here. Yes. Also. Yeah.
Oh, look at Boyano.
Where was the remote that you?
Boyano, the cable guy. All right, so now they're muting us and putting us up to the chandelier. They're icing us out of the court. Let's start, especially for anyone joining late, let's talk about this first witness. So the first witness we had on the stand here was Forrest Richardson. He is an auditor with the Tennessee Comptroller, background in accounting. And the purpose of the state calling him, it was a little bit twofold. On one hand, they wanted to present Jennifer Thompson billed a bunch of hours. She was doing her job. She wasn't ineffective in her representation. And we've heard Amy Weirich in her opening statements and through some of her questioning with the witnesses ram that home. But you worked so much. You put so much effort. You were going down and looking at the discovery at Jennifer Nichols' office over at the TBI. So they're illustrating that on one hand. And then it also seemed like they were trying to address why Jennifer Thompson wasn't compensated for certain portions of her work by saying, hey, she's the one that didn't file and claim those hours appropriately. Secondly, I think with Forrester, we had that one question cross-examination. So and I'm going to mute this just in case it does like that weird like TV signal thing. But I have it in my peripheral, so I'll see if they come back. I don't want that loud blare. But then we have that one question cross from Doug where he's like, do you see, and the line items are very detailed. The line items are extremely detailed for Jennifer Thompson. Like DB and I were talking about it. You could go through and it's like a great way to check out some of the timeline of things that were happening in the case. Because everything that Jennifer Thompson was billing for, she used a very descriptive line item about what she was doing, who she was speaking to, and what about, unless it was something she couldn't describe because of privilege. So that was that. So Doug gets up there knowing that and goes, did you see anything about a line item for work? Doing research on an ATM video? Nope, I don't recall anything like that, seeing anything like that in there. So after the state's making a huge play of how great this guy's audit was, how detailed it is, how detailed Jennifer's note-taking was, Doug gets up there and goes, yeah, and either because of her own ineffective assistance of counsel, because he's making two-prong arguments here, or because the state engaged in prosecutorial misconduct by burying critical exculpatory evidence, alibi evidence, 9 steps deep in the discovery file that they turned over. This was never looked at and never presented to a jury, which is it's a crux of this petition for post-conviction relief. Secondly, and this is actually a question I could have seen on cross, but I think it was a bigger mic drop moment to just ask that ATM one, but a good question from GWIG. We're talking about what's going on with Jennifer Thompson here. But what about all the other attorneys? How did Thompson's work compare to everything else? What about attorneys Stowe, which I think is supposed to be Scholl, because Matt Stowe was Attorney General. But Scholl, similar name, Matt Scholl, came on for Jason Autry after Long and Herbison had to step down because of some disciplinary action. And now Thompson's testimony stating she was overwhelmed. I don't know. It seems like I don't think the state can really address the other issues, though. I think the best they can do is just try to say, hey, look at all these hours. Clearly, just because someone works a lot must mean they're doing their job constitutionally well. So thank you for the commentary here. It required a bit more discussion here, so I didn't read it out loud as it was happening and wanted to make sure we worked that in as we discuss the first witness here. The second witness, who we just finished with direct, that's Michael Frizzell. So if you guys are not familiar with the background on this case, Michael Frizzell testified at the 2017 trial where Zachary Adams was convicted, and it's the subject matter of this post-conviction relief proceeding. So at trial, we have a much quicker presentation from Frizzell. This camera's going everywhere over here. Well, they've settled on the flagpole. So there we go. They found a place to rest the camera. So this guy gets on there, and I really do not think the state understands that this is not helping them. Two critical pieces here for me. We have, when we get to this discussion of the Birdsong Road, this bridge where they're supposed to shoot Holly in the back of the skull, but then Zach's still going to have to go drive all the way somewhere else to dispose of the body and then somehow get to Parsons by 11:12 in the morning. Like, I don't think they see why that's all problematic. And this Frizzell is actually giving information that would help support what Doug Bates has been arguing, that they're not going on these back roads following their trip to Birdsong. They actually jump on I-40. And at trial, we had two witnesses say, I saw, and granted, one of them was Zach's own grandfather and his coworker, but we think we saw the truck that the guys were driving in going down to Parsons on the highway. By that point in time, it would have been too late for Zach to be somewhere else disposing of a body, where the state told the jury he was disposing a body. Secondly, I think we have a huge problem here where you've got Matt Boiano's trying to round out the end of direct by saying, well, why did you disagree with the other expert witness's opinion? Now, Marshal John Walker was able to get into some of the stuff that he did during the course of his work for this case, but as far as being a quote-unquote cell phone expert, which is the wrong category of expertise to title him with, he was not able to get into expert testimony. He was disqualified through a voir dire. Interestingly, I think Marshal John Walker getting disqualified as an expert witness is kind of coming back to bite the state in the face. Because now you have this guy saying, hey, the issues I have with his analysis are just that the way he wrote up his report is he framed his analysis as if it was fact rather than opinion. Well, that's not really attacking the analysis. And we have two other major issues there. You've got the state never went and recreated these routes. They never tried to drive these routes on their own to see if this would all be possible with what also needs to match Jason Autry's testimony. If they did test those routes, they would be aware that they put someone on the stand who perjured themselves. So probably a good reason why they don't want to recreate those routes. Then another issue, at trial, Marshal John Walker had a U.S. attorney in the gallery who would advise him on things that he was not able to speak to. Technology that John Walker was using that was not available to TBI agents like Michael Frizzell. So for Michael Frizzell to take issue and say, well, I don't know if the methodology was accurate, he couldn't have gotten into that at the time. It's technology that wasn't available for Michael Frizzell's analysis. And again, the jury didn't get to hear that analysis from Marshal John Walker. So that kind of just emphasizes that there was stuff not wholly presented to the jury that could have changed the outcome of the trial. I'm waiting to see with Cross, though. We did have, and I think this, depending on how much longer their break is, I've been dropping links in the chat to things that I think are relevant. Let's quickly look at this timeline information. I have the hearing in the background, so I'll be able to hear them jump back into court. So I'm shocked that the state is either ignoring this stuff or dancing around what the timelines that Zach Adams' team has put together. Because they laid it out clear in that last map that they were trying to do with the stickers and the legend. I do feel like they were trying to imitate what Doug Bates has been doing with the magnet board. And also this map, this recreation here, where we see the trail on this right spoke of all of Holly's belongings being found at different parts of the road, matching where her phone was still pinging before the SIM card presumably was thrown out the window. But we've got this, which brings in outside of just looking at the cell phone information. So you have all these guys, all their independent cell phone records, but then you also have Facebook records, internet records, phone calls, activity at Joe's video, like a 911 call later in the afternoon. So let's see. So stuff that supports Zach Adams' alibi on April 13th, 2011. So first, they've got Shane Austin contacting Zach Adams early in the morning regarding plans to purchase Xanax from local drug dealer Lucy Gay White. They get this information from Shane Austin's cell records and Zach Adams' cell records, and Lucy Gay White is being contacted during this time period. So that would lead a reasonable person to conclude that this was truthful. If this is what Shane and or Zach said they were doing, there's 3 points of corroboration there. We've got Zach Adams next, saying he needs access to brother Dylan's truck since Zach's grandfather had taken away Zach's vehicle. Now, this is related to the April 4th Natchez Trace Park, the park ranger, the car getting impounded by the Henderson County Sheriff's Office. And this is supported by the trial testimony of grandfather Dick Adams, and then confirmed by the trial testimony of Billy Bell, who was a coworker to Dick Adams, who was holding Zach Adams' truck in Mr. Bell's mother's storage building at the time. Now, this is important because there's a whole bunch of issues with the truck testimony at trial with Victor Dinsmore and Jason Autry, but it also is helpful when it comes down to this ATM video where we're looking at a Chevy Silverado driving backwards through the ATM. So the guys all need to get to Dylan's truck to take their trip to Parsons. And remember, I think the court's making noise. Let's see. All right, they're showing faces on the screen. So maybe we'll go deep dive into that during the lunch break. And I do have the volume up, but thank you, Max. Good reminder. Always appreciate a reminder like that, just in case. Oh yeah, is one of the unknown people Gay White? That's crazy if they didn't look into that. Good call there, DB. Probably. But yeah, so they're going to have, within this timeline, from the time of the abduction to getting over to where they're supposedly supposed to shoot Holly in the back of the skull, then they part ways because Zach has to dump the body and Jason needs to go to lunch. They've got to get over to Dylan's truck. And Zach also needs to drop a truck off at Victor Dinsmore's and put it in the pole barn and move rims to make sure there's room to park it in the pole barn. All of this needs to happen in you can't get to these places. You can't drive the route to get to these places, even if you just pull up to the front of the house and immediately keep driving and don't stop to talk to anybody, don't stop to move any rims, don't stop to swap cars, whatever the case may be. And the state's just presenting cell phone information saying, hey, these phones might be co-located. If we just look at where this tower that happens, the sector that happens to cover Zach Adams' house, where you would expect his phone to be if he's at home. And they're ignoring things like his Facebook records, where he's using his grandmother's PC to make Facebook posts. His grandparents live right next door to where Zach Adams' house is. It's 2 property lots right next to each other. There's so much. There's just so much, you guys. I know maybe I can keep the court on screen and upload the timeline as a picture. That way you guys, we could do both while we're silent, but it looks like they're going to get started pretty quickly. since everyone's filing in. All right, let's see. All right, so the next event would have been the 3 defendants are getting $5 of gas at a Shell station. So this is going to be on Highway 641 in Holiday, Tennessee. So remember, they'd be at Holiday, Tennessee, and somehow needing to get to Parsons. But the state and that's barely possible on the timeline, because presumably they fill up on gas and go straight to Parsons with that little bit of gas, where they'll eventually get gas where it's cheaper once they're there. Makes sense that they're going straight there. But the state needs all these other errands run in between that time. This is supported by CB&S bank records for Shane Austin, and also a $22 point of sale charge at the Shell service station, which I believe they might be calling the truck stop. I'm not sure, because that's at 10:45 a.m. time frame. Then you have at 10:20 to 10:45, you have Zach Adams. He says, and he told law enforcement, I even saw like TBI agents racing all over the place. So this is when everybody was on lookout for Holly Bobo. The search had begun. Yeah, and they verified this, even if you need some verification to know that law enforcement was all over looking for Holly Bobo at this time. For the sake of it, they pulled personnel arrival and departure logs. Then they've got, and this is the critical piece, 11:05 to 12 p.m. They're in Parsons. Defendants are using the Community South Bank ATM in Parsons. Shane Austin withdraws 120. This is supported by CB&S bank records for Shane Austin that shows the $120 ATM withdrawal. This would also be a critical point in time for that ATM video footage. 7 defendants are getting additional gas at Delta/Shell station in Parsons. And there is a point in time we saw during, I think, the May post-conviction hearings when Dylan Adams took the stand. He's on surveillance video inside a store at this point in time, making a quick purchase at the counter, like a convenience store. He's buying like a drink or candy or something. I don't know what he was buying, but he identifies himself. That's me. So that's important because it's not just cell records and maybe their phone devices were there, but we have images of the people who claim to be in this vehicle driving backwards through the ATM in that vicinity on camera. You can tell it's them. So no excuse, hey, their cell phones were there, but we don't really know if they themselves were physically there. There was this other detail where Zach Adams tried to tell law enforcement, I even saw a deputy from the sheriff's department, Tony Weber. Knows him well because he's had a run-in for other arrests with Tony Weber. He stays in the car because he doesn't like Deputy Weber. Deputy Weber said he doesn't remember being there on this day, but they pulled his charge records and Weber purchased gas at that gas station where they claim to be at and claim to have seen Tony Weber. But Amy Weirich, Judge Jennifer Nichols, now Judge Jennifer Nichols, would tell you that this was all just made up and that the boys were lying in their statements to law enforcement. Then you've got Shane Austin purchasing Xanax from Gay White, who, again, great point, DB. I think that's an unidentified, maybe one of those unknown numbers. That's around 11:30 to 12:25 p.m. And they don't have sound on for this part, guys. But it looks like he might be speaking. So just in case they jump back in, I'll cut the timeline there. If you guys want to dive into that document, it's on pages 12 through 14, where you can see that full table. Also, Ike, thank you for the 10, says, this trial has too much for me to catch up with so late, so I'm going to catch the next cat train. See y'all on the next big trial. Be safe, everyone. God bless you. Well, thank you for trying. It is a ton to digest, and it was really good to see you pop in yesterday when you popped in. It's been a while since I've seen you, so take care. I totally understand. It is a deep rabbit hole, and looking forward to whatever the next major trial will be, and hopefully the state doesn't try to retry this hot mess of a case. Like, oh man. Although I'd love to see, different counsel represent Zach at trial. Thank you again, Ike. And Sheriff Chuck dropping another 5. So if you just turned green, make sure you're saying thank you to Sheriff Chuck. There is a new member emoji, and there's only one. So if you're a member at all, you will have the Doug Bates icon. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. Thank you again, Sheriff Chuck, gifting like 3 bazillion gifts at this point. And I don't know why they still have no sound, guys. I'll try Law and Crime, but they're pulling from the same camera pool, so. All right, so Law and Crime has no sound either. Should I read some Law and Crime comments? Oh. All right. So over on Law and Crime, they're saying you can put the eyeglasses on, but you still can't hide those evil eyes. He did it. Another person says eyes are the windows for sure. Another person says, oh my God, he looks scary. Someone else says, I'd hire him to play a villain in a Hallmark movie. He could convincingly steal Christmas. Yeah, very logical, evidence-based thinking over there in the Law and Crime chat. What else did they got? All right, they're talking about food. The rest of the chat's talking about food. Someone else says, imagine lighting a match in a dark alley and he's there. Yikes. Yes, that is what they're going with, Sheriff Chuck. Law and Crime chat's going with the, well, he looks guilty. G. Wig says, didn't Matthew Stowe, County DA, receive Tennessee Supreme Court disciplinary action in 2017 for harassing a witness in the Bobo case? He was fined, moved to Ohio, and is now a defense attorney. Thanks. So I do think he is now a defense attorney over in Ohio. Sorry, when I read your chat earlier, I was thinking you were looking in terms of billable hours that the defense attorneys for an indigent client were billing for, whereas Matt Stowe wouldn't be in that position as far as billing for a client's hours when they're appointed for indigency, just because he wasn't on the defense side in that case. He was, stateside. But I do believe something like that happened, although I don't know the details. So I don't know the specific case as far as the witness. The witness. Although DB might be on it. This case has a way of creating defense attorneys. And if you didn't know the backing context, you guys, I think we were talking about it in the chat earlier. The judge currently presiding over this proceeding, Judge Brent Bradbury, has done public defender work, right? So this isn't just a prosecutor that became a judge like Judge Jennifer Nichols. This is someone who did criminal defense work and represented people that were indigent. So and then good to see you, Autodoc. I have not covered Judge Boyd, but I've watched some of Judge Boyd's stuff with Dolly Talk, with Nick Starro. And also, oh my God, there's another channel, I can't think of the name, but it has like something garden themed in the name, but they're really just watching trials and courts. But their name, and they're a bigger channel too, I can't think of their name. But they have like clips, Judge Simpson a lot, and sometimes Judge Boyd. So I watch Judge Boyd stuff, but have not done anything over here on this channel. Okay, and then still was for a different case. All right, so hopefully they turn the mics on in court. Come on. Chandelier light is still out. Recovery Addict also does Judge Boyd. And Law Talk with Mike. You know, I haven't watched Law Talk with Mike in a while. I gotta get him back in my algorithm. Come on, I want to hear Doug. He's probably saying this is delicious. Come on, Court TV. I'm gonna be sad. I think we're on cross, but it's not letting us hear it. And there's no closed captions. That's it, Gigi, old squishy gardener. That is it. Thank you. Yeah, and Law and Crime's like 10 seconds ahead because they don't have closed captions. The sound just came on over there. So they are going to get the mics on. We'll just wait for the time to play out so we can keep closed captions. Here we go. It's quiet. All right. Before we do that, I'm going to refresh. I had it on boost level 8. I'm going to put it on boost level 10 because I think we're going to need it. And that's as high as the boost will go. Seems like we're going to miss like 3 or 4 questions. Yes, Dolly, please call the court. All right, maybe Court TV doesn't get the sound on. Let's try Law and Crime chat.
Forensic.
So unfortunately, we will not have closed captions until we're able to switch back over.
In 2011, were you working in the technical services unit?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what all capabilities does the technical service unit have in TBI?
Thank you, Mary, for becoming a member.
It involved our digital forensic examination group. It involved our, excuse me, Internet Crimes Against Children group, which is that's what I was a part of. So I investigated child sexual abuse cases.
And the digital forensic unit, what is the capabilities?
Computer forensics, phone forensics, things like that.
Surveillance videos?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Have you ever been asked to analyze surveillance videos in the case, in the Holly Bobo case?
I have not, no.
Are you aware of anybody?
No, sir, I don't think so.
You aware of any request to try to determine a more fine-tuned, clarified version of any surveillance videos in this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no. They may have, but I don't know.
How soon before you came into the Holly Bobo case?
Well, it was that day.
Okay. And when did you meet John Walker?
You know, I really don't remember. I know we met in July, but I don't remember specifically meeting him before then.
What was your understanding of his involvement?
I didn't have any understanding.
Okay. So when you met him, describe that then.
So I remember we were in Decaturville because an FBI person had arranged with AT&T to do a drive test, is what we call it. And so I was under the assumption that it was just going to be us three. Mr. Walker showed up along with several other people. And then that day we had a discussion about, okay, what are we going to do? And Mr. Walker rode with AT&T engineer that particular day and conducted what I'm going to call a partial drive test. And we waited for the results.
Any other involvement with Marshall Walker?
Yes, I was directed to interview him along with Special Agent Martin Lewis in October, I think it was October of 2014.
Martin or Mark Lewis?
Did you have any part in reporting him to federal agencies?
No, I did not. My superiors did.
Prior to some point, the work was trying to track Holly's phone, correct?
Well, we're trying to determine where it could have been, which we just can't do.
Okay. But that was the point.
Yes.
And we're going to go through things. Let me ask this. Have you had a chance to review Jonathan Reeves' trial testimony in 2017?
That's the defense cell phone expert.
Any issues with the accuracy of his report?
I don't
Cell
think so.
location.
All right. At some point, the cell data, the raw data, was provided in discovery, correct?
You talking about the call detail records?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
And the call detail logs had essentially this information, just in a slightly more technical format.
Yes.
You could tell the date, the phone call, and the cell tower for each activity.
That's correct.
How soon in discovery was this generated and provided to defense counsel, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
You have no memory of it being withheld.
No.
And your report was August 31st, 2017,
Yes.
about 10 days before trial. Who
Dang.
told you, why was it released right before trial?
I don't know.
When was this report generated by you?
That's crazy.
Well, probably some draft versions before that date, but that date.
When did
He
the
doesn't wanna
drafting
say.
begin?
For that report, I don't remember, sir.
Okay. Measured in months?
This is why this is so disingenuous. You have a report that you start drafting before you're confronted with all this other information. And then you publish a version right before trial, which would make it seem like it's the most up to date. And then that's what Jonathan Reeves is able to rely on at trial. Because remember, when Jonathan Reeves takes a stand, he's just giving his own analysis based on the report submitted by Michael Frizzell. So it's not like Jonathan Reeves can then at trial put in additional context that could have been gleaned between whenever he first started drafting his report and what he ultimately publishes a week and days before the trial.
Maybe.
Wait, do you guys have
Did
sound
you
on the video?
communicate with defense counsel or any agent of defense counsel prior to releasing this report?
Yes. Yes, I met with Ms. Thompson and a group of people that were with her at TBI headquarters.
Okay. Anybody else?
ADA Steve Ragland was present.
Okay. Anybody else?
I don't remember anybody else.
Do you remember in the fall of 2016, the locates data being requested by Mr. Scholl?
This is the data that
Mr.
only goes to
Shaw.
Autry.
Representative Jason Autry.
No, I don't.
Okay. When you generated your report, did you come up with the parameters of it, or was it in consultation with the district attorney's office?
Talking about the time frame of that morning,
Yes, sir.
I think we determined, start at a particular time for the day and stop at a particular time of the day.
Okay. Did you determine that, or was it exclusively, or was it in consultation with the district attorney's office?
Probably in consultation with the DA.
Same thing in terms of what is reflected on these exhibit slides. Did you have exclusive discretion, or was it in consultation with the district attorney's office?
Uh-oh.
No, I don't remember. So I think you're asking me, did we add things or exclude things?
With the state.
I'm asking you, when you prepared these exhibits, did the DA's office tell you or consult with you as to what it needs to reflect?
Uh-oh.
No, I mean, it's data, it's what it is. Phone calls connected to a tower on a particular sector at a particular time.
Okay.
What about the legend?
Was it important to you for what was at trial exhibit 208 to present a complete and accurate description to the jury?
Yes.
Any
it
reason
complete?
why you would not fully describe to the jury the information the cell data reflects?
No.
Okay.
Ask about Shiloh Road. The
If
Shiloh
we
Road
can-
Tower.
Your Honor, the state's version is in color. Would it be possible for them to pull up their version?
151?
Yes, sir.
Report. Mr. Boyano, you're all right doing this. Thank you. Page you're going to?
I think that's where Doug's going. Obnoxious.
Go to page 8.
And by the way, Obnoxious pointed this out over an hour ago. Why it's so significant that this report leaves out the eastern-facing
Okay.
sector of the Shiloh Road Tower.
You agree that prior to 8 a.m., that Miss Bobo's cell phone was drawing from various towers that have historically been used for her home tower, for her, what is her home tower?
What do you mean her home tower?
The tower that her cell phone has coverage.
She uses multiple towers.
Okay.
Yes.
The point is, prior to moving north, I believe at 8:17, there's no indication that her cell phone was moving.
No, I can't say that because generally uses those towers there, yes. So can I step down again?
Sure.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So yes, so uses this tower here, Chesterfield, the one in Parsons, the one in Decaturville. For some reason, this one way down here in Scottsdale, that's not normal.
Okay. You read Mr. Reeves' report that said from 5:04 to 11 a.m., there was activity on Holly Bobo's device on a variety of cells located in the Darden and Parsons area. Based on historic records, these are cells that typically provide service in and around the Bobo residence.
I would agree with that, yes.
All right. So prior to 8:11 a.m., no indication of movement of Miss Bobo's cell phone.
That's right.
All right. The Shiloh Road Tower, can you point to it? And to be clear, it has 360 coverage.
Yes, it does.
And so I believe I refer to it as 10961, 10962.
That's right.
All right.
You know, on this one, that's depicting the 2 sector.
Correct. And if you're close to these 2 towers, you can draw off either one, correct?
Be more specific,
If,
which
if,
tower?
if a cell phone is close to the intersection between different sections of a tower, they can draw off either one.
So you're, make sure I understand.
Yep.
So if you're close along this line here, so you could be sector 1 or sector 2?
Correct.
Maybe, yes, maybe.
And you may have a seat. If the witness can be passed Exhibit 154, the diagram.
Your Honor, may I approach? He's gonna bring an easel.
I'm going to put it on the board for us.
Doug with the easel. All right, guys, we're going to, Court TV has, while they set this up, we're going to switch back to Court TV because they have closed captions.
The 9
Get back to right where they set up the easel, boost it. Did they jump ahead? Court TV was behind a few minutes ago, but I want us to have closed captions for anyone that needs
And
them.
you know how many feet, yards, or meters that area is located, is projecting from this tower?
No.
So you can't say on the map where along this potential route this cell phone's taking to track it, and I'm going to turn them upside down.
There you go.
817 and 826.
Well, we have a partial idea because of the AT&T drive.
All right, we'll get to those pings.
Okay. No, it's not the ping, it's the drive they did.
The driver, that John Walker participated in.
Yes.
Anything that John Walker does is partial, guys. P
Fair
for
to
partial.
say, the going belief was the 817 was south and the 826 was north.
No, both of them were south.
I'm saying direction of travel. 817 was further south than the 826. 826 was north than the 817.
I can't say that because I don't know the sector coverage, how far south it goes. I don't know.
Exactly.
We know at 811 where the home is, that's south.
Yes.
Now, the next activity from the cell phone activity, not the ping, the cell phone activity, is what time?
906.
And what tower is that?
This truck stop tower on sector
I've got you a sticker, sir.
Sector 3.
Place it. Okay. Now, your page
This-
8
This is on the right spoke of
Of your
that
exhibit
pathway
trial.
that we looked at.
ended at 906, correct?
On page 8, yes.
Why did it end at 906?
Oh,
No more phone activity on the tower.
Okay. The 906 is at the last phone activity
nope.
that somebody's calling Miss Bobo's phone.
Oh,
me
maybe the
look.
last call.
I
There's
think
a
that's
9.
correct, yes, sir.
There's a
Okay.
910 reading.
You would agree with me that if you start at Swan Johnson Road at the bottom left of this map, Exhibit 154, if it hits 817 and 826 along the Shiloh Tower, direction of travel is south to north.
I can agree with that, yes.
You agree on the ground there was no evidence found traveling northbound from the Swan Johnson Road to the Shiloh Road Tower.
I don't think there was, no, sir.
Then you can agree with me, the direction of travel seemed eastbound to get to the 906.
Yes.
All right, now, what's the difference between the ping and the cell phone activity?
Okay.
Oh.
So the cell phone activity is
Can
when-
he tell us?
Use my phone again, as an example. I press send, it registers with the network. It's going to register with a tower and a sector where I'm receiving strong enough signal to communicate. That's the call detail record. A ping is when we're asking the network, can you reach out and find that phone and give us a location for it? And this one, and these pings are only tower-based. I want to make clear they're not satellite-based.
And page 9 of your today's Exhibit 151, you have 3 pings
reflected, correct?
Yes, sir.
And why did you put these pings on this document to show the jury?
Because it's part of the record. We're trying to find her phone.
It's important, isn't it?
It is important.
All right, I'm gonna hand you the first yellow number 1 to put where the ping is.
Well, you talking about the latitude and longitude they gave us for it? Or-
Yes, sir.
Or where the tower?
You have a general area reflected on page 9, and you can look behind you to see.
So that first one's gonna be, I'll use 1 to be the marker, and this is a guess. Right along in here.
And that area one could come all the way down to the interstate, correct?
Yes.
Why don't you put it by the interstate?
And that's not where the ping location was.
It says, but the location could be by the interstate, right? I'll give you a separate one.
Well, the location of what?
I'll give you 1A. And can you put within the area of the first ping close to the interstate?
He
Within the
wants to
coverage
keep
of
this
the
on
first
back
ping.
roads.
I can.
And it's consistent with the data, correct?
What? Let me see if I understand. You said to put it for the location of.
Just by the interstate in the same circle as the first ping.
I can do that for you. So, it's gonna be right along here.
Second ping. First, reflect where it is on your Exhibit 9.
It's not exhibit 9, it's page
I
9 of
apologize.
exhibit 151.
Judge Brad, Exhibit Barry.
And is where you've marked 2, is that close to the interstate?
Yes.
Now you have ping 3. And I'd like for you to put ping 3 where at first it's on page 9 of your exhibit today, 151.
And remember, this isn't an independent analyst. This
Now,
is someone
if we look
employed by
at
the
what you've
TBI.
done, it appears the cell phone is traveling due east, correct?
Agreed.
All right.
Oh, now he's ready to
Now,
agree.
with 3A, I'm going to give you 3A. Can you place 3A within the coverage tower as close to Highway, I believe 641 as you can?
Say that one more time for me, sir.
Place ping 3 as close to 641 within the coverage area. All right, now you can have a seat, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, if you're a jury and you're looking at that, whether the travel goes east or south depends on whether there's a fourth ping, right?
It can help, yes, sir.
What do you mean it can help?
Well, so there is a fourth ping,
Why is it not on the exhibit?
because we covered that in a different exhibit.
But which is the one that
Again,
you,
for the record, now, a different page of the exhibit. We're talking about one collective exhibit, correct, with multiple pages?
Okay, well, we're starting at page 9.
I'll let him ask his questions and let's clarify these different pages. We're all still in exhibit 151, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right.
it's almost like they
Here's
don't want
for the fourth
that,
ping on page 10.
they don't want that last
Is it
ping
on
that's
page
really
10?
close to
Yes,
Britt's
sir.
house.
That's my question.
No,
Page 11,
no,
12,
no,
13,
no,
14,
no,
15,
Go, Doug.
16,
no,
Suck it, Amy.
17.
yes,
17 is the 925,
that's correct.
unrelated to the first 3 pings. Right?
So it's on a separate page by itself, yes, sir.
Who told you to put that there?
Nobody.
All right,
Nobody.
I'll give you number 4. Put the 4th ping where the 4th ping is.
Oh,
Mr. Boyano, flip to page 17, please, so the court can see it.
did he tell Boyano to flip to page 17?
And with a 4A, can you show the closest to 3A within the coverage area of 4? This 4th ping is. Now, Mr. Frizzell, you can have a seat.
Look at this. Why is
Do
it just
you
sitting
agree
there?
with me that these 4 pings taken together show the route of the pings in a clockwise direction starting northwest, east, then south?
So I agree that it indicates that we know the phone went north, east, and then south.
Any idea why you put the 4th ping 19 minutes away on a completely different slide?
There is no reason.
Exactly.
Who told you to not have the 4 pings shown together?
I don't think anybody told me that.
You don't think?
You would agree the cell activity and the pings, you would agree with me, show from Swan Johnson Road, traveling north, east, south.
Northeast and south, yes, sir.
Now, there was a period of time where there was no activity of movement that morning, correct?
There's a period of time where there's no activity on the network.
And where is that?
So the last one for that morning was 8:26 for the Shiloh Tower in that sector 2 that we were pointing at earlier. And then there's no activity, no outbound or inbound communication to her phone until 9:06.
And with this peak post-it note, sir, can you place it on the map where that is?
Where no activity?
The no activity.
Well, I can place this up there, but we just don't know where that happened.
Okay. Is it between the 826 ping? Do you have any data to suggest it's south of the interstate?
We don't have any of that.
All right. Why don't you place in this blue sticker where the body was found?
I think it's right on here. It's already indicated over here, sir,
Okay.
with a little outline, but I'll put it right up above.
And is that in the same area where no activity was for 30 minutes?
Well, let me phrase it this way. So we know, can we go back to, was it page 8?
Sir, before you explain, can you say yes or no, whether it's in the same area?
You can answer the question with an answer. It doesn't have to be Mr. Bates' answer.
Okay.
Go to page 8, please.
Whoops, took you the wrong page. Page 9, sorry. So, at 8:26, we know that Shiloh Tower Sector 2 was used. Then from 8:26 to 9:06, we know there was no activity. At 8:57, we know when there's a ping here. And then at 9:02, we know there's this ping off the truck stop tower. This first ping, probably Sector 1 from the Shiloh Tower. So, no activity. I can't tell you where it was. So all I can tell you, sir, is from 8:26 to 9:06, there was no network activity except for these 2 pings right here.
And where you were pointing was where the body was found.
In this overlap section, yes.
Now,
Let's get into that. How's that possible?
from Swan Johnson Road
Have a seat,
up to where the
crazy.
body was found, there was no physical evidence thrown out or found whatsoever.
I'm not aware of anybody finding any evidence up that way, except for Gooch Road.
Evidence between pings 3 and 4, there was evidence, between 2, 3, and 4, there was evidence found, correct?
Yes.
And at the last ping, there was multiple parts of evidence thrown out. Correct?
The last one, number 4?
Yes, in that area.
Well, I know her phone was found down there and then her SIM card sometime later.
In her lunchbox.
The lunchbox was not inside ping 4.
What was?
Her house, in the phone, her phone,
What evidence was by Gooch Road, if you know?
the lunchbox.
Okay.
I remember the
You would
lunchbox
then
was like on a tree
surmise-
branch.
Well, I'll tell you what. You're looking at what we've just created together. Do you remember looking at John Walker's map?
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Do you recognize we've recreated it today together? With one exception, he had 817 south of 826.
Can we look at it? Can we look at it?
The witness can be passed Exhibit 4,
Please.
please. See if you can project it. Exhibit 5, I apologize.
Oh, I'm dropping things. Doug traps are crazy.
So ask me your question again, please, sir.
You agree, John Walker's map shows a general clockwise direction of travel beginning on Swan Johnson Road.
Yes, this map does, yes.
Identifies the area we've identified of no activity and where remains were found.
Her remains were found in that area, yes.
Continues a direction of travel with the cell phone east, then south.
Yes.
Now, have you traveled between cell towers in this area to see them?
Yes, I have.
How far do you think it took you to get from the Birdsong Tower to the truck stop tower?
Going down I-40,
Yeah.
6 minutes.
If you can refer, the witness can be passed Exhibit 153.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Now, this is,
Excuse me, Mr. Bates, would there be any other, you might use it,
I might use it.
but let's move it. Sure. It's strategically blocking witnessing.
Apologize.
Let's move it over, maybe right in front of the podium,
Oh, what was your
right behind the podium. It's fine.
And you would agree this is a summary, Exhibit 153 of Zach Adams' activity that morning?
Yes.
All right. Now, at 8:19, Zach's cell phone receives his first activity from, I believe the last one was 4 a.m. in that ballpark, correct?
4:58, I think.
And let's at 4:58, what was the activity like prior to that?
I don't remember, sir.
You don't remember whether there was multiple communications with Rebecca Earp between midnight and 4 a.m.?
I don't.
You weren't asked to look at that.
You,
That's important because Rebecca Earp changed her story multiple times, and what she's able to say at trial was that she stayed with Zach this night, that Zach was gone until the early hours. When he came back, kissed her on the forehead and said, "Babe, I'm gonna go scrap some metal." Meanwhile, that wasn't her initial story. It took her months before she started telling that story, and only after pressure from former TBI agent Valerie Trout, where she was threatening Rebecca Earp that her child protective services could take her unborn baby when the baby's born if she doesn't cooperate. And Rebecca's cell phone activity put her at her mother's house this night. But yet at trial, she's able to say she stayed with Zach Adams, was at Zach Adams' house. Seems a bit inconsistent if they're texting each other during these hours, but what do I know?
Remember testifying at trial about this?
No, I don't.
Oh, I hear a binder flicking. I hear pages shuffling. The Doug Bates binder ASMR.
You remember being asked, page 1719, question 819, so this is the first time that morning that this phone is utilized. Answer, after the time you just established, there was some around midnight, hour later, some around almost to 5 a.m.
Okay.
I believe if I remember right, 4:54 and 4:58.
Yes.
And you remember who it was with?
No, I can look.
If you have it in front of you, please.
Oh, binder clipping.
So at 4:54, there was an outgoing SM or text message to, I don't know whose number that is. And then at 4:58, there's an outgoing call to 731-614, Brandon Williams. Oh,
Okay. You remember are the midnight and earlier ones on your records?
no, sir, they're not.
Okay. The first record you have, well, let me ask this, the 4 o'clock records, what sector was it on?
No, just have a look. Sector 2, what we're calling the truck stop tower today.
And I call it 31522.
Yes, that's right.
All right. From 4 till 8:19, there's an incoming text message, and Zach is on what tower?
Same, 31522.
His home tower.
Yes,
And we know Holly's phone during that time, between 8:17 and 8:26, is at the Shiloh Tower.
it's using the Shiloh tower. We know that her phone used that tower, what were the times, 8:17 and 8:26?
And we know from the pings, which we've labeled 1 and 2, Holly's phone is west of Highway 641.
That's right,
Zach's phone is on his home tower,
that's right,
east of 641.
that's right.
That's
Just
right.
like it
That's
was
right.
at midnight, 4 a.m., 8:19, 8:35, 8:37, 8:38,
correct?
Correct.
And I believe the Sector 3 and Sector 2 of this home tower would use both at times.
I think it's possible they could do that. The networks are designed to try to prevent that flip-flopping going back and forth.
What?
The only answer you have is Zach wasn't with his cell phone. He can't be in two places at once, can he?
What do you mean?
He can't be on the
Exactly
home tower and on Shiloh Tower.
No, we know his phone didn't use the Shiloh Tower during this 8/19 to 8/38 timeframe. He used the 31522.
Is that why you left out the eastern-facing sector of the Shiloh Tower? Is that why you left out the eastern-facing sector of the Shiloh Road Tower?
Did you travel to the Birdsong Tower and see how close these sectors 39077, 39079, and 39078?
I've been to that tower, yes, sir.
Okay? We can go to page 13 of exhibit 151. And if I'm correct, using your call log from 153, same data we've looked at with Mr. Reeves, between 10, on page 2 of page 153, Mr. Adams is,
I'm sorry, page 2 of 153.
I apologize, page 2 of 153.
Oh, exhibit 153.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
And you would agree that in the top third, for 1032, Zach is on sector 7, and then 3 minutes later, he's on sector 9.
What page are we on? I'm a little confused.
Page 2.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And you could just turn behind you for
Yes, sir.
reference. It's page 13.
Okay. May I stand?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I noticed when you were explaining the 3-minute difference, you did a loop like a U. Any reason why you did that to show his direction of travel?
No.
Because what's the quickest way to get from tower 39077 and
I-40.
39079?
I-40.
Straight path up and back over up to the exit on I-40.
And if you're traveling from the Birdsong Tower to the truck stop tower, where Zach's home is just a little bit south of,
Yes?
the most direct route is the interstate.
Yes.
And how many minutes does it take? Do you know?
Well, we're talking about exit 133, exit 126. We're talking 7 miles, 70, 75 miles an hour, so what's that come up to? 6 minutes?
You keep saying 6, but yeah.
So from 1032, he's on sector 7. Can you point to sector 7, sir?
You mean 942?
No, sir, 1032. Birdsong Tower, sector 7.
Right here.
Now, per your diagram, per the state's exhibit 153, he's at Truck Stop Tower, sector 2, which is his home tower, correct?
Truck stop sector 2, yes.
And what time is he on truck stop tower sector 2?
So 8:19, 8:30, 8:35.
Sir, after 10:32,
After 10:32,
page 2.
10:38,
And if you take 10:38, subtract 10:32, how many minutes do you get?
6 minutes.
You may have a seat. Can you look at the same phone calls that Mr. Adams is making between 10:03 and 10:35? Do you see these?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody you had meetings about this with the state, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody say this? I have a question. If a heinous crime is taking place during this time frame, why is Zach calling granddaddy? Why is he calling his girlfriend? Did anybody say that?
I don't remember.
Nothing further for this witness.
Woo! Let's watch
Do
redirect.
we know when Holly Bobo was killed?
No.
Do we know
Are-
when she was separated?
Why would you ask that? Look at Doug's face. Are you seriously asking and saying that we still don't know when Holly Bobo was killed? After Jason Autry, you bolstered Jason Autry? Are we serious?
Mr. Frizzell, do we know when Holly Bobo was killed?
No.
Do we know when she was separated from her phone?
No.
Do we know when her body was dumped?
No.
What? Why are you asking
With
that?
Johnny Walker's map, did you have a problem with the map or his opinion?
I have a problem with the map, sir.
Okay, tell me what's wrong with the map.
So, using the AT&T drive data, not every road was driven out there. So
Oh.
in my training, you have to drive every single road to get a full and complete picture of where all the cell towers coverage is. Second problem I have with this map is he mentions in his report that it travels up Prospect Road. So TJ Evans Road comes up the top of the hill, Prospect Missionary Church is there, continues north on Prospect Road until it hits County Corner Road. Well, if you look at the drive that AT&T did, they didn't drive from Prospect Church up Prospect Road all the way up to County Corner Road. So we don't know. We don't know what the covers look like along that road. Second thing is, there's a lot of roads that just weren't driven. And the third thing is, again, this is something we were all wanting to try to do, to try to figure things out, to look for evidence, and it's just, as investigators, that's what we're trying to do, so I don't fault him for that. But there's no empirical data to go with this. So if there's signal strength or anything like that that was collected during that drive, I've never seen it. And so we just don't know what it looks like. So it's an incomplete picture.
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
You may. Witness is being shown in Exhibit 154.
Mr. Frizzell, Mr. Bates asked you to place markers regarding the pings. Can anyone give an opinion as to where the phone was within that area?
No, sir. As I've said many times before, and I believe I said it in trial, and I'll say it here again today, we don't know where Holly's phone was. I can't pinpoint anybody's phone. Not Mr. Adams, not Mr. Autry, not Mr. Austin's. I can't tell you where they were. All I can tell you is he used the tower and he used the sector, and this is the direction this sector covers.
I get the impression this judge is very thoughtful, serenity. So I wish
Brief votes.
that was
Let's
it.
bring 150, let's bring that, that's actually an exhibit, Mr. Boyano, if we bring that back to court order.
Well, Ms. You said you could not pinpoint Mr. Adams' location. And so when he's on the southbound tower of Parsons at 11:16 a.m., it's a big area, right?
Yes.
You don't know if he's driving around or what he's doing.
No, sir, I don't.
It's not like surveillance video, it's time-stamped, is it?
No, it's not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Oh. It's not like video. This is very McDonald's Brian Steele.
Sir?
Yes. Yes, sir, and I'm dismissed. Yes, sir, thank you.
We're right at the noon hour.
Yes, sir.
These two go together.
Take a break or we can move on.
This one.
The state would request we move on.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, next witness.
State calls Mitchell Hayes.
Real quick, I have this is not marked. Was this an exhibit?
Maybe a copy of one of the exhibits, it's exhibit 150.
You can have.
That's 151, I think. That's just a copy.
I don't have a copy, so I need it.
All right. Let's also
Yeah, we got the original.
make sure that that is a complete copy.
Yeah, by the way,
If you're going to do that,
U.S. Marshal John Walker drove these routes over the course of like 3 months
Complete color copy.
to recreate them.
Yes, sir.
Trial and error.
And what number is that, just so we all have our, thank you.
All right, boat guy. Of course, is this going to be their last witness?
that witness was again?
Mitchell Hayes.
Is this going to be their last witness as a mic drop? Do you guys think this is the last witness they're going to call? Who we've never heard from before. Which I would argue again is helpful for new evidence not presented at trial. And I say that because either he's new and not credible, or he's spoken to somebody before and it wasn't disclosed to the defense. Wait, boat guy knows Frizzell? Oh, Lord.
I do. Have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon.
He looks like
Could
Jason
you please
Autry.
tell the judge your name and spell your first and last names for the court reporter?
Mitchell Hayes, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L, Hayes, H-A-Y-E-S,
Where do you live, Mr. Hayes?
Lexington, Tennessee.
What do you do for a living?
I weld for several different utility departments. I'm an independent welder.
How long have you been in that line of work?
Oh, forever. That's what my daddy was doing. I graduated high school doing it, so,
All right, so your father did it, now you're doing it?
yes.
Do you travel around doing it?
Yes.
What area?
I work from Madisonville, which is foot of the Smoky Mountains, down to Memphis, Mississippi, and Alabama, Little and Kentucky.
We'll take you back to April 13th, 2011.
Yes,
You remember that day?
yes,
Was it a Wednesday?
yes,
Do you have children?
yes.
How many?
3.
What are their ages now?
The boy's 29, the twins are 26.
Back in 2011, did they attend school?
Yes.
And at the time, were you living with their mother?
No.
What was the situation?
We were divorced. I lived the kids stayed with me mostly because I live next door to my mom and dad, and it was real easy if we needed a babysitter for them to walk over across the yard.
Shout out to Sheriff Chuck for the
Yeah.
10 gifted.
How long had that been the arrangement with your ex-wife and your children and living, and you having primary custody?
Somewhere, best of my recollection, 12 to 18 months at the time I'd been divorced.
Okay. Did you have a routine on Wednesdays?
Well, if I was off, I'd take the kids to school and I'd either go fishing or hunting, whichever was open.
All right. Where did you like to fish?
When I crappie fished, I went to the tie yard a whole lot down around the interstate.
All right. And for those of us that may not know what the tie yards are by the interstate, what are you talking about?
It's the body of water when you start over the interstate going east to be the body of water to your right before you get to the Tennessee River. It's just a little strip of land between the river and that body of water.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing the map. Do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that show?
It shows the tie yard and the road coming down beside the interstate, which accesses the body of water.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like that marker.
Objection, Mr. Bates?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Next numbered exhibit.
155.
Yes, ma'am. Projected on that screen is that similar, over your left shoulder, yes, sir, sorry, is that similar to what you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that shows the tie yard.
Yes.
Do you remember the weather that day?
It was fair. It was rather odd that when I showed up, there's nobody on the water other than me, but because it's usually prime crappie season, but it was one of those days, I've had that type in my time or two, but it was just odd that day that there was nobody else on the water. But it was pretty nice weather.
Do you remember about what time you got down there?
Between 8 and 8:30 would be my recollection, because I did drop the kids off at school that morning.
All right. I think there is a pointer near the witness.
The turtles.
For the benefit of the judge, you could step down for me, Mr. Hayes.
Yes.
And when you got down to the river, as you said, where did you go first?
I come down this road here and made this turn, come into the boat ramp, which is this area here.
Was that your normal practice?
Yes.
What kind of boat did you have?
I had a 1448 aluminum craft, I think's what it was at the time, with a 25 horse Johnson two-stroke motor on it.
Oh my goodness. All right. For those of us that don't know what all those words mean, is that a big boat, medium-sized boat, small boat?
It's a medium-sized boat.
Okay. Is it primarily for fishing?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a quiet boat, a loud boat?
The two-stroke motor it's not real quiet. It'd be rather noisy to have a two-stroke motor.
Okay. And you're saying a two-stroke motor?
Yes,
What
that
does that
means
mean?
you have to mix the gas and oil together for it to run, sort of like a chainsaw.
Okay. Is that what contributes to the higher level of noise?
Yes.
Okay. What car were you in, or truck?
I was, see, at the time, I think I had a 08 Dodge 3/4 ton. I think's what I had at the time.
And did you pull your boat behind your truck?
Yes.
Okay. Was it flooded down there? Did you have trouble getting down there?
No, it was not flooded.
Was
Oh.
there lots of vegetation around that kept you from being able to perhaps see other cars?
Did Amy listen to us scream about how Jason Autry's story about the vegetation and the riprap where they pull Holly out of the car to the point where like the 6 foot something, 7 foot tall, he's like extremely tall, Jason Autry. The vegetation's so tall that even though he's standing on one side of the riprap where Holly's right in front of him and Zach's on the opposite side of Holly's body, he can't see Zach because the vegetation's so tall. This is what's on her mind to get onto the record.
Was there lots of vegetation around that kept you from being able to perhaps see other cars or other people?
Yes, when you're going up this area here, there's vegetation that grows up all through here. You've got vegetation on these two strips of land right here that would make it impossible to see the road from here on this side, which that's the side you'd be going up to fish.
Okay. And again,
That's not the area, though.
I'm sorry, where on that map are the tie yards?
This area here is considered, the whole thing is considered a tie yard.
All right, and is that descriptor, tie yards, is that commonly used in this area?
Yes.
If you said tie yards at a local restaurant, would they know what you're talking
If
about?
they fish, they know exactly where to go.
Okay, all right. So you put in where,
This end here is the round.
and then where did you go?
I usually kick my trolling motor on and would start fishing up this area. And somewhere between this area and this area, I usually kick the big motor on to run on up to start fishing this end and this little cut across here.
Okay, there's some words below where you just pointed to. Do they say pond gut?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the main body of this water here.
Okay, so just a little, and I'm sorry, were you floating which direction, north, south, east, or
I'd
west?
be going north.
Okay, so north of the
Right or
words
left?
pond gut on that map is a little cut-in that you just.
Yes, right here.
And that's where you were trying to get to?
Yes, that over in here was always a good spot. Up through here, in this area right in here, had lots of bushes in the water. It was always a good spot to fish.
Okay, and did you get there?
Yes, eventually.
All right, how long did it take you to get from where you put in, unhitched your boat? What all did you have with you? Did it take you a minute to unpack your?
No,
truck?
I just had everything in the boat and had a crappie rod and one short rod and reel is all I had, and I kept it in the boat.
All right, pretty
Yep.
lean and efficient. All right, how long did it take you to get to that little inlet where you put in?
Most of the time, if you was fishing it pretty slow, somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 minutes, according to where you cranked up the big motor at.
Okay, and were you fishing it slow that morning, or
Yes,
fast, or medium?
I always fish this area up through here till I got in here, usually cranked up, because there's nothing here, and it's pretty shallow where this is washed out across here. Then I'd usually crank up somewhere right here and start easing up to this point.
Okay. At this point, on this morning, April 13th, 2011, did you see anybody else out there?
No, I did not.
Okay. How long did you stay in that little cut-in and fish?
That I couldn't say, it's been so long. I mean, it could have been
Okay.
30 minutes, could have been an hour and a half, just according to how it was going.
Sure. Did you eventually leave that area?
Yes.
Is there a reason?
I just fished
gonna
on
say,
around.
wouldn't that be
till I
why
got
you
ready
left?
to sort of go. I'd usually head back out somewhere 12 or 12:30 to head back to get some lunch, to work, be home and get the kids when they got out of school.
Just say you heard
Did
something.
Is that what you did that day? Did you
Yes.
just fish for a little bit and then you left at noon?
Somewhere, 12, 1 o'clock, I'd head back because it'd take me a little bit to get back to the house.
Okay. But on this particular day, did something different happen?
Yes.
What was that?
I heard a gunshot somewhere or another when I was going up in this area here. Then I cranked up and run on up because I didn't really think nothing about it at the time.
Was it usual to hear gunshots in that area when you were fishing?
No, that is a federal game reserve and hunting was prohibited there.
Okay. Is it fair to say that that stuck out in your head?
Yes, it was just something that stuck as odd for a long time to hear.
But you didn't stop fishing?
No, because it was over there and I was over here.
All right. Did you hear anything else after that?
No, not that I can recall.
All right. Did you go back down the way you went up? The body
Yes.
of water?
Yes, eventually when I left, to come back, I had to bring the boat back this way to get to the ramp to load up.
All right. You can have a seat. Do you know about what time it was when you got in your truck? Do you even remember today?
I'm thinking it was 1:15
What?
and headed out.
Okay. You heard the gun. Did you go back? Did you have a phone with you?
Uh,
Cell phone?
I probably had one, I don't know if it'd been on me or the truck, because cell phone service down there at the time, you couldn't call out.
Okay. So it really wouldn't have served much of a purpose?
No, you had to get on up on the hill toward the main road before you could actually use a phone.
Okay. Did you call the police when you got back in your truck and say, I heard a gun down at the river?
No.
Okay. Did you turn the radio on?
Yes.
But isn't Jason Autry's story that the boat comes into vision, like he's able to see this boat? And they leave this area. Remember, Jason Autry has his lunch date, and the guy's got to get to Parsons and dump a body. Zach has to dump a body before he goes to Parsons and Sonic and all that. So this still doesn't match Jason Autry's recollection. Oh, I see the guy in the boat. He heard us. We've been spotted.
What did you hear?
Well, during the breaks, I was hearing the Amber Alert go out for
And you didn't report this to
Decatur
anybody?
County for Holly Bobo.
Did it occur to you that morning on April 13th, 2011, I just heard a gun at the Tennessee River, wonder if that has anything to do with Miss Bobo?
Not really, it'd been so far from Parsons.
Sure. Was anybody in the Amber Alerts or any news media reporting, we think Miss Bobo might have been taken down to the Tennessee River?
No, nothing that I'd heard.
Looking over at the table.
You still holding that
Yes.
map?
For dear life, he's holding that map.
Approach, Your Honor.
You may.
I'll pass you some stickers. And if you could mark on there, is there a pen up here?
No.
All right. I'm gonna give these to you. You can pick whatever color you want. I'm gonna hand you a pen. If you could mark TY for where the tie yards are, where you got into the water.
Okay.
And then stick it on that map, wherever that was. And then whatever color you want to use, if you could mark on that map GS for where you were when you heard the gunshot.
It would be approximately somewhere up this first line of trees before I got to the gap would be my best recollection, because that's when I'd have cranked up my big motor to get on around where I was going.
Yes, sir.
And it was before I got to use the big motor.
Okay.
Now he's correcting his story. He's saying he heard it before he cranked up the big motor, because now that lines up with Autry saying the boom, 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 then they hear a boat crank up. So he picked up how he had to lay out the detail right here for Amy. Look at Doug.
And I apologize, Judge, I should have had him do that before I moved that into evidence. Okay. Do you want me to substitute another?
It's all right.
Okay.
I was gonna have to do it as well, so.
Okay.
Is that all you got?
Yes, sir, all right. You got back in the truck.
Yes.
You hear the Amber Alert.
Yes.
Didn't they
Kinda-
get anything about it?
What kind of truck were
Not
you
really.
driving?
Matter of fact, I made a phone call, and I don't remember who to find out what was going on, because I'd done lots of work down at Decatur County and Parsons over the years, and I was just trying to find out, and I don't even know who I called, but I made a phone call, and they told me what had happened, and I still didn't know who it was, and I went on home.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the abduction and disappearance of Holly Bobo, well, let me ask you this. Did the abduction and disappearance of Holly Bobo occupy the media for the next couple of days and weeks and months?
Oh, yeah.
So that might be why your
Did it
memory
occupy
morphed backwards.
The minds and the activities of the people that lived in this area for the next couple of days and weeks and months?
Oh, yes.
When did you first tell anyone, hey, wait a minute, I heard a gunshot on April 13th, 2011 at the Tennessee River?
Who did he
Well,
tell?
I'm going to back up. That was the year that me and my wife got married, and we'd always sit and talk. So that happened in April, and we got to dating. I said we got married. We started dating that year in September, and we'd always sit and talk about where we was at when this come about. And so
I'm sorry, when what came about?
when the abduction of Holly come about.
You two would sit around and talk about
Yes.
where you were?
Yes, and I'd always told her I was at the tie yard, and she said for some odd reason I was at work that day, because that's usually the day she's off work. And we'd sit and talk about it, and still, the gunshot had still never come into play till I was listening to the news one night and heard them telling that that's where this took place and that they'd shot. And then that's
Years
when I
later.
realized the shot that I heard had something to do with this.
Do you remember what year that was? Did you put it together?
When they was having the trial, so that would be what,
2017.
16, 17, I don't forget when the trial.
Was it 2017? Would that sound about right?
That would, yeah, 16 or 17, I couldn't remember when the trial was, but yeah.
Okay.
And then shortly after that is when I run into Agent Brent Booth and was telling him where I was at and what happened.
Okay.
And then
Look
what
at
I
Doug.
heard.
Hold on, chat. This is worth watching the screen. As soon as he says Brent Booth, look at Doug. Just look at Doug.
But yeah.
Okay.
And then shortly after that is when I run into Agent Brent Booth and was telling him where I was at and what
Oh, I'm
happened.
blocking him. Sorry.
And then what I'd heard.
Okay. And how did you know Agent Brent Booth?
Oh, yes, I did, from being there at home.
Okay.
So you
Are
know
y'all
Brent
from the
Booth.
same town?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you known him?
As far as I can remember, his daddy used to own a restaurant there, and my sisters, he was a couple years ahead of my sister, which is older than me, in school. I mean, I've just sort of known him my whole life, so I just seen him at a restaurant. We was talking, and I told him where I was at and what I'd heard.
Okay. Do you remember what year that was when you got him?
It would have been right after the trial, so it had been in 2017.
Okay. Or even later, perhaps?
Yeah, it could have been a little later.
I'll pass the witness round.
Oh,
Yes.
let's go, Doug.
Thank you. In 2011, who were your kids' teachers?
One of them would have been in high school. The others were, well, you're asking me a question there that I'm not going to really refer to because I might tell a story since my mama worked over at the school and they had and just had retired. So there
You
was a
don't
different
remember?
bunch of teachers over there. At the time, they had like 3 different teachers in the grades.
Okay.
You don't remember?
What grade were they twins in?
Sure, 2011. You gonna make me back up here?
You don't know without doing the math?
They're probably in either the 5th or 6th grade.
You don't know?
Oh, no.
Okay. What school was it?
Beaver School.
All right. Where's Beaver School?
North end of Henderson County at Parker's Crossroads.
You wouldn't have been there because you had to drop
And
the
what
kids off at
time
school.
did you drop off in the morning?
About 7:45.
All right. And would you have your truck with your boat hitched?
Well, yeah, because I didn't live 3 minutes from school.
Okay. And from the school to the boat ramp, how far is it?
Sir, 108, 126, 18, about 20 miles.
20 miles. And did you always drop off at 7:45?
Between 7:30 and 7:45.
All right.
Now he's
So you're
working
fishing
it
that morning
backwards.
and nobody else is out.
Nope.
It's not uncommon during the middle of the week for the traffic to be less.
Yes.
All right. And did you tell anybody you were fishing that day?
Oh, yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
You then heard a gunshot.
Yes.
Was it loud?
Yes.
Was it echoing?
Somewhat down the
Demonst-
water, it did.
Somewhat?
I'm going to play you
Autry.
a. If I can have some technical assistance.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna have some technical assistance
What are we asking to do?
to port.
You gonna play the different decibel test fires or the Autry boom boom boom? Thank you for the Cash App, Slim Life and Jay. Appreciate you. Also enjoying Zach's facial expressions.
I may have the remote. While my assistant handles this, let me ask you some questions. This was during turkey season.
Yes.
And not the entire area on this map is the federal refuge, correct?
You're asking a question I don't know about who owns what.
Well, it's your map. Who created it?
I just know all the water in the area around that is Federal Reserve. I don't have nothing that shows anything, no maps on here.
Who created the map then? You authenticated it. Who created it?
No, I just said that the reserve was with the water. I don't know
Exactly.
who owns what.
Who
Exactly.
created the map, sir?
I guess the federal government did because there's a federal game reserve down there.
Who printed the map to bring today?
They printed the map.
Okay, so you didn't create this map?
No.
They're telling
You
you
don't
where
know
to
if it's
point.
accurate or not.
Well, it looks like the one I've always looked at
What map is that?
on my phone.
Okay, on your phone,
Yes.
and you don't know how close the refuge is and what other properties there are on this map?
Well, I just know that there's a gate on this here that if it's flooded or if the refuge is closed, you can't get into it.
Fair.
Uh-oh.
You've heard gunshots before?
No,
You've never heard
What?
gunshots in turkey season,
not there.
but you fish other places along the river,
Yes.
and you hear other gunshots.
You know, other than during duck season, I really hadn't.
Okay. And
Duck versus turkey
guns,
season?
are you familiar with turkey guns?
Yes,
And what kind of guns do they shoot? You shoot
a shotgun.
high-powered 12-gauge, 10-gauge?
Well, you can shoot from a 410 up.
You
He's
know
trapping him.
Turkey hunter who does?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
He's gonna make him say boom, boom,
Now-
boom.
You have any idea how close you were?
Nope.
You don't really know what direction it was, do you?
Just knew it come from to the up north of me because it echoed from the water that way is all I can say.
You don't know if it was on private property or refuge?
No.
Was it, say, less than 2 football fields, more than 2 football fields?
That would be hard to say with the echo and that'd just be
Okay.
hard to say.
We're gonna listen.
Let's go. Force him to say boom. Force him to commit to a shotgun noise being what he heard.
What are we playing here, Mr. Mayor?
Your Honor, if I can label it afterwards, I'll explain it if I can not label
It's
it.
one of our already admitted.
It's already admitted. Yes, Your Honor. Do you remember hearing overhead traffic?
Oh, yes, you hear it.
Okay.
Louder
And the
than what was
gunshot
fired.
louder than the overhead traffic.
Yes.
Ah, got him! Got him! This is the Ferguson decibel testing. The birds. The little pat. Look at the judge.
That's not an echo, correct?
No.
And that's not what you heard?
Well, I don't know when it's been over recording.
Well, let's back it up. You said it echoed.
It
Yes.
did.
We just listened to something, you said it didn't echo.
Yes.
Fair to say, that's not the type of thing you heard?
I don't know if we was in the same spot when I heard it, and
Fair enough.
the direction of the wind makes a difference.
Fair enough. What was the direction of the wind that day?
Now that, I don't know.
Did Brent Booth tell you?
No,
What all did you and Brent Booth say that day?
nothing.
Nothing. Did you
Other-
record the conversation?
Other than what I talked to him, we was at a restaurant, and he was sitting there with some more agents. I just spoke to him, went on and sat down at my table.
When's the last time you talked to Brent Booth?
Oh, it's been, I'm trying to think, 3 or 4 months ago.
3 or 4 months ago. Interesting. What did y'all talk about?
I was working where he was working at now, and I just run into him, we sat down and had lunch.
What'd you talk about?
Nothing in particular.
Talk about the case?
Not really.
When you say not really,
I mean, he just asked me if I heard anything from the DA and all, they'd be in contact. I mean, that's really all it said.
so Brent Booth told you the DA would be in contact with you.
Eventually, yes.
Did you talk to him about possible reward money?
No.
Now, you married Candy Helms Hayes, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that she was Facebook page follower of Justice for Holly?
If you say so. Not really that she was a follower of it, but if you say so.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Okay, sorry, Chief, I missed the flames for the whole Brent Booth thing, but what? Look at his face here. This is crazy. He dated the girl running the Justice for Holly Bobo pages.
Now, you married Candy Helms Hayes, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that
Married.
she was Facebook page follower of Justice for Holly.
Oh, follower.
If
Sorry.
you say so.
Are you aware?
Not really that she was a follower of it, but if you say so.
But still.
I don't go through her Facebook page, so I mean, you'll just have to.
No, you're right. It's following, not running. But still.
Stipulate that this man's wife has a Facebook page,
Amy doesn't want it coming in.
has a banner on it.
Hasn't denied it, I don't think.
And she was that before we got married, so I mean.
Right. Can you,
John, he's not denying it.
There's no stipulation that she was a follower of this Facebook page.
okay.
I'm objecting
It's
to
still
the
wanting, it's still wanting this.
Yep.
Okay, now we have an objection. We have an objection to this being entered this place.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's not denying it. These have no relevance.
It's
No,
relevant
it's
for multiple
context.
things, bias, and the
Yes.
circumstances of him coming forward.
Well, I'm not sure what the content of this document is.
It's following Justice for Holly in 2014.
All right, I'll allow him for bias.
Put a little fire up there for the judge.
You and the Bobos have mutual friends, correct?
I guess not. I mean,
Adam Hayes, who's Adam Hayes?
he's a guy that I've worked with down in Parsons, Tennessee before, and or with a contractor, and he works at, I think, West Tennessee Public Utility District now.
And who's his wife?
And who?
Who's his wife?
That, I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that Adam Hayes is friends with Clint Bobo?
Objection,
Oh,
Your Honor.
I don't know. I'm sure I know lots of people's friends with him. I don't know.
Again, it's proven bias.
I'll
And
allow him a little bit of leeway here.
you have
He did
mutual.
not know the wife of this Mr. Hayes.
Correct. You have mutual friends with the Bobo family.
Yes, I'd say, I guess I do.
And you want us to believe your wife, who was following Justice for Holly, 2014, y'all got together in 2014. You never once came forward.
Oh, I've told her a bunch of times I was at the tie yard.
And you never said the gun.
It had no relevance to the case till I heard it on the news.
Even though you heard the Amber Alert.
How soon? And you're saying you heard it on the trial?
Yes. That's when I realized what I'd actually heard.
Prior to that time, you had never came forward and told anybody about hearing a gunshot?
Nope.
Anybody. Not even your wife. He doesn't know how to answer. He should have said, besides my wife.
Did not see where a gunshot had any reference to anything that was important till I heard that on the trial.
And you still didn't come forward?
Well, the trial was about over when I heard it on the news, so.
But it wasn't over?
Well, I mean, I still didn't know who I was supposed to contact about nothing.
But you have been friends with Brent Booth for a long time.
Well,
You have his cell phone? You have Brent Booth's cell phone?
Yes, I think I do.
Nothing further.
Let's go, Amy. Let's redirect.
Is it fair to say that there were Justice for Holly signs all over town?
They were all over Lexington, Decatur County, everywhere you just about
That
look
doesn't
in West
help you,
Tennessee.
Amy. That means the whole community is doing what this guy's doing.
And do you remember when you first heard about the gunshot wound? Where were you? Or the gunshot, rather. Where were you?
I think I was in my mom and daddy's house, standing there, and she had the TV on, And my first words was, when he said he's at the tire yard and there's nobody there, I told Mama, I said, he's lying because I was there. And then he said the gunshot, I had to sit down. I told Mama, Daddy said, and he looked at me and I said, I heard the gunshot.
You heard a man say something about the tie yard. Do you know who that man was?
Innocent man walking.
Officer, when he was on stand?
Was he sitting in that stand?
Yes,
In this courtroom?
yes,
Did you know him?
no.
Did you know 12 jurors convicted Zach Adams?
No recross.
Hayes, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Did he make a face right when he got done and was relieved? Look at this.
Recross.
Hayes, thank you for your testimony.
He's like, phew.
Let me see this, the map first, before you step down.
Oh,
All right, he did designate the tie yard with the red sticker and the GS gunshot is the area where the flames he heard the gunshot.
Thank you. And that's Exhibit 155.
155.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Now, just take it.
Run. Get away.
We're going to enter this.
You're free.
Yes, Your Honor.
Unless there's a retrial.
156.
Is he done for the day, Judge?
He is done?
Yes, we're done.
That concludes the state's proof.
Oh, they're not calling any other witnesses. Look at that. Closing arguments.
115 closing.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bates?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the proof in this post-conviction matter.
Who's he speaking to?
State concluded now.
It's a bench trial.
Petitioner has no rebuttal proof. I'll give him one opportunity for closing arguments at 1:15. We'll recess until then.
All rise.
So they're taking a short lunch. That's only, what, 30... We're at, what's 140 right now? Yeah, so 35 minutes. This is... I think we'll have time to rewatch that, guys. We can rewatch that. Boat guy. Yeah, just speaking to the gallery, maybe stating it out loud for the record. Yeah, why didn't they call Katie? Why didn't they call Katie? I thought they wanted to hear from Katie Spirko. Oh, my goodness. Look at him, like, shackled like that. That's a kind of gentle walking. I read that as gentle. I think so too, DB. Me either, Brittany. I don't think he did this. All right, so we'll keep that up. I do want to give a readout here. Thank you, Tommy, for the super, with the powerful words saying there's heroes and then there's defense attorneys like Doug, said the innocent man sitting at the table. We just watched Doug demolish the state's witnesses. He had a one-question cross-examination for the first witness. Just, did you see anything indicating that trial counsel ever looked at anything about the ATM video? No? Okay. That's all I have. Demolished Frizzell. Do you realize we just recreated Marshal John Walker's route? And then boat guy. You have Brent Booth's cell phone number, don't you? Brent Booth. Some guy with cancer says this was a snuff film that we just watched. But Brent Booth, if you guys have not seen it, we've been looking at, and shout out to the chat, it's not just me. When I say we have a playlist with a deep dive, we've spent more than a month looking at everything we could before this hearing, deep diving into this case, with information pulling in from all directions. There was a shorter video I tried to put together because I know it can be kind of crazy. And I'm going to link you to it now. A lot of you have probably seen it or seen the parts that I took to put this together. But I called it Crafting a Conviction, and it compiles everything that Dennis Benjamin and Brent Booth, TBI agent Brent Booth that we just heard about, did to get the story that the state was getting from Jason Autry's statements after he was given an accessible version of discovery none of the other defense counsel had. Was able to put his story together and start proffering to the state his storyline, which Jennifer Nichols, trial prosecutor, does not memorialize Jason Autry's proffer until 2 months later, and only after Brent Booth has the time to go speak with another witness who at trial corroborated the little details of Jason Autry's story. His name is Victor Dinsmore. And during those audio recordings, you get to hear Brent Booth tell Victor Dinsmore, this is what's going to be testified to. This is what Jason's going to say. Helping him figure out and change his story over the course of this audio recording, so much so that the next day Brent Booth has to go back and record another conversation saying, hey, you know what, Victor, I just want to make sure I wasn't putting words in your mouth yesterday. So I would highly recommend, why Brent Booth, the name mention is so important. If you have not heard about Brent Booth or Victor Dinsmore or Jason Autry and are wondering how this man got convicted, this video, you can probably watch the whole thing through this lunch break. So about to drop that in the chat right here. It's 24 minutes long. So there is that. And I agree. What great advocacy we're having here from Doug Bates. Thank you again, Tommy. Sheriff Chuck with another 5 gifted. Everybody's going to have Doug Bates icons next to their name by the time we're done with this hearing. And I'm very excited for closing arguments. Very, very excited. I hope they pan to the gallery at some point and let us see, a full gallery. Lots of people there for Zach compared to the early proceedings where it was quite sparse. Weren't that many people there on that side of the gallery. And I also think it's very important, all the people that are tuning into this case for the post-conviction proceedings and actually listening to the evidence and not just going, hey, Zach has bags under his eyes. He looks creepy. Hope he stays in prison. Because that's really a horrible, it really says someone that can come to that conclusion that someone should stay in prison and doesn't deserve a new trial because they look creepy I don't think that's good discernment. I don't think that's a good use of a brain. Oh, man. Are you serious, Christy? Mitchell Hayes' Facebook just got locked down. Did they make it private? Oops. Hilarious if so. Ben's Jammin says, this is one of the most corrupt convictions I've seen. A Chinese speed railroad. Yeah, super railroad on this case. I do want to say, though, it's not every day we get to watch how the sausage is made. These post-conviction proceedings, because there's cameras in the courtroom, and it's such an expansive, it's hearing days, evidentiary hearings where the defense and now today the state are presenting their proof. We usually don't get to see all that. It's not too often we get to see this happen in front of cameras at the trial court level. So I do want to say, I bet there's other stories out there. Especially you have these same bumbling, conniving TBI agents and less than stellar reputation prosecutors and even some shady defense attorneys, right? I feel like there's meat on the bones to the theory that once Matt Scholl was appointed for Jason Autry, The state knew it was go time because they figured Matt Scholl would advise his client, do what you can to save your own ass because you're facing the death penalty, cooperate, give the state what they want, and here's the details. Here's the hard evidence that Dylan Adams, the first witness that the state wanted to rely on to get these convictions, he wasn't going to work because the stories, whatever he was saying, were contradicted by the physical evidence, the phone records. He was saying that the crimes happened in a basement, but Zach's house doesn't have a basement. So we need somebody else. Well, Jason, don't make the same mistake Dylan did. Work from the evidence in the discovery and build the details around that. So, yeah. Aaron says, let's go, Boat Guy sealed the deal, I think. And I really think it's sus. So Boat Guy has this law enforcement family member background. He's married to somebody that's advocating for justice for Holly. And the state's counter argument to that is, so what? So is everybody else. Yeah, exactly. Your entire trial in 2017 was based on the community thinking that they, one, needed to get justice for Holly Bobo, and two, that Zach was guilty. And you had Karen Bobo, though I appreciate a mom going to whatever lengths to try to get justice for their daughter, knocking on different doors and speaking to the whole community. Which, when you're asking questions like, hey, are you aware that, did Zach ever say anything weird? Now you're planting things that somebody might implant in their memory and not realize that they don't have first-hand knowledge of hearing those statements from Zach's mouth. It becomes a telephone game. With Karen Bobo taking the evidence and speculation and rumors and gossip and all of these tips that were flooding into TBI and getting through to either her through TBI or to her through Dennis Benjamin, who says he has a one-way street. Just knocking on doors, planting, contaminating all the possible witnesses in the community. So, just crazy. Happily Angry Lawyer says, yo, are we winning? So speaking of Happily Angry Lawyer, I went on like a little... I got annoyed last night because I came across a random court TV snippet where they had panelists, right? And they had a defense attorney commenting on their predictions for a new trial. And then the prediction against winning a new trial came from Cheryl McCollum. And she spewed out like an Amy Weirich style recitation of the case. Well, people said, I'm going to do you like Holly Bobo. You had Dylan confessed, Jason Autry confessed, they all confessed. And all these people said that Zach Adams said bad things. So the evidence is all there while she's standing in a room with empty shelves. Very, very symbolic, if you ask me. And I was just thinking to myself, like, that is the exact summation of, I think, anybody that still has paid any attention and still thinks that Zachary doesn't deserve a new trial. Well, people confessed, and some people said he said bad things. And at times, it's being characterized as if Zach confessed, even though there is no direct quote-unquote confession from Zachary Adams. It's just statements from people like Rebecca Earp, who initially never said any of these things until several statements and months down the line that, oh, I'm going to put you next to Holly Bobo. I'm going to do you like I did Holly Bobo. But people are characterizing that as, well, Zach also confessed. Zach said he did these things. And that's really not how I'd characterize those things. So there was all that. Sorry I associate Happily Angry Lawyer with Cheryl McCollum. I mean that in the best way possible. Cheryl McCollum, if you guys don't remember, is the reason we had the Christopher Wolfenbarger trial in Fulton County. She's the one who helped Tina Mae Patton and, why can't I remember grandma's name? Miss Patton and Tina Mae get Fulton County to prosecute this case against Christopher Wolfenbarger. And not only was he acquitted, but Judge Rachel Krause granted a directed verdict on the felony murder count. So, yeah. Sheriff Chuck says the last guy summed it all up. This whole case is just a fishing story. Oh, that's a good one. Very true. A very good way to put it. We've got, let's see. I said we'd rewatch that. I do want to play these quick clips from our, let's see, I think we played one of them, but I forget which one. Let me open this playlist. And these are all going to be these are all going to be short clips from WBBJ that have some little snippet. They're all like 2 minutes long, and then they only have snippets of what was going on at these hearings. We saw Dylan testify during these post-conviction proceedings, but I was like, oh, hey, Mark Lewis. We heard him mentioned earlier by Boat Guy, I think. I think he said Martin Lewis or Mark Lewis, or maybe I got it backwards. But this is all we've got, so let's just check it out.
To look. You've listened to all those jail calls. Do you remember any of those?
No, ma'am.
You don't remember any of those?
Hey, you talking over 12 years ago. You gotta realize I've been locked up 12 years in 10 different county jails.
Dylan Adams, younger brother of Zachary Adams, was sentenced to 15 years of facilitation of first-degree murder and 35 years for aggravated assault in connection to the Holly Bobo case. Dylan Adams appeared in court and shared that he had, quote, hundreds and millions of phone calls, end quote, with his mother while he was in different jails.
We know you've been locked up a while, but how many conversations have you had with your mother when you talk about the rape, murder, and kidnapping of Holly Bobo, and your involvement in it, and your brother's involvement in it?
Albert.
Adams also remembers the TBI coming to talk to him multiple times. However, he doesn't remember a time when TBI agents asked him if his brother threatened to kill him.
I mean, ever since we've been little kids, we can get into it. He'd tell me that, but other than that, I know he wouldn't follow through. He just out of anger.
Okay.
Dylan Adams informed the court this afternoon that he wanted a shorter sentence.
Everything you've told law enforcement has been a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And everything you said to your mother in those calls was a lie.
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you crying?
On the phone calls, Dylan Adams began crying after his mom informed him that his brother was arrested after his testimony during the 2013 trial. Zach Adams was also seen crying in court today while listening to his brother and mother on the phone during these phone calls. Albert O. Davis took the stand today as an expert in gun and ammunition. Former head TBI agent for the Bobo case, Mark Lewis, also took the stand.
Not that another case is less important, because it's not. But for some reason, and I don't know why it happened, but there's just a lot more resources. And we have no control over the information that comes to us. We just have to deal with it. And that was a big part of this, that just the sheer amount of information that was being provided to us that we had to deal with.
And this clip I love because, we don't know why the community was out in full force looking for a young, white, blonde girl that was abducted. And the judge's face, maybe he's just making a face for other reasons, but the judge is like, do we really not know why?
No control over the information that comes to us. We just have to deal with it. And that was a big part of this, that just the sheer amount of information that was being provided to us that we had to deal with.
During Lewis's time on the stand, he informed the court that this case was one that used the most TBI manpower. He also shared that Jason Autry and Zachary Adams' testimonies never mirrored each other's statements. Live in studio, Brooklyn Kent, WBBJ.
All right, so that's the little glimpse we get about Mark Lewis from TBI. Unfortunately, he was not one of the testimony snippets that was uploaded to any of these channels. Although I haven't reached out to WBBJ. Maybe I can ask them if they have footage or the contact for whoever was running the media pool back then. Because Court TV didn't respond to me. They don't like me, I guess. I'm sad. Next up, we have another snippet of a hearing, again from WBBJ, there's little clips of stuff I hadn't seen before.
That's right, Terry. New details emerged from a man convicted of murdering the Tennessee nursing student over a decade ago. Court sessions begin again today at Hardin County Circuit Court in Savannah, proceeding the case of Holly Bobo, the 20-year-old nursing student who disappeared from her home in
Look, this guy looks like he's burning lasers in the back of Zach's skull.
In Savannah, proceeding the case of Holly Bobo, the 20-year-old nursing student who disappeared from her home in 2011. Earlier last year, a petition was filed by
And this is This guy's probably Jason Autry's height back here. This tall, like, green bean guy. Probably close to the same height as Jason Autry, but Jason Autry's saying that Zach Adams was hidden behind the vegetation while Holly was on the riprap right before Zach shot Holly in the back of the head. So Autry couldn't see what he was about to do, didn't know what was going on, but Autry's like this height.
Year-old nursing student who disappeared from her home in 2011. Earlier last year, a petition was filed by convict Zachary Adams' lawyer, Doug Bates, after co-defendant Jason Autry recanted his testimony. Adams' conviction was based primarily on the testimony of Autry. Zachary Adams is appealing his conviction with the hopes of being granted a new trial following his co-defendant Jason Autry after his confession in February of 2024 to lying on the stand at the time of the trial. Other orders of business question the validity of Katie Spirko, the licensed neuropsychologist who video recorded the conversation in prison with Autry about his testimony. Both the state and Adams' lawyer, Doug Bates, agreed not to bring Spirko as a witness if there is a retrial.
We're scratching our heads a little bit because she's the foundation of their petition. But the overriding tone of Jason Autry lied to that jury in 2017, and then Spirko is here to set the record straight. We then find out, oh, wait a minute, no, she's not a neuropsychologist. Today, she's an investigator.
Adams' lawyer tells us how Katie Spirko is still connected to Zachary Adams.
Dr. Spirko is still Mr. Adams' agent this morning. She is working on his behalf right now.
Honorable Judge Brent Bradbury argues Spirko's stance in this case.
There are allegations, and significant for that she represented herself as a neuropsychologist after her representation of Mr. Bates, with Mr. Bates.
But couldn't she also be that as well? I mean, you can be an expert.
I'm not arguing.
Okay.
Friday, the court granted a motion to appoint counsel for Jason Autry. Following the court hearing arguments on the motions, Judge Brent Bradbury ordered the rest of the hearing sealed. Now we wait for a decision to be released regarding if Adams will receive a new trial. Live in studio.
All right. And then there was one more clip, but I forget which one I played earlier, but we can just replay it, I guess, for anyone that missed it.
Continuing coverage of the Zachary Adams versus the state of Tennessee post-conviction hearing. This is in connection to the Holly Bobo trial from 2013.
Following a recantment from one of the defendants, Adams returns to court along with previous witnesses from the original trial. WBBJ 7 Eyewitness News reporter Brooklyn Kent has more.
And we were able to watch Joe Walker's testimony. 9 minutes of it.
You want him out of jail, don't you?
If Zach Adams was in jail unnecessarily, sir, I couldn't sleep at night. I can promise you that.
Joe Walker, a now retired TBI criminal investigator for West Tennessee, took the stand Wednesday. Walker was part of the original Holly Bobo case in 2013.
Is today the first time you learned that you did not look at the right videos?
Yes, sir.
Do you feel terrible?
Again, sir, I don't know. I don't feel terrible until I know for sure.
Walker says while working on this case, it was his task to make sure to oversee the case and to know the ins and outs. However, the defendant's lawyer questioned Walker on the ATM surveillance footage. During this investigation, Walker says he was receiving information from the FBI, marshals, and local agencies.
Is it safe to say in this investigation that it was unique in the volume of information that was coming into the TBI?
Yes, ma'am.
During one part of the investigation, Walker says he and his team spread out all the information that they had to find their suspects.
Well, I don't remember all the inconsistencies, ma'am. It's been so long, but there was 7 or 8 under each one of their names about things that they had said that were not right.
That didn't add up?
Yes, ma'am.
Walker also shared why he didn't believe it was Terry Britt who was a suspect, but after Britt's home was bugged by officers, Walker...
Now, this is my favorite part, and I don't remember if we saw this from the snippet we watched of Joe Walker, because remember, we were able to parse some portions of it out of like a 9-minute video with commentary that Court TV uploaded, and I didn't remember this, but I haven't gone back to see if it was there or not. But listen to this, and tell me why this is any different compared to the evidence that they'd be able to use, physical evidence, as far as it would relate to the Adams brothers.
says it wasn't Britt.
He always used subterfuge to get somebody. He used a wife or a girlfriend to get somebody to come to him. He never did what happened in Holly's case.
Shane Austin's dad, James.
So now what's interesting about that is I think there was subterfuge. We have Janet Britt, who worked at a news agency, a newspaper, and in their shed, locked in their shed in a binder, there were newspaper clippings where Holly Bobo's, she was circled and she was named below in the caption. So, seems to me like together as a couple, they were scoping out women that fit the criteria. I don't get how we can just make the claim that this went against the MO. TBI wants to say that there's an alibi because there's a handwritten receipt for a tub that morning. Janet Britt leaves the newspaper on the biggest news story of the day, running home to her husband, who's not supposed to have a cell phone, but there's calls on the burner phones, suggesting they're in communication with one another. And if you guys missed the collaboration I did with the awesome information from Dana McLendon from the Trial and Error podcast, he breaks down his theory where, let me hide Janet, let me get Jan off the screen, where the reason we have these two spokes, we have the abduction, we have 30 minutes where Holly's phone isn't moving, her remains will ultimately be found over here, her skull at least, some of her remains, off the logging road, shot in the back of the head with the 380 auto casing right next to the skull. And then after that, her phone's still moving for a little bit. And this is where the belongings are. We see the belongings start to be thrown out the window. Now, we just heard Doug talk about that with Frizzell on the stand. You know, only between pings 3 and 4 are you finding personal affects thrown out the window along the side of the road, correct? Yes. Dana McLendon's theory, which when he explained it, I think is very logical. You find out, oh no, we have to call an audible because the 911 calls have already come in between these time periods. So if Janet Britt is making a call to Terry Britt's burner phone that he's not supposed to have and says, hey, red alert, abort mission, because they're out looking for this girl, like in full force. All of the dispatch, all of the counties, the sheriff's offices, they're going out. It's going to be hot on the streets. Well, you got to call an audible. Maybe that would explain why she shot very quickly. And then all of a sudden we have to throw away her belongings and make sure they're not in the back of my car because I'm a registered sex offender and they're going to come look at my house first. We're going to be the first, any other sex offender too, we're going to be the first that they look at. So you really mean to suggest that just because maybe an audible had to be called, that it wasn't possible that this was a Terry and Janet initiative together? And I started to say at the beginning of the stream, but we got back into the trial, the court started back up. But don't forget that Janet Britt used to be Janet Martin. She was married to Edward Martin, who was a Decatur County Sheriff's deputy. And he got into trouble with law because he was sexually assaulting. He has sexual assault charges. And when he went to prison, Janet starts dating and eventually marries Terry Britt. So there's that. And then there's a little bit, we'll finish this clip. Now, earlier in the chat, you guys had asked, someone had asked, you know, I wonder if the Austin family, Shane Austin, if his family is at the hearing today. So I've heard that they've been in court for these proceedings. I had no idea that the father actually took the stand. So, and I'm assuming it was about the guns that Shane would or would not have had.
Austin took the stand as well to testify about his son's gun.
This is the handgun. This is a Ruger Security 6 that Shane had.
And what caliber?
.357.
To your knowledge, did he own a .32 revolver?
No, he did not.
Investigators determined that Bobo was killed with a .22 caliber rifle. In Savannah, Brooklyn Kent, WBBJ 7 Eyewitness News.
This hearing will continue in court tomorrow at 8.
And then I think the last little clip that I found was the one that we watched earlier.
In which Zach Adams is seeking to overturn a murder conviction and secure a new trial.
WBBJ 7 Eyewitness News reporter Nyana Whitelaw brings us the details.
In September of 2017, Zachary Adams was found guilty on 8 counts of first-degree felony murder, aggravated rape, and the aggravated kidnapping of Decatur County nursing student Holly Bobo. Early Monday morning, Adams appeared before Judge Brent Bradbury for post-conviction relief. This comes after the recantation of one of the prosecution's key witnesses, Jason Autry. Tensions rose as the prosecution and defense argued about motions that have been filed in the case.
The rules, the statute says when the prosecutor identifies this exculpatory evidence, you disclose it. They weren't ever going to disclose it until I brought it up. And based on this, Your Honor, I'm asking for court to consider throughout the sanction request.
The defense attorney Doug Bates claimed the state of Tennessee engaged in inappropriate conduct by failing to disclose their original subpoena for an ATM footage during the first trial.
Jennifer Thompson, trial counsel, had this going back to, I believe, 2015 when it was originally produced in discovery on a hard drive. That hard drive was handed over to post-conviction counsel, we believe, sometime in the fall of 2023.
Defense presented another motion to call Katie Spirko, a neuropsychologist, as a false confession expert addressing Jason Autry's comments.
Remember, this is when she was taken out of off the subpoena and then put on the witness list so they could keep her under sequestration.
He's prosecuted under the death penalty. He fabricates a story to get out of the death penalty. When he pleads out, the state says his testimony answered many factual questions left open by our investigation.
The prosecution challenged the motion, arguing that Dr. Spirko's credibility is in question. In Hardin County, Nyana Whitelaw, WBBJ 7 Eyewitness News.
All right, and then the next bit, and then we're going to get back to the court feed because they're supposed to be filing back in. Thank you, EC, in the chat. I think I found the correct video. So this is a throwback. You can tell by the footage quality. So this was uploaded on April 14th, 2011. And it's called Missing Girl Holly Bobo Last Seen Dragged from Her Home.
Police and volunteers in Tennessee are combing through fields and woods looking for a 20-year-old woman who was seen being dragged away from her home. Holly Bobo was last spotted Wednesday morning when her brother says a man wearing camouflage grabbed her and took her away.
We've tracking down every lead that we've got.
Roy
we've
Wyatt.
Called in different agencies. We've had tracking dogs. We've had helicopters. Everything that we could get, we've had here looking for the young lady.
He says they never expected anything like this to happen in their small, tight-knit community. People from the surrounding area have flooded the scene to help in the search. Family and friends say this is devastating.
Just anybody that can help, just come on and help us, please.
The search area now includes rugged terrain, and some volunteers have come on horseback to help. Helicopters have also been called in. Volunteers,
please.
So Natalie Bobo, and this is also some information that I feel like could have been presented at trial in a very compelling manner as it relates to, if we're going to point to Terry Britt being a third-party culprit, instead of just saying, hey, it wasn't Zach that did this. Because remember, Jennifer Thompson, in closing, she took the approach of eliminating everybody. They looked and they said it wasn't Clint. They looked and said it wasn't all these random other people. They looked and said it wasn't actually the Piercy brothers. But they never did that for Terry Britt. So Jennifer Thompson took the approach of let's choose a specific third-party culprit and not just say somebody else did it and not our client. But things weren't laid out effectively. And quite frankly, Terry Britt controlled Jennifer Thompson in his answers in response to her questioning. But Natalie Bobo, there's these interesting bits and pieces where there were several women in the neighborhood that had been reporting that they felt Terry Britt had been stalking them. Natalie Bobo felt that Terry Britt had been following her and or Holly in the weeks leading up to the abduction. In February, so Holly's abducted on April 13th of 2011, and she's shopping at a Dollar General with her cousin Natalie in February, same year, so just a few weeks before. And Natalie says they saw Terry Britt in the parking lot. Terry Britt makes a purchase of some soda and like keeps that soda in a safe or something like that. Or there's bank records showing that he's at the Dollar General the same day that Natalie recalls having this run-in. They also, right before the abduction, like the days before, Natalie and Holly are outside tanning at Holly's home. They're in the backyard. They're laying out tanning by the sun in the pool. And they thought that they felt like they were being watched. They thought someone was rustling in the woods. There's also all these house party issues where Natalie Bobo, she's at some house party with different locals in the community. And Terry and Janet Britt are there. And I guess Terry was trying to talk to Natalie and like touched her hair. Natalie complained about it to whoever's house it was. And then Terry and Janet Britt were also talking to someone that had a 13-year-old daughter. And that person was uncomfortable with the way that they were speaking to the 13-year-old or about the 13-year-old girl. And according to, I think it was episode 4 of the Trial and Error podcast, kicked out of the home. Terry Britt and Janet Britt are kicked out of this house party. All of this is like within the same time frame leading up to Holly Bobo's abduction. So then you have the circled picture of Holly in the shed at the Britt's home in the binder, the newspaper clipping. So this idea that like, well, how would Zach even know Holly Bobo? But yet they TBI tuned out and acted like Terry Britt had no idea who Holly Bobo was. And there's so much more. That's like really not even close to the end of Terry Britt. And the Bobos had a nickname for him, Chester the Molester. It's just a lot. All right, and Benjamin says the SODDI was headed off due to Britt being an informant with bombshell evidence to sink Tennessee, I believe. It wouldn't surprise me a bit. I'm going to refresh Court TV and get us back over there since they're supposed to be coming back in. And they've still got like a placeholder image here, but we'll keep it up for when they come back. But yeah, just a lot going on. I see Misdemeanor's in the chat. Good to see you, Misdemeanor. Hope you're doing well. Misdemeanor, if you guys joined this late and you can't catch up, are you starting at 6 Central? I think that's usually when you start around, but always in the evenings, especially during the week, Miss Janet Demeanor does live breakdowns, not just on this case, covering a bunch of other stuff as well. I think you'll be doing Sarah Grace Patrick, Courtney Clinny, tons of stuff over there. But tonight you will be recapping this hearing. Let me pull up Miss Janet Demeanor. And she should be linked in the description. So Replay Crew, you can easily find her channel there. And Gigi beat me to it. Thank you, Gigi. So Gigi just dropped Miss Janet Demeanor's link in the chat as well. So make sure you take a second there to go subscribe. And we have confirmation 6 p.m. Central. We'll be kicking off over there on Miss Janet Demeanor. So I will be spending my evening watching all of this again with Miss Janet Demeanor. Because you know I like to watch things like 10 times. So, oh my goodness. Yeah, Mel thinks Terry Britt has some TBI connections. That's my theory. And I also think that that's why I think it's so credible for U.S. Marshal John Walker to go speak with Terry Britt. And Terry Britt admits to him and is panicking and mentions like, hey, go talk to, I think, Jack Van Hoosier to work something out. To me, that's really compelling because it seems like when John Walker is going to speak with Terry Britt, Terry Britt's like, oh crap, this isn't TBI. This isn't the crowd that I can pull strings with. This is the feds. This is a U.S. Marshal that I'm not buddy-buddy with. And that I may have wind already that Parts of TBI don't like what Terry Dykes, TBI, John Walker, U.S. Marshal, and Art Viveros, FBI, are all concluding as far as my own involvement in Holly Bobo's abduction and murder. So I think it's very compelling that when Terry Britt has a conversation with Marshal John Walker, he thinks he's effed because it's not his buddies. Yes, obsessed for unreasonable amount of time over a trial. So weird. Who does that? Who does that? Yeah, this backdrop, very nice wood, but kind of looks like a little Frankenstein monster doll face. That's kind of what I see, because this kind of looks like an ear. And it's very square. This could be the bolt. Got some eyes. This looks like Frankenstein's monster. Yeah, Montana Lil, I really would not be surprised that Britt had some blackmail goods or knew that he turned over. Because don't forget, Janet Martin, back in like the 2007s time frame, there's some break-in, somebody calls in a break-in, they go to the house to search it, and it's a house that Janet Britt shows up to and says, don't tell anybody I'm leasing and renting this property. I don't want anyone to know. But they walk through and there's like a bedroom set up with cameras and like a little cot in one room with wires leading to a recording room next door. Okay, sweet. We have sound. So it's closing time, chat. And if you missed it, I finally looked up the Tennessee Supreme Court rules about the timeline for the judge to issue his decision. It's a 60-day window, so he's got to issue a decision within 60 days. He can, if there is a necessity, he can ask for a 30-day, he can have a 30-day extension. I don't think he'll have an extension. But he's got to respond in his decision to each of the issues raised with specific findings. So we won't just get a yes or no. It should be a thoughtful response. They're closing right now, Slim Life NJ. Did they cut the sound again?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes,
Are we
Your Honor.
boosted?
Your Honor, would the court permit if anyone comes in late to be allowed in during closing? Is it?
Oh, who's late? I think, oh no, I hope it's not.
Break my argument down into 4 parts for the court, but before I do, I must say what part of this case is not in dispute. And that is that Ms. Holly Bobo and her parents and friends and family are the people who make West Tennessee a special place. The horror of April 13th, 2011 remains an unmitigated tragedy, and nothing I say diminishes that. An outrage that this crime took place is not relevant in these proceedings. The 4 parts to my argument are the story of this case. I'm going to address constitutional violations. I'm going to address the proceedings themselves, these post-conviction proceedings themselves, and end discussing the obligation that the court has. Before I get too technical in the legal arguments, I'd like to just summarize this case. April 13th, 2011, a beautiful young nursing student was taken from her home, traveled in a clockwise manner until her cell phone stopped traveling for 30 minutes. This is where U.S. Marshal tracking expert suggests she was killed. No evidence before that was found along a route. A bullet consistent with a defect in her skull was found next to her remains. Evidence was thrown out her personal belongings from that location along the route that ended at Gooch Road. Most of her personal belongings were found next to her remains. I will not belabor the evidence that made law enforcement and General McAdams submit there was probable cause that Terry Britt committed this crime. Britt had a search warrant served on him and installed, while he was briefly incarcerated, various wiretapping and bugging devices. Soon after he returned, he was told, "They probably are bugging you." Nothing happened. 2011 turned into 2012, turned into 2013. This case was becoming a cold case. Terry Britt told Marshall Walker to get an agreement giving him certain prison time. He just wanted his wife Janet kept out of it. He was not Mirandized. He took 15 years on old charges that Janet Britt was let out. By the way, if he had been serving for that crime that happened in Madison County, he would have been incarcerated on April 13th, 2011. In the words of Brent Booth, this case is haunting. As time developed, TBI blamed the Bobo family. The Bobo family blamed TBI. Nobody could blame them. What follows that began in late 2013 can only be explained by understanding the juxtaposition of impenetrable truth that scientific data provides and the manipulative propensity of what people say. And these people who are either scared, want reward money, or have their memory replaced with inferences and impressions to regurgitate or, quote, nail down. Enter Dennis Benjamin. He begins working with TBI head agent Jack Van Hoosier, retired cop, becomes the go-between between the Bobo family and TBI. His job was to get some arrest. Enter Sheila Kilzer. Her son was arrested with Jason Kilzer. Put aside that both Sheila and Jason had already denied knowledge or involvement. Sheila and Jason get law enforcement to believe Dylan knows more. TBI pounces. Even though what Sheila heard was false, TBI begins the belief that continues throughout that they have the omnipotent superpower to know what the truth is. And thus anything that points to arrest is true enough to further their aim. This is a central theme of everything you've heard. Dylan is pressured from jail. He gets a sweetheart deal, the contents of which are under seal. I will not discuss that. I would just ask the court to read it. A word about Dennis Benjamin. He had been told in February of 2014 by Victor Densmore that Dylan was the weak link. In March of 2014, Benjamin is back in Indiana telling Densmore that he's going to get the death penalty if he doesn't tell him where the body is. In dismissing Benjamin, Densmore says, "I'm not even interested in the reward money." We are to believe that a drug addict's statement to his girlfriends, his drug buddies, and other jail inmates are gospel. All are statements that were provided or not provided or misconstrued to the most vulnerable of our citizens. They were worried about arrest, losing custody, reward money, and thus everything the state has mustered in an ambush of these people, or to put it into their words, run to the ground. Persist until they say enough to implicate these four, even if it's inconsistent. even if it's demonstrably false. It doesn't matter. I could not summarize this part of the case better than Agent Joe Walker did on page 483. There were a lot of statements that ended up not being true. Now it's time to find the credible points of data that corroborate this scientific data that cannot be manipulated.
What a pivot.
None exist. Every single part of their life was searched for DNA evidence. None. Fingerprints. None. A gun that could have been used in the crime. None. Nothing. Not the palm print at the Bobo house. Not the crop print. Not a single thing. They have that a meth addict scratched his arm. Dillon's statement is thoroughly rebutted by the cell phone records. It's no wonder why within weeks of Jason Autry's story being released, his attorney wanted the cell records just one more time. Instead of saying Dillon's story was not true, the state has tried more creative avenues by saying it was too self-serving. After he made the statement, he was politely escorted to jail where he has been ever since. Fugitive tracking experts placed the location of death where the remains were found. He was needed to be an expert when the state was trying to solve this crime. You heard from Agent Frizzell today. When his opinion did not fit within the strictures of the manipulated testimony, he was discredited. Could not show it any better today. Agent Frizzell and I recreated Marshall Walker's map. The foundation of my entire trial has been trying to explain April 13th, 2011, and when I finally had Agent Frizzell under cross-examination, he showed the same thing. Bank records were pulled of Shane Austin to call his bluff to see where he was. They confirmed where he was. He said he had a satellite guy coming. That too was corroborated. Cell records put these four throughout Decatur County and Benton County, and it never put them in Swan Johnson Road's location. Zach Adams' phone that apparently was with him all the time. At 8:19, he's receiving incoming text. 8:17 and 8:26, Miss Holly Bobo's cell phone is on a completely different tower. Facebook showed Zach online that morning. Nothing made sense, and yet these men were on trial for their life. Zach Adams' defense attorneys were told, get the ATM video by Dr. Norton. The bank said no such software existed, and TBI agents said the ATM transaction was not covered by their videos. Someone had mislabeled them to be a BP video. Thompson couldn't even open whatever it was labeled BP. And a word on an alibi. We heard delicious. They said that this ATM was baking an alibi. Well, one thing about baking an alibi, you tell law enforcement. Why didn't they tell law enforcement about the ATM? You heard Walker and Booth say, I don't remember the last time I went to an ATM. I doubt anybody in this courtroom remembers the last time they went to an ATM. They say that every time they gave law enforcement, they lied. They're on drugs. They're saying what the things they remembered of that day. The state says all of the things Zach Adams said, all of it under the influence of drugs, it was gospel. Terry Britt talking to an agent in jail was sarcasm. In the face of this, Jason Autry chooses a better option. Recreate his day with cell phone locates. He says he remembers 6 years earlier, while under the influence, somebody mowed his yard, somebody mowing their yard.
Ryan Vitt.
Interesting that Brent Booth said, remember Autry said he remembers the guy mowing the yard.
Mm-hmm. Crafting
The state never once yielded any misbelief about the totality of his testimony. They told the court Autry told the world that day. You can read Jennifer Nichols' closing argument about Autry. And she says specifically, Jason sort of covers the whole morning, page 2,727 of the transcript. Sure, they got the gun wrong. Sure, Autry got the gun wrong. That could be fixed. The .357 became the .38 revolver with a .357 barrel became the murder weapon. Disregard Dinsmore vouching 6 days prior that it was a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel, and he knows his guns. Disregard that he says, now my wife also threw out a .32 revolver. Disregard that. There has to be right objective data that the state needed. The defect was .36. The bullet casing next to it was a .380. It's excluded. Nobody pull your phone out to just see for yourself. They say, oh, Bradley Strawn sold it to Shane Austin. Disregard Bradley Strawn's testimony. That never happened. Problems again with Jason Autry. Okay, the white truck was never in the picture. That was the murder getaway vehicle. Dinsmore must have just forgotten that, quote. Let's send Booth up there to, quote, nail it down. One wonders how much testimony in this case was nailed down between Dennis Benjamin, Brent Booth, Victor Dinsmore, and the rest of the agents and witnesses. And halfway through this witness's testimony, the last witness, Mitchell Hayes, I wrote down my first question. I wonder if he knew Brent Booth. 5 minutes later, we learned they had friends and have each other's cell phone. The case went to the jury. Autry does his job. He saved his life. He gave the state what they asked for. The trial judge said it was the most persuasive and credible testimony he'd ever received. Put aside
Do the boom.
what we've heard in 2025 from General Weirich's questions, which is all of us are presumed to think co-defendants, participants, immunity agreement witnesses, they provide self-serving and incomplete truth. That's surely not what the jury heard. Put aside Brent Booth had substantial questions about the truthfulness. Put aside Kathy Ferguson flat out thinks he raped her. Put aside all that. The conviction withstood the appellate scrutiny. But then one canary in the coal mine had not been forgotten about. Buried underneath 4 terabytes of discovery, everyone seemed to have forgotten it existed. And I am discussing the video of these gentlemen at the ATM. The backstory we know is Terry Dykes and Ricky Inman were going through trying to find between 8 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning and 9:40 in the morning, trying to find locations of Holly Bobo or somebody who might be driving. The records show exhibits where they were labeling, but stopping at 9:40. They had a treasure trove of this surveillance video that they dutifully labeled and then just stopped. And here's the interesting thing. So Zach Adams fills his pro se petition, and he didn't forget what he had been told. We were at the ATM. From Dr. Norton to his attorneys, the bank records show we know you're at the ATM, we just got to find it. So it's part of the post-conviction proceedings. And this is where it's interesting. Adams is talking to somebody he would not be here without, Dr. Katie Spirko.
Shout out to Katie.
Adams, and this is recorded and listened to by Kathy Ferguson. Kathy Ferguson testified, we heard them talking about this video, the potential of it. We heard Zach say, I remember going into the ATM backwards. When I issued a subpoena to get this, the state was advised of the subpoena, they issued it too. It was limited in time, what Ms. Ferguson says, Agent Ferguson. The state was dangled the original software and they went and got it. We'll come back to that. Months ensued. I finally filed a motion because in the January hearing on the amended complaint about this, General Boyano brings the laptop that has the still shot of the truck going backwards. The same still shot, the state also argues, shows nothing. It showed something for them to have it on their screenshot when they argued in front of you. And at that time, Zach Adams says, that's me. No one knew about it until these pleadings. No one. Agent Booth, then General Nichols, lied to you about it. They said, we remember seeing it before the trial. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate Kathy Ferguson for honoring her oath and saying Booth's mistaken, because it's not true. It makes perfect sense nobody saw it. General Hagerman says he was the expert of the 4G terabyte hard drive. The 4 terabyte drive, he was the expert. He never remembers seeing it. Terry Geica stopped surveilling at 9:40. Agent Ferguson was the lead administrative agent. She never saw it. It was only relevant in these proceedings. Walker, who was in charge of going from the bank records to seeing if they were covered by the videos, he said, I didn't see it because I didn't look. It was mislabeled by an intern. Again, Zach's lawyers couldn't open it. What does it do? And I have belabored this. All of Frizzell's cross-examination is now consistent with Walker and Reeves. There is virtually no space between them. It shows at 10:32 when Zach is on tower 39077, and then at 10:35, 39079. He's traveling on the interstate to get to their home, to pick up the rest of his drug buddies, to get down to Parsons, and that's their day. You cannot go from where Autry says they were along this route and make it to the ATM by 11:12 a.m. We've proven that. Nothing the state can ever show rebuts what the objective science reveals. All the statements in the universe, including the guy fishing whose wife was a Facebook friend and he's buddies with Brent Booth, does not rebut what the cell records, the bank records, and the ATM video show. That's why I've spent all of my time on this dry erase board. When you understand April 13th, you understand everything. I asked Agent Booth, as an investigator, is your job to tie up independently corroborating bits of data like bank transactions and cell records to say where somebody was? Answer, I didn't do that. I don't remember that. So the court must ask itself now, how can this be? And I submit it is only for the constitutional violations that took place. Your Honor, I submit first under Dellinger, I have proven that the ATM is new. It exists the same way all other new evidence exists. It was out there in the rules of quantum physics that existed. Nobody knew it. Nobody. And the fact that Agent Booth and General Nichols were not credible validates it, because Agent Ferguson and General Hagerman, you can test their credibility, validates it's new. It proves actual innocence. If I have argued actual innocence throughout this. If the court does not find by clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence, then the court's analysis falls to whether first, standalone constitutional violations warrant a new trial, and if not standalone, ineffective assistance to counsel. This evidence is largely interwoven with each other. I suggested in opening, I'll suggest again, find your facts, and then you'll understand when you apply the law how to apply. A defense to the standalone grounds is whether it's been waived or whether it's been previously determined, such as if you have a suppression hearing, you can't argue in a PCR. The standalone, the Brady violation of Jason Autry's sentence was not revealed to the jury. The state had decided, General Hagerman, the state had decided they had virtually no case. They never communicated that to the defense. Autry, as a state agent, he was provided an immunity agreement, and he came to the court and he lied. I'll talk more about it briefly. Prosecutorial misconduct and or Brady violations. I'm just going to briefly touch on them. I'll get to them in a second. Jennifer Nichols telling the jury the 380 was excluded. No, it wasn't. That the truck had been put in the Dinsmore's garage. No, it wasn't. That the ATM video was buried in discovery that nobody knew and then mislabeled. And at this point, I think the court can see, when I asked Agent Frizzell, did anybody try to go back and look at this surveillance data? I mean, just think for a minute the millions of dollars, it's in the transcript, the millions of dollars the state had for this. But they act like it's an inmate and an appointed attorney's job to find a better, more clear version of ATM surveillance data.
And then they run and get it first. In May of 2024.
I think I've covered sufficiently how the ATM came to be. I want to go over some of the things the state has said in regards to it. They argue both it's nothing new, we knew they were in Parsons, who cares? And also argue perhaps a canine was driving it. They argue you can't tell if it's them. You can't tell if it's their same vehicle, although to his credit, General Hagerman says, yeah, the same hubcaps, it looks very similar, or similar. It's the exact vehicle they had impounded. And what nobody in the state has said is, if that's not them, what vehicle was Shane Austin in? Because the transcript shows they knew his vehicle was inoperable. And they knew that bank transaction took place. Dylan Adams said, that's me, the BP, standing there. Dylan Adams said, that's me in the car. Zach Adams said, that's me in the car. Jim Simmons testified, so far as we knew, there was no video. He's the one that subpoenaed the bank for the video. They both said they never saw it, and they said how important it was. Gonzalez remembers no conversation about the ATM video. Its importance was understood at trial. That this route that I have discussed about Autry's lie, if you read the trial transcript, and General Nichols, she knew when to object.
You sure did.
Page 1,313. And remember, the testimony is that TBI agents, they ran the route themselves. They knew the route that Autry was going to testify about. The question discussing the way back. Question on line 10. So then where would you have gone after that? Answer, at some point in there it was determined they were where they was, and I proceeded to make my way to 30 Yellow Springs Road. How did you make your way over there? Answer, maybe through Coxburg West, comes through at Eagle Creek. General Nichols, Your Honor, at this point I'm going to object to when the witness says probably. If he doesn't know, I'm going to object to him just guessing and speculating about which way he went.
Good Jennifer.
She knew exactly what she was doing. As if she knew the route was impossible. Because she's the one that says today or in November, we knew they were in Parsons, big deal.
I wouldn't lie to a jury.
We'll come back to that when we discuss sanctions.
Oh, yes.
The gun. It's not merely what gun was used. The gun, the .380 round next to the remains, is important because it is another bit of data that validates John Walker's map. I was more worried about this because I prepared this before Agent Frizzell testified. We are now in unison with that fourth ping added to Miss Bobo's phone. But the gun, the .380, shows the 30 minutes from Shiloh Road to Truck Tower Road is where Miss Holly Bobo was killed. Everything makes sense. There's no evidence thrown out before. The evidence is thrown out after, except most of the physical remains of Miss Bobo are by her remains. Six days before the .32 revolver was pulled out, Victor Densmore says, I'm 100%, I know my guns. It's a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel. Jason Autry initially said it was a .357. Why did he say it was a .357? Well, maybe he knew the Austins had a .357. Maybe it's based on discovery that a .357 had been pulled out. But when the state pulls out the .32 revolver, they don't say, maybe we're being lied to. You know what we haven't found in the 2 years of this post-conviction proceeding? The .32 revolver that Victor Densmore says they threw in a pond. That May 2017 recording not only revealed the gun issue, if that's not suborning perjury, I don't know what is. It's rare you see the sausage being made in an investigation where 6 years after, Brent Booth is asking Victor and Sandy Densmore, could it have happened? No, not happening. Brent Booth, I'm trying to get all these details nailed down so I can settle this damn case. His words. Victor says, there's no way that's happening. You never know what a jury will do. Booth says something interesting then. He says, at the time They were hiding the garage. They were cleaning the truck out to hide it.
When? What time were they doing that? How?
There is no scenario where that's possible on April 13th, 2011. None. Victor says, let's go with it. Let's put the truck in the garage. In the state, the prosecutors don't say, well, I'm cleaning my hands of Victor Dinsmore, I'm cleaning my hands of Agent Booth. The words were, they were unimpressed and he was leading. Jennifer Thompson knew enough to have it transcribed, but she didn't understand Rule 803.26. She didn't understand none of it's offered for the truth of the matter. She should have cross-examined them. She should have talked in opening statements. But when she tried to bring it up, shrewd as always, General Nichols objected. Can't talk about that. When we started these proceedings, Your Honor, I did not, one thing I forgot. It's interesting, there are moments where you see how Autry recreated his story. The truck in the garage is one of them. Valerie Trout's IR discussed that the Dinsmores remember a truck being hidden there. But Trout said, no, it wasn't the day of. She came here and testified it wasn't the day of. If it was the day of, I would have put it in my report. But Autry gleaned from that, I need to put the truck hidden in the garage. When the case started, the first day I lost the motion in limine on Autry's testimony, I did not think I could prove to the court Autry lied. I didn't have his recanting. And it's interesting, the state said it's not credible because Autry was under the influence of drugs when he's talking to my agent at the Memphis jail. But now when this drug addict's talking to other drug addicts, trying to intimidate them, it's gospel. When we started the case, I don't think the state had the understanding of Dylan. Because all you have to do with Dylan, and I know the court said it's going to watch the tape, you have a transcript, I can't request enough. Absorb it. Dylan says whatever they wanted him to say. And so initially, during these proceedings, I was asking, they started off with Mark Lewis. And we get into this, what I'll refer my words as hedging. Again, to the jury in 2017 is totality. Autry's plea, Autry tells the world. Judge McGinley, most persuasive, credible testimony I've ever seen. Watch what happens in 7 months. General Weirich is asking the first TBI agent to testify, Mark Lewis. Question, is it fair, this is page 238. Is it fair to say that Jason Autry's statement that he's given to law enforcement over the years, as well as Dylan Adams' statement that he's given to law enforcement over the years, are not mirror images of one another? They're not mirror images. How many homicide statements have you participated in your career as a TBI agent? I don't know what the number is, but it would be a lot. Okay. How many of those have involved a co-defendant? A fair amount. Is it typical of co-defendants pointing the finger at one another? That's not uncommon. It's typical. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they give you a little bit, try to mitigate their own involvement. That has happened, yes. Give you just enough to let you do your work without completely, and I object. I said, Your Honor, is the state acknowledging Jason Autry's statement and testimony was false? because that will save us a tremendous amount of effort with this line of questioning if the state is acknowledging that Jason Autry's statement was false. General Weirich, I'm nowhere close to that, Your Honor. No, sir. Now, fast forward to Kathy Ferguson. May, August. General Weirich asked Kathy Ferguson, of the four, who do you think raped Holly Bobo? She said Zach Adams, Shane Austin, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry. Oh, so you think Jason Autry raped him? Yes. All because you just listened to Dylan Adams' statement. And you realize it's a lie. Now, General Nichols says two things on her testimony. She said, initially, I knew it was false when I watched it. She and I agree on that totally. It's interesting, though, he got incarcerated immediately after making it. I know of no other crime where you say a lie about your involvement in a crime and you're not arrested. The problem is when Jackson and Booth are good cop, bad copping him and saying all this, nobody had the cell phone data. To say that this is not a mirror image of Jason Autry is an offense to the mirror. Dylan has this concoction coming up over the entire night and has Autry the ringleader, has Autry
There's a basement.
throughout the day raping her, has Dylan raping her, has Zach raping her. Then when you watch it in full, you'll get to the point when they say, and they were hiding her in a basement. It's like, whoops, they're talking about a trailer. So it starts all over. And you go back to the sealed transcript of the plea deal. And you think about Dennis Benjamin and what we heard from him. February, meeting Dinsmore is a God thing. He's got a friend in Indiana. March, he's lying to him, saying you're going to get the death penalty. And that's who the vulnerable one lived with.
Still the weirdest thing about this trial of the many weird things.
I want to say this about Autry's lie. Credibility matters. I got the pattern instructions.
Oh?
Pattern instruction 42.04. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said.
What was read?
By the way, the dedication to this year's pattern instruction was to Judge German. Judge Riley wrote, Dickey abhorred anything he considered to be an injustice. But the state says, okay, in 2017 we said Jason Autry, total mourning, total testimony, total truth. Now they say, oh, you silly jury, you should have known better. You should have known that co-defendants do this. You should have known that it was a self-serving statement. You silly jury. I have custody cases all the time where you lose custody of your child if you lie. I don't say to the judge, listen, dads lie, moms lie. You know, it happens. Don't follow the law. The fact that their lead agent says Jason Autry was not truthful, but they find a friend of Brent Booth to come here and say, on a random day crappie fishing, he remembers a gunshot going off, and he remembers it echoing, and the court will listen to the exhibit. You listen to them. They're labeled how far apart they are. You listen if you hear any echoing. When he got up about halfway through, I wrote to write this question before he said anything. I wonder if he's friends with Brent Booth. Called it. We did not know, the record did not know, that Dylan, this all started with Sheila Kilzer. Kudos to Mark Lewis. He testified Sheila Kilzer wanted her son to get a deal. Kudos to Mark Lewis for explaining that. Your Honor, I think this record has been aided by what Dennis Benjamin brought to the court. The court's heard several issues regarding Sheila Kilzer, Rebecca Earp, who said the truth when she was interviewed by Valerie Trout. Again, the cell phone records have Zach and her arguing throughout late at night, and she's asked, did y'all spend the night together? And she said, I honestly don't remember. But that wasn't good enough for the state. They had to nail that detail down differently than her memory.
Crazy.
Dinsmore, and this was something that Jennifer Thompson did not bring out. There's moments when there's these witnesses lining up, and then there's these moments when they don't know the latest thing to line up with. And so Dinsmore is saying that while these guys were there buying drugs on the afternoon of April 13th, they're talking about who's going to hit it first. And there was a while where the state believed that to be true. And then the cell records come in and like, whoops, that's not true. And Autry's painted a story with cell records. The victim's already dead. And you hear Dinsmore says, oh. Like, whoops, somebody forgot to tell him. But he still said it, and it made no sense. And Ms. Thompson did not isolate on this. John Walker, I appreciate Agent Frizzell. You know, if the record reflected at trial, the only thing he was wrong about was a road here and there, that would have been pretty different. I've thought about this. What's more accurate? The map John Walker prepared that the court did not allow in 2017, or the exhibit that Agent Frizzell prepared with consultation with the state that had the fourth ping missing that showed the direction of travel of the cell phone of Holly Bobo that morning. When Agent Walker was preparing Ms. Thompson, his testimony was it was for an hour, she did not pay attention, and she was drinking wine. The credibility of Jennifer Nichols and Brent Booth. They're the only two who said, I saw the video beforehand. Your Honor, I submit there's credible evidence that the court received then General Nichols, who testified in November, was the least credible witness this court will ever see. She objected to some of my questions from her chair, ridiculed, deflected. It was beneath the positions she has held. At times when she couldn't find the right answer, she attempted to gain sympathy from the court. Interesting, she said something I'd heard from Jason Autry that said, if your records reflect that, I don't dispute that. Interesting, I wonder how that came to be. At one point, not wanting to answer the question, she said, when are we going to talk about Jennifer Thompson? I thought that's why we were here. Listen to her at the trial. Jennifer Thompson, all she had a guy who measured the .380 round in the casing. And she told the jury, he didn't know to take the bullet out of the casing. Bless his heart! As if somehow the bullet's going to get bigger than .355 when it's removed from the casing. As if the sock is bigger than the shoe. And then when you ask these people simple questions, just think about this. Simple questions. Do you know the diameter? Be honest, people. Agent Ferguson said, I didn't, but I've learned it. Jennifer Nichols, no. Have you Googled it? No. Brent
I
Booth,
wouldn't lie to a jury.
have you looked it up? No. Just admit we were wrong.
Silly jury.
The sanctions that the court has taken under advisement. The state is asking for the court to see that somehow that video that is in discovery either shows nothing, or if it does show something, it shows nothing new because everybody knew we were in Parsons. They said, but Katie Spirko can't go get it because it's evidence. Which is odd. From 2011 to 2024, the state did nothing to go and get the actual recorded software. Only when Katie Spirko tries to get it through a subpoena that only I have the power to get, then all of a sudden we got a problem. And you can look through the record of this transcript to see their only defense to the ATM video is it's not clear enough of a picture to see who's in it. It's almost as if the real reason they went and got what's exculpatory evidence was to make sure if there's a clear video of it, defense didn't have it first. And when I asked her whether it was important, whether she communicated to me first, that they went and got it, and they told the person who gets it, don't tell anybody, Jennifer Nichols says, who cares? There's an obligation under the rules of professional conduct when a prosecutor knows of exculpatory evidence. And you saw Jennifer Nichols' attitude. All of these things, Your Honor, combine for these standalone issues I've addressed in my pleadings. I'm now going to address ineffective assistance of counsel, and I have 12. I'll not belabor the point. Again, if I have not proven these are worthy enough on its face to survive the Rule 28, Section 5 defenses, these fall to ineffective assistance. Number one, Dylan's video. And it was odd to even watch in real time. The question was, how do you authenticate the video of Dylan's September 2014 hearing? Jennifer Thompson says, I don't know. It's pretty easy. You call one of the 3 TBI officers who were there. And it's not a confrontation issue because, first of all, it's not being asserted for the truth of the matter. And second, the defendant calls it. And look how the state, they couldn't wiggle out of it. 2, she never recreated the day of April 13th to make it sense with the objective data. 3, the gun, her question to Dinsmore was, yeah, but didn't you say it was a 38 or a 357? That's fundamentally different than you said it's a 38 revolver with a 357 interchangeable barrel. Number 4, the truck in the garage, she had the transcript. Play it at opening. Say, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the evidence has been created in this case. All of these witnesses said different things until the state said, that's enough, stop. The detail is nailed down. Jerry Gonzalez says she wasn't listening because she was constantly trying to get boxes because the state wouldn't tell them who their witnesses were. And the state during these proceedings said, no, that wasn't done. General Hageman tried his best. When we asked a couple of weeks ago to the state, who are your 6 witnesses? Their response to and the court seen it was, are we required to do this? Britt, technical difficulties regarding the wiretap. Britt admits there's listening that you're told they probably wiretapped your home. This idea that there was not probable cause differences, Your Honor, I've gone through this. It's not the case. There's a probable cause for an administrative subpoena, investigative subpoena, that's different by statute. Everything else, the definition of probable cause is you believe somebody did it. That's it. Think how I went through point by point by point of Brent Booth, who initially said, I never said there was probable cause. And then I get the record out, and he's like, whoa. And we went through point by point. Terry Britt lied about his alibi. Terry Britt lied about his cell phone. Terry Britt's prior knowledge of Holly Bobo. Past behaviors. Thompson could not open a video. She should have gotten IT help to open it. In fairness, she did repeatedly bring up issues to the court. The transcript of the motion hearing speaks for itself. She failed to isolate the Dinsmore when Dinsmore said, yeah, those guys were talking about who's going to hit it first. And then I didn't know what they were talking about. Now I do. I feel terrible. So she said, wait a minute. But crime's already taken place and she's dead by this time. She didn't isolate how all of these witnesses, just because they say some things that sound similar to other things, it doesn't make it true when you have people who are facilitating these witnesses back and forth. She should have played the ERP video. Honestly, I don't remember. She didn't force this fundamental question of the day.
Look at the corrections officers. They are tuned in.
Which is, they've just pulled off the crime of the century. They just get back to Austin's house. The records show their call was at 8:50. They now have no idea what to do with the body. So they call Jason Autry, who comes in where they drive to the river to dispose of it. They then don't dispose of it, and they drive all the way back. Put aside they drove, and you'll watch the video of Paul Dillon's route. It's nothing but woods. But they're still driving, and then at this point, even though you cannot get to this route, Thompson does not say, does it make sense now that they say, all right, we know a satellite guy's coming at Shane's house. Let's just leave everything here and make our way to Sonic. That's what the proof that Autry bound them to. Put aside this issue. The remains were found with personal property. How'd the personal property get there? If they were throwing all the evidence out, wouldn't they have thrown all the evidence out? Instead,
in the burn
they
barrels?
make sure to keep some belongings together, and there's no explanation for how that could be. Because they say the truck was hidden in Dinsmore's before all of this. It's impossible. And Thompson never drove that point home. She should have told, number 11, she should have told Zach Adams, Zach, you're on trial for the death penalty. I need to let you know I have antidepressant medicine that's being upped up because of how I'm being treated in this case. You say, well, that's true, but somebody was being mean to her. Is the attorney's job to not at least tell the client, you need to know my mental health is deteriorating, which is the 12th point she should have withdrawn. I could not say it better than Forrest Richardson. He analyzed quantity, not quality. Jennifer Thompson's problem is not that she didn't know the case. She couldn't tell the jury about it. because by September 2017, she'd been ridiculed. Her own co-counsel filed a motion to withdraw, saying her problem was she believed him too much. I'm curious what the state's position is. Is it that she was competent, or in the words of Jennifer Nichols, dishonest and unethical? For recording her work. Can you imagine if we didn't have the recording of Dinsmore and I was trying to tell you, Judge, I think there was perjury suborned during that day. I think Dinsmore said he didn't remember. If I didn't have a recording, they'd be like, ha, whatever, trust us. Which brings me to the third large point.
Large point.
When you reflect on this case, whose presentation provided you the most credible proof? Whose statements to you were true? I told you from the beginning in May, Your Honor, Katie Spirko won't be a witness.
Oh.
You look in the record right now to see if there was ever a subpoena issued for her today. Served
Calling
on
the
her
state a
today.
liar in the proceedings.
I said it's for a nefarious purpose. Opening statement. Opening statement. The state said, if there's anything new that comes to this court, it's not going to be credible. I submit I have presented to the court objective scientific data that cannot be manipulated, like testimony of a fisherman 14 years earlier. The state has provided testimony from witnesses who lied about everything until their lies were nailed down to the lies of others. It was, at one point I asked a question and General Hagerman volunteered, this isn't gamesmanship. What else is it? If you don't think Jason Autry did it, then why continue to try to put him to death in pleadings? And his answer was, well, we didn't know who was going to be tried first. This is not a game. I've told you about the .32 revolver that we've never found from Dick, the second one apparently. It's been in a pond. Think about this. The state has asked you to consider the prior evidence, which is part of the record, that Zach made all these statements to drug addicts, to friends, to girlfriends he was fighting with, as somehow confessions. They have incarcerated him since March of 2014, had the ability to wiretap every single thing he's ever said, listen to every phone conversation he's ever made. They don't have the first sentence uttering a single statement that he had any knowledge of what happened to Holly Bobo or any involvement. They say that he threatened his brother. If that's the new element for first-degree murder, every parent who has children better watch out. And look at the people who supported the scientific evidence. Look what happened to them. Terry Dykes taken off the job. John Walker reported. Jennifer Thompson, antidepressant medicine. And Your Honor, I submit,
Put under subpoena.
I have shown this to you, and in this case, I have taken their witnesses and their evidence, with the exception of Paul Dillon, Alberto Davis, and Bradley Strong. No, sorry, that's their witness. And the lawyers involved. I've taken their IRs, their agents, and shown you the truth. Your Honor, we're now time for me to tell you the fourth part of this argument and the last part of this case, which is your signature to the order.
Write it big.
This procedure, this post-conviction procedure, Rule 28, and it's codified, reflects our country's dedication to the importance of our Constitution. Just as Marbury versus Madison said, some laws, however popularly passed, will not stand if they're unconstitutional. Neither will a jury verdict stand if it's the product of a constitutional violation. These provisions are not trivial. Due process, effective assistance of counsel. I will not lecture the court on the Constitution. I will just say this. It's what our men and women in uniform defend with their lives. Every judicial oath states you solemnly promise to support the United States and Tennessee Constitution. Each generation of Americans inherit the obligation to honor it, and if they don't, it will not stand. At times, it requires good and honorable men and women to speak up and stand up for it against powerful and popular forces. Is your signature going to be easy, Your Honor? It's not. The Constitution doesn't care if it's not easy. To put it in more practical sense, can TBI officers go around telling other witnesses to change their testimony to nail down with other testimony, and can prosecutors say, that's fine, let's use it?
This is good.
We'll find out with your signature. Can a prosecutor lie to the jury about a bullet size? We'll find out with your signature. Can a citizen honestly be said to have had effective assistance of counsel if the attorney was ridiculed, her first chair abandoned her, she had mental health problems, she never presented alibi evidence, she did not understand what evidence is important and how to get it admitted? We will find out with your ruling. Can the state mislabel, then lie about its existence? Evidence that either exonerates or tends to exonerate the witness, and then when they find a more clear version of this evidence exists, can they surreptitiously obtain it and tell the custodian, don't say a word about it? We'll find out with your ruling. Here's the irony, Your Honor. This ruling's not going to affect me. I'm going to go back to Hickman County and divorce people. I can tell you who is waiting on your ruling. Every dishonest member of law enforcement and prosecutor that is faced with a weak case. Your green light, if you condone this, will be the best they could have ever hoped for. And to be clear, I am not saying every law enforcement or prosecutor in this case or throughout the state is either dishonest or corrupt. We live in a state that prides itself in law enforcement, and we should. Those who do their job honorably have the utmost regard for everyone in this courtroom. It is to them this court owes the duty to not reward the bad conduct that besmirches their life's work. I would read to you from page 504, retired agent Joe Walker, to be your guiding light. If there's evidence that cannot manipulate that Zach Adams was not part of this crime, you want him out of jail, don't you? If Zach Adams was in jail unnecessarily, sir, I couldn't sleep at night. I can promise you that. Is today the first time you learned that you did not look at the right video? Yes, sir. Do you feel terrible? Again, sir, I don't know. I don't feel terrible until I know for sure. You're worried, aren't you? I would hate to think that it would be, but I'm not certain at this point. No, sir. Chaucer wrote in Canterbury Tales, if the gold rust what chance does the iron have? If Chaucer were here, he would say it this way. If this conduct in this case is not corrected in such a high visibility case, what's going to happen to the low visibility ones? Your Honor, subject to any post-trial filings as the court requires, this largely concludes my appointment to the court under Rule 28, Section 610C2, whereby I have reviewed the pro se petition, filed the amended petition asserting other claims which the petitioner was arguably entitled to, interviewed relevant witnesses, diligently investigated and presented all reasonable claims. To say that this has been disappointing and at times disgusting and even intimidated to present to the court would be an understatement. I read no such exceptions to Rule 28 that could have made this easier for me. I would be lying if I did not say I wish such exceptions existed at times. I found myself this summer working late at night often on this case and moving offices across the square in Centerville. One artifact I came across was an article in the Hickman County Times from 1981 where the then assistant prosecutor resigned because he was so upset at the corrupt, dishonest judge who presided over the court.
1981.
The prosecutor not only wrote the resignation to the judge and the DA, he allowed it to be run in the Hickman County Times. The letter reviewed in detail the horrible acts from the bench this prosecutor had witnessed. And he ended it by acknowledging that this resignation made public will cause a financial cost to his future that he regrets. But he would rather his children grow up poor than to witness him stand silent in the face of such corruption and dishonor from the very institutions we cherish most in our country. The author had a daughter who has since taught history and government and a son who followed in his footsteps. For the reasons I have cited to you, Your Honor, I'm asking you to not stand silent either. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bates. Ms. Wire, closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the state of Tennessee, on behalf of every law-abiding citizen, on behalf of every law enforcement agency in this state, and particularly those that had anything to do with this case, whether it was from the early moments of the morning of April 13, 2011 to today, we do not care where Zach Adams was at 11:12 in the morning.
Well, you should.
On April 13th, 2011. The state of Tennessee could not care less where he was at that time on that day. Out of their own witnesses' mouths, Agent Terry Dicus, the operative, the key, the essential time period in this case, in this investigation, 9:39 in the morning. He elaborated a little more and said from 8 to 10:30 in the morning. That was the key time. Their own witness. This court has heard proof since May. The jury heard proof for a week. Thousands of pieces of evidence have been admitted before Your Honor, before Judge McGinley. Often when we wrap up jury cases, we say to the jury as prosecutors, particularly cases like this, it's hard to give it to you. It's hard to turn this case over.
Because it's not Judge McGinley.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We know you've been listening. We know you've been paying attention. We chose you. We know you're going to follow the law, but it's still hard to hand that case over. Your Honor is the jury here. And the state of Tennessee has the utmost confidence that Your Honor is going to do the right thing, that Your Honor is going to follow the law that says that they have to prove beyond clear and convincing evidence, or with clear and convincing evidence, that Jennifer Thompson and Jim Simmons and Jerry Gonzalez performed below reasonable standards, not magician standards, not wizard standards, not could you maybe bribe a juror and get them to hang this thing up.
What?
But did they perform at reasonable objective standards in the moment?
Why would you?
Not looking back. All these years later, with hindsight, and I'd have done it differently. I'd have done this instead. Did they meet that standard? If they did, we're done. And Your Honor can proudly put your signature on that order. If they didn't, they still have to prove that it would have made a difference. That when that jury came back into this courtroom, if they heard everything that Your Honor has heard today, plus everything that they heard during the course of the week of that trial, that they would have come in here and said, you know what? I don't know. Or just one of them. All it takes is one to say, state didn't meet their burden. I can't sign my name on that. Would any of this have made a difference? State submits that the only difference what has transpired in this courtroom since May and outside of this courtroom in an attempt to manipulate these findings, in an attempt to manipulate and threaten witnesses, that the only thing that has changed standing here today, December 29th, 2025, is we know even more certainly how guilty he is. When we started these proceedings in May, the state pointed out that he, the defendant, sits before you, a convicted murderer in the state of Tennessee. And it's louder today than it was when we started in May. Because what the petitioner is asking the court to do is to look at the proof through a straw. Please don't read all of Mike Frizzell's report. Let me just scream and carry on about how the state hid evidence.
Who put Ping 4 on page 17 by itself?
So tragic to sit here with the Bobos in 2025 and watch them go through this. It's comical to carry to its ultimate conclusion what the petitioner is asking the court to believe. Please don't look at all of Mr. Frizzell's report. Just focus on the fact that he put that fourth pin on a later page.
Yeah, that's a problem.
At no time did Mike Frizzell today or ever in front of that jury say, just look at this little piece of what I what I found. Look at all of it.
She doesn't understand, or
everyone who testified.
Is she lost?
In this courtroom before Your Honor, and who testified before that jury, with the exception of a few that I will talk about, everybody, from law enforcement, look at all of it. Got it all. Here it is. I would hazard to guess that never in the state of Tennessee, perhaps in any state, I don't know, but in the state of Tennessee, never has a trial been conducted where the defense team had everything the state had. Everything. So this same petitioner who wants the court to believe...
Yeah, neither of you had boat guy in 2017.
...and telling people what to say and hiding stuff in our bags. I don't know. They had it all. They had it all. And we were at their mercy to receive the information. We were at their mercy to receive the information that Jennifer Thompson decided to trickle in bit by bit. To stand before this court and accuse in the way that petitioner has done is offensive.
Look at Doug nod. All right, chat, we gotta pause. You gotta see the visual on screen. Look at Doug's nod.
In the way that petitioner has done is offensive to not only the men and women that have worked this case, but everybody that's out there right now. Because to sign this imaginary order that the petitioner is asking the court to sign, you would by doing so say, it's okay to come into court and make up stuff. It's okay to come into court and have selective amnesia about things. This same defense attorney who put in 3,000 hours on this case shut down her whole practice. And we only know what we know from the time she was appointed. She was hired by the family for a year prior to that. So we'll never know the grand total of hours that she put into this case.
We don't know about that about Dennis Benjamin.
It was an obsession.
Chat.
She put makeup on him every day. She dressed him in her husband's suits. They got along famously. They talked, they communicated, they met. The little that he would talk. And in the thousands and thousands of hours that
What if the judge signed right now, signed his order right now? Look at the kid. Who is this? Look at the audience.
Into this case. She still believes he's innocent. That's clear by the fact that she came in here and testified the way she did. It is absolutely unbelievable, not plausible, not credible. I don't really remember what he told me about where he was that morning. That was her answer to my question. Well, you had conversations with him. Yes, of course. You met with him many times. Of course. You talked to all these people. Yes, of course. Well, okay. We're all dying to know. Because I can tell the court this as well on behalf of the state of Tennessee and on behalf of every law enforcement agent across this beautiful state, that if an innocent person is sitting in prison, we want to get into action as quickly as we can. Please, by all means, show us, tell us, point it out. He can't. He can't. He hasn't. And he never will. Perhaps the truth, if he's been paying attention, is a little bit clearer to him now than it was during the trial. The proof that this court heard, the proof that the jury heard, was that this defendant was with Jason Autry the morning of April 13th, 2011. No one from the state of Tennessee has ever presented a theory in which this defendant is the one who grabbed Holly Bobo from her carport.
I would submit that that's never been a theory that's been argued, articulated. He was calling the shots. You see, none of this was supposed to go down the way it did. We'll never know, for whatever reason, what motivated them that early morning to grab Holly Bobo. We'll never know. It'd be great if there was a turn of conscience, like Jason Autry and Dylan Adams had, of just giving us a little bit, but you got to go to hell to catch a devil. And that's where we've been for a long, long time. Holly Bobo was not supposed to fight as hard as she did. Holly Bobo wasn't supposed to fight for her life. Dylan Adams was never supposed to talk. The proof, it was heart-wrenching to watch. And if, again, the petitioner's petition is that Jennifer Thompson should have put Dylan Adams on the stand for the jury to hear, perhaps the only thing that would have come from that lame move was that the jury would have been out and been back with their verdict a lot faster. Jennifer Thompson managed to keep that jury out for 2 days. If the jury had seen the manipulation and the fear of Dylan Adams, that's what this is all about. Of course Dylan Adams is going to do what I tell him to do. Get rid of the phone, get rid of her stuff. Jason and I are going to go get rid of her body. You all get rid of this junk, and we'll meet up here later. And we know all this from the cell phone records. We know all this from the towers. The court has the proof, and the state has great confidence that the court can see through the smoke and mirrors, the emperor is wearing no clothes case that the petitioner has put on. The only thing that would have happened had Dylan Adams testified was a faster verdict. The only thing that would have happened had the defendant testified in his own behalf was a faster verdict. She kept that jury out for 2 days, and she kept him off death row. One of the most heinous, complex, violent, indefensible cases in this state's history. Absolutely no motive other than bragging rights. That's it. If I pull this off, stories I'll get to tell. Holly wasn't supposed to fight that hard. And gosh, she wasn't supposed to be alive at the river. The court will recall they drove to the river, an area that this petitioner was familiar with, testified to it finally in 2025, probably never told his lawyer he'd been down there before, despite the graffiti and the countless times he'd been down there fishing and doing what else. They took her down there to gut her body, because that's going to float, or not float rather, that's going to sink. And then we're out of here. We're out of here. We'll drive into town. I got to get Jason back to the church at Yellow Springs, because Jason Autry's got to make sure that his girlfriend sees him at lunchtime, or she's going to be hopping mad. I got to drop Jason off at the Yellow Springs church. I'm going to pick up Shane and Dylan, because those two knuckleheads I got to keep an eye on. They ain't the brightest, and I don't want them talking. And we got to all be in this together. All for one, one for all. And we'll get into town, and we'll be seen. This will be great. And think of the bragging I'll have. Holly Bobo.
I'm sorry, but she's forgetting that Zach Adams specifically said he saw a deputy, Tony Weber, I think is his name, and specifically did not want to be seen. So this is antithetical to the statements from these guys, and yet she's saying they only went to Parsons to alibi themselves.
The big prize.
At least you're conceding it's an alibi.
So they get down to the river, and she's still alive. This is not going as planned. Thank goodness.
The gallery.
We've always got a gun. A bullet to the back of the head. If the court wants to disregard Mitchell Hayes' testimony, of course the court has that purview and power. Just like the jury had the purview and the power and the responsibility, and they took the oath to judge every witness's credibility to testify. And let's not lose sight of the fact that Jennifer Thompson put on quite a defense. We've all participated in criminal prosecutions where there's nothing done on the other side. An objection here or there, cross-examination here or there. That's it. Jennifer Thompson is a fighter. She was dogged and relentless and focused on one thing and one thing only. Walk him out of the courtroom. She's still proud of her work on this case. It's one of 3 featured cases on her website. If she was so distraught about her performance and her participation in the denial of his constitutional rights, why didn't she report herself? Why didn't Jim Simmons report her? Why didn't Jerry Gonzalez report her? From the river, they go back 100 miles an hour with some of what's come out of his mouth in terms of the distance they're traveling. They've got a dead body in the back of the truck. The body was supposed to be in the Tennessee River, but we couldn't do that because she was still alive. We had to shoot her, and we heard a boat. Your Honor, met that boat driver today. The state submits to you one of the most credible witnesses to ever take the stand in this beautiful courthouse or any other across the state.
On the
Here's
tier,
what I heard.
is the Autry tier credible? Put him in relative to Autry.
We do not know, sitting here today, where the defendant was from 7:50 in the morning until they land in Parsons and his phone starts pinging around 11:12, 11:15. Except we do know a little bit about what he was up to. The problem is he can't be honest about it, because to be honest about it would be to admit once and for all, as Jason and Dylan have done, his role in this. But he is praying and hoping against everything he has left, against the power of the podcast and some veiled, I don't know, threat to the court about ignoring.
Oh, chat, remind me, we are 6 hours and 43 minutes into this. We got to make sure Trial and Error clips this.
But he is praying and hoping against everything he has left, against the power of the podcast and some veiled, I don't know, threat to the court about ignoring the facts and ignoring the law, that the truth will be buried in the same way he was instructing Mr. Bates' agent, Ms. Spirko, to bury something on a piece of property. Here's where you go. Here's what you do. don't take a phone, they might track you.
Well, I have some questions.
Because it's too horrible. And this game is too far gone. But we know from all of the cell phone evidence, from Jonathan Reeves, who Mike Frizzell said it today, he said it during trial, I agree with him. Jonathan Reeves and I see eye to eye on this thing. The only one that Mike Frizzell takes issue with is Johnny Walker, because he said there's no empirical data to support the limb.
Except he recreated it all.
And I would remind the court
so that his is
petitioner's
too.
own witness called Johnny Walker incompetent. Jerry Gonzalez smirked at the skill set and the level of incompetence of Johnny Walker when he was on the stand. The same Johnny Walker that when, in his mind, he manages to crack this case, he marches into that jail and gets Terry Britt to confess to kidnapping and murdering Holly Bobo. What does he do with it? He sends an email to himself and closes his computer down and goes home for the weekend. Even he knew it was worthless. Even he knew he was being played. This same petitioner who's asking the court to free a convicted, guilty murderer wants the court to order the charges against an innocent man. Much of the petitioner's early documents and position in this case is that we got the wrong person. Terry Britt is who did this crime. Terry Britt killed Holly Bobo. There is zero proof of that. Out of Terry Dykes' own mouth, the only proof he had was that Terry Britt is a registered sex offender. We'll all agree to that. He's got a revoked license and he lives near the area. Is that really the society that we want to live in? Is that really the criminal justice system that we want to proudly be a part of? To ignore the mountain of evidence against the convicted murderer and lock up the innocent guy. Because this just didn't turn out the way it was supposed to. Holly wasn't supposed to fight so hard. Jason Autry was not supposed to testify. Dylan Adams was not supposed to talk. And just one person on that juror, needed to not be convinced by the highest standard in jurisprudence, beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. I want to make sure I get these times right, because there's been a lot of attempts to, again, look through a straw and not look at everything. Terry Dykes, 8 o'clock to 10:30 is the relevant time. 11:15 to 12:15 is not relevant. He said it. Everybody said it. The state will say it again. We could not care less where this defendant, where Shane Austin, where that alleged Silverado, where Dylan Adams, couldn't care less where they were at 11:15 in the morning on April 13th, 2011. What the state does care about is where they were from 8 to 10:30. And what we know about the phone information from 9:12 in the morning to 9:50 in the morning. 9:12 in the morning to 9:50 in the morning, Zach Adams is inactive on his phone. There's no activity going on his phone. 8:55 to 9:42, Jason Autry's phone is inactive. They'd been talking before together. Their phones had been active before as they're making the plan. Hey, this has all gone amok down here. I need your help. We got Holly Bobo, and this is going to be fun. But during that vital time period, out of every law enforcement officer that took this stand, regardless of who called them to the stand, that's our key point. Total inactivity. 9:50 to 12:18 p.m., 9:50 in the morning, on the tower, closest to the river, Birdsong, back toward the truck stop tower, and on into Parsons. This defendant is wearing those keys out. There are 25 communication activities between 9:50 in the morning and 10:30 in the morning from this defendant's phone. He is frantic, absolutely frantic, because she wasn't supposed to be alive at the river. The state wishes, for purposes of this presentation, but to be quite honest, Your Honor, more importantly for the Bobo family, the state wishes we could tell you when they dumped Holly Bobo's body. We know where it was found.
Look at the corrections officer.
Again, through the straw that the petitioner is holding and asking the court to look at the evidence through, there was a .380 casing, not bullet, despite their repeated attempts to use that word bullet, casing, found near her body. Well, guess what? There were also about 100 other items.
What is she talking about? What is she talking about? Trying to act like Doug wasn't correctly describing this shell casing. When he needed to say bullet to talk about a difference in diameter, he made the clarification. He made the distinction clear. What is she talking about? This is projection in the opposite direction.
Casing, not bullet, despite their repeated attempts to use that word bullet, casing, found near her body. Well, guess what? There were also about 100 other items found near her body, all of which were collected. Laura Hodge with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation took the stand and testified at trial, and there were 82 items put into evidence alone while she was on the stand. That's how much stuff there was out in the area.
Who cares if there's 82 objects over there?
Her last moments on Earth.
Did she? She was already shot at that point. So what are you talking about? You don't know your case.
Lots of other ammunition was found out there and a myriad of other things.
Not next to her skull?
Matter. We still don't know when the body was put there. It's pretty clear from the cell phone testimony and from what Your Honor has seen in the beaten down testimony of Dylan Adams. And again, it was hard to watch as a human being. It was hard to watch him on the stand. I think we all probably caught ourselves having to remember the role that he played in this rape, kidnapping, and murder of an innocent young girl. But if you didn't believe before he took the stand that he had spent his whole life being physically, emotionally, and psychologically abused and beaten by the petitioner, it was pretty clear.
Are you serious?
The same petitioner that shot his mother, the same mother who the court heard on the jail calls.
Who's sitting in the courtroom right now.
Threatening him, yelling at him, to the point that he cried in the jail calls, and he cried here.
Let me throw some tomatoes in the chat
14 years later.
Because the gallery can't throw tomatoes in court.
The same frantic murderer who's wearing his phone out from 9:50 to 10:30 in the morning. He's calling Rebecca Earp. He's calling Dick Adams. He's calling Joe's video. He's calling everybody he can think of because now
Why is
he's
he calling
got
Joe's
a truck with a dead body in the back, and he's got some work to do.
And nobody
Where
saw
can I
it.
go and safely take this truck? Is my grandfather home? That's why he's calling Dick Adams. Will Rebecca Earp lie for me and be my alibi? No, she wasn't going to do that. And the jury heard all of the attempts of an alibi that this petitioner made, both in the days and weeks and months after Holly Bobo's murder. And I will not belabor them, but they were all blown to bits. Jason Autry, first time he was contacted by law enforcement, came up with some story, but I was working, gave them the name of the guy he was working for, exactly where it was. Law enforcement, I know,
beep,
ran it to the ground, as they do, as they are emboldened and empowered and expected to do.
Ran it to the ground or nailed the details down?
Ran it to the ground, and that man said, I hadn't seen Jason Autry since I don't know when. Their alibis were falling apart, but the lead officer was ignoring it.
Or
because
maybe
he
your
was
key
looking
witness
through
lied.
a straw. The same straw that the petitioner is asking the court to use. He's wearing that phone out, trying to figure out where he's going to go and get rid of this body, get rid of the white truck, the same white truck that jurors heard witnesses testify had been driving down the Bobo street in the days leading up to Holly's abduction. White truck, I got to get rid of it. The black truck was probably the one used to drive around and get rid of the evidence. We'll never know. We'll never know the order of things, and we will never, ever, ever, ever know unless he has a moment of weakness when Holly Bobo and her phone were separated. No one took this stand with any credible proof to say, I saw it.
That zoomed in a little too far, camera person.
And that's all we have, is speculation and theory. But every expert that is truly an expert, that truly has credible experience in this line of work.
This judge qualified Marshall Walker during these proceedings. So that's a dig at this judge for qualifying somebody. If you're about to say truly qualified as an expert, to take a dig at John Walker, you're also taking a dig at this judge.
Said there's no way to tell. There's no way to tell from this data when she was separated from that phone. He's frantically trying to figure out where everybody is so he can get his story straight. And in that same day, or in the days that follow, well, let me back up. I'm sorry. Later that night, this same frantic petitioner is trying to steal cars and guns from his grandfather. And the court heard those 911 tapes. They're on a first-name basis with the Adams household. The same Dick Adams who, when asked if Zach had anything to do with the murder and rape and abduction of Holly Bobo, said, if he did, he's probably good for it.
Look at the CO.
Imagine that being your grandfather's response if you were accused of one of the most heinous crimes to have occurred in West Tennessee in modern time. Yeah, it does not shock me that Zach might have had something to do with this. Because that very night, Dick Adams came face to face with the frantic murderer. And nobody but family, nobody knows better than family what he's capable of. He's out of control, trying to get out of town because he's worried that it was sloppy. It did not go the way it was supposed to go. The court heard endless testimony, as did the jury, of all of the bragging. And the only really reasonable question to ask there is, why would you say those things if they weren't true? Why in the world? What is the motive? There's been absolutely no credible proof about those statements, about misunderstanding of those statements. You half expected for somebody to come in and say, oh, we were all in the same room together when he said it. These people are scattered all over the state, in various places, coming in contact with him at different times. No body, no gun. Before the body and her skull with the bullet to the back was ever found. The bizarre, frantic behavior of washing the mattress and the officers that testified to that. Those were not the scratches of a meth addict. And if they were, why lie about it? If they were, why lie about it?
Stop insinuating he
because
should testify.
Because he can't face the truth. It's too ugly. The first time anything about a bank is mentioned is in September of 2014. This defendant and his meth monkey team, the A-team, whatever they like to call themselves, had been talked to who knows how many times by law enforcement as they combed this area, looking for Holly, looking for anything, anybody who knew something, saw something.
Except boat guy.
Never did any of them mention until it was Shane Austin's parents in September of 2014 that said, I don't know, maybe there was a bank transaction. Okay, thanks.
Because maybe his parents think differently than a
Your
young
Honor's seen the still.
Adult man.
Your Honor's seen the video. More importantly, the court has heard from everyone who has taken the stand, with the exception of the convicted murderer and his beaten down brother, Dylan Adams, that it's not worth the paper it's printed on. It shows nothing. The emperor is wearing no clothes. The murderer has no defense. Even Jennifer Thompson, who we'll never know why, what motivated her to take the stand and answer the questions in the way she did. Even she looked at it and said, I don't know what this is. No, I can't see anybody in there. Of all of the people on the planet who would have loved to have proven us all wrong, to have gotten one up on Judge Nichols, I mean, the court's heard ad nauseum about their lack of a friendship. Who would love anything more than to be able to say, you all are so dumb, here it is right here. But even she couldn't do it. The only two that see anything in there are the one that's doing life and the one that was told what to say. Every other witness, whether petitioner called them or whether we called them, I don't know what that is. It's got no value.
What?
But even for the sake of...
Look at the CO.
Your Honor's responsibility and the incredible job in front of this court,
let's just say, for the sake of this argument, that it is clear as day that you can see the A-team in the front of that truck pulled in backward at the bank
Jason
at
was not
11:12
there.
in the morning.
It was only the other three.
Who cares? Holly's already dead.
You
If
don't
that
know when she
video had
died.
been taken between, let me make sure I get the times right from Agent Dykus, between 8 and 10:30, and you could see anything, yeah, that's a pretty good alibi. But the time is irrelevant. The state couldn't care less, nor does the law care, where this convicted murderer was after he'd already killed Holly Bobo. And all that the court heard in terms of alibi from Dylan Adams and this defendant was where they were after they killed her.
And
Don't
could it
look too
possibly have
closely
gotten to-
at what the proof shows as to where we were while she was being kidnapped, raped, and shot in the back of the head at the Tennessee River. Don't look too closely. Jennifer Thompson whether she looked at the video or not, she did spend time before going to law school as a computer programmer. And I think the court can see from the evidence that was admitted, the tech-savvy ability that she had. She knew what she was doing. She was an experienced attorney at the time the family hired her. She served then, she serves today on the CJA panel. Every accolade that you can have thrown at you as an attorney has been thrown at her. This one just didn't turn out the way she wanted. Whether she saw it or not, it doesn't matter. Because she had a strategy. And she had the best defense that has ever been handed to a defendant in the history of the state. And his name was Terry Britt. He looks and walks and talks like and is a registered sex offender. And it only takes one to not listen to all of the evidence and all of the facts and all of the law. That was her strategy. Imagine if this were all reversed and she had put the defendant on the stand and he had done a bang-up job at trial just like he did before the court with his selective amnesia. Oh, I don't remember where I was. Oh, I don't know where I was. No, I didn't say that. That was just a joke. Imagine if she put him on the stand and he had testified and that jury went back and convicted him. Then the accusations from this side would be, you should have blamed Terry Britt. You've got this walking poster child. Every defendant accused going forward is going to point at him. Why didn't you put on Terry Britt? Why would you ever put on proof putting these guys together? That's why the video is useless. Even if it showed anything, even if the time held.
Jason wasn't at the ATM.
Why would she want to put them together?
Jason wasn't at the ATM.
Her defense was to distance him from the others, the A-team, and to pin this
Jason was
Terry
on a
Britt.
lunch date.
But in addition, she didn't just sit back on her laurels with that as her sole objective. She cross-examined the fire out of just about everybody that took the stand. Can we sit here in 2025 with hindsight and say, oh, but you should have asked it this way? Sure, we can do that all day long. Thankfully, that's not what the law requires. The mandates of the law are for the court to look at the totality of the case at the time. And at the time and in the moment, and given what Jennifer Thompson and her team of 24 people that were working day in and day out around the clock while this case was in trial, their strategy was golden.
easy,
Satellite installation.
succinct, easy to understand. Very rarely does a defense attorney have a name to put on the some other dude did it defense. This jury got to meet him and size him up and listen to her cross-examination and take it all into account and weigh it all.
Without proper impeachment, because there were no formal agreements or notes from the proffer sessions given to Thompson.
The state has great
what?
confidence and faith
In what?
in this court. And just as much confidence and faith in our system. A system that provided this convicted murderer with every piece of evidence that the state gathered to prove his guilt. A system that allowed his team of lawyers and experts and jury consultants and forensic experts, and I mean the list is as long as this aisle. A system that never said, no, that's too much money. We're not going to pay for it. Everything that Jennifer Thompson requested was granted. A system that selects from the community men and women, not lawyers, to second judge and second guess. Men and women of a community to listen to the law, to listen to the facts, and to never, ever, ever leave their common sense behind. A system that instructs that jury of their incredible responsibility that you must, every one of you, all 12 of you, find beyond a reasonable doubt that Zach Adams raped, kidnapped, and murdered.
He must be ending.
Holly Bobo. A system that made everything available to him. Ms. Thompson was hired by his family and then convinced the court to appoint her. She kept him off death row. And a system that allows Your Honor to look at everything, what the jury heard, with the added benefit of what the court has heard now. And the absolute, unbelievable testimony that she just doesn't recall what he said, or that all of those communications with her client, every note she took, is missing. It's not plausible. The focus group that we asked her about, for a minute there I thought, well, geez, did we read something wrong? And she had zero memory of that. And the court saw from the bar graph this morning from Forrest Richardson, 40 hours spent on a focus group.
Does that prove her competence or incompetence?
Dogged, relentless, obsessed. Zach Adams was afforded one of the greatest defenses and defense presentations and defense teamwork of any accused criminal in this state, to the tune of $275,000 for Ms. Thompson alone, just during the time that she was appointed.
Even though the auditor couldn't remember.
The standard that the law requires is light years beneath what she gave him. And even her dogged, relentless, obsessed attention to detail, quest to win, desire to beat Jennifer Nichols, none of it mattered. Because in the great state of Tennessee, in these courtrooms, the law is the boss. The law that jury followed and proudly walked back in here and returned their verdict.
After asking questions about the law.
And the same law that Your Honor will follow.
After asking 2 questions about the law.
Witnesses, reasonableness, prejudice. Would any of it have made a difference? The state submits the only difference is that verdict would have been a lot faster.
Thank you, Ms. Weirich.
Thank you for ending, Ms. Weirich.
All right. Council, Rule 28 requires 60 days in order in this
Look at Doug.
proceeding. I'm hopeful we get transcripts inside of 60 days. Oddly, it says I can extend it 30 days for unforeseen circumstances. I think it's quite foreseen right now that it's going to take more than 60 days.
Oh, he's going to extend it.
I do have a regular docket, a regular trial docket to run as well. So, that said, I'll get it to you promptly, and I will probably file it first and give you file copies, so there's no distribution of a signed copy that I'm submitting to the court. I'll wait till the clerk file it. But rest assured, the day that I file it, you get copies at least emailed to you that day. All right?
Thank you.
Anything else we need to cover?
Not for the state, hang on.
Mr. Bates?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you all for your dedication to this case. Both sides.
Yes, sir.
You put a tremendous amount of work in this, that's clear. Now's my time. This matter is adjourned.
All right.
Let's see if they pan. So he thinks he's going to need to use the extension for unforeseen circumstances. He's got to wait for the transcripts to be turned over, and you know, he's required by the Tennessee Supreme Court rules to issue specific findings for each of the issues raised in the petition. And there are many issues raised in the petition. So he's got to spell out a ruling, a finding, and any legal basis behind each of his findings for each issue. So it probably will take him a long time to write up. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this is like an 80-pager type of decision. So, and again, some of those issues, it's one issue, but Doug raised a prosecutorial misconduct argument and an ineffective assistance of counsel argument, and both of those arguments would need to be addressed. So, but yeah. And they might, I don't know if they'll pan around again. That might be the end. Let's see. Yeah, so that's going to be it for the camera feed. I mean, I'll leave it on for a second in case they turn around. Trial and Error podcast, they have an invite to jump up and speak. So, and we have plenty to talk about, guys. So, while we're talking, if I hear a boop in the background of StreamYard and I stop abruptly to very excitedly bring someone on the screen, please pardon me in advance. Yeah, 12-point argument, 12-point argument. Large point. My next large point. Amy is hoping for sanctions, and I should specify the good Amy McLendon, not Amy Weirich. And oh yeah, that's the other thing, right? So if there's like if the conviction's vacated, the state's going to appeal this, and then there's going to be a question of, well, what about bond in the meantime? And then what would that bond amount be if a bond is granted? So let's see. Yeah, it's Trenton says judge needs time to figure out if he can save the state in spite of itself. I mean, I think the middle road there would be like, hey, there was an error, and there's room for a judge to find an error that doesn't blame the state if they don't want to blame the state. And I hate judges that are timid about stuff like that. But also say put it back in the hands of the jury, who, you know, a new jury would have an opportunity to weigh the same question, but without the constitutional violation, the constitutional rights that were deprived of Zach Adams in this case. So, all right, we've got some, all right, I will bookmark some questions. Who's going to do the appeal? I'll certainly ask. And I know we're going to, yes, we can do a fundraiser. We also need to ask the question, you know, maybe some insight on Dylan Adams, avenues for relief with Dylan Adams, just because there's like a new frontier of, I don't even know if it's case law or legislation. I think it's legislation for post-conviction relief pathways that sort of are starting to encompass Alford pleas. But I don't know much about it. I don't know the technicalities. So, and yes, Doug has not been paid 1 cent on this. So, yes, we will fundraise. We will fundraise. So again, guys, with the ruling, all right, so they're cutting the feed. So that is it. Also, if you guys were interested in the Tyler Robinson hearing, I do believe Andrea Burkhart, well, this says it's supposed to start at 12 noon, and that would be past already. But I think Andrea Burkhart was going to cover this if it happened already. So it'd probably be replay. Let's, hold on a second here. Get back to, I don't know why I can't just hit the back button. There we go. I want to queue up in case you guys still wanted to listen to Boat Guy cross-examination again. Where was he? It was before this break. So we'll have him queued up. Good old Boat Guy. And let's see. DB's hearing that Dana's going to be second chair. Is that true? Well, I'll bookmark all of these things. K Tally says calm down. I can't calm down. We've also, before I forget, and I'm gonna wait and see if I'm sure everybody's having a conversation in court, but I want to make sure I keep an eye, making sure everyone has the memo in case they want to jump up on StreamYard here and talk to us. But thank you, Law Kong Express with the 2 says the state came off incredibly weak and immoral. Yeah, I mean, should we read? Can we still see the chat? Is the chat here on the side? Maybe if we refresh. I'm going to lose my timestamp there. Oh, it took us back. Whenever the chat renders, maybe we can go back and look at the commentary. Or maybe Law and Crime is still up. You guys want to see what Law and Crime are saying? Because they probably loved Amy Weirich. Let's see. Law and Crime. Trials. All right, and it looks like they ended already, but maybe their chat's already available. Nope, I don't see it on the sidebar, but I will keep checking. So we can read what Law and Crime thinks, get the vibe check from the Law and Crime chat. But yeah, I don't think Amy Weirich came off as making a logical argument. It seemed kind of panicked, and I call it the arm flailing. It reminded me of this. Not to be confused with Christian Atkins, who just has long arms when he argues. James Phipps, thank you for the 10, says, thank you for all the hard work you've done bringing this injustice to light. It is my pleasure. Let me take the wacky guy off the screen and put the other wacky guy back on it. The more people can see how broken our system is, the sooner we can start to fix it. And then this case is an aberration, isn't an aberration. So I agree. This is not the only case where this has to be a mess. I would imagine that any case that TBI and this set of prosecutors has worked on, I wouldn't have confidence in the outcomes, confidence in the steps that got us to an arrest and a trial and a resulting conviction. Question all of it. But likewise, the same thing applies in other districts, in other states as well. So, and James, thank you for joining. Thank you for hanging out with us today. We also had a ton of gifts from Sheriff Chuck. So guys, if you got one of these gifts from Sheriff Chuck, he dropped 5 and then another 5 and then another 5 while we were watching those closing arguments. And I had it up on screen, but I think only once I called it out. So I want to say thank you appropriately. Thank you, Sheriff Chuck. And there is an emoji for Sheriff Chuck. So if you just became a member, you can use that emoji. Say thank you. You can use the Doug Bates emoji as well. There's also a crying TBI agent Brent Booth emoji for you guys to use, and a please get me out of here Jennifer Nichols. So use it to your heart's content. And thank you again, Sheriff Chuck, for the 10 trillion gifts. We've also got Touche saying, I hate seeing people in handcuffs, especially the innocent. But I'm too soft-spoken, so even seeing horrible people cuffed and shackled gets to me a bit at times. Well, I think there's a reason, I think there's some prosecutors that want the jury to get the visual of someone, see them in a mugshot, see them in something that just makes them look incriminating. People don't tend to look innocent in mugshots, right? They usually, imagine someone that's picked up in the middle of the night looking disheveled, that they look rough. So put that in front of somebody where they're not looking their best, people will make judgments about it. But there's a very valid reason why when it comes to trials, and it pissed me off that Amy's like, Jennifer Nichols is putting makeup on him and dressing Zach in her father's suits. Did you want the jury? Did you want there to be an appellate issue where they could complain that the jurors witnessed Zach Adams in, as Max Short would say, his jailhouse blues? Different, they would have been like the gray white stripes over here. But just like Max Short said, just like Woody said, when Fulton County wanted to put Kenneth Copeland, aka Woody, on the stand after the ex parte hearing, and Prosecutor Hilton was like, can we get him some street clothes? And Woody's like, why? You don't want the jury to see me in these, in what I'm wearing? Like, the state knows, the state wants to play with that credibility. So, what you're saying about the impression, I mean, it's a real thing. I don't think it's anything to feel odd about. And I'm with you there. Thank you again for the 5. We've also got Obnoxious here gifting the 5. Obnoxious, thank you again for all your insights throughout the day. Your reminders on the cell phone towers and the different calibers. It's so good. Even though it might seem like we're repeating some of the stuff, I would not have been able to grasp this case without hearing stuff about the cell location information, and even the different firearms that are mentioned throughout this whole timeline. It's easier for me to track because of people like Obnoxious in the chat that are explaining it and repeating it. So thank you, and thank you for gifting. Let's see. You guys want to watch Doug's? We can vote. I mean, if you guys want to watch Doug's closing again, I have absolutely no problem with that. I don't want to watch Amy's. Maybe another day. Maybe another day, and obviously I'll watch it with Miss Janet Demeanor later tonight when she starts streaming. But yeah, and again, that's going to be at 7 Eastern for Miss Janet Demeanor, 6 p.m. Central. So, just a whole time. Sunshine for you. Thank you for the 2. Says thank you for bringing this cat. Thank you for hanging out with us. Always good to see you in general, but thank you also for the 2. Again, it's my pleasure to be. I mean, I feel like we went through a deep dive together for the last probably 45 days now. So thank you guys for not letting me sit on YouTube by myself. Well, I was like, what is going on here in this case? What is happening? Where are we? Why are we here? And I think it's great that months ago we had an empty gallery and this didn't get all that much attention. And then here's an entire chat that's like, more people need to know about this. So love it. And thank you again for the 2. Curiously says I never want to watch Amy Weirich again. Okay, we can rewatch Doug's closing, and that will give me a second here to try to get in touch with Trial and Error and see if they want to jump up. So let's see. And I do believe, if you guys remember at the beginning of the stream, when Doug hugged someone in the gallery, I do believe that that was his dad that we saw him hugging. Could be wrong. Could be wrong. But another bow tie Bates. So we got the Frankenstein wooden backing. Let's see. Maybe we can watch Amy on like 3 times speed for 5 seconds just to see what it would sound like. Oh yeah, they missed. Did they miss the beginning? No, we heard his first words of closing, right? They turned the mic on. Okay. Here, I agree. This makes you wonder how many times law enforcement has fudged and coached witnesses to get the result they want. And again, in cases, I think this goes beyond just pure incompetence, but incompetence can get you to results like this as well, right? It might not be because anybody's trying to conspire or connive to protect or falsely convict or falsely convict somebody, which I think there was some dirty work here in this particular case. But incompetence can also get you to these same unjust results. Curiously says she's better without sound. We'll just watch Amy on 3 times or 4 times, but turn the sound off. Oh wait, is there a press conference?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, would the court permit,
or is that just a guess?
Comes in late to be allowed in during closing? Is that sorry?
So he's asking here because of Cindy Adams, Zach's mom. So when we hear the heel clicking later, I'm pretty sure that was Katie Spirko walking in with Cindy Adams. My guess is they didn't expect closing arguments to start so quickly because the state just threw Boat Guy on there and rested their case.
Your Honor, I'm going to break my...
Is this boosted? Sorry, let me boost this volume, guys. I didn't realize it knocked off. I forgot I refreshed.
Argument down into 4 parts for the court, but before I do, I must say what part of this case is not in dispute. That is that Ms. Holly Bobo and her parents and friends and family are the people who make West Tennessee a special place. The horror of April 13th, 2011 remains an unmitigated tragedy, and nothing I say diminishes that. An outrage that this crime took place is not relevant in these proceedings. The 4 parts to my argument are the story of this case, I'm going to address constitutional violations. I'm going to address the proceedings themselves, these post-conviction proceedings themselves, and end discussing the obligation that the court has. Before I get too technical in the legal arguments, I'd like to just summarize this case. April 13th, 2011, a beautiful young nursing student was taken from her home, traveled in a clockwise manner until her cell phone stopped traveling for 30 minutes. This is where U.S. Marshal tracking expert suggests she was killed. No evidence before that was found along a route. A bullet consistent with a defect in her skull was found next to her remains. Evidence was thrown out for personal belongings from that location along the route that ended at Gooch Road. Most of her personal belongings were found next to her remains. I will not belabor the evidence that made law enforcement and General McAdams submit there was probable cause that Terry Britt committed
Hansel
this
McAdams.
crime. Britt had a search.
Now, I didn't catch his mention of Hansel McAdams, but remember, we just looked at the civil forfeiture issues. Hansel McAdams was joyriding around on a BMW C3 that was seized. There was a Cadillac that was being used. Parts of the drug task force, they were taking drugs and selling them for personal use. They had inmates coming over from one of the jails to help around the drug task force office, and they were messing around with different cases, and nobody had any clue what was being messed with or not, what could have been missing from inventory because their inventory wasn't good to start with. So shout out to Hansel McAdams.
Warrant served on him and installed, while he was briefly incarcerated, various wiretapping and bugging devices. Soon after he returned, he was told they probably are bugging you. Nothing happened. 2011 turned into 2012, turned into 2013. This case was becoming a cold case. Terry Britt told Marshal Walker to get an agreement giving him certain prison time. He just wanted his wife Janet kept out of it. He was not Mirandized. He took 15 years on old charges that Janet Britt was let out. By the way, if he had been serving for that crime that happened in Madison County, he would have been incarcerated on April 13th, 2011. In the words of Brent Booth, this case is haunting. As time developed, TBI blamed the Bobo family. The Bobo family blamed TBI. Nobody could blame them. What follows that began in late 2013 can only be explained by understanding the juxtaposition of impenetrable truth that scientific data provides and the manipulative propensity of what people say. And these people who are either scared, want reward money, or have their memory replaced with inferences and impressions to regurgitate or, quote, nail down. Enter Dennis Benjamin. He begins working with TBI head agent Jack Van Hoosier, retired cop, becomes the go-between between the Bobo family and TBI. His job was to get some arrest. Enter Sheila Kilser. Her son was arrested with Jason Kilser. Put aside that both Sheila and Jason had already denied knowledge or involvement. Sheila and Jason get law enforcement to believe Dylan knows more. TBI pounces. Even though what Sheila heard was false, TBI begins the belief that continues throughout that they have the omnipotent superpower to know what the truth is. and thus anything that points to arrest is true enough to further their aim. This is a central theme of everything you've heard. Dylan is pressured from jail. He gets a sweetheart deal, the contents of which are under seal. I will not discuss that. I would just ask the court to read it. A word about Dennis Benjamin. He had been told in February of 2014 by Victor Densmore that Dylan was the weak link. In March of 2014, Benjamin is back in Indiana telling Densmore that he's going to get the death penalty if he doesn't tell him where the body is. In dismissing Benjamin, Densmore says, "I'm not even interested in the reward money." We are to believe that a drug addict's statement to his girlfriends, his drug buddies, and other jail inmates are gospel. All are statements that were provided or not provided or misconstrued to the most vulnerable of our citizens. They were worried about arrest, losing custody, reward money, and thus everything the state has mustered in an ambush of these people, or to put it into their words, run to the ground. Persist until they say enough to implicate these four, even if it's inconsistent, even if it's demonstrably false. It doesn't matter. I could not summarize this part of the case better than Agent Joe Walker did on page 483. There were a lot of statements that ended up not being true. Now it's time to find the credible points of data that corroborate this scientific data that cannot be manipulated. None exist. Every single part of their life was searched for DNA evidence. None. Fingerprints. None. A gun that could have been used in the crime. None. Nothing. Not the palm print at the Bobo house. Not the crop print. Not a single thing. They have that a meth addict scratched his arm. Dylan's statement is thoroughly rebutted by the cell phone records. It's no wonder why within weeks of Jason Autry's story being released, his attorney wanted the cell records just one more time. Instead of saying Dylan's story was not true, the state has tried more creative avenues by saying it was too self-serving. After he made the statement, he was politely escorted to jail where he has been ever since. Fugitive tracking experts placed the location of death where the remains were found. He was needed to be an expert when the state was trying to solve this crime. You heard from Agent Frizzell today. When his opinion did not fit within the strictures of the manipulated testimony, he was discredited. Could not show it any better today. Agent Frizzell and I recreated Marshall Walker's map. The foundation of my entire trial has been trying to explain April 13th, 2011, and when I finally had Agent Frizzell under cross-examination, he showed the same thing. Bank records were pulled of Shane Austin to call his bluff to see where he was. They confirmed where he was. He said he had a satellite guy coming. That too was corroborated. Cell records put these four
I'm
throughout
sorry.
Decatur
I'll have to take you
County
to trial. I love both you guys.
and Benton County. And it never put them in Swan Johnson Road's location. Zach Adams' phone that apparently was with him all the time. 8:19, he's receiving incoming text. 8:17 and 8:26, Miss Holly Bobo's cell phone is on a completely different tower. Facebook showed Zach online that morning.
Nothing made sense, and yet these men were on trial for their life. Zach Adams' defense attorneys were told, get the ATM video by Dr. Norton. The bank said no such software existed, and TBI agent said the ATM transaction was not covered by their videos. Someone had mislabeled them to be a BP video. Thompson couldn't even open whatever it was labeled BP. And a word on an alibi. We heard delicious. They said that this ATM was baking an alibi. Well, one thing about baking an alibi, you tell law enforcement. Why didn't they tell law enforcement about the ATM? You heard Walker and Booth say, I don't remember the last time I went to an ATM. I doubt anybody in this courtroom remembers the last time they went to an ATM. They say that every time they gave law enforcement, they lied. They're on drugs. They're saying what the things they remembered of that day. The state says all of the things Zach Adams said, all of it under the influence of drugs, it was gospel. Terry Britt talking to an agent in jail was sarcasm. In the face of this, Jason Autry chooses a better option. Recreate his day with cell phone locates. He says he remembers 6 years earlier, while under the influence, somebody mowed his yard, somebody mowing their yard. Interesting that Brent Booth said, remember Autry said he remembers the guy mowing the yard. The state never once yielded any misbelief about the totality of his testimony. They told the court Autry told the world that day. You can read Jennifer Nichols' closing argument about Autry. And she says specifically, Jason sort of covers the whole morning, page 2,727 of the transcript. Sure, they got the gun wrong. Sure, Autry got the gun wrong. That could be fixed. The .357 became the .38 revolver with a .357 barrel became the murder weapon. Disregard Dinsmore vouching 6 days prior that it was a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel, and he knows his guns. Disregard that he says, now my wife also threw out a .32 revolver. Disregard that. There has to be right objective data that the state needed. The defect was .36. The bullet casing next to it was a .380. It's excluded. Nobody pull your phone out to just see for yourself. They say, oh, Bradley Strong sold it to Shane Austin. Disregard Bradley Strong's testimony. That never happened. Problems again with Jason Autry. Okay, the white truck was never in the picture. That was the murder getaway vehicle. Dinsmore must have just forgotten that, quote. Let's send Booth up there to, quote, nail it down. One wonders how much testimony in this case was nailed down between Dennis Benjamin, Brent Booth, Victor Dinsmore, and the rest of the agents and witnesses. And halfway through this witness's testimony, the last witness, Mitchell Hayes, I wrote down my first question. I wonder if he knew Brent Booth. 5 minutes later, we learned they had friends and have each other's cell phone. The case went to the jury. Autry does his job. He saved his life. He gave the state what they asked for. The trial judge said it was the most persuasive and credible testimony he'd ever received. Put aside what we've heard in 2025 from General Weirich's questions, which is all of us are presumed to think co-defendants, participants, immunity agreement witnesses, they provide self-serving and incomplete truth. That's surely not what the jury heard.
Put aside Brent Booth had substantial questions about the truthfulness. Put aside Kathy Ferguson flat out thinks he raped her. Put aside all that. The conviction withstood the appellate scrutiny. But then one canary in the coal mine had not been forgotten about. Buried underneath 4 terabytes of discovery, everyone seemed to have forgotten it existed. And I am discussing the video of these gentlemen at the ATM. The backstory we know is Terry Dykes and Ricky Inman were going through trying to find between 8 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning and 9:40 in the morning, trying to find locations of Holly Bobo or somebody who might be driving. The records show exhibits where they were labeling but stopping at 9:40. They had a treasure trove of this surveillance video that they dutifully labeled and then just stopped. And here's the interesting thing. So Zach Adams fills his pro se petition, and he didn't forget what he had been told. We were at the ATM. From Dr. Norton to his attorneys, the bank records show we know you're at the ATM, we just got to find it. So it's part of the post-conviction proceedings. And this is where it's interesting. Adams is talking to somebody he would not be here without, Dr. Katie Spirko. Adams, and this is recorded and listened to by Kathy Ferguson. Kathy Ferguson testified, we heard them talking about this video, the potential of it. We heard Zach say, I remember going into the ATM backwards. When I issued a subpoena to get this, the state was advised of the subpoena, they issued it too. It was limited in time, what Ms. Ferguson says, Agent Ferguson. The state was dangled the original software, and they went and got it. We'll come back to that. Months ensued. I finally filed a motion because in the January hearing on the amended complaint about this, General Boyano brings the laptop that has the still shot of the truck going backwards. The same still shot, the state also argues, shows nothing. It showed something for them to have it on their screenshot when they argued in front of you. And at that time, Zach Adams says, that's me. No one knew about it until these pleadings. No one. Agent Booth, then General Nichols, lied to you about it. They said, we remember seeing it before the trial. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate Kathy Ferguson for honoring her oath and saying Booth's mistaken, because it's not true. It makes perfect sense nobody saw it. General Hagerman says he was the expert of the 4G terabyte hard drive. The 4 terabyte drive, he was the expert. He never remembers seeing it. Terry Dykes stopped surveilling at 9:40. Agent Ferguson was the lead administrative agent. She never saw it. It was only relevant in these proceedings. Walker, who was in charge of going from the bank records to seeing if they were covered by the videos, he said, I didn't see it because I didn't look. It was mislabeled by an intern. Again, Zach's lawyers couldn't open it. What does it do? And I have belabored this. All of Frizzell's cross-examination is now consistent with Walker and Reeves. There is virtually no space between them. It shows at 10:32 when Zach is on tower 39077, and then at 10:35, 39079, he's traveling on the interstate to get to their home, to pick up the rest of his drug buddies, to get down to Parsons, and that's their day. You cannot go from where Autry says they were along this route and make it to the ATM by 11:12 a.m. We've proven that. Nothing the state can ever show rebuts what the objective science reveals. All the statements in the universe, including the guy fishing whose wife was a Facebook friend and he's buddies with Brent Booth, does not rebut what the cell records, the bank records, and the ATM video show. That's why I've spent all of my time on this dry erase board. When you understand April 13th, you understand everything. I asked Agent Booth, as an investigator, is your job to tie up independently corroborating bits of data like bank transactions and cell records to say where somebody was? Answer, I didn't do that. I don't remember that. So the court must ask itself now, how can this be? And I submit it is only for the constitutional violations that took place. Your Honor, I submit first under Dellinger, I have proven that the ATM is new. It exists the same way all other new evidence exists. It was out there in the rules of quantum physics that existed. Nobody knew it. Nobody. And the fact that Agent Booth and General Nichols were not credible validates it. Because Agent Ferguson and General Hagerman, you can test their credibility, validates it's new. It proves actual innocence. If I have argued actual innocence throughout this. If the court does not find by clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence, then the court's analysis falls to whether first, standalone constitutional violations warrant a new trial, and if not standalone, ineffective assistance to counsel. This evidence is largely interwoven with each other. I suggested in opening, I'll suggest again, find your facts, and then you'll understand when you apply the law how to apply. A defense to the standalone grounds is whether it's been waived or whether it's been previously determined, such as if you have a suppression hearing, you can't argue in a PCR. The standalone, the Brady violation of Jason Autry's sentence was not revealed to the jury. The state had decided, General Hagerman, the state had decided they had virtually no case. They never communicated that to the defense. Autry, as a state agent, he was provided an immunity agreement, and he came to the court and he lied. I'll talk more about it briefly. Prosecutorial misconduct and or Brady violations. I'm just going to briefly touch on them. I'll get to them in a second. Jennifer Nichols telling the jury the 380 was excluded. No, it wasn't. That the truck had been put in the Dinsmore's garage. No, it wasn't. That the ATM video was buried in discovery that nobody knew and then mislabeled. And at this point, I think the court can see, when I asked Agent Frizzell, did anybody try to go back and look at this surveillance data? I mean, just think for a minute the millions of dollars, it's in the transcript, the millions of dollars the state had for this. But they act like it's an inmate and an appointed attorney's job to find a better, more clear version of ATM surveillance data. I think I've covered sufficiently how the ATM came to be. I want to go over some of the things the state has said in regards to it. They argue both it's nothing new, we knew they were in Parsons, who cares? And also argue perhaps a canine was driving it. They argue you can't tell if it's them. You can't tell if it's their same vehicle, although to his credit, General Hagerman says, yeah, the same hubcaps, it looks very similar, or similar. It's the exact vehicle they had impounded. And what nobody in the state has said is, if that's not them, what vehicle was Shane Austin in? Because the transcript shows they knew his vehicle was inoperable. And they knew that bank transaction took place. Dylan Adams said, that's me, the BP, standing there. Dylan Adams said, that's me in the car. Zach Adams said, that's me in the car. Jim Simmons testified, so far as we knew, there was no video. He's the one that subpoenaed the bank for the video. They both said they never saw it, and they said how important it was. Gonzalez remembers no conversation about the ATM video. Its importance was understood at trial. That this route that I have discussed about Autry's lie, if you read the trial transcript, and General Nichols, she knew when to object. Page 1,313. And remember, the testimony is the TBI agents, they ran the route themselves. They knew the route that Autry was going to testify about. The question discussing the way back. Question on line 10. So then where would you have gone after that? Answer, at some point in there it was determined they were where they was, and I proceeded to make my way to 30 Yellow Springs Road. How did you make your way over there? Answer, maybe through Coxburg West, comes through at Eagle Creek. General Nichols. Your Honor, at this point I'm going to object to when the witness says probably. If he doesn't know, I'm going to object to him just guessing and speculating about which way he went. She knew exactly what she was doing. As if she knew the route was impossible. Because she's the one that says today or in November, we knew they were in Parsons, big deal. We'll come back to that when we discuss sanctions. The gun. It's not merely what gun was used. The gun, the .380 round next to the remains, is important because it is another bit of data that validates John Walker's map. I was more worried about this because I prepared this before Agent Frizzell testified. We are now in unison with that fourth ping added to Miss Bobo's phone. But the gun, the .380, shows the 30 minutes from Shiloh Road to Truck Tower Road is where Miss Holly Bobo was killed. Everything makes sense. There's no evidence thrown out before. The evidence is thrown out after, except most of the physical remains of Miss Bobo are by her remains. Six days before the .32 revolver was pulled out, Victor Densmore says, I'm 100%, I know my guns. It's a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel. Jason Autry initially said it was a .357. Why did he say it was a .357? Well, Maybe he knew the Austins had a 357. Maybe it's based on discovery that a 357 had been pulled out. But when the state pulls out the .32 revolver, they don't say, maybe we're being lied to. You know what we haven't found in the 2 years of this post-conviction proceeding? The .32 revolver that Victor Dinsmore says they threw in a pond. That May 2017 recording not only revealed the gun issue, if that's not suborning perjury, I don't know what is. It's rare you see the sausage being made in an investigation where 6 years after, Brent Booth is asking Victor and Sandy Dinsmore, could it have happened? No, not happening. Brent Booth, I'm trying to get all these details nailed down so I can settle this damn case. His words. Victor says, there's no way that's happening. You never know what a jury will do. Booth says something interesting then. He says at the time they were hiding the garage, they were cleaning the truck out to hide it. There is no scenario where that's possible on April 13th, 2011. None. Victor says, let's go with it. Let's put the truck in the garage. And the state, the prosecutors don't say, well, I'm cleaning my hands of Victor Dinsmore, I'm cleaning my hands of Agent Booth. The words were, they were unimpressed and he was leading. Jennifer Thompson knew enough to have it transcribed, but she didn't understand Rule 803.26. She didn't understand none of it's offered for the truth of the matter. She should have cross-examined them. She should have talked in opening statements. But when she tried to bring it up, shrewd as always, General Nichols objected. Can't talk about that. When we started these proceedings, Your Honor, I did not, one thing I forgot. It's interesting, there are moments where you see how Autry recreated his story. The truck in the garage is one of them. Valerie Trout's IR discussed that the Dinsmores remember a truck being hidden there. But Trout said, no, it wasn't the day of. She came here and testified, it wasn't the day of. If it was the day of, I would have put it in my report. But Autry gleaned from that, I need to put the truck hidden in the garage. When the case started, the first day I lost the motion in limine on Autry's testimony, I did not think I could prove to the court Autry lied. I didn't have his recanting. And it's interesting, the state said it's not credible because Autry was under the influence of drugs when he's talking to my agent at the Memphis jail. But now when this drug addict's talking to other drug addicts, trying to intimidate them, it's gospel. When we started the case, I don't think the state had the understanding of Dylan. Because all you have to do with Dylan, and I know the court said it's going to watch the tape, you have a transcript, I can't request enough. Absorb it. Dylan says whatever they wanted him to say. And so initially, during these proceedings, I was asking, they started off with Mark Lewis. And we get into this, what I'll refer my words as hedging. Again, to the jury in 2017 is totality. Autry's plea, Autry tells the world. Judge McGinley, most persuasive, credible testimony I've ever seen. Watch what happens in 7 months. General Weirich is asking the first TBI agent to testify, Mark Lewis. Question, this is page 238. Is it fair to say that Jason Autry's statement that he's given to law enforcement over the years, as well as Dylan Adams' statement that he's given to law enforcement over the years, are not mirror images of one another? They're not mirror images. How many homicide statements have you participated in your career as a TBI agent? I don't know what the number is, but it would be a lot. Okay. How many of those have involved a co-defendant? A fair amount. Is it typical with co-defendants pointing the finger at one another? That's not uncommon. It's typical. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they give you a little bit, try to mitigate their own involvement. That has happened, yes. Give you just enough to let you do your work without completely, and I object. I said, Your Honor, is the state acknowledging Jason Autry's statement and testimony was false? Because that will save us a tremendous amount of effort with this line of questioning if the state is acknowledging that Jason Autry's statement was false. General Weirich, I'm nowhere close to that, Your Honor. No, sir. Now, fast forward to Kathy Ferguson. May, August. General Weirich asked Kathy Ferguson, of the 4, who do you think raped Holly Bobo? She said Zach Adams, Shane Austin, Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry. Oh, so you think Jason Autry raped him? Yes. All because you just listened to Dylan Adams' statement. And you realize it's a lie. Now, General Nichols says 2 things on her testimony. She said, initially, I knew it was false when I watched it. She and I agree on that totally. It's interesting, though, he got incarcerated immediately after making it. I know of no other crime where you say a lie about your involvement in a crime and you're not arrested. The problem is, when Jackson and Booth are good cop, bad copping him and saying all this, nobody had the cell phone data. To say that this is not a mirror image of Jason Autry is an offense to the mirror. Dylan has this concoction coming up over the entire night and has Autry the ringleader, has Autry throughout the day raping her, has Dylan raping her, has Zach raping her. Then, when you watch it in full, you'll get to the point when they say, and they were hiding her in a basement. It's like, whoops, they're talking about a trailer. So it starts all over. And you go back to the sealed transcript of the plea deal. And you think about Dennis Benjamin and what we heard from him. February, meeting Dinsmore's a God thing. He's got a friend in Indiana. March, he's lying to him, saying you're going to get the death penalty. And that's who the vulnerable one lived with. I want to say this about Autry's lie. Credibility matters. I got the pattern instructions. Pattern instruction 42.04. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. By the way, the dedication to this year's pattern instruction was to Judge German. Judge Riley wrote, "Dickey abhorred anything he considered to be an injustice." But the state says, okay, in 2017 we said Jason Autry, total mourning, total testimony, total truth. Now they say, oh, you silly jury, you should have known better. You should have known that co-defendants do this. You should have known that it was a self-serving statement. You silly jury. I have custody cases all the time where you lose custody of your child if you lie. I don't say to the judge, I mean, listen, dads lie, moms lie. You know, it happens. Don't follow the law. The fact that their lead agent says Jason Autry was not truthful, but they find a friend of Brent Booth to come here and say, on a random day crappie fishing, he remembers a gunshot going off, and he remembers it echoing, and the court will listen to the exhibit. You listen to them. They're labeled how far apart they are.
He knows the
You
exhibit.
listen if you hear any echoing. When he got up about halfway through, I wrote to write this question before he said anything. I wonder if he's friends with Brent Booth. Called it.
You guys are so nice.
We did not
Thank
know.
you guys.
The record did not know that Dylan, this all started with Sheila Kilzer. Kudos to Mark Lewis. He testified Sheila Kilzer wanted her son to get a deal. Kudos to Mark Lewis for explaining that. Your Honor, I think this record has been aided by what Dennis Benjamin brought to the court. The court's heard several issues regarding Sheila Kilzer, Rebecca Earp, who said the truth when she was interviewed by Valerie Trout. Again, the cell phone records have Zach and her arguing throughout late at night. And she's asked, did y'all spend the night together? And she said, I honestly don't remember. But that wasn't good enough for the state. They had to nail that detail down differently than her memory. Dinsmore, and this was something that Jennifer Thompson did not bring out. There's moments when there's these witnesses lining up, and then there's these moments when they don't know the latest thing to line up with. And so Dinsmore is saying that while these guys were there buying drugs on the afternoon of April 13th, they're talking about who's going to hit it first. And there was a while where the state believed that to be true. And then the cell records come in and like, whoops, that's not true. And Autry's painted a story with cell records. The victim's already dead. And you hear Dinsmore says, oh. Like, whoops, somebody forgot to tell him. But he still said it, and it made no sense. And Ms. Thompson did not isolate on this. John Walker, I appreciate Agent Frizzell. You know, if the record reflected at trial, the only thing he was wrong about was a road here and there, that would have been pretty different. I've thought about this. What's more accurate? The map John Walker prepared that the court did not allow in 2017, or the exhibit that Agent Frizzell prepared with consultation with the state that had the fourth ping missing that showed the direction of travel of the cell phone of Holly Bobo that morning. When Agent Walker was preparing Ms. Thompson, his testimony was it was for an hour, she did not pay attention, and she was drinking wine.
Wine.
the credibility of Jennifer Nichols and Brent Booth. They're the only two who said, I saw the video beforehand. Your Honor, I submit there's credible evidence that the court received then General Nichols, who testified in November, was the least credible witness this court will ever see. She objected to some of my questions from her chair, ridiculed, deflected. It was beneath the position she has held. At times when she couldn't find the right answer, she attempted to gain sympathy from the court. Interesting, she said something I'd heard from Jason Autry that said, if your records reflect that, I don't dispute that. Interesting, I wonder how that came to be. At one point, not wanting to answer the question, she said, when are we going to talk about Jennifer Thompson? I thought that's why we were here. Listen to her at the trial. Jennifer Thompson, all she had a guy who measured the .380 round in the casing. And she told the jury, he didn't know to take the bullet out of the casing. Bless his heart! As if somehow the bullet's going to get bigger than .355 when it's removed from the casing. As if the sock is bigger than the shoe. And then when you ask these people simple questions, just think about this. Simple questions. Do you know the diameter? Be honest, people. Agent Ferguson said, I didn't, but I've learned it. Jennifer Nichols, no. Have you Googled it? No. Brent Booth, have you looked it up? No. Just admit, we were wrong. The sanctions that the court has taken under advisement. The state is asking for the court to see that somehow that video that is in discovery either shows nothing, or if it does show something, it shows nothing new because everybody knew we were in Parsons. They said, but Katie Spirko can't go get it because it's evidence. Which is odd. From 2011 to 2024, the state did nothing to go and get the actual recorded software. Only when Katie Spirko tries to get it through a subpoena that only I have the power to get, then all of a sudden we got a problem. And you can look through the record of this transcript to see their only defense to the ATM video is it's not clear enough of a picture to see who's in it. It's almost as if the real reason they went and got what's exculpatory evidence was to make sure if there's a clear video of it, defense didn't have it first. And when I asked her whether it was important, whether she communicated to me first, that they went and got it, and they told the person who gets it, don't tell anybody, Jennifer Nichols says, who cares? It's an obligation under the rules of professional conduct when a prosecutor knows of exculpatory evidence. And you saw Jennifer Nichols' attitude. All of these things, Your Honor, combine for these standalone issues I've addressed in my pleadings. I'm now going to address ineffective assistance of counsel, and I have 12. I'll not belabor the point. Again, if I have not proven these are worthy enough on its face to survive the Rule 28, Section 5 defenses, these fall to ineffective assistance. Number one, Dylan's video. And it was odd to even watch in real time. The question was, how do you authenticate the video of Dylan's September 2014 hearing? Jennifer Thompson says, I don't know. It's pretty easy. You call one of the 3 TBI officers who were there. And it's not a confrontation issue because, first of all, it's not being asserted for the truth of the matter. And second, the defendant calls it. And look how the state, they couldn't wiggle out of it. 2, she never recreated the day of April 13th to make it sense with the objective data. 3, the gun, her question to Dinsmore was, yeah, but didn't you say it was a 38 or a 357? That's fundamentally different than you said it's a 38 revolver with a 357 interchangeable barrel. Number 4, the truck in the garage, she had the transcript. Play it at opening. Say, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the evidence has been created in this case. All of these witnesses said different things until the state said, that's enough, stop. The detail is nailed down. Jerry Gonzalez says she wasn't listening because she was constantly trying to get boxes because the state wouldn't tell them who their witnesses were. And the state during these proceedings said, no, that wasn't done. General Hageman tried his best. When we asked a couple of weeks ago to the state, who are your 6 witnesses? Their response to and the court seen it was, are we required to do this? Britt, technical difficulties regarding the wiretap. Britt admits there's listening that you're told they probably wiretapped your home. This idea that there was not probable cause differences, Your Honor, I've gone through this. It's not the case. There's a probable cause for an administrative subpoena, investigative subpoena, that's different by statute. Everything else, the definition of probable cause is you believe somebody did it. That's it. Think how I went through point by point by point of Brent Booth, who initially said, I never said there was probable cause. And then I get the record out, and he's like, whoa. And we went through point by point.
Very large
Terry Britt
points.
lied about his alibi. Terry Britt lied about his cell phone. Terry Britt's prior knowledge of Holly Bobo. Past behaviors. Thompson could not open a video. She should have gotten IT help to open it. In fairness, she did repeatedly bring up issues to the court. The transcript of the motion hearing speaks for itself.
Jennifer Nichols knew she couldn't open it.
She failed to isolate the Dinsmore when Dinsmore said, yeah, those guys were talking about who's going to hit it first. And then I didn't know what they were talking about. Now I do. I feel terrible. So she said, wait a minute. But crime's already taken place and she's dead by this time. She didn't isolate how all of these witnesses, just because they say some things that sound similar to other things, it doesn't make it true when you have people who are facilitating these witnesses back and forth. She should have played the ERP video. Honestly, I don't remember. She didn't force this fundamental question of the day, which is, they just pulled off the crime of the century. They just get back to Austin's house. The records show their call was at 8:50. They now have no idea what to do with the body. So they call Jason Autry, who comes in where they drive to the river to dispose of it. They then don't dispose of it, and they drive all the way back. Put aside they drove, and you'll watch the video of Paul Dillon's route. It's nothing but woods. But they're still driving. And then at this point, even though you cannot get to this route, Thompson does not say, does it make sense now that they say, all right, we know a satellite guy's coming at Shane's house. let's just leave everything here and make our way to Sonic. That's what the proof that Autry bound them to. Put aside this issue. The remains were found with personal property. How'd the personal property get there? If they were throwing all the evidence out, wouldn't they have thrown all the evidence out? Instead, they made sure to keep some belongings together, and there's no explanation for how that could be. Because they say the truck was hidden in Dinsmore's before all of this. It's impossible. And Thompson never drove that point home. She should have told, number 11, she should have told Zach Adams, Zach, you're on trial for the death penalty. I need to let you know I have antidepressant medicine that's being upped up because of how I'm being treated in this case. You say, well, that's true, but somebody was being mean to her. Is the attorney's job to not at least tell the client, you need to know my mental health is deteriorating, which is the 12th point she should have withdrawn. I could not say it better than Forrest Richardson. He analyzed quantity, not quality. Jennifer Thompson's problem is not that she didn't know the case. She couldn't tell the jury about it because by September 2017, she'd been ridiculed. Her own co-counsel filed a motion to withdraw, saying her problem was she believed him too much. I'm curious what the state's position is. Is it that she was competent, or in the words of Jennifer Nichols, dishonest and unethical? For recording her work. Can you imagine if we didn't have the recording of Dinsmore and I was trying to tell you, Judge, I think there was perjury suborned during that day. I think Dinsmore said he didn't remember. If I didn't have a recording, they'd be like, ha, whatever, trust us. Which brings me to the third large point.
He's just spitting in the chair. Oh, I should hide
When
the
you
banner.
reflect on this case,
Just like,
whose presentation provided you the most credible proof? Whose statements to you were true? I told you from the beginning in May, Your Honor, Katie Spirko won't be a witness. You look in the record right now to see if there was ever a subpoena issued for her today. Served on her today. I said it's for a nefarious purpose. Opening statement. Opening statement. The state said, if there's anything new that comes to this court, it's not going to be credible. I submit I have presented to the court objective scientific data that cannot be manipulated, like testimony of a fisherman 14 years earlier. The state has provided testimony from witnesses who lied about everything until their lies were nailed down to the lies of others. It was, at one point I asked a question and General Hagerman volunteered. This isn't gamesmanship. What else is it? If you don't think Jason Autry did it, then why continue to try to put him to death in pleadings? And his answer was, well, we didn't know who was going to be tried first. This is not a game. I've told you about the .32 revolver that we've never found from Dick, the second one apparently. It's been in a pond. Think about this. The state has asked you to consider the prior evidence, which is part of the record, that Zach made all these statements to drug addicts, to friends, to girlfriends he was fighting with, as somehow confessions. They have incarcerated him since March of 2014, had the ability to wiretap every single thing he's ever said, listen to every phone conversation he's ever made. They don't have the first sentence uttering a single statement that he had any knowledge of what happened to Holly Bobo or any involvement. They say that he threatened his brother. If that's the new element for first-degree murder, every parent who has children better watch out. And look at the people who supported the scientific evidence. Look what happened to them. Terry Dykes taken off the job. John Walker reported. Jennifer Thompson, antidepressant medicine. And Your Honor, I submit, I have shown this to you, and in this case, I have taken their witnesses and their evidence, with the exception of Paul Dillon, Alberto Davis, and Bradley Strong. No, sorry, that's their witness. And the lawyers involved. I've taken their IRs, their agents, and shown you the truth. Your Honor, we're now time for me to tell you the fourth part of this argument and the last part of this case, which is your signature to the order.
I love this part.
This procedure, this post-conviction procedure, Rule 28, and it's codified, reflects our country's dedication to the importance of our Constitution. Just as Marbury versus Madison said, some laws, however popularly passed, will not stand if they're unconstitutional. Neither will a jury verdict stand if it's the product of a constitutional violation. These provisions are not trivial. Due process, effective assistance of counsel. I will not lecture the court on the Constitution. I will just say this. It's what our men and women in uniform defend with their lives. Every judicial oath states you solemnly promise to support the United States and Tennessee Constitution. Each generation of Americans inherit the obligation to honor it, and if they don't, it will not stand. At times, it requires good and honorable men and women to speak up and stand up for it against powerful and popular forces. Is your signature going to be easy, Your Honor? It's not. The Constitution doesn't care if it's not easy. To put it in more practical sense, can TBI officers go around telling other witnesses to change their testimony to nail down with other testimony, and can prosecutors say, that's fine, let's use it? We'll find out with your signature. Can a prosecutor lie to the jury about a bullet size? We'll find out with your signature. Can a citizen honestly be said to have had effective assistance of counsel if the attorney was ridiculed, her first chair abandoned her, she had mental health problems, she never presented alibi evidence, she did not understand what evidence is important and how to get it admitted? We will find out with your ruling. Can the state mislabel, then lie about its existence? Evidence that either exonerates or tends to exonerate the witness, and then when they find a more clear version of this evidence exists, can they surreptitiously obtain it and tell the custodian, don't say a word about it? We'll find out with your ruling. Here's the irony, Your Honor. This ruling's not going to affect me I'm going to go back to Hickman County and divorce people. I can tell you who is waiting on your ruling. Every dishonest member of law enforcement and prosecutor that is faced with a weak case. Your green light, if you condone this, will be the best they could have ever hoped for. And to be clear, I am not saying every law enforcement or prosecutor in this case or throughout the state is either dishonest or corrupt. We live in a state that prides itself in law enforcement, and we should. Those who do their job honorably have the utmost regard for everyone in this courtroom. It is to them this court owes the duty to not reward the bad conduct that besmirches their life's work. I would read to you from page 504, retired agent Joe Walker, to be your guiding light. If there's evidence that cannot manipulate that Zach Adams was not part of this crime, you want him out of jail, don't you? If Zach Adams was in jail unnecessarily, sir, I couldn't sleep at night. I can promise you that. Is today the first time you learned that you did not look at the right video? Yes, sir. Do you feel terrible? Again, sir, I don't know. I don't feel terrible until I know for sure. You're worried, aren't you? I would hate to think that it would be, but I'm not certain at this point. No, sir. Chaucer wrote in Canterbury Tales, if the gold rust, what chance does the iron have? If Chaucer were here, he would say it this way. If this conduct in this case is not corrected in such a high visibility case, what's going to happen to the low visibility ones? Your Honor, subject to any post-trial filings as the court requires, this largely concludes my appointment to the court under Rule 28, Section 610C2, whereby I have reviewed the pro se petition, filed the amended petition asserting other claims which the petitioner was arguably entitled to, interviewed relevant witnesses, diligently investigated and presented all reasonable claims. To say that this has been disappointing and at times disgusting and even intimidated to present to the court would be an understatement. I read no such exceptions to Rule 28 that could have made this easier for me. I would be lying if I did not say I wish such exceptions existed at times. I found myself this summer working late at night often on this case and moving offices across the square in Centerville. One artifact I came across was an article in the Hickman County Times from 1981 where the then assistant prosecutor resigned because he was so upset at the corrupt, dishonest judge who presided over the court. The prosecutor not only wrote the resignation to the judge and the DA, he allowed it to be run in the Hickman County Times. The letter reviewed in detail the horrible acts from the bench this prosecutor had witnessed. And he ended it by acknowledging that this resignation made public will cause a financial cost to his future that he regrets. But he would rather his children grow up poor than to witness him stand silent in the face of such corruption and dishonor from the very institutions we cherish most in our country. The author had a daughter who has since taught history and government and a son who followed in his footsteps. For the reasons I have cited to you, Your Honor, I'm asking you to not stand silent either. Thank you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, so quick pause. We're going to do the silence and watch her on 3 times. So again, you guys, Katie Spirko and Cindy Adams had about an hour drive to get back to the hotel. So their ETA is probably about 8 minutes from now that they're going to jump on. So, and I'm really excited for that. I feel like they just need to have the floor and they can steer the conversation. I'm sure they'll want to answer any questions that you guys have. But I would imagine that Cindy Adams has had to deal with people telling her ridiculous things for the past maybe not 14 years, but like 11, going back to 2014 when Zach was actually arrested. And then Katie Spirko, she has to be bursting. Like, she knows this case so well. You guys got to see how Dana McLendon laid it out. And Dana McLendon stepped into this after Katie Spirko kept saying, hey, you got to look at this. This is wild. This is crazy. But Katie hasn't been able to speak about this because she's been under this, like, obviously not genuine sequestration order because she was on the witness list for no reason since March. These games have been played over Katie Spirko. And I think whenever they get here, I'll try my best to ask questions, but like, whatever they need to get off their chest, want to get off their chest, I'm all in to just let them talk about what they want to talk about. So, very excited for that. We could play a game like we start playing Amy's Closing and just like cross our fingers that they show up soon to save us. Trikisha says, take her off the screen. And thank you, Trikisha, for the super. I will be ordering. She sent a 20 for some pizza. I will be ordering some pizza. I'm going to be ordering some pizza tonight, especially since this is a long day. Very excited. Yeah, Sheriff Chuck, exactly. As well as she knows this case, why didn't the state call her? Seems sus. And then Amy Weirich argues that this whole petition stems from Katie Spirko, as if Zachary Adams didn't file a pro se petition. Like, logically, that would mean Katie Spirko isn't the reason we have a petition being filed. She might have found more information along the way, some very significant information, but she wasn't the cause and effect of the pro se petition. But that's how Amy wants to see it and represent it to the imaginary jury that she seems to be imagining in the room with her during today's proceeding. So, I don't know, did he say that was his father that wrote that decision? I missed that. I'm not going to lie, I totally missed that. His dad is in the courtroom, though. So, Doug Bates III was here to hear Doug Bates IV deliver this closing argument. So, but yeah, I think you might be right. That went over my head, but I would imagine the judge caught it. If that's the case. Okay, yeah, so I don't think he said it explicitly, but maybe that was the reference. But I don't think his dad was a judge back in 1981. So that'd be a very long time ago. Okay, so maybe. We'll ask Katie. We'll be like, hey, can you help us? Can you help me? But yeah, Sheriff Chuck's like, wait, the jury wasn't real, but I saw her looking at them and talking to them. So we're going to play a game of Katie and Cindy come save us. Because as soon as they show up, we'll pause Amy.
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of the state of Tennessee, on behalf of every law-abiding citizen,
well, I guess I'm not a law-abiding citizen.
On behalf of every law enforcement agency in this state, and particularly those that had anything to do with this case, whether it was from the early moments of the morning of April 13, 2011.
This is going to sound crazy, guys. You ready for 4 times?
We do not care where Zach Adams was at 11:12 in the morning on April 13, 2011. The state of Tennessee could not care less where he was at that time on that day. Out of their own witnesses' mouths.
Put chipmunks in the chat.
The key, the essential time period in this case, in this investigation, 9:39 in the morning. He elaborated a little more and said from 8 to 10:30 in the morning. That's the key time. Their own witness. This court for proof is made. The jury heard proof over a week. Thousands of pieces of evidence have been admitted. Before Your Honor, before Judge McGinley. often when we wrap up jury cases, we say the jury is prosecutors, particularly cases like this.
Oh no.
It's hard to give it to you. It's hard to turn this case over to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We know you've been listening. We know you've been paying attention. We chose you. We know you're going to follow the law, but it's still hard.
There are already comments on the Law and Crime stream that they don't like the
Your Honor is the jury here.
defense attorney.
And the state of Tennessee has the utmost confidence that Your Honor is going to do the right thing, that Your Honor is going to follow the law that says that they have to prove beyond clear and convincing evidence, or with clear and convincing evidence.
I'm clear and
Jennifer
convinced.
Thompson and Jim Simmons and Jerry Gonzalez performed below reasonable standards, not magician standards, not wizard standards, not could you maybe bribe a juror and get them to hang this thing up, but did they perform at reasonable objective standards in the moment, not looking back all these years later with hindsight.
All right, let's go to Boat Guy. Speaking of hindsight, Boat Guy looking back 14 years later. Where did Doug get up? Doug got up for cross-examination somewhere around here.
Cross-examination, Mr. Davis.
Yes. Thank you. In 2011, who were your kids' teachers?
One of them would have been in high school. The others were, well, you're asking me a question there that I'm not going to really refer to because I might tell a story since my mama worked over at the school and they had and just had retired, so there was a different bunch of teachers over there. At the time, they had like 3 different teachers in the grades.
Okay. What grade were they twins in?
Sure, 2011. You gonna make me back up here?
You don't know without doing the math?
They're probably in either the 5th or 6th grade.
You don't know?
Well, no.
Okay. What school was it?
Beaver School.
So if for real was Doug Bates the third.
North end of Henderson County at Parker's Crossroads.
All right. And what time did you drop off in the morning?
About 7:45.
All right. And would you have your truck with your boat hitched?
Well, yeah, because I didn't live 3 minutes from school.
Okay. And from the school to the boat ramp, how far is it?
Sir, 108, 26, 18, about 20 miles.
20 miles. And did you always drop off at 7:45?
Between 7:30 and 7:45.
All right. So you're fishing that morning and nobody else is out?
Nope.
It's not uncommon during the middle of the week for the traffic to be less?
Yes.
All right. And did you tell anybody you were fishing that day?
Oh, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You then heard a gunshot?
Yes.
Was it loud?
Yes.
Was it echoing?
Somewhat down the water, it did.
I'm going to play you a if I can have some technical assistance. May I have some technical assistance?
What are we asking to do?
To report.
Literally busy.
I may have the remote. While my assistant handles this, let me ask you some questions. This was during turkey season.
Yes.
And not the entire area on this map is the federal refuge, correct?
You're asking a question I don't know about who owns what.
Well, it's your map. Who created it?
I just know all the water in the area around that is Federal Reserve. I don't have nothing that shows anything, no maps on there.
Who created the map then? You authenticated it. Who created it?
No, I just said that the reserve was with the water. I don't know who owns what.
Who created the map, sir?
I guess the federal government did because there's a federal game reserve down there.
Who printed the map to bring today?
They printed the map.
Okay, so you didn't create this map?
No.
You don't know if it's accurate or not?
Well, it looks like the one I've always looked at.
What map is that?
On my phone.
Okay, on your phone.
Yes.
And you don't know how close the refuge is and what other properties there are on this map?
Well, I just know that there's a gate on this here that if it's flooded or if the refuge is closed, you can't get into it.
Fair. You've heard gunshots before?
No.
You've never heard gunshots in turkey season?
Not there.
But you fish other places along the river?
Yes.
And you hear other gunshots?
You know, other than during duck season, I really hadn't.
Okay. And turkey guns, are you familiar with turkey guns?
Yes.
And what kind of guns do they shoot? You shoot?
A shotgun.
High-powered, 12-gauge, 10-gauge?
Well, you can shoot from a 410 up.
You know turkey hunter who does?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, do you have any idea how close you were?
Nope.
You don't really know what direction it was, do you?
Just knew it come from to the up north of me because it echoed from the water that way is all I can say.
You don't know if it was on private property or refuge?
No.
Was it, say, less than 2 football fields, more than 2 football fields?
That would be hard to say with the echo and the, you know, that'd just be
Okay.
hard to say.
We're going to listen.
What are we playing here, Mr. Mayor?
Your Honor, if I can label it afterwards, I'll explain it if I can not label
It's
it.
one of our already admitted.
It's already admitted. Yes, Your Honor.
Very
Do you
attentive
remember
judge.
hearing overhead traffic?
Oh, yes, you hear it.
Okay. And the gunshot was louder than the overhead traffic?
Yes.
Okay. That's not an echo, correct?
No.
And that's not what you heard?
Well, I don't know when it's been over recording.
Well, let's back it up.
I
You
love
said an
that.
echo.
So, to me, I don't think this guy's piecing together that this is some type of audio test that happened recently, because Kathy Ferguson and her team went out and did this testing. Was it earlier this year or last year during the post-conviction proceedings? Because Trial and Error podcast, they went out there and did this type of firing test to show that it doesn't make the boom, 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 boom sound. And this guy, so quick to answer, is almost like, I didn't know it would be on recording, as if he's admitting he knows his recollection is complete BS.
It did.
We just listened to something, you said it didn't echo.
Yes.
Fair to say, that's not the type of thing you heard?
I don't know if we was in the same spot when I heard it, and
Fair enough.
the direction of the wind makes a difference.
Fair enough. What was the direction of the wind that day?
No, that I don't know.
Did Brent Booth tell you?
No.
What all did you and Brent Booth say that day?
Nothing.
Nothing. Did you record the conversation?
Other than what I talked to him, we was at a restaurant and he was sitting there with some more agents. I just spoke to him, went on and sat down at my table.
When's the last time you talked to Brent Booth?
Oh, it's been, I'm trying to think, 3 or 4 months ago.
3 or 4 months ago. Interesting. What did y'all talk about?
I was working where he was working at now, and I just run into him, we sat down and had lunch.
What'd you talk about?
Nothing in particular.
Talk about the case?
Not really.
When you say not really?
I mean, he just asked me if I heard anything from the DA and all, they'd be in contact. I mean, that's really all it said.
So Brent Booth told you the DA would be in contact with you?
Eventually, yes.
Did you talk to him about possible reward money?
No.
Now, you married Candy Helms Hayes, correct?
Yes.
I forgot about all this too.
And you're aware that she was Facebook page follower of Justice for Holly?
If you say so.
Are you aware?
Not really that she was a follower of it, but if you say so.
The air was just thick with animosity.
I don't go through her Facebook page, so I mean, you'll just have to.
Fix his face real quick.
We'll stipulate that this man's wife has a
Panic.
Facebook page that has a banner on it.
And she was that before we got married, so I mean.
Right. Can you?
He's not denying this.
Stipulation that she was a follower of his Facebook page.
Okay.
I'm objecting.
It's still wanting this.
Yep.
Okay, now we have an objection. We have an objection to this being entered, Mr. Bates.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's not denying it. These have no relevance.
It's relevance for multiple things, bias and the circumstances of him coming forward.
Well, I'm not sure what the content of this document is.
It's following Justice for Holly in 2014.
All right, I'll allow him for bias.
Yeah. You and the Bobos have mutual friends, correct?
I guess not. I mean.
Adam Hayes, who's Adam Hayes?
He's a guy that I've worked with down in Parsons, Tennessee before, and with a contractor, and he works at, I think, West Tennessee Public Utility District now.
And who's his wife?
And who?
Who's his wife?
That I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that Adam Hayes is friends with Clint Bobo?
Objection.
No, I don't know. I'm sure I know lots of people's friends with him. I don't know.
Again, it's proven bias.
I'll
And
allow him a little bit of leeway here.
you have mutual.
And there, I think Amy Weirich wanted to object on like it being a leading question, but then realized this was cross-examination because it's her witness. It's her witness. So she said, relevance.
I do not know the wife of this Mr. Hayes.
Correct. You have mutual friends with the Bobo family.
Yes, I guess I do.
And you want us to believe your wife, who was following Justice for Holly, 2014, y'all got together in 2014. You never once came forward.
Oh, I've told her a bunch of times I was at the tie yard.
Not the question.
And you never said the gun.
It had no relevance to the case till I heard it on the news.
How soon? And you're saying you heard it on the trial?
Yes. That's when I realized what I'd actually heard.
Prior to that time, you had never came forward and told anybody about hearing a gunshot?
Nope. Did not see where a gunshot had any reference to anything that was important till I heard that on the trial.
And you still didn't come forward?
Well, the trial was about over when I heard it on the news, so.
But it wasn't over?
Well, I mean, I still didn't know who I was supposed to contact about nothing.
But you have been friends with Brent Booth for a long time.
Well,
You have his cell phone? Do you have Brent Booth's cell phone?
Yes, I think I do.
Nothing further.
Is it fair to say that there were Justice for Holly signs all over town?
They were all over Lexington, Decatur County, everywhere you just about looked in West Tennessee.
And do you remember when you first heard about the gunshot wound, where were you? Or the gunshot, rather, where were you?
I think I was in my mom and daddy's house, standing there, and she had the TV on. And my first words was, when he said he's at the tile yard and there's nobody there, I told Mama, I said, he's lying because I was there. And then
His demeanor right now is like someone that just got caught lying, and you got to raise your voice and act indignant because you just got caught fibbing.
Then when he said the gunshot, I had to sit down. I told Mama, I told Daddy, sitting there, and he looked at me and I said, I heard the gunshot.
You heard a man say something about the tile yard. Do you know who that man was?
Sure.
Autry.
Archer?
He had to pretend he didn't
When he was on
remember.
stand?
Do you believe this?
Say something about the tile yard. Do you know who that man was?
Sure. Archer? When he was on stand?
Was he sitting in that stand?
Yes.
In this courtroom?
Yes.
Did you know him?
No.
Nothing further.
No recross.
I don't believe that he needed to think about Autry being the person he saw. He just didn't want to immediately answer what he was going to say. Still waiting for Katie, and again, they're not driving those reckless speeds, right? That would need to be possible for them to make Jason Autry's route a reality. While we do that, do you guys want to watch the grilling of Brent Booth earlier this year?
All of those things.
While we wait.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Booth. You'll have a seat. Pull up to the microphone, please.
State your name, sir, and spell your last. Brent Booth. Mr. Booth, you have been riding, I believe, with Joe Walker to court back and forth. Is that true?
No, sir.
Y'all been talking during breaks?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you understand that you were sequestered, correct?
And talked about this case, sir.
Right, because of the rule of sequestration, correct?
That's right.
What is that rule? What's your understanding of the rule?
Not to talk about this case.
Why is that?
The influence testimony in this court.
Don't want somebody to know what a witness said, and then...
Right.
All right. Now, how long, are you still in law enforcement, or are you retired?
I'm retired.
How long was your experience? How many years were you in law enforcement?
38.
And what did you do?
I was a sheriff's deputy for Henderson County. Served in investigations, 8 out of those 10. For completing my degree, and went to the TBI in September of '96. Began my law enforcement career in 1984, October 1st.
And throughout your career, have you been honest in everything you've done?
Yes.
Big question.
Is truth important to you?
Yes, sir.
What is an investigative report?
It's a report of investigative actions, investigative activity, what an investigator might see, hear, collect.
And throughout your career, have you tried to be honest in investigative reports and complete?
Yes.
Whether it helps the state or whether it helps the defense?
Correct.
Generally, our investigative reports is the goal to make them as soon as possible after the event.
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, it's fresh on your mind. It's timely.
Are you allowed to internally record anything and not disclose it to the state?
No.
In other words, when you interview a witness, is there any time where you're internally recording something and then not disclosing it?
No.
How often did you generally record witness interviews?
The policy changed some, I think, during this investigations. I don't remember the year. We weren't allowed to record without specific permission. I don't remember the exact protocols for that. It was written statements for years when I came on the TBI up until that policy change. And then we were allowed to audio, video record thereafter.
And can you approximate when that was?
I don't know, maybe 2014, 2015, somewhere. It'd be a guess. I couldn't be accurate with that.
And after the time 2014, 2015, did you have to have permission to record from that point forward, or could you record?
I don't remember. Well, later it became standard practice. That's what we did.
Okay.
But as the policy changed, I would be afraid to guess on that.
What are the benefits of recording?
Well, obviously it's a complete, you get every word for word.
Hold on, wait. Do I have the rehearsed word for word?
It's actually easier on the investigator, but.
So, okay. I don't know if I paid attention to that whenever we had listened to Brent Booth's testimony, but it's interesting he says word for word when in the 2017 trial we have Jason Autry, star witness, most credible witness trial Judge Creed McGinley has ever seen, say, well, I didn't have time to repeat word for word.
You get every word for word. It's actually easier on the investigator, but you get the word for word.
And it helps in years later know exactly what took place when the witness said something.
It does, but
Chuck.
Let me explain. Years past,
right.
Technology had not.
It is time, guys. I'm very excited. We have some very special guests. I'm so excited. Let me add you to the stage here. Let me get you up here. Hello.
Hey, I'm
oh my God, Kinsey. And Dana. So we have Katie Spirko, the Honorable Dr. Katie Spirko. We have Kinsey the Intern. We have Dana McLendon over there on the screen.
Save the best for last.
Hi, Cindy.
Adam's here.
The chat loves you, Cindy.
Oh, great. We love Cindy.
Awesome. Well,
Cindy, like me, is not to be fucked with.
Well, we love it. Can you tell the pig metaphor thing that you guys were talking about, the trial and error was talking about?
Oh, I said there's a quote that I think Amy Weirich needs to hear, and it's never wrestle with a pig because you just get covered in pig shit and the pig likes it. I'm the pig.
So I'm ready to just give you the floor. I'm sure there's so many questions that the chat's going to have, but you have been under this stupid fake sequestration.
No,
and here you are.
Real. Very real.
Very real.
Yeah,
very genuine.
And can I see? So I need to get on probably the YouTube. How do I see the? I don't see all the. I don't see comments because I'm just on this.
Oh,
right there. Stream
Which
with your
one?
audience. Oh, there you are. There we go.
You just get shit all over your hands.
You just get shit all over here. Exactly. Hi, everyone. So we're very pleased with how the trial went today.
That was awesome. I think Doug turned every one of those witnesses into his own witness. Every single one.
I mean,
It was
I don't
awesome.
know because until the proof was closed, my official stance is one of ignorance, but I'll very, very quickly catch up on all of the trial footage up to date. But Cindy and I showed up about 10 minutes into Doug's closing. As soon as the proof was closed, we hightailed it to the courthouse and busted in there and watched.
Yeah, we heard. I think we heard the heels.
Most
You're wearing
epic
heels.
entrance ever.
Dana's a little peeved with me because on the way out, I told Amy Weirich that she was disgusting.
All right, W's in the chat for Katie.
Necessary. I found it to be necessary, and I do not regret it.
Well, I agree with it. I'm not in the courtroom, but I'd want to say it as well if I had the opportunity to be there.
It was not in the courtroom. It was in the foyer.
Oh.
Hold on.
I'm classy like that. I wait till the bitch gets to the foyer to tell her.
I want to be clear. I didn't chastise Katie for how she felt. I chastised her for her behavior in public.
I don't regret it.
No regrets.
No.
Well, I think so. Dana, you were there all day.
Yeah.
And if you guys don't already know, Dana is a criminal defense attorney himself. He practiced a bunch of other practices as well. What did you think of and this is going to be kind of lost on Katie, but the one question cross-examination of the comptroller editor?
You want me to tell you the real truth about that?
I
wrote that question.
Oh, go Dana! Go Dana!
Doug and I,
Go Dana.
I chatted with Doug a little bit now and again. We've met. And when he told me that they were going to call this comptroller guy, I said, there's only one question to ask that guy. Do you see anything in all these records where anyone billed for watching the ATM video? And he was like, oh my God. I was like, then sit down. I didn't know he was really going to do it, but
I was thinking no cross was really necessary, and you must have told him that before direct happened. But with direct, Boyano was harping on how detailed these line items for each of the billable hours were. So
can I
it's
say
not
this
like,
too?
Yeah, go ahead.
If they ever try to put me on death row, I'm going to need more than 40 fucking hours a week from you.
I think she worked a lot more than 40 hours.
She probably did, but that's what they showed she billed. So I'm not knocking Jennifer. I'm pointing out how ridiculous it was for them to prove. Well, someone else in the courtroom made the observation that what they really proved was that Jennifer Thompson was unable to collect her fee.
Yeah, and it seems like they were trying to say well, it was her own record keeping. She didn't properly claim her own hours, so don't look at us like we're the bad guy. They were more concerned with rehabilitating themselves than providing anything that would have been relevant for the purpose of the post-conviction petition.
I didn't.
Someone said we as a chat did more than 40 hours a week in this deep dive. Two things that I could have just heard about after the proof closed, but I have to compliment whoever had the comment that the opening started with a boo boo boom. Oh, amazing. There was one other one.
Good.
Cindy, what else were we laughing about so hard besides the boom boom boom?
The truck was on meth.
Oh yeah, the truck was on meth, so nothing was impossible.
So shout out to the chat.
Shout
I love
out
the chat. They're so creative. I don't know if you've noticed that we started throwing.
Undefeated.
They're crazy. Adventure Aaron in the chat, also an attorney, works on appeals, licensed in Missouri, worked on the Marcellus Williams, still working to posthumously clear his name for his estate. She came up with the tomato throwing. So we throw the tomato emojis in the chat when it's time to boo. It's good stuff. Some other questions I have. We have Amy in the chat, Amy McLendon, the good Amy, Just quick question here. How's Cindy feeling?
Cindy?
How are you feeling, Cindy?
I feel great.
It's so good to hear.
I was a little nervous. Katie scared me to death driving there. No, but
we had 25 minutes to make an hour-long drive. So,
but listen, Doug, he just did wonderful. So that really helped me, my inner. So, but it's hard. It's just hard. But I feel good. I do.
I think he did great. I I don't see any pathway where we get a decision where there isn't post-conviction relief granted. Like, we would have to burn down like the whole justice system and rebuild it if we don't get justice from this decision. So I can't imagine what you've been feeling this whole time. You are a strong person, like a warrior. And we loved hearing you be Mama Bear on those recorded jail calls that we got to hear.
I got slurred about that today from Miss Amy.
Bad Amy.
Yeah, bad Amy. Saying that, and you heard his mother, you know, making him cry and telling him not to. What did she say? Speak accent.
The title. Oh yeah, I mean,
it was crazy, but
threatening him
or
something.
And then she just kept on, you know, kind of abusing Dylan, like, you know, that. I had to block that out because that was really getting to me, and I thought if we leave that courtroom.
Zach started to cry after the heels clicking, and we all felt it.
Right when you got there, his you'll see it on the recording. We saw it through the feed. He started quivering. He was trying to hold it back. It was right after you guys walked in. You could see his jaw and like his eyes welled up.
I didn't see it, but he did turn back and wink, and before he left, he said, "I love you, Mom." So yeah.
We're hoping for the best.
It was a good day.
I actually like that the Tennessee Supreme Court rules, they put a 90-day window on this, right? So it's my understanding that even with the 30-day extension, there can't be additional extensions. So we have a timeline with a light at the end of the tunnel. Bradbury's got his work cut out for him. As Doug said, it's not going to be easy to put your signature on the paper, but it's not supposed to be easy.
We really love that Judge Bradbury at the end said, "Now it's my turn." It's like he was taking a line out of Doug's closing.
What's Dana leaning back for over there?
He's eating. Cindy's bread maker is an excellent.
I feel like I've been awake for 3 days.
I felt, I don't even know how to describe the feeling I felt last night. And I'm just here, I'm watching this on YouTube with like a chat with friends online. So I can't imagine what anybody that's in like a direct party to this case feels. But it was like something beyond that feeling when you're a kid and you have a big test at school the next day. Like, I don't even know what I was feeling last night. Like, it was just unrest. And I started
weird. Like, I'm never hungry on court days. It's just like this energy that you can't really, it's there and it's tiring, but you're not doing anything.
Until now.
Hey,
like, I think when the adrenaline drops off, it hits me, but
I'm ready to go. Ooh.
Oh, love it. Is that Taco Bell?
No, McDonald's.
Better.
Oh.
I'm poor.
Sorry, I saw a clear cup.
I don't think they serve this at McDonald's.
I live here with my animals. Every time I get McDonald's, I bring the cup home and reuse it 2 or 3 times.
All right, I think Factual Lie just sent us a link, and I think Kathy Roussan from Law and Crime clipped it. So if Cindy wants to see the clip, I'll pull it up.
Yeah.
the one where they came in?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Please.
All right, so give me a second. How do I keep both of us on here? Got to take Sheriff Chuck off the screen for a second. All right. Let me know. We're ready to play?
Ready.
All righty.
Hagerman says he was the expert of the 4G terabyte hard drive. The 4 terabyte drive, he was the expert. He never remembers seeing it. Terry Geikus stopped surveilling at 9:40. Agent Ferguson was the lead administrative agent. She never saw it. It was only relevant in these proceedings.
It's not a psychopath. I'm sorry, it's not a
Walker,
psychopath.
who was in charge
Psychopaths
of
do not
going
react like
from the
that to
bank
seeing their mother
records
walk in the
to
courtroom.
seeing if they were covered by the videos, he said, I didn't see it because I didn't look. It was mislabeled by an intern. Again, Zach's lawyers couldn't open it.
He's shackled, so he
does
cannot
it
wipe
do?
away his
I
tears.
know.
And I have
Oh,
belabored
thank you, Cap, for showing me that. That means the world to me. But he got to tell me before he left that he loved me.
all of Frizzell's cross-examination.
So awesome.
is now consistent with Walker
Can
and Reeves.
So there was the clip there from Kathy. And Factual Lie sent this. The link Factual Lie sent didn't work for me, so I'm going to redrop the link in the chat just in case. But Factual Lie is how we got that clip. So there it is again. I think the link broke in the chat. And you guys, I can link this to, or you guys know you can find it on Kathy's timeline here. So, but what a great clip.
Yeah, someone said he's so relieved the truth is coming out and getting out. That's one thing the Adams, that's at no point in my work with the Adams family have they done anything other than completely open up everything, provide any contacts they could, any access to any information they could. It's from day one, Ben. We want the truth, find the truth. And I get all up in your business. So I'm not the kind of person that you just invite into your life if you are lying and hiding things. Would you agree with that, Dana?
I think I would agree with that from what I've learned from Trial and Error podcast, just watching the episodes. And you were only there for like, what, 4 episodes before you had to sequester?
I don't know how many there were. It was
early on.
I was there in
May.
spirit.
I mean, she got sequestered like day one of hearing one.
There was there was a little moment there where I decided I wasn't sequestered, and then Amy Weirich sent me an email, but for the most part I was sequestered.
You got an email?
Yeah.
So they can communicate. They obviously notice things. They can share communications when there's something worth sharing, or hey, I noticed that you're doing this podcast still.
Oh, they're all up on our business.
The power of podcast, or what was it she said?
Yeah, I wish I could cue that up, but since this stream is still going, I can't go back through my own transcript or timeline to find exactly when that was. And the live streams from today don't have that, but that was hilarious.
Power of the podcast. And we have screenshots of Chris Boiano watching our stories, so they care a little bit.
The chat was calling him Boyardee.
That's amazing.
That's crazy that he's watching. Yeah, so interesting that people don't realize that when you watch a story on social media, like your profile picture, whatever account you're signed in is going to pop up right there. Another thing, too, during closing that I'm thinking of is you're talking about how everyone was so, from the family, opens their doors for you. And I'm thinking of the Austins. And during closing arguments, Amy Weirich tried to weaponize the fact that the parents of Shane Austin came forward and said, this couldn't have been him. Like, look at his bank statements. Yeah. As if that showed some type of inconsistency. So the parents come forward with tangible evidence, physical evidence.
And that was inaccurate because they already had the bank statements by then. Even so, it's the opposite of what you think it should be, because when people are making up an alibi, they tell you the alibi, but then when you try to get evidence of it, you fall short.
They give you like a handwritten receipt or something
that they saved in their safe. But when you're on drugs and high and don't remember exactly what you did because you're not murdering anyone that day, so you don't have an expectation you're going to be telling the alibi to police, then you give an alibi that's a little vague and you don't really remember. And then when you go back and look at the records, you find bank receipts, security camera footage.
Don't forget, too, that the alibi for these guys was, we're drug addicts. We were out doing drug addict shit.
With Victor Dinsmore, it's fine if he doesn't remember if I was doing meth and drinking heavily.
Typically, when people are creating an alibi for themselves, they fill it full of legal activities.
Yeah.
Or activities they remember. Those are usually elements of fake alibis.
I just thought that was nuts. All right. Any questions? You guys, as far as you guys know, Zach's team has never been able to access the actual ATM machine, right? That's still just been in the state's possession. No independent forensic examination to see if we can extract anything new from it.
The state still has it. They have a recorder, the actual machine from when they intercepted it. They've never given it. They gave a copy of it, a copy of something. And so I had found a forensic video recovery specialist, which is a job, and he was great. And so that's when I started getting all up trying to find the ATM, because it originally started with the Austins. Reed and Jimmy are the reason we found the ATM. They had given me the bank statement.
No wonder she had to comment on them.
Exactly. They had given me the name of the bank manager, the bank manager at the time, because that bank manager had reached out to them and told them that he had offered the security camera footage to TBI, and the TBI said they didn't need it or want it. And so this forensic video recovery specialist had said that it's actually like older stuff is easier to recover than newer stuff because the technology wasn't as good then as it is now. So basically, when you delete security camera footage, it's like layers of an onion where you're just recording over itself. And so you can kind of peel back the layers and try to recover what's underneath it. What's been, that's how he explained it to me, which I think he was dumbing it down considerably, but.
I mean, that's the kind of explanation I need personally.
So we were trying to get the ATM, the decommissioned machine, so that we could get it to this forensic video recovery specialist, and then it was intercepted. And
make sure I close that gate right. I'm sure I did.
Okay. And what happened? I lost my train of thought.
The ATM specialist recovery guy.
Oh yeah. So he had looked at the copy that they gave us and said it looked like it had been messed with and altered, and he would need the original device, and they had never handed it over.
Oh.
Well, they were denying having it until I got a copy of the subpoena, and they couldn't deny it.
Well, and I think that subpoena became a critical. It's again, Ian Runkle, another YouTuber, love him, always calls out when somebody steps on their own rake. And I think what the state tried to do with you, they stepped on their own rake. This subpoena became heavy artillery for Doug to use to say this isn't just accidental, this isn't just a misunderstanding. They're running out of their way, literally running, sending Kathy Ferguson to go and pick this up just to get first dibs on it.
And I will credit Doug, because Doug and I had a different belief system about how to handle that. And I was just so frustrated. I'm like, Doug, call her out. She's fucking lying. And you know it. Call her out. You know it's subpoena. Quit being. And he just, no. Just like letting it go. And I could not
get some flames for Katie.
Couldn't stand it. And then we're sitting in court. And he gets his big moment when they get caught in the middle of court with it because he hadn't called them out in advance. So they didn't know that we knew all of it. And I was just sitting there like, okay. He knows what he's doing. That was the right move, because this is way better than my plan of just angrily emailing her. So Doug's a good lawyer.
So we know that they were watching, they're keeping an eye on the podcast. From watching your channel, we heard about them subpoenaing the Zoom account to try to get whatever they thought they'd get from the Zoom account to see. I guess they're looking to see if 2020 joined with you guys or something based on one of the motions they filed. But
witnesses.
I mean,
like anybody.
They were just trying to harass me, whatever their stated reason is. Who knows?
Well, and it doesn't seem, it looked desperate. I think it looked desperate. And again, subpoena gate, going back to the very first day when we realized that there were these May hearings and we watched Doug Bates opening. Like I didn't grasp everything he was talking about, but I understood that there was something fishy going on with the subpoena. So again, like not a good way to win the public's opinion when you have this high profile fight for a new trial to immediately be called out because you can't help but try to color outside the lines because you need to have control over every piece of evidence and every person out there and what they might be saying to somebody else. So it's just stupid. But is that where it stopped? Like, were they just, like, what was it like when you guys were going to the area and trying to drive the routes?
Oh, no, that's not where it stopped. I have been run down by a van. I have been pulled over in Decatur.
Terry Britt's van? Whose van?
We don't know whose van it is. I have a fuzzy picture of it. Like, my leg was I was thrown in a ditch by a van. For real. I can tell you the whole story in detail sometime, but it was crazy. And I've been pulled over in Decatur County and made to take a roadside sobriety test on my way out of town. I passed.
And chat, so the Sheila Waisaki from Without Warning, she spoke about a similar situation where she was told, like, watch out because they're going to be watching, like, your license plates. Watch where you're driving.
Oh, and again, every time I go to the 24th district, they're following me around. And then Brent Booth and Kathy Ferguson would go, anyone I talked to, they'd go talk to them and try to intimidate them, or just they'd go and tell them how crazy I am and I'm trying to set them up with being the murderer of Holly Bobo. And then they'd call me and tell me, because I mean, that's what people do. So I know they're going around.
Well, that's interesting. And out of all those people they went to, the only person that was willing to sign an affidavit saying that you threatened them was Janet Britt.
I have my over an hour conversation with Janet Britt recorded, and I'm happy to have a live stream sometime with you, Kat, and we can listen to it and see if there's anything on that recording where I threaten her or misrepresent myself. I mean, she gave me her phone.
Let's do it. Look at Dana. Look at Dana laughing.
Y'all,
Dana's
listen.
The closest I've ever been to death was that hour.
I'm so glad you're back.
We
have all missed you.
Yeah. What else? Oh, Jennifer Nichols went into Sumner County Jail, and I had an employee who basically we'd like kind of hired a family member to help them out, to give them health insurance so they could go to rehab because there was a drug problem. And so they went to rehab. They did great. Everything's going well in their life. They had to come back and serve a little time at Sumner County for some stuff that happened during the relapse. So they're at Sumner County, and somehow she figures out that there's some connection with me. She goes into the jail and tells this guy that if he can give her any dirt on me that she can use against me, that she'll get him an attorney to get him out of jail and get him out of his probation requirements.
Isn't it funny how they want everybody to have an attorney except Dylan Adams in the early days when he's locked up on the federal charges and they're trying to get him to say something?
Isn't that something? So yeah, I mean, there's no low they won't go to.
It's crazy. It's like, it's, and Doug said it today, seeing how the sausage is made. It's really crazy. It's shocking to see the sausage made, but it's still not surprising to hear any of this. It shouldn't be happening, but it's like, I'm just not surprised at all. Especially, we've been able to do, in the last month, we've been able to look at some other shenanigans involving Amy Weirich, Jennifer Nichols. I don't think they have stellar reputations. I feel bad for anyone that's in their districts, personally speaking. It just doesn't seem like, you can't just say Zach Adams' trial and conviction lacks confidence. What about anything else that this TBI or prosecution team went after? And it just makes so much more sense now, seeing how when everything was going on with Matt Stowe, Amy and Jennifer Nichols wanted to stick together and stay on this case because they know how each other play the game.
I think that is such a critical point to all of this. Very much like if you look at the crime that was committed against Holly Bobo and you look at the way that crime was carried out, that is not a first-time offender. That's not the way someone kidnaps and sexually assaults someone for the first time. That's someone who's experienced, they're brazen, they're confident, they've done it before and they're comfortable with it. Very much like that, the prosecutorial misconduct in this case, how brazen and ubiquitous it was throughout the investigation. It's not like this is the exception and they've otherwise done a good job. And I mean, we know that they've gotten in trouble for lots of other things before. They have terrible records. So even what they've been convicted
seriously, during closing, I was sitting there and I was like, am I losing my mind, or is Weirich about to do the whole tell us where you were thing all over again?
With Kinsey and I literally looked back at each other. I thought,
you're talking about Nora Jackson?
Yeah.
That's all we're asking.
Yeah, she
Zach.
goes, just tell us, Zach. And then I looked back at Kinsey and I'm like, tell us where you were.
Guys, this is the Nora Jackson case, which is now a conviction overturned in part because it wasn't really ruled as being a prosecutorial error. It was ruled as an ineffective assistance of counsel issue because counsel didn't properly object to this.
Oh, she got in trouble. No,
yeah, she got sanctioned.
She got sanctioned.
What? Okay, tell us.
Because she in her closing, she'd said, just tell us where you were, Nora. And so she got sanctioned for criticizing someone for exercising their right to remain silent.
The Fifth Amendment right.
And then they pulled some bullshit and basically pressured Nora Jackson into taking an Alford plea. So, because they were like, oh, that's the
under the impression that she'd be released right away. And then she did another, 12 or 15 months she had to stay in custody for?
And then she got exonerated because they found DNA evidence.
Belonging to 2 or 3 different people, herself excluded.
Yeah, what do you know? Amy Weirich's crazy ass story that made no sense and had no evidence to support it turned out to be wrong. Imagine that.
You don't say.
Oh, somebody asked on the comments, did you hear them mention the podcast?
Oh yeah.
Can you clip that? And Kinsey, I love your intro. If you guys didn't know, Kinsey, you're the one that did you do the guitar too and everything, or just
I didn't do the guitar, but I did sing it.
My husband's a musician, so he's
so good at
producing
it.
and doing the instrumentation and everything, and Kinsey's the vocalist on the songs. We're gonna have we got some more coming, so
be careful. Sounds like a conspiracy. You guys working together on the production.
No. It's something. All the shenanigans going on.
You definitely got to work in that soundbite from. I wish I had it clipped, but since we're still live, I can't I can't do backward stream math, and I don't really want to replay it from my own stream. I want to do it from the clean one. But you got to work that in as a soundbite for your guys' podcast.
Oh, which one? The power of the podcast?
Yes.
Yeah, I leaned over to Kinsey when she said that, and I said, "There's your next clip."
Yep. So good. We've also got. Let's see. And I think you probably heard enough about this during closing, but Boat Guy.
Wait. The most credible witness to testify in Tennessee in years.
The most credible.
Since Jason Autry's testimony.
Autry. Okay. Why would you say that after Autry? Why would you say it?
Because she had it in her head all week that when they were going to put Boat Guy on, or for the last, I think he said 3 or 4 months. It's been since he last talked to his friend Brent Booth, so that would probably mean.
What did you guys talk about at lunch? Nothing.
And other agents were present. Also, he testified too.
Who goes to lunch with someone and talks about nothing? Would you go to lunch? Would you talk to lunch? Nothing. That sounds like my 5-year-old lying. It's not even a good lie. Say something.
Well, he did sit there like a 5-year-old. We were saying he looks like someone that just got caught. So that was great. And we just got to rewatch that. So there were some people in the chat that didn't get to see that, but while you were driving home, we had that replaying. It was a great time, I think. Just body language was crazy.
It was not impressive.
Was it, do you know if Doug knew ahead of time that he was going to blurt out and mention some type of contact with Brent Booth?
No.
I don't think anyone knew.
So that,
I think that guy's related to Jack Fowler. And so we knew, and I knew he was from a law enforcement family, but the Brent Booth thing.
But this is my shocked face.
Yeah. And so DB, you guys have gotten to know DB from the chats here.
We love DB. We kind of want DB to join Trial and Error and
come with us.
Yeah, help us.
That would be goated. That would be goated.
Technology skills are not the greatest comparatively.
Yeah, so guys, DB, you guys know in the chat, but DB also put together that Google Earth map that we've shown a few times, which just incredible stuff. But I think, I'm not sure, and DB can correct me in the chat. You said that you were looking at
Dana
Facebook.
might need to be taking a hiatus at some point temporarily.
It needs a break.
I might need a replacement for a while.
Come right on in.
Do it.
It'll be something later we can
worm your way into another channel. But I think DB said by looking at Facebook, there were comments back and forth. There's some type of relationship between Boat Guy, Hayes, and the Frizzells. So
he comes from a law enforcement family. He's got tons of TBI and local.
And here's another thing. How many times have you seen a truck hauling a boat, dropping children off?
The chat was all over that.
Nobody does that.
No. I don't have a boat, so I'm like, it's not even something that'd be on my mind. But the whole chat was like, no.
It would take up half of the line. No, that didn't happen.
I get anxious going through the school.
Look at Dana.
With a regular vehicle.
He saw the hot crazy comment.
Oh, what was the hot crazy comment?
DB said, wait until you guys see my viral clip on the hot versus crazy scale. Oh, I can't wait.
That's funny.
Is that what we want? Is that
Cindy didn't know about not Crazy Matrix. We actually watched it last night, Dana.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, God.
Oh,
What do you think?
I liked it. I liked
It's funny.
Science.
no. Major love here to some guy with cancer who said, please stop playing Amy Wyrick's closing. I already have stage 4 cancer. So with all love and good sense of humor, also now saying,
It was
boat guy was, sorry.
honestly, was it as bad? Because I know I'm biased.
It was bad. It was bad.
It was bad, right?
It was bad.
So bad.
I'm sure there's people out there that think it was great because they think that Zachary Adams having dark under eyes makes him look guilty, so he must be guilty. So Amy Weirich is God's gift to this courtroom to go out there and fight for Holly Bobo, because the only justice out there for Holly Bobo is apparently convicting somebody by any means necessary. But yeah, those people are out there.
Yeah, let me tell you the little story that runs in our family. When I'm sick, my eyes are black. It's just part of our genetic makeup. It had nothing to do with him being guilty or not.
It's such a stupid conclusion to
Yeah.
draw that the way someone looks means that they're guilty.
Yeah, and I imagine Zach's probably been up praying and not getting much sleep. He's moved he's in Clifton. And, and when that happens, he gets dark under his eyes. But, you just got to make it make sense. You give him some grace.
And if we want to talk about dark under eye bags, can we talk about Britt?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, but everything about Britt that could be a parallel to why the state would argue that Zach Adams and any of the other 3 are guilty suddenly cannot be considered against Britt. So Joe Walker, during the post-conviction proceedings, I wasn't able to see his full testimony, but we saw a tiny clip today that we hadn't seen in the 9-minute clip that we saw, where he says that this couldn't have been the Britts, and his reason being that Britt's MO was that he used his partner to scope the victims out. Even though I think that's apparent that that's what Janet was doing if they have this newspaper clipping of Holly in a binder in the shed.
Okay, so Janet Britt never took off work. She would have to use up her sick days at the end of the year. She took off that day, we know. The other day that she took off was the Friday before that. And there's no reason why she took that date off. If you go back into the records of where Karen had gone through and detailed out all of everything she could recall about Holly's activities for the weeks leading up to the kidnapping, the 2 Fridays before the Wednesday she was taken, about April 1st or so.
This is the rustling in the woods.
That was the rustling in the woods. She and Natalie were outside by the pool area, and Holly heard someone in the woods and thought she's being watched. The following Friday is the Friday that Janet Britt took off work. And that day it rained all day. Holly's normal MO was she would go outside and lay by the pool, and she and Natalie would come over a lot and they'd walk on the side of the road. And Britt's MO is very much to nab people when they're walking, when they're on the side of the street or a road, grab them, pull them into his van.
Which seems very consistent with Christy Clenny's recall of seeing a man drive by, stopping and talking to her.
Yeah. Well, witnesses saw Britt at least 4 separate occasions the week before Holly went missing, in the close vicinity of their home. So that Friday before, what would in the 8th or so of April? I'll look up that. The Friday before, like April 8th or whatever, it rained all day. And so unlike her normal MO, Holly stayed inside all day and vacuumed and studied and didn't leave the house. So what I think happened, because when you look at I think the nature of the crime had elements of criminal sophistication and impulsivity both. I think that it had been cased and it had been planned. And Janet is very much, I don't think Janet's Terry Britt's accomplice. I think Terry Britt is Janet's accomplice. I think Janet's running a sex ring.
It makes sense because 2007 or so, whenever that weird surreptitious recording bedroom cot with the building next door, when someone calls in, 2003, even worse. That seems way before the Terry Britt timeline, but what do I know?
43 West 9th Street in Parsons. If anyone knows anything about that house, I'm very interested.
Oh.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a long history with Janet and weird stuff with several connections with her we could go into. But I think they were casing her and they planned to take her that Friday, and she never left the house. Yeah, it's a snuff film. I think it's rape films. I think they have blackmail on law enforcement, and I think they're probably selling stuff out of Joe's video, frankly. And I think they probably have cameras in the panning booth.
I wish to bracket this with
Allegedly.
and a working theory is.
Except
She said,
for
I
what we're
think.
saying-
She said, I
except
think.
for what we're saying about Janet Terry Britt. Sue me.
We would love to see that trial.
I'll depose you. Sue me.
Well, but I think it's also, I mean,
I have built-in legal defense. He's gonna have to represent
Dana's
me.
like, please.
He's not gonna bill me by the hour. Sue me.
Hold on,
bitch.
time out. You realize that they'll make me a co-defendant. So
Well,
can we?
Can you still represent me?
No.
Oh.
It's a conflict of interest.
So these are theories.
Just
and-
me, not Dana.
And
Where's the gym?
They're
Allegedly.
theories.
She said, I think. She started it by saying, I
You
think.
can say, and I'm right anyway. So
And then
I
we
don't
have
because they wanna-
Janet Martin's, like before she was Janet Britt, Edward Martin, who was a Decatur County Sheriff Deputy. He went to prison for sex crimes
against minors. Yep, that were in he and Janet's custody.
Foster
children.
children that were just like
Disgusting.
a hold on them, and he did some weird stuff.
It's disturbing. It's very consistent with the video type. I mean, they were filming they were filming the no, that's in the record. That's not allegedly. They were filming.
Oh yeah, this is for real, but the banner was for Dana.
Yeah, that's a conviction. We can say that for sure.
That was a thing that was happening.
Yeah.
Well, I think another big question, and it's just hard to grasp, but can you guys like dive into why the investigation into this quote unquote super solid alibi, why it couldn't be Terry Britt because he had this receipt for the tub? Like, what exactly did they do to set that alibi in stone? It was a handwritten receipt. They go to
receipt. What they did is they went and they talked to Allgood. No, actually, they talked to Beth Boswell, and Beth Boswell said she was familiar with Allgoods, and they would not record a lot of their cash transactions to commit tax evasion. So
Allegedly.
What Beth Boswell said. And so the fact that they didn't have a corresponding carbon copy, they just figured was tax evasion. But I actually think they did buy a bathtub that day.
I think about the receipt.
The handwritten.
He kept only that receipt.
Oh yeah, he kept only the receipts
And
for
one from
that
the gas
day.
station, didn't he?
Yeah, just that day in the safe. But I think they did buy the bathtub. I think when he went and picked up Janet, I think he left in a hurry and he was discombobulated because he thought he'd have more time. And he went to get Janet to establish his alibi so he could go back up and clean up his mess and take care of that. And so I think he probably sent Janet to go buy a bathtub because they weren't together that afternoon. They were on the phone on separate cell sectors.
Well, and they initially alibied themselves, and then they were called out because of the cell records that they didn't suspect that somebody would be able to pin to them because he wasn't supposed to have any phones, period. But it got found out.
I ain't got a cell phone. Well, you mean that one that
had burner?
You mean those two that you found when you searched my house?
I don't got a cell phone. What about your minutes? Oh, I don't buy minutes. I got unlimited minutes on my cell phone. I don't have.
Well, but what's sketchy to me is I think this is still already 2011, but he seems like he would have been comfortable just having Janet provide his alibi. I was with him, so he's alibied. He couldn't have been doing this. And I'm thinking back to Marshall John Walker saying, and Marshall John Walker is not with TBI, but when he goes and has this conversation with Terry Britt, and Terry Britt ultimately says, "You got me," which the state wants to argue that was sarcastic, but he starts spelling out what he wants, and he's someone that's very familiar with navigating the legal system and getting the deals and getting back out after he's arrested and doing something sketch.
Art Viveros also pointed out that during I think it was a jail call between Terry and Janet, that Terry was saying to Janet, I wouldn't do that, as opposed to, I didn't because we were together. Like his exhortation to her to vouch for him
shows that she wasn't there.
Omits the obvious
But,
if they had been together.
You know, she was never convicted of the crimes that he was convicted of.
She was not convicted.
She was the spotter. She would go into, allegedly, to these little dive bars, and she would case the place out, and she'd pick the girl and befriended the girl, and then she'd bring Jason in to get his approval.
Terry,
I'm sorry. And then they would all three live together.
And that's what he did with his other wives too.
It was a calculated thing. I mean,
and beyond the convictions he had, I mean, there are women that were coming forward. We've had people contact us that we've talked to that were too afraid to go to law enforcement that have given credible, disturbing accounts of being victimized by him. And there were anonymous letters that were being sent in of multiple victims saying, here's what he did to me. I woke up, I'm black and blue. I mean, this guy's a psychopath.
We've talked to a source who has not made a report to law enforcement, who made the allegation that...
Don't say anything identifying.
I won't. Who made the allegation that he raped her many years ago, and threatened her to keep it quiet, and that the circumstances she was in, were difficult.
She's terrified of him now.
Yeah, even now.
This was decades ago. She's terrified now. And there are multiple accounts of that.
So I tend to believe her. She seemed very credible. She had a coherent story, and she had no reason to come to us and tell us this, except that it's true.
When it corresponds with, it's disturbing and disgusting. But I threatened Janet, so let's all make sure that Janet's...
Allegedly, but you did not.
I didn't threaten her.
I still feel like I need to harp on that a bit more, that Brent Booth and Kathy Ferguson are chasing behind anywhere they're seeing that you go, they go and say, hey, we know you just talked to Katie Spirko, but none of those people felt so intimidated that they wanted to tell TBI that they were intimidated. It was only Janet Britt, which I think that's extremely telling. None of these people were willing to tell TBI that they felt threatened by you.
No, they told me they felt threatened by TBI.
But by them. Which adds up if we go back to the quote-unquote Brett Booth and Jeff Jackson story with Tony Calabrese, who says they did the search warrant on my house, they didn't have a search warrant, they broke into my house, they're messing with my stuff, and then they started assaulting me. And TBI's response was, he must be lying because we don't have anybody named Brett Booth, because his name is Brent. So great response from TBI with the accountability there.
Multiple accounts of that. And before Brent Booth was with TBI, he was with Henderson County Sheriff's Office, where he worked under Jack Fowler.
Here we go, guys.
Everybody put rabbits and worms in
I'll be back in a while.
He was not well respected by his colleagues there.
Oh. He was not well respected?
No. He was seen as someone who had an issue with keeping something in his pants and would be fast and loose with evidence.
Allegedly.
Yeah, hold on. Where's my...
I mean, that's what they said. It's not allegedly. It's
they're alleging it. The other people are alleging it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Now that you're back, we're going to have a refresher class.
And he was charged with sexual battery in the late 80s against a babysitter.
Oh.
Allegedly.
Wait, I feel like
he was charged, but I guess
that's crazy.
Allegedly for things that we know to be true.
So it seems like everybody, like this rabbit hole this rabbit hole of gross conduct. It's gross that it's not just like, here's what somebody has done over the years. It's like, it goes horizontal. It's like vertically integrated stories of sexual assault from these law enforcement agencies and the people in the community that are just as sketchy and they seem to protect. And it's just bizarre. And I'm thinking of Terry Britt, a possibility of how he might have had a firearm that wouldn't be traced back to him. His wife did some house sitting and housekeeping for somebody, and he used to drive the elderly person around. Forget their name.
Oh yeah. I think we can share that. I mean, we have some.
As long as you frame it as
allegedly.
Sources and allegedly and so on.
Yeah, I think Kat has the letter and the statement from Ricky Inman. You're welcome to share it if you'd like.
Let's see.
Here we go. You know, Jan used to work with my sister Libby. And she
Someone said we need to get you allegedly shirts.
We do. We need
That would be great.
Merch. The power of a podcast T-shirt too.
Yes.
Someone said that a minute ago.
I had come
Oh
up
my
with what I think is a
gosh.
great idea for Dana with it. We were gonna make one that said intoxicating masculinity with the toxic all in caps.
Every time I think of the word toxic, I think of the Britney Spears song.
Yeah.
So now, unfortunately, that's what I'm picturing here with
I need it allegedly.
And I love
I need like an allegedly like banner right
You need
here.
like a COVID face
Yeah.
mask with
I love
allegedly on it.
Britney Spears song, If You Seek Amy.
Oh, that's so good. But only the bad Amy.
If you seek Amy, but like with bad inserted right there.
F-U-C-K-A.
Exactly.
We had lots of
yeah.
fun ideas
Oh,
on
yeah.
word plays.
Oh, I love it. Okay, so I have to find where I put that. I don't know where I put it.
I wanted to have a Amy Weirich or Jennifer Nichols Tuesday special, or we do release
God,
something
no.
on Tuesday.
I made an
See you
animal
see you
farm.
next Tuesday, Weirich.
So does Doug Bates know that we all want to watch any other trial he ever has that would be streamed or televised? It seems like he doesn't.
Ever.
He knows
There
we
might-
think he's the
there-
bow tie baddie.
There might be another one coming up soon. I can't say anything else, but
Stay tuned.
Oh,
Stay tuned.
Yeah, people were praising him and just, it's unreal. But he was
All
good.
right.
Doug
He
did
was
well.
good. He did well.
Oh, I got to at some point. I got to tell the story about what I buried because everyone's
Oh
very
yes,
concerned
What?
about what I
please tell
buried.
it. Oh my gosh.
What you buried?
I'm begging.
Yeah, Amy
oh,
Weirich
oh.
brought up my
Okay.
Zach and I on the phone.
Allegedly.
So
Go ahead.
let me I'll set it for you. So during a recent hearing, when asking Zach some questions, Amy Weirich inquired of Zach about a phone call that he had with Katie about they were talking about burying some evidence or whatever.
He didn't say evidence.
Or burying something.
The truth of what happened.
And
That's what
and
Zach
it was
said.
insinuated through the questions that, of course, Katie had assisted Zach in concealing some problematic item or evidence or whatever. And
And
Zach,
she brought it up again in the closing.
and Zach was kind of
Smirked.
he smirked and he was kind of dismissive. He was kind of evasive with it. So, Katie.
In Zach's defense, Zach didn't actually know exactly what it was. He just knew we were. I had mentioned about Kathy Ferguson and Brent Booth, and they'd be following me around, all up in my business, and so I had felt that I should have a non-recorded line to talk to Zach since I was part of his defense team. The TDOC disagreed, and so I decided.
Well, that's only after you snuck into a few of their facilities.
I did not sneak into any facilities. I did not sneak in. I followed the appropriate channels.
Well, by
We might need to
sneaking
segue.
Yeah.
I actually need clarification on that because we read through all the filings that the state made that they were including these emails, but you were like, I am Katie Spirko. I didn't see anywhere in those filings that you represented that Doug Bates was telling you to go do these things.
Well,
but she included them as her own exhibits, as
like,
if it said those things.
She's sneaking in there using her credentials. It's like, yeah, I emailed the TDOC with my credentials and I set up a meeting.
If you've never been in a prison, before you go, you have to email someone in the warden's office. You often have to email
Allegedly.
them. You often have to email them your driver's license. In my case, I have to email them my bar card. I have to tell them which person it is I want, and I have to tell them that I am coming as their lawyer or whatever. And when all that's done, then they will tell me what day and time I can come. So that's how one sneaks into a penitentiary.
And I had prior permission to bring a recording device. I didn't like sneak it in. It's actually quite difficult to sneak stuff into a prison. It's not impossible, but it's difficult.
Well, and then I would say it's also weird that they were like, they thought it was so weird that you were hoping possibly to get a notarized statement if it came to that. But the facility has a notary. The facility has the notary. So how how would that not be allowed if the facility has a notary? And you were like,
Because-
okay, I'll use yours.
Because the notarized statement was
Would
going
be damning.
to detail extensive prosecutorial misconduct that they wanted to sweep under the rug.
Yeah, well, we read the sidebar transcripts yesterday. We went through and looked at the sidebar bits, and we saw Jennifer Nichols ask the judge, shut the media out while we argue about this, because I don't even want them to hear that Jason Autry wrote a letter calling me a big snake and said I was almost having a 2011 case overturned because I was forging documents. And the judge granted her request to seal the letter, put it under seal so the media wouldn't have access to it, on the grounds that she was worried about her reputation. Not a valid reason to ask for something to be sealed.
Not a valid reason. Is it? I didn't think so. Oh, the other thing, I can't subpoena people. When she's saying that I subpoenaed and I was going to go pick up the ATM, I was the contact and I was finding it. Once I would find something, I would call Doug and Doug would issue the subpoena and Doug would go get it or have his processor server or whoever does it. I wasn't like out with, because I actually.
You weren't going to stuff the ATM in your minivan?
I actually put it in my garage. I actually got super excited when I heard that. I called Dana. I was like, can I
subpoena people?
Because I'm going to start subpoenaing people. I didn't know I could do that. But they're accusing me. Maybe that's something I could do. But nope, I can't.
That's why you need them to sue you first.
I still can't. I'd have to have you do it.
Not if I'm a co-defendant.
I do have this ready to go.
Wait, so what I buried?
The Barry story.
Oh yeah, I got us off topic. I'm sorry.
So they weren't giving me a recorded line, or a non-recorded line. So we're on the recorded line. I know they're listening to every conversation we have. That's not my problem. That sounds like them problem that they're going to listen to all my conversations.
Did you lull them on purpose? You said some fake thing to send them on a rabbit chase?
Maybe send them on some wild goose chases.
The turkey hunt.
Because I would I could say anything and they'd go there. It didn't matter how stupid it was.
You're like Simon Says.
And they would show up there. And so the thing that was being buried was I had made some Amazon purchases. And so I had a fleece blanket of Nicolas Cage being peeled out of a banana and a couple sequin Nicolas Cage themed pillows with his face and then a trail camera. And I was going to just set them out in the woods on a deer. I was going to bury it. I was going to put it in the deer stand on Dick's property. And I had a trail camera that I was going to set up across from it because I knew if I was talking about it, then Brent Booth would trespass on the property without a warrant and I would get a video of it. And I thought at worst, it would be funny. At best, it would be a crime that Brent Booth committed. But then Doug got all anxious about it and didn't let me do it. So I didn't actually even bury
Doug.
it.
He's such a buzzkill.
Such a buzzkill.
He wouldn't let you prank the TBI in the middle of his PCR case.
Well, I already did. I got him internally investigated.
Oh.
But that was real. That was real. That was some real stuff that I repeated on the recorded line that they had to investigate. Sorry.
Dana, if you ever need me to pull a 911, I think I can just do one of these real quick.
I mean, I kind of knew it was going to be like this. She is not disappointing. Poor kid.
I love it personally.
He's up for May, June, July, August, September, October.
Forever.
8 months.
The message was still getting out. That's all that matters.
And it's their own fault. It's their own fault.
Can I say what I was saying?
Dude, Dr. Katie's wild.
Can I say what I was saying though, Dana? I was saying, if you try to shut me up, I'm just going to find someone younger and blonder to say what I was going to say anyway.
Well, everyone loves Kinsey the Intern too. So
Kinsey the Intern's wonderful.
And thank you for the firearms video because I was like, look, their podcast is great. Check out their whole podcast. And I was like, especially this video on the firearms thing because I'm the disappointing person that cannot explain the difference without having it explained to me first. And you guys just chopped that. I think it's 7 minutes long. You guys broke down all of the key parts about that untested shell casing. One of those 82 items found near Holly's remains that have nothing to do with any of the guys.
One of which were her skeletal remains and personal belongings, along with a casing that is a perfect match for the bullet hole.
Untested.
Untested.
To this day.
To this day, untested.
Along with
and
the
yeah, the casing versus the bullet, right? So, and that was in closing arguments then too, right? So you would have heard that where Amy was losing her mind about which the defense keeps saying repeatedly is a bullet, even though it's a casing. Well, that's really rich coming from someone that represented the state represented to the jury in the 2017 trial in closing that this 380 had been excluded, which is not true. But you're going to take issue with somebody swapping the word bullet when they mean to say shell casing.
Can we explain how stupid that is, though? Yeah, it's the casing. That's what's ejected from the gun when you shoot a bullet that disintegrates. Right? Is that right?
Well, if it's a semi-auto, yes, that's what would be sitting there.
Well, I think bullet is.
It is curious that the
bullet's not there.
That the most obvious thing to be looking for in this case, following the recovery of Holly's remains, was a 380 pistol, and yet, no, we'll just whatever. We'll Victor Dinsmore's got a gun with the most perfect murder weapon chain of custody in the history of murder weapon chains of custody, and it's a 32. Run with it.
The ever-changing.
Well, by the time they got to trial,
the ever-changing smoking gun.
By the time they got to trial, Jason Autry and Victor Dinsmore combined with this chain of custody. Jason Autry said, "I saw that gun 3 times. The day Shane bought it, the day Zach used it to kill Holly, the day that Shane gave it or sold it to Victor Dinsmore for drugs." And then Victor Dinsmore showed up and said something like, "Yeah, and when I got it, I started thinking it might have a body on it. So my wife went and hid it." Oh,
well, her wife seemed to, his wife seems to have kept it for a period of time. And then they went, "Oh, there might be a body on it."
Right.
And then decided to throw it away.
And so Victor Dinsmore, who repeatedly offered the state whatever gun they might then need, weeks, well, maybe more than a few weeks, but like shortly before trial, Victor Dinsmore's like, "You know what would make your case so much better and my immunity letter even more secure? A murder weapon. How about a 32, guys? You guys need a 32? I can find you one."
Before the 32, he's calling Brett Booth like, I got a 410.
Yeah.
I got
Is
it.
a 410 of any use?
308. I know this guy that
like desperate trying to sell something.
He's like a murder weapon arms dealer.
The
All
straw
he needs
man.
is an immunity letter and a best friend in Brent Booth.
We call him Brett around here, Brett Booth.
We need a good nickname for Brent Booth.
We do.
We have a cry emoji in the chat with Brett Booth tears.
The internet is undefeated. I imagine we'll have a nickname for Booth within the next.
The captions were calling him Brent Boo earlier.
Boo.
The closed captions. So that was good. Speaking of firearms, this idea, it really bothered me during closings when Amy Weirich was trying to say that, yes, we do have a confession from the mouth of Zach Adams. It's not hearsay from anybody else. It's him saying, "No body, no gun. They have nothing on me." That's a common phrase I hear people say all the time over here. If they have no body or no gun, they have no case.
And there's actually no evidence that he said that. That is hearsay. And he may have said that.
It's like something that we say in the chats when we're watching stuff. No body, no gun, no case. Like, presumably if someone's murdered or disappearing and you assume that they're probably no longer on this earth because so much time has passed, it's not unreasonable to think that somebody may have been killed. And what's a major way that somebody kills somebody? Firearm, knife. It's a good guess to just say no gun, no case, no body, no case. It's a common phrase. So that drove me nuts.
It's not,
but I think it's particularly interesting that I think there was some obfuscation that there's a way that the state wants to downplay that Holly could have had Britt could have had any knowledge of Holly. You can disprove that by the paper clipping.
And Natalie Bobo said that Britt was following the two of them around Dollar General and Parsons 2 months before she got abducted and freaking them out. Brett Booth denied. Terry Britt denied ever being there. I went in his bank statements, and sure enough, February 8th, like 2 months before, $10.75, Dollar General and Parsons. that he said he
But
never.
suddenly that wouldn't be credible. Like,
Hey, Cindy.
and I was gonna say the contrast there is Zach was supposed to just magically know and have some motive to abduct and do something to Holly Bobo. And I think during the trial, they harped on, well, Karen was his teacher, so that's how he would have known who the family was. And that was weird. That's like not a very strong reason.
No.
Yes. Well, if I remember right, during Dylan's so-called confession, they were just shooting the shit, brainstorming, and they were like, we ought to go get some bitch. Anybody got an idea? And before long, they landed on, I guess they went through perhaps some other options and landed on Holly Bobo, and they were like, that's the one.
And Kate Riggs, there were people saying that she was shot. In fact, Victor Dinsmore and Brent Booth were having discussions that are recorded in the case discovery, not allegedly, they're there, about what firearms could be linked that he could provide. Some of those conversations between Dinsmore and Booth were before her body was found or allegedly found. That's where I'll use the allegedly, is when the body was found.
Yeah,
allegedly.
if you want to have a good time, go fast forward through Dylan's so-called confession and
Fast forward.
Yeah, and wait for him to tell Jeff Jackson that, well, y'all already got the murder weapon. Jeff Jackson's like,
you're not supposed to say that part.
I thought he was gonna throw the recording device across out of the room.
Listen,
And don't.
If they pull Dylan through this one more time, I'm tired of playing nice. I'm not going to do it. What they did to him is awful, and it's on video, and you can see it, and it breaks my heart. And then Amy had the audacity today to,
treat it as a true confession.
Yes. Or no, just to belittle him.
Mm-hmm.
Belittle him. That's what.
And claim that Zach had abused Dylan his whole life, psychological abuse his whole life, when, quite frankly, there's no evidence of that in the trial or the post-conviction relief proceedings.
Well, wait. It's even worse because during closing, Cindy was sitting in the room, having been on a witness list since Amy Weirich spontaneously said, oh, if Mr. Bates is letting her out of the subpoena, we'll just slap one on her real quick. If they really believed what she said, they could have subpoenaed Cindy to the courthouse and asked Cindy questions under oath about all that crap that Amy Weirich said was obviously true about the way Dylan and Zach had grown up. And they didn't. Instead, they said that shit in front of Cindy when she was not in a position to say that's a lie.
Yeah, they waited till it was their case. It was their case today. So
yeah, and Cindy, they had said as recently as last week that Cindy was a witness.
We saw the subpoena for Cindy in the filings, and then she was never mentioned anywhere. She was never mentioned anywhere else in any of those filings. At least what was uploaded, because the Tennessee media, the court media page only uploaded through July 1st of 2025.
Yeah,
so I'm not familiar with any filing since, but there was a subpoena for her like maybe February of this year, months prior, and nothing after that.
Not long ago, there were no subpoenas for Cindy or Dr. Spirko issued since November. And neither of them was served, and neither of them was called. So
but
they knew where to find both of you if they're following Katie's every move and they don't actually properly serve you.
If it turns out that the TBI needs to find you by tracking your phone, they're not real good at that.
No, they tried to track my well, that was the Gator County Sheriff's Department that tried to track my phone once and they didn't find me. I'm apparently hard to serve too. Hey Kat, if you signal me an email address, I'll send you the email exchange between me and Amy Weirich unless Dana throws a tantrum about it.
All right, yes or no, Dana?
I'm not Doug Wet Blanket Bates. So
no, we're not going to call him a wet blanket. We love Doug Bates.
He's the bow tie baddie.
Good Doug, bow tie baddie.
Doug.
That was a great clip that you did, where you put the nicknames in there. If that was you, Kinsey.
Yeah, it was Kinsey. It was all Kinsey.
Kinsey's good.
You know,
I don't even know.
I assume and we just got to with Miss Janet Demeanor, she had Nicole on. So that was the first time I got to know about Nicole's work. Although I think we ended up seeing her on, she could have been a witness, but I think Doug would have been the one calling her. But
yeah, before they put me on the witness list, when they were trying to keep me from testifying, when Doug had me on the witness list, Doug was going to use Nicole to authenticate the recant because she came with me to Zach's interview and Jason's interview.
Yep, but it became irrelevant for the purpose of the proceedings. This letter, though, I wonder if some of the chat might have been able to read what's on the screen and guess why this might be relevant. But this idea that, they have to come up with this whole story of how a gun could get into somebody's hands. How did Zach get this gun? How did it get to Shane? How did Jason Autry know about it? And how did Jason know that it got to Victor Dinsmore when Victor Dinsmore himself says he doesn't trust Jason Autry?
I've always kind of wondered too. Remember the story that they had Jason Autry tell was that Holly Bobo was dead in the truck, and they jumped in the truck to go down and get rid of her, and on the way concocted we don't have any picks and shovels, so we're going to have to go to the river and cut her open and sink her guts over here and her body over here, right? So they were dealing with a dead girl, and they had a knife, ostensibly, to go do this thing with, right?
Because he was freaking out. We don't have a shovel or a pick.
Yeah, that's the testimony Jason Autry gave, was that Zach was like, I need your help getting rid of this body. And it's Holly Bobo. And so Jason was like completely baked on meth at the moment, or whatever he'd done that moment. And he was like, all right, let's go. So they jump in the truck. And when they get in the truck, Jason like looks around. He's like, we ain't got no picks or shovels. What are we going to do? So they decide to go down to the river with a knife and cut her and sink her and all that, right? So when they get to the river, Jason says, that's when we realized she wasn't dead. And so this gun that they otherwise would never need because she was already dead, they needed a knife to execute this plan. Suddenly this gun manifests out of nowhere just in time to be used as a murder weapon. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And they called it a pistol.
They never even attempted to explain how it got from Shane's hip.
Which no one's going to wear a .32 revolver on their hip on an external holster. That would be so just
it would look
embarrassing.
Well, I feel like I'm losing my mind, but I swear that Autry said he went and got the pistol from the truck. That Zach went and got the pistol from the truck.
Yeah,
he was
did.
describing.
But there was never a moment where Autry testified that the pistol went from Shane's holster to Zach's possession. It just materialized when they needed it.
Because when Shane is wearing a gun on his hip, and then Jason has a plan to go meet at the church to stuff his car so that Shane and Dylan won't know where they're going or what they're doing, Jason just goes and asks Shane for his gun, I guess, to throw in the truck, and Shane doesn't even think about it.
But nope. I think a problem with that is we learned today, this is the first time I learned about the fourth ping for Holly's phone being on page 17 of the report for Frizzell. And I think that's important because if Jason Autry doesn't know how to put two and two together when he's looking through some of this information, he might have just seen call between Shane and Zach at like 8 in the morning or so. And then say, all right, I'm going to say he got a gun from Shane. I'm going to let them infer that he went and picked up a gun from Shane before he goes and abducts Holly Bobo. And that's where it becomes a mess, right? Because I don't think the TBI kept their data in complete and proper documented ways, probably on purpose, but also part due to incompetence. So then you're giving it to somebody else who has to build a story around what you're giving them, but you're doing things like isolating one ping somewhere else. You're going to make it difficult for them to put the story together because you're not even putting it together.
No. And
Shannon Pettigrew, yes, his parents were there.
Yeah.
And a cousin.
You know, I'm convinced that what Jason Autry did was sit with the discovery long enough to figure out how to tell the police about any random Wednesday that he actually experienced all the time. Make sure that he checked a few boxes from the discovery that he had to fit within, and then added in the Holly Bobo part of it. So like 80% of what Jason Autry testified to would have probably described any given Wednesday. in 2013.
Wake up at his girlfriend's, try to get high, go get lunch later.
Yeah, right. It sounded credible because so much of what he talked about doing that day happened a lot. And then all he had to figure out was, okay, I got to put the body and the murder in the story, and I need to make sure where I actually was that day. You know, I need the cell phone records. Bada boom, bada bing. He's got the cell phone records. Next thing you know, he's got a story to get himself time served.
Oh, Dana, do you get the impression that boat guy knew in advance that he had to say that the bridges weren't flooded out and closed that day?
Clearly. It's funny because there may or may not have been some public chatter about whether or not it was flooded that day.
Yeah. You think that they were watching? Yeah, you think that they were watching things? Because I think they were watching things. We heard some keywords mentioned.
Strange question to ask a guy out of the blue who's come there to tell you, well, of course it wasn't flooded. But I don't know why.
Everybody say hey to Amy, or if you seek Amy.
And he can't remember what grade his kids were in school, but he remembers exactly what the vegetation on the riprap looks like that day.
And the vegetation was tall. And he was describing the vegetation over in Pond Gut. He was
allegedly.
Like, what is the pond gut? Like, he's describing what's over in the pond gut as if the vegetation was high. And I'm like, is that supposed to explain why Jason Autry didn't see a boat at first? And he changed his story halfway through. It's like he clicked and realized he had to say he cranked up his boat after he heard the gunshot. But when
it's a fucking miracle that the only 4 people who were down under the bridge that day are him, Holly, Zach, and Jason. Miracle.
And not for nothing,
he
but
made a point to say that too, that like, you know, it's
nobody
weird.
Else.
Most of the time there was people fishing, but that one day that I remember with clarity 14 years ago that I've only come to court now to talk about, it was a Wednesday. I remember that distinctly. That was rule of thumb. If any prosecutor from Memphis vouches for the veracity of a witness by saying they are the most credible witness they've ever seen or heard about, they're not.
I'm going to invite Amy on to have her talk about who was more credible. Was it Jason or was it Boat Guy?
The public needs to know.
That's right. Reach out to the Memphis DA's office for comment and ask how they would rate the relative veracity.
Sorry, guys. We gotta
go for it.
We're about to die.
Sorry, my laptop's about to die, so
we're moving, guys.
We're running.
Come with us.
Stick around.
This is cool. It's turning into an IRL stream.
I love it.
Sorry.
Such a cute house. This is Cindy's house, right? Cute house. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'll help you, Katie.
There we go.
Also, while they're doing that, I do appreciate, thank you, Factual Lie and K. Schmidt here, dropping gifted memberships. I don't know if you guys can see because you can't see it on StreamYard, but any channel member, the icon next to them is Doug Bates. So everybody that's a member has a Doug Bates icon.
I love that. Dog Bates.
Yes. Oh yeah, poor little JoJo was another one. Sheriff Chuck had a good question here because the camera largely was focused on we could see the judge's face through some of the witness questioning in the background, but during closing arguments, it was really just focused on the attorney who was presenting whichever side. Was it all poker face from Judge Bradbury during closings?
No, I detected an ever so slight change. He has been like a sphinx this whole time. And today I detected maybe just a slightly less, a slightly more revealing demeanor and affectation. And it seemed to me that he was fairly skeptical of Boat Guy, for example. And he made the remark when Boat Guy left that he picked up the map and he looked and he was like, he said, yeah, I see he's marked on here where he claims he heard the gunshot.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, he said that. So I don't know. You don't want to read too much into these things, but
yeah, because it could just be appropriate language where the witness says is appropriate language rather than just because I have a pet peeve when judges, and I get that sometimes it's just human nature, the way that we might speak. But I covered a case once. It was only through transcripts that we could read. And the complaining witness who was accusing the defendant of, domestic violence, during her testimony, when she was about to be confronted with the body cam video and what she told police, she started crying. She didn't cry when she was relating what supposedly happened to her, but she cried when she was about to be impeached. She runs out of the room. She comes back, and the judge tells the jury, all right, the witness is about to tell you what really happened. And I thought that was such an inappropriate, whether intentional or not, right? That could just be how humans speak. But that's a judge saying the witness is going to tell you the facts, the truth, and bolstering the credibility of whatever's about to come out of that witness's mouth. And no objection from the defense attorney or anything. But it's stuff like that. Someone saying where they claim it is, and there's no jury present. I would probably read that a little bit too.
Yeah, I do think at the end, there were some, to me, subtle body language things that I think he was, of course, no one knows how he's going to rule, but I think he was receptive to Doug's closing, and I think he was a little walled off to Weirich's. But I'm biased, and maybe I'm seeing what I want to see. So
I don't think that Weirich's argument really argued the post-conviction petition issues, the points of argument raised. It seemed just a re-argument, like a relitigating the trial itself.
Yes, she was. So. And I talked to Doug 3 after the closing, and he said,
"Hold on, we got to get the
podcast."
He's going to come on the podcast?
Yeah, Doug 3 is going to do a podcast episode with us. Doug's dad.
Doug 3 is over here, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
right here.
So I spoke to Mr.
Was that
Banks.
Doug 4 next to him?
These are all the Dougs. We'll put it back up.
The family line.
So I spoke to Doug 3 after the closing. I'd spoken to him a couple times on breaks and stuff, but he said two things to me. He said, first rule of trying lawsuits, never, ever end with a witness like that. Talking about boat guy. And he said,
horrible.
And he said, that's never end with a witness like that. And then he said, after the closing, he said, if the angel Gabriel had come down and testified against, hold on a second. If the angel Gabriel had come down and testified one way or the other at the trial, it doesn't mean that the defendant is not entitled to due process and a fair trial. And she argued guilt and innocence as opposed to, was the trial defective? That's skipping over the point.
But she also didn't argue that he was guilty in any way. That
she referred to him as the guilty man and
but
that convicted murderer.
She didn't talk about any evidence, though, did she?
Not really.
Like, I didn't.
She just denied she
I think
she said as a result of this hearing, this whole post-conviction hearing, it is now more obvious that Zach is guilty.
But she couldn't tell us how. She just recited what the jailhouse witnesses said, and Jason Autry and Victor Dinsmore corroborated at the trial.
Laundered Amber. Her entire argument was Ms. Thompson billed for some hours.
Yes, but none that were looking at the ATM video.
Well, she.
Doug called me 9 minutes ago, and I'm worried that he's watching this, that I'm in trouble.
So
allegedly.
So it was curious because she said things like, "No one cares where you were at 11."
That's how she opened.
And then she went back to, "But let's talk about where you were." And then she went back to, "Who cares?"
As she's yelling at the defendant, Nora Jackson, closing style, saying, "Just tell us where you were."
It was so reminiscent of
and
that.
Isn't it ironic? The only reason we do care why he is at 11-12 is because
this video that they ran to hide.
Time that you presented to a jury or your employee, Nichols, through Jason Autry's involved story makes it impossible for him to be there at 11-12. So it is relevant where he's.
She intentionally misses the framing.
If he was kidnapping and raping Holly, graping.
And it sounds good to people that will not follow what's going on. So anyone that just knows that he was convicted and he's fighting for a new trial, they're going to just listen to her in a bubble.
Yeah,
exactly.
so it really
it's
boils.
a soundbite.
It's really the conflict between the same thing that happened in the case itself, which is, do you want to follow the facts and the logic, or do you want to shriek and be emotional? If you want to shriek and be emotional, you're going to love Amy Weirich and the state's case.
Still, you might find her off-putting.
Maybe love is a little strong, but if you're receptive to an emotional appeal, and she stood there and literally, when she wasn't screaming at Zach, she was screaming into an empty jury box. The only person in the jury box talking to was the cameraman.
From the very beginning of these hearings, before anything was even televised, it was like the first hearing ever. It was before Dana. You weren't there for this. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm getting my timing wrong, but I don't think I am. It was like the first hearing when Nichols has this PowerPoint that she puts up to explain to the judge what an error Corbin nobis is in.
She spells it wrong in all of her motions.
In 5th grade language. It's like Doug likes to be self-deprecating. Oh, I just divorced people. I don't know anything about this criminal law. Doug knows how to try a bench trial. And a bench trial is different than a jury trial.
Yep.
Juries are susceptible to emotional appeals.
Mm-hmm.
Judges are not. And it's like Nichols and Weirich don't realize they're in a bench trial. And these hyperbolic statements with the big inflection, and
they cannot pivot. They cannot read the room. They cannot pivot.
And not only that, I just thought, we've seen Amy Weirich at her shrieking, howling.
That was the law and crime jury.
And so we've seen her do that, right? When she affected that folksy attitude with that boat guy, and she was like, "Oh, the kids like to go to Mimi and Pop-Pop's house, don't they?" I was like, "You can't even do that." Like that seems less authentic than shrieking at people.
Good old Amy. Yeah, no, our jury did not buy it. This jury was not buying it at all. And I thought she was off-putting in opening statements, off the demeanor. And again, I was still trying to digest it then. I really one day I'm going to go back and watch the very first stream and see.
I'm feeling your neuro spiciness.
Wait,
spiciness. I love it.
Who said that?
Neuro spicy. That's
just so
a good
you guys
way.
know, we can't really see all the chat on the screen we're looking at, so I'm trying to keep up with this. So if we miss your comments, we're not thinking your comment wasn't worth noticing. We're just all crowded around.
That's how we watch things. A lot of us will watch with we'll have a screen up, and we'll also be watching on a cell phone or a TV, or watching multiple people at the same time just to be across all of the chats. So we know, I think we understand. And guys, even on the StreamYard, so their screen, the chats are really tiny on the StreamYard window, so not very conducive. Do you want to? And there's so much that I think would be fun to talk about, but I'm still astonished by this.
Yes, can we go back to that? Because I'm Doug and Dana both. I don't think they've paid enough attention to this yet.
The gun?
Yeah, the Boyce Wallace.
The Terry Britt gun.
Dana has. Doug
I mean, I'm aware. I just, to me, this seems like.
I think it's very relevant.
It's definitely relevant. It's just that it's probably going to forever be missing some pieces, because there's reason to believe that the real murder weapon will never be recovered.
Oh, I'm going to recover it.
Oh.
I didn't mean that
That's
as a challenge.
Threat, not a promise.
Let it be a challenge.
How crazy I am. I took the LCSW, Kimberly Owen, shout out, with me to Beach Lake, and we magnet fished to try to find the gun.
Oh, that's cool. That sounds fun, actually.
Found the body part.
Ew.
It wasn't relevant to the case.
It was an animal.
It was tongue.
Oh my god. It was.
Didn't the intern go?
Yeah.
The intern crawled through a gutter.
I made Kinsey crawl through a culvert. I'm sorry, Kinsey. I have a picture of it.
It's a unique
there were water snakes. I wasn't going to do that shit.
I didn't find anything, but I'm still glad I did it, because I wouldn't live with myself if it was in there, and I didn't. So
we're going to find that gun.
Find it.
Were you guys out there alone, even though people are usually out there?
Well, we did get a cop that came by.
He gave us some stickers and lanyards when we gave him the tongue. I don't know.
No, I'm talking about
What do you
cop
hate?
before that who said,
We'll put this up for.
I don't remember the
Allegedly.
other gun. The other
Yeah. Just put that on a blinky there, Kat. Just
I can do a scrolling ticker. I can turn it into a
just
scrolling one.
allegedly.
My favorite about all of that was can I say that Judge Binkley was there watching?
He was there.
Yeah,
you did
Judge
just say
Binkley
it.
was there. He's a retired judge in Williamson County, an excellent judge, and someone that I will occasionally call for just life advice, work advice. Is this something that Doug is being a wuss about, or is this a real thing that I need to not do? But I was asking him about, can I go magnet fish for a gun that might be a murder weapon? And he laughs. He's like, that's the kind of thing that is better to ask forgiveness than permission for.
you learned from that moment on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Katie, you gonna run down this
Okay.
this murder weapon?
I'm gonna let Kat.
This imperfect murder weapon chain of custody.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
let me
let
read
Kat
this
read
out.
the letter.
Yeah, let me read this out because we have a lot of people that listen in the bushes, hopefully not in there with Kathy Ferguson. Or Brent Booth. We might have to put Brent Booth in the bushes too if they're just following you wherever you go. But this is, guys, important date here. February 7th of 2013 is when this is being written. It is being written by Rhonda Mitchell. So it reads, to whom it may concern, to the best of my ability to remember. Blois Jackson Wallace, 82, died on December 2nd, 2007, at his home located at 106 Peggy Mullins Road, Parsons, Tennessee. I was appointed executrix of his estate, so they're administrating the estate per his wishes in his will. I had called Mr. Wallace early afternoon on that Sunday, so we're all the way back in 2007, and there was no answer at his home. Terry and Janet Britt, were supposed to be there, but no one answered. Later that night, around 6 or 7 o'clock, they called and said he had died. I told them I tried to call earlier to check on him and there was no answer. They told me they had made a quick run to Walmart, and when they got back, they found him dead in the bathroom. I did not have a...
sus there.
Well, I say it's the pattern. Like, you make a quick run, you have a receipt. So you're going to say just because...
He's probably buying his burner phones and chainsaw replacement.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Oh my God.
Well, they did talk about the oh, I forgot I didn't have a button anymore. It's a ticking banner. I don't need to put it up again. It's sitting down there the rest of the stream. But they did talk about the chainsaw trial. He just said it was unrelated, right? But he says, this letter continues, I did not have a list of the inventory of his belongings, but according to his son, Edward Wallace, and his wife, Peggy, there was, so 3 people are saying this. There was some type of handgun missing from his house. At the time, she gave me the type of gun, but I don't remember now. I did not have a key or access code of the security team to Mr. Wallace's home, but Terry and Janet Britt did. According to Mr. Wallace, he had hired Terry to drive him places, and Jan cooked and helped around the house every day. So I talked with Jan about the gun and asked if they'd ever seen the gun in the house. She told me that Mr. Wallace had given Terry the handgun as a gift. I told her the family wanted it returned.
Violent sexual offenders with multiple felony convictions. You give them a gun.
Very, very bright thing to do. And it's convenient, right? The point would be you give someone something as a gift.
And then they randomly turn up dead when you go to Walmart.
Well, and then it's like, well, if he gave it to you as a gift, you shouldn't, it would be
so rude.
Improper. It'd be rude to ask for it back.
Right.
I told her the family wanted it returned. So Rhonda was not backing down. She again said it had been given to them. I relayed the message to Peggy, who had power of attorney for Edward, and she said they wanted it back. I discussed the situation with Mr. Wallace's attorney, Mike Ivey, and he suggested that I go and talk with the sheriff. I later went to the sheriff's office to ask what I should do. I don't remember if I talked with the sheriff or a deputy, but whomever I talked with told me to tell Terry and Jan that Terry had a felony record and that he could not be in possession of a firearm, and to return the gun, or they would have to come and get it. I called and talked with Jan and told her what the sheriff's department had said. She called me back later and told me that they had gone back to the house and left the gun on a dresser in the bedroom. Now, chat, please tell me if somebody was looking to get a gun back from you, if you would find a way to get it to the proper person, or if you would just go and leave it somewhere.
Especially if someone said, the sheriff told you, you're not supposed to have it, give it back. You're going to,
return to the scene of the crime where you
Right.
murdered somebody and leave it on a dresser.
And say you leave it on the dresser.
Right. No, I think you're going to
You allegedly left it on the
You're
dresser.
going to do
Allegedly. This banner's doing a lot of heavy lifting today. So they apparently, according to Janet, and what I think is interesting is Janet also like calls back and says that she did this. She doesn't say before she goes and does it, well, hey, what if I go there and just leave it at the house? She makes it her decision, presumably after she talked to Terry about it, and then says, okay, we'll just wait some time and then we'll call them back and we'll just say that we went over there and put it there, knowing that they don't have access to the security code themselves to get in. That they won't be there. Presumably they won't be there when we show up. They'll never know that we didn't actually show up. That's how I read this.
We should go to Decatur County Sheriff's Department and look at their records and see if a police report was made on that day that corresponds to this. Oh, wait, we can't because they took those computers to Nettie's and had them erased. And then the sheriff lied about it.
Allegedly.
No, not allegedly. It's in the records. Lied about it. A week after Zach was arrested for assaulting somebody else unrelated that they just dropped the charges and pretended.
A week after. So this is that March 2014 climate.
Clear the computers and hold the records of this.
Crazy. That is crazy timing. So I still think this story is just incredulous. Like, and I know it's Rhonda reciting what she was told. I'm not saying Rhonda's incredulous. I'm saying what is being represented that Janet was saying is wholly unbelievable to me.
I talked to Rhonda. She's I think she's a highly credible witness.
I mean, I think it's even, she doesn't remember what type of gun it was, even though she was told. I think that to me is credible. It's not helpful, but it's credible.
Something tells me it's a 380.
Nah.
Allegedly. So, and again, this idea that they're not supposed to have a gun in the first place, right? As Dana pointed out, and then they're told when they're not supposed to have it or that they might be in trouble with the sheriffs. They decide on their own to go put this gun in the home and leave it on a dresser in the bedroom. Then Rhonda calls Peggy, and I told her that they said they left it on the dresser. Edward, Peggy, and Mr. Wallace's granddaughter said they searched all over the house and did not find the gun. I called Jan back, and she said she didn't know what happened to it, but still insisted that they had left it on the dresser. I'm not really sure of the exact time, but this is as close as I can remember. Now, who else had access to this home? Because we heard earlier that Rhonda doesn't have access to the security. So it's not like Rhonda could have gone and gotten it and made this up.
And why?
Yeah, what reason would she have to do that? And then it gets more interesting. You guys.
It never
gets
gets interesting with this case.
And ever. I forget about stuff all the time. I keep forgetting about the satellite appointment. So we've got this. I'm going to read another one because it's reading hour now.
Nice.
And let's see. We've got
identification.
It's
Your
effective.
redaction.
My redaction.
Good job.
Signed by Ricky Inman, Decatur County Sheriff's Office. Says Rhonda Mitchell said that she handled, spelled wrong, the estate of Boyce Wallace, also spelled wrong. She said that Terry Britt and Janet Britt were the ones that found Mr. Wallace deceased in the home. Interesting that Rhonda calls her Jan, but we got this full name, Janet Britt, as if the sheriff's office is well acquainted with this couple. Were the ones that found Mr. Wallace deceased in his home.
Almost
Rhonda
like
said that,
Terry Britt was a confidential informant for Ricky Inman's dad, maybe. I don't know.
Look at Dana.
Eventually, the allegedlys will run out, I think.
Can you?
I don't need allegedly.
Should I add more?
Record. I'm going to say, that's what the teacher should say. I don't need alleged leads for this shit. It's in the record.
Yes.
But allegedly just in case, because I don't have a bar card.
We'll put 2.
We'll
get a double allegedly.
Allegedly, twice.
We'll have Aaron help us out. In the chat. So, guys, Ricky Inman, this is who's writing this out. Rhonda said that Terry Britt said that he and Janet had left Mr. Wallace home and went to Walmart, and when they came back, Mr. Wallace had died. Rhonda said that Mr. Wallace had a lot of guns and that Peggy Wallace and her daughter had taken a lot of them with them, but Terry Britt had one of the handguns that the family wanted back. Rhonda said that Terry and Janet said they'd gotten the gun back to the residence of Mr. Wallace and left it, and they did not have it anymore. Rhonda said that she came to the sheriff, Roy Wyatt, and gave him the information about the gun and that Terry had the gun. Rhonda said that the sheriff told her to tell Terry to give the gun back. She also said that she could not remember what kind of gun it was now. Rhonda said that Terry and Janet would stay with Mr. Wallace at times and would drive him places that he wanted to go. Rhonda said that at the time she knew of Terry that he had a ponytail in 2008. Rhonda said that she knew Janet from the newsletter, that Janet went to work there when Danny bought the newsletter. Rhonda said that she worked for the Jason Scott when he owned it. Talked with Sheriff Roy Wyatt on February 3rd, 2012. He said that he does not remember talking to Rhonda Mitchell about the gun or Terry Britt. So Sheriff Roy Wyatt remembers nothing. Signed by Ricky.
He seems to remember a lot of nothing when it is inconvenient information. So my theory is that maybe, just maybe, TBI and law enforcement realized that the guilty culprit of this crime was someone who should have been in prison already for multiple reasons, wasn't because of the incompetence of law enforcement and his long-standing history of being a confidential informant in areas that I think would probably open up a lot of liability for inadequate supervision of informants and deliberate indifference of a informant's level of danger for the community, both of which the FBI has since released long statements of don't do this shit because we get in a lot of trouble because there's liability over it. And so they realized that their confidential informant, who's been informing for years to decades, should already be in prison, but isn't because you keep letting him out and you don't charge him with a kidnapping, attempted rape, and sexual assault charge in 2008 that he should have already been in prison for.
And you don't run after him when you hear that he has a firearm he's not supposed to be in possession of.
So then, yeah, exactly. So then you're investigating this high-profile murder and you realize that the person who committed it just might be a serial violent convicted sex offender that should already be in prison who committed the crime with a gun that was reported as stolen by him to the sheriff in what appears to be another separate murder. And you told the victim to go get the gun herself from a violent kidnapping assailant. And then you
Great advocacy.
Moved on.
What are you even
Perhaps they thought that was a bad look and they didn't want to have to explain how that happened. So they thought, let's just round up some local ruffians and pin it on them.
Can't imagine why.
And, you know, has anyone noticed that what Terry Britt was saying he wanted in exchange for admitting culpability is exactly what he got? And that seemed Terry Britt getting under 20 years in a prison
that he prefers,
with Janet Britt not being charged, is what he got. And that seems to timing-wise correspond with the TBI suddenly figuring out where Holly Bobo's body is. Because it's a coincidence.
It still makes no sense to me how they end up finding her remains there if the area had been searched previously. I get that maybe you could miss something, but then it's only partial remains that are found.
Sense. It's almost like after Johnny Walker went and talked to Terry Britt and he confessed, it's almost like the TBI did, after Johnny Walker did put a report in, did make every effort to let TBI know it wasn't just an email to himself. That was a lie. It's almost as though TBI did go talk to him.
And that was a mistake too. That was a misrepresentation of the testimony during the post-conviction proceedings, because John Walker's testimony was that he sent an email to TBI reminding them, hey, I don't want this to become a discovery issue, a Brady issue, or whatever he worded it as. So I'm reminding you of the information that I relayed to you. Don't forget about it. That wasn't an email to himself.
And he put an official report in on the confession. He did everything that he could do. And he was checking. He's like, they're not going back and talking to him. Why? Because he thought they would come immediately. And he's like, I think they did. Allegedly. I think they did. And I think that Terry Britt is a sophisticated criminal and knows how to work the system and had a lawyer who's very well connected and who there's no record of any payments being made to him, despite it being an expensive lawyer in town who seemed to be giving Terry Britt a lot of time and attention.
Yet people make fun of like criminal defense attorneys that represent people, but you're telling me that somebody represented Terry Britt pro bono, and I have not seen public criticism out there like, oh, these darn criminal defense attorneys defending people.
To be clear, I'm not in any way suggesting that Terry Britt was represented pro bono. I'm suggesting or representing that there is no record of any legal tender being paid.
Great clarification.
And it almost seems as though Terry Britt confessed TBI did come and talk to him.
What do the kids say? Let her cook.
Yes.
Oh yeah, do we need?
And perhaps they made a deal with Terry Britt that they needed the body and the murder weapon so they could pin it on somebody and close the case. And if Terry Britt could give that information without incriminating himself and saying that it's because maybe he just heard something, maybe he just knew something, but somehow maybe that information came available to TBI. They figured out where the remains were. They knew about where the remains were before they officially discovered the remains. And perhaps Terry Britt turned over a gun that once they had the forensics team out there and they found a 380 auto, they realized was the wrong gun, and they were maybe in a situation where they were planting the wrong gun on Zach Adams and panicked. That's maybe what happened. That's my theory, and that's somewhat speculative.
So that
is my well-informed theory.
That requires a number of leaps,
many of which are documented to have occurred.
But the record
are.
as it stands does not exclude that series of leaps.
And a lot of far-fetched occurrences that would have to exist for that to be true have indeed occurred. Would you agree?
Well, I still think, and it might seem insignificant to that whole rundown there, but I still think it's just incredibly odd that Jennifer Nichols' proffer session is not memorialized for over 2 months, and that she has no other notes, and the law enforcement's not present. So it's maintaining some degree of.
Got on a plane and went
to Indianapolis.
Went and talked to one of the two most important witnesses in the case and took not a single note.
I'm demanding a sue me pig emoji.
Oh my God.
That's me.
Very cute. Like it could be like Charlotte's Web, but it says sue me in the web.
I love it.
I love it
so much.
Never wrestle with a pig. I'm the pig.
I like it.
Dana's going to use that on his own one day. He's going to get a case that really pisses him off, and he's going to take that quote. He's going to say it unironically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, yes, make sure, hey, Amanda, so I'm using you here as an example. Make sure you are subbed up to Trial and Error Podcast. I feel like all of you guys should be subbed up already. They have plenty more to come. It's not just going to be focused on this one case. I mean, there's plenty of other victims out there that if a team of investigators or prosecutors don't want to just admit when they're wrong, you're never going to get justice for the victim and their family members or anybody else.
This is a web of deception and corruption that we will be expanding on in season 2, much to the ire of the Memphis County DA's
power of the podcast.
No.
The power of the podcast.
And I think this applies to you guys here. Docket Decoder, another great channel you guys make sure you are checking out. Done some deep dives into the testimony in these post-conviction relief hearings for Zach Adams, as well as other cases. Says, I kept getting pulled away today, but just finished up watching. Yeah, it's been a lot. We've been here 11 hours. There's a lot, but it was worth it. I thought today could not have gone much better. Well, maybe not for the state's argument, but everything else, I agree. Says, I'm so thankful for all the work you guys have done on this. So you guys have, again, I came into this like 45 days ago, and without the work that you guys have done, it would have taken me way longer to grasp all the little nuances and details of this. And
how many people know about the case and are following it because of you? The podcasters, the content creators that are following this, it's inspiring to me. We don't know what we're doing. Like, we just decided to make
a little, you know.
You don't even, like, I didn't even know how to log into YouTube with a username when we started this. So I'm still learning. But it's been inspiring to watch and see people come in. And I mean, Kat, you're pulling stuff from the media and putting stuff together that I don't know how much time that took or what kind of meds you're on, but I want some to be able to do that because that was
Coke Zero.
That was a lot of work that you put together efficiently. But and the audience here is like, I mean, sharp. Like, y'all, we need to.
The podcast, the power of the podcast.
It's like a militia.
Timestamp.
It's a militia. It really is. It's like a militia for justice.
They're on it.
Oh, okay, wait. So Factual Lie has it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And Trakeisha's been reminding me also, shout out to Trakeisha, about the timestamp for this video, because I'll put it in, whenever I get done, I'll put timestamps in this video. I'm also going to clip this segment out, so that way people can, I don't know if everybody that watched the hearing earlier knew that you guys were going to come on so late, so I'm going to reclip it, and you guys can do whatever you want with it as well. But let's get this clip. another great clip. Got to run this back one time. Get the screen shared up here. And you guys got to get this. It's called Enhancer for YouTube. It's a volume booster extension. Very, very helpful for these quiet feeds.
The information. We were at their mercy to receive the information that Jennifer Thompson decided to trickle in bit by bit. To stand before this court and accuse in the way that petitioner has done is offensive to not only the men and women that have worked this case, but everybody that's out there right now. Because to sign this imaginary order that the petitioner is asking the court to sign, you would by doing so say, it's okay to come into court and make up stuff. It's okay to come into court and have selective amnesia about things. This same defense attorney who put in 3,000 hours on this case shut down her whole practice. And we only know what we know from the time she was appointed. She was hired by the family for a year prior to that. So we'll never know the grand total of hours that she put into this case.
Oh, I think for whatever reason, even though I'm interested in like hearing her gripe, for whatever reason, the timestamp took us back a little bit. It actually starts up here. But still.
And his phone starts pinging around 11:12, 11:15. Except we do know a little bit about what he was up to. The problem is he can't be honest about it. Because to be honest about it would be to admit once and for all, as Jason and Dylan have done, his role in this. But he is praying and hoping against everything he has left, against the power of the podcast.
I cannot
Some
believe.
veiled, I don't know, threat to the court about ignoring the facts and ignoring the law.
Look at the COs.
That the truth will be buried.
They're not fans.
There are some
Same way he
choice
was
clips of the
instructing
COs.
Yeah.
They know
Mr.
what's
Bates'
up.
agent, Ms. Spirko, to
Ms.
bury
Spirko.
something on a piece of property. Here's where you
To bury she really did mention this.
Yes.
Miss Spirko, that's a good time. I did send you the email exchange, Kat.
Oh, okay.
Let me know if
His
you got
evil
it.
eyebrows.
Yes.
Yeah, let me make sure I have the right
Great segue.
It is a great segue.
Perfect.
hold on, let me make sure
Do you guys think that we were talking about this on the way. Do you guys think that she believes? I think Nichols definitely knows that Zach is innocent, and Nichols doesn't give a fuck.
that's what I think. I don't think there's a way that you could think otherwise. And if
You
you
think
can think
Weirich?
otherwise, I would be scared of their decision to bring any other case forward.
But I think Weirich might believe it. She might have drank the Kool-Aid. I don't know. I can't tell.
She can't be that delusional. I think
I don't
she's.
think
I think
she's
it's evil.
I don't know. Jeez.
I don't think I got it, Katie.
Oh.
It's two T's and Cat. And make sure it didn't autocorrect to Matt. My name autocorrects to Matt all the time.
But I have an email address that gets spammed a lot.
Oh, let me double check
I'm going to
that.
send it to you over.
It is right. I got it.
You did get it? Did it spam?
It says this message might be dangerous.
Oh, it's dangerous, all right. Danger. It might be intercepted by TBI.
Yeah.
Wait, why is it
Yeah,
saying
yes,
okay?
yes, she sent it to Kat. Yes, was.
Hold on, let me well, we're gonna figure out how to do this. Let me zoom it in. Let me keep playing Amy for a second while I figure out how to show this on screen.
Always
You guys feel free to comment.
you go. Here's what you do. Don't take a phone. They might track you.
And I love how it goes back and forth.
Can't own up to what he's done.
Is this spontaneous crime to their like pacing?
And this game is too far gone. But we know from all of the cell phone evidence, from Jonathan Reeves, who Mike Frizzell said it today, he said it during trial, I agree with him. Jonathan Reeves and I see eye to eye on this thing. The only one that Mike Frizzell takes issue with is Johnny Walker, because he said there's no empirical data to support the limb that Johnny Walker got out on. And I would remind the court that petitioner's own witness called Johnny Walker incompetent. Jerry Gonzalez smirked.
I don't remember that, but
At
his
the
whole
skill
hearing
set.
wasn't up. Like, do you guys remember? Because Jerry
No.
Gonzalez, he was only up in clips. I don't remember him saying that John Walker was incompetent. I remember him discussing issues about the trial strategy and how there wasn't one really formulated and boxes were all over. I do not remember a specific incompetence opinion about Marshall John
Jerry
Walker.
Gonzalez, I loved his testimony. Knowing his personality, I wouldn't be shocked to know that he smirked at anyone, but and I mean that with love. But
Allegedly.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, and I just don't see.
I know he objectively agreed with the theory of, I mean,
it wasn't the proper
he didn't
qualification.
think it was crap. He believed it, so I don't know why. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know.
I think Amy's just lost because I'm pretty sure Jerry Gonzalez was testifying that it was ineffective assistance of counsel to try to qualify John Walker as a cell phone expert. And she's just morphing that into that's Jerry Gonzalez saying that John Walker and all the work he did was incompetent. And that's not the finding that Judge Green made. That's not why we had that finding at trial. But she's reframing it. Just like this whole thing with Jennifer Thompson's billable hours. Doug Bates has never argued that she wasn't working hard and putting a ton of time into the case. And no matter how many times Doug repeats that, Amy's like, but she worked so many hours. Like,
your impression.
When you don't
Beautiful.
have a good answer to the question that's asked, you answer the question you want to answer.
there you go. There you go. So I do have the email. I think this is as visible as it's going to get. I had to take it out of spam and then all of a sudden it let me expand it. It didn't want to let me expand it while it was in the spam folder. So we have, actually we should read from the bottom up, maybe?
Yeah,
Right?
Amy's. Miss Spirko.
Miss Spirko. We've got, you are a potential witness. Oh wait, the date, August 14th, 2025.
This is right after Casey Kilzer died, and I had thought that I was no longer under a sequestration order since I hadn't been subpoenaed to the next court dates, and it was within the 10 days where they could not issue a valid subpoena. So under that belief, I was posting some stuff on Facebook.
Oh,
which you're not watching, totally.
And other social media platforms.
But I mean, it wasn't like that. Was that just like something that couldn't have been found by anybody that was listening to blotters and radars or something? Like, I mean, I don't know. There's people that just seem to know the instant, like there's any type of shooting anywhere. So, Miss Spirko, you are a potential witness in Zach Adams v. State of Tennessee, as you know. Judge Bradbury asked us to remind all witnesses, both for the state and the defense, that they are prohibited from discussing this case. This includes social media, any witnesses and or law enforcement agencies involved in the case, and the current pending litigation. Well, maybe they should stop following you if they don't want you to interact with them.
I don't think it includes all that.
And they say, please acknowledge receipt of above. We will be following this up with a signed order from the court. Well, why don't you have a...
They never did.
Funny.
So then they say, dear Miss, this is you, dear Miss Weirich, you're responding the same day, a couple
Very
hours
politely,
later.
I think.
So politely.
Dear. Yeah, you put a deer in there. You put a salutation,
Dana
greeting and
approved this email.
salutation.
I'm just putting it out there for the record while you watch his faces. He approved this email.
keep the camera on him.
Yeah, I will, because he approved it. Just know that while you're watching his face.
Hold on.
You said it was fine.
Hold on. What she just said is true. However, you have to understand the process.
That's fair.
The email that I started with was not approved.
That's true also.
And then a series of negotiations ensues.
Also true.
And then we arrive at this. And at that point, I go,
negotiations.
I think you took out the part where I told her to go fuck herself.
Well,
this is what
if you seek Amy.
That's what I'm saying.
You seek Amy.
So this is the would Doug Bates approve also?
No.
We're not putting him in here. So.
No.
Dear Ms. Weirich, so we're getting the middle ground here.
Probably had a mini stroke when he saw this.
Oh. Says, thank you for your clarification. When I was not subpoenaed for the hearings this week, I had understood that to mean I was no longer a potential witness. Upon receiving your email, I immediately removed any personal social media comments or posts from the last week that reference this case.
Personal, not trial and error page. Personal.
Is she going to say later that this is a lie?
I don't know what she's going to say.
Or posts from the last week that reference this case or the parties involved. With this understanding, I also wish to note, so there is no misunderstanding, that as a licensed and practicing psychologist, still has a license, Tennessee Code Section 24-9-101 exempts me from being subpoenaed to trial. Please let me know if you would like to reserve a date or time to take my deposition. In the meantime, I will consider myself under the sequestration order. I would appreciate receiving the signed order at your earliest convenience so I may review it personally and ensure I comply with its technical requirements and its spirit. As a small note, in my professional capacity, I use the title doctor. Get it right. I mention this so you have it both for our correspondence and any court references, as I would not want an unintentional oversight on your part to be mistaken by others as petty, sexist, or unprofessional. With all due respect. With all due respect. So, dang, what did this look like before this version? See, but this is like...
It's nice, isn't it?
Beautiful.
I think it's nice. I think it's professional.
So polite.
It gets you in the second half. You don't see it coming.
Not gonna lie.
Kind of sneaks up on you.
But it's true. I mean, this is Amy's own fault.
What a professional way to say, listen, bitch. She gets it. She gets it.
But this is Amy's fault. She's still representing herself as a neuropsychologist. Well, then address me as such so there's no confusion. The quiet And then was there a response? That was it.
Nope. She never responded, never sent a written order, never sent a subpoena.
And this would have been August.
A lot of time to get a subpoena.
And we
Now,
know
keeping in mind,
or a
too,
written order.
Keeping in mind, too, that somewhere around this exchange, the Court of Criminal Appeals ruled that the video of Jason Autry was not going to be admissible.
Yeah.
And the judge had previously put down an order that said, hey, to Weirich and Bates, when that order comes down, whenever it is, y'all got 90 days to take the depositions of any witnesses whose depositions have to be taken. Because Doug had been talking about taking the deposition of a couple of lawyers. That's right. So the judge, clearly anticipating a return to court in the future, wanted them to use their time wisely, and also wanted to make sure that everybody knew what the outcome of the interlocutory appeal was. So he didn't want them to have to go out and take depositions of all these lawyers and Dr. Spirko before anyone knew what the outcome of the Court of Criminal Appeals was. He said, once the Court of Criminal Appeals tells us whether or not the video is coming in, get the lawyers and Dr. Spirko deposed if that's what you choose to do. They never did that either.
Which, to be clear, I would have delighted in taking the stand in the magical event they would have actually called me, which never would have happened. But I did want to get the deposition so that the scheduling order could get me back in court. And off this order. Hold
on. What date was it that I have it here so I can just look? 7 months ago, May 22nd is when I see that Brent Booth testified at the post-conviction proceedings. So by the time August is rolling around, I would imagine Boat Guy was already on the docket. They don't need this deposition anymore anyway, because they have the super credible Boat Guy coming.
So credible. The most credible, actually.
Right. Yeah.
Just like Jason Autry, the most.
And I thought about, well, why would they credibly, conceivably want Dr. Spirko's testimony? Initially, it was because of Jason Autry's video. It would be fair to say to Dr. Spirko, Did he say anything before you turned the camera on? Did he say anything after? Is this the complete recording? Blah, 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 blah.
Right, because there's a comment that it starts with him laughing or smiling or something, right?
Right. And then he later said during a call to someone else on a recorded line that he'd been high and that Dr. Spirko had noticed. So fine.
Which I did.
Fair game for them to ask that if he was going to testify or if that video was going to come in. But after that, I was kind of like, well, now what's the next, like once that video is not coming in, what's the next reason that they might want Dr. Spirko? And I was like, okay, the next best reason is they don't know whether or not Zach's going to testify, and they want to put some of the phone calls between Dr. Spirko and Zach in. And if Zach doesn't testify, they'll have to get Dr. Spirko in to authenticate them.
We should play some of those. Doug would be so mad.
Okay, so
Don't make Doug mad on purpose.
let's
You
don't.
got to play it for another reason.
Let's don't. So once they put Zach on the stand, I was like, well, now I can't think of a good reason for them to need Dr. Spirko as a witness because they've had the opportunity. The video's out, and
I wasn't
Zach,
there in 2011
and
or
Zach
12
has-
or 13
right.
until 17, so there's no
right. And
relevant
Zach
reason.
has testified, so they can ask him about any of the calls. Now we're just down to what? And they kept saying, well, nope, she's a witness, she's a witness, she's a witness. And then at the end of that boat guy's testimony, the judge was like, state, call your next witness. And she just curtly said, that's all the state's evidence. I was like, so you put,
where's my moment?
you put
for my
Cindy-
publicity campaign.
you put Cindy Adams, you slapped a subpoena on Cindy Adams and sent her out. And you kept Dr. Spirko out and under a sequestration order all this time. And now you don't even you don't even pretend you're trying to get them to the courthouse for the last day.
And then just say, never mind. You know what? We don't need it. We can move
Right.
on.
Not a Dr. Walla fan. Not a fan.
Oh.
You can talk
Oh, okay. That would be very interesting.
In that case,
I did send them a link, but I know they were streaming all day, so they didn't respond, so I just feel like they just didn't remember or didn't get a chance. But they have plenty to say, I'm sure. I would love to see you guys not just talk about this case with Defense Diaries, but go in on Richard Allen, Dr. Walla.
Yeah, they'll have to jump on with them. They're great.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed about what I'm hearing about the representation of when Richard Allen was somehow competent enough to be testifying versus when he it does not seem to add up with common sense.
It's
I'm not a neuropsychologist, but out of common sense, it seems wrong.
It's scary how many of these cases come up where, I mean, any of us could end up in prison for something we didn't do. Except me, because I'm blacklisted from all the prisons. So when Nichols
Listen,
was saying
the
she was going
next
to
time-
put me in prison, I'm
behind
like,
the bars.
where are you going to put me? You blacklisted me from all of them. Where are you going
The next time Katie's in a penitentiary, she's going to be given the clothes to wear. That's for sure.
Oh my goodness, that would be a time. Or even there's a lot of great channels covering that case, but seeing you on with Hella from Excited Utterance, and she's Australian, so the rage, she'd have the accent going. It'd be a great combination, and she has a good deep dive on the Richard Allen case. And that's not to exclude anybody else that's covering that stuff. Just
I started getting into Delphi for sure.
There we go. There's a plenty of places. I'll be trying to find DB and other chats to come venture into the Delphi neck of the woods.
Come here. Come
join.
Oh.
It's been a day.
It's been a day. We did have a thank you here from the Sheriff Chuck, who has an emoji in the chat for the day. We'll probably keep it there for a while. But gifted so many gifted memberships so people could have the Doug Bates icon next to their name. Says thanks to Dr. Spirko, and put the doctor in capitals. And Trial and Error for getting this started. Thanks to Kat and all the chat for educating people on this case and the important surrounding issues. And I think it's huge. I've been in other chats with other cases, and people are like, oh my God, this reminds me of the Zach Adams case. And that's really how, the chat feature on YouTube is so important. It is the watering hole. It is the public forum. And it's where you see people go, well, wait, I heard somebody saying something about the Zach Adams case. And then I saw someone say, oh, Defense Diaries is covering it. And people are like, well, I like them, so I'm going to go see that content. So I think great thank you here all around from Sheriff Chuck. And thank you also to Shay for the kind words here about great research, great guests, great coverage. You guys are awesome guests. I am very excited to see Katie get this stuff off her chest. I would hate to not be able to speak on something that was bothering me. I would say I'd love to serve on a jury, but I'd have a hard time not being able to come home that day and say, oh my God, this is what happened today. So that's just one day. That's just me imagining it. So I can't imagine being under the sequestration order for like a million months.
Well, the message got out one way or another without me in any way discoverably violating the sequestration order.
Dana, really, you did a great job holding it down with the podcast.
Listen, I'm just a talking head. I seriously, none of this happens without Katie. None of it.
Well, I wish there were like 10 Katies.
Yeah, when
there are, and they're in your chat.
Yes.
Email us.
We've cloned her, guys.
You want a project? We got some projects.
We have some work to do.
But seriously, I fell into this because Doug called me, and I was already in 2D by the time I realized what a shit show it was. But you guys have a choice, and you could have just ignored it, and a lot of people do. And this case, I work in courts, like I'm always in the court. This case, more than any other, has so educated and inspired me into how much the public and freedom of press is so necessary for a functioning criminal justice system. Because without public scrutiny, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And it's been amazing watching the shift happen in court that I think is absolutely pushed by the public paying attention and looking into things and caring and following up and like challenging it. We never are remotely offended when someone challenge us. We want it. Like the truth does not mind being challenged.
Yeah, I've put it out on the podcast. If we got any of this wrong,
tell us.
Tell us.
Tell us how. Tell us
I'll,
why.
I'll bring you on and I'll say, what did we get wrong?
It's a sharp approach. I know you testify in the capacity of being a neuropsychologist and your understanding of false confessions, but for Dana specifically as an attorney, you should welcome someone giving you, even if it's just to play devil's advocate and they don't really believe the theory they're about to spit out, but the idea of being able to figure out, and I've watched the chat do it with this case. Well, why would Zach Adams say all these stupid things if he didn't really do it? And then once you start to see the presentation and where these quote unquote confessions are coming from, and then you start to see the physical evidence, the facts that could be like hard facts, the flat ass facts, according to, was it Dennis Benjamin that said that?
Oh yeah.
The chat was like, oh, this is telephone game.
Yeah. Well,
at best.
Yeah. I was thinking about this case, and what it really came down to was some really remarkable, like, just in the end, when you see it all come through, here's what happened. There's the science and the facts that are immutable. Those are photos, videos, ATM, bank records, cell phone records, things like that cannot be manipulated. And
is this your argument?
And then there's the stories from the witnesses who can absolutely be hammered until they say what they've been told to say. And that's Victor Dinsmore, that's Rebecca Earp, that's Jason Autry, that's Dylan. And so in this case, when the science stuff was inconvenient for the state, they concealed it, ignored it, or attempted to explain it away, or they sent the messengers away. But when the stories weren't good enough, they went to people with threats of death penalty, prison, losing custody of their children, revoking immunity letters. So, and so when you look at what happened here, the facts, this blew my mind when it came to me in the middle of the night, one night, with the exception of Jason Autry and the recant video that is not admitted into evidence. Every other thing Doug Bates put in was either on the hard drive or could have been made through a witness given the hard drive. So it just goes to show you what they did to conceal this stuff from Jennifer Thompson and make her life so hard. And the stories changed with whatever they needed, and the science is what Doug talked about all day. And you know, it's a shocking indictment of the system that you can wind up here 14 years after this girl's murder, and we're still talking about, the state is still talking about how innocent Terry Britt is. You know, maybe he is, but you know who didn't get a fair trial?
Zachary Adams. And you know who didn't get a trial at all? Shane Austin.
Right.
Who noticed the investigative report that initially named the entire file when the ATM video file was still BP Community South Bay Parsons with the date, and then another IR 1,000 IRs later suddenly just said BP? That is one of the sharpest things I've ever seen pointed out.
I don't know.
Because it's memorialized in the investigative report. It was in.
You know how we found it? We were at. We were looking up. I think because I started searching by date, and there were like the files, the way they're named and that are just, you start coming up with patterns. I think I started searching by date. I think Crystal found it. Crystal E2, who is the co-counsel.
Shout out, Crystal.
With Doug.
I think what happened was
Doug found one of them. Crystal found one of them. We figured out kind of the naming scheme.
Well,
and
they weren't consistent. We noticed that they would do like April and they would spell APR and then they'd spell it April. So you have to try all combinations to find
it was
dates.
after Boyano at like 8 o'clock at night, the day before court, when it was all going to come out whether they liked it or not. He sent screenshots in the pleading of the folder hierarchy and where to go to find.
But we'd already found it by then.
Where to go to find the ATM video. And once you're there, if you just start like randomly accessing other stuff.
Oh, that's what it was. We didn't find it until he put that in.
Right.
And then when he put that in and we saw the file path, that's how we found the BP video. That's how Crystal E2 found the BP
Right.
video.
Because she had been put
with the gas
in
station.
the vicinity. And just out of curiosity, there's all these folders that are stacked up there that are like V1, V2, whatever they are, that don't mean anything. And if you just start clicking and opening them, you know, all of a sudden you're like, wait, what's this?
And then we found the BP footage. And actually, Cindy is the one who noted
with Dylan.
With Dylan, because, and I feel like an idiot, but I didn't even think about Dylan because we were all thinking about Zach. And
guys, what she's referencing is the photo. It's like a still frame of Dylan making a purchase inside the convenience store at the BP gas station.
Yeah, like 4 minutes after or before the ATM next door.
When the truck was out in the gas station, and I think I was going through the footage, and we were looking for Zach. And so Zach was on my mind, and Dylan doesn't, like, he's just a different build. It's not Zach. And so I missed Dylan because I was just looking for Zach. And then I got Cindy. There it is. Yeah, I missed that entirely because I was looking for Zach, and Zach was so skinny then. He's like 6'3" or 6'4", and he was maybe 130 pounds at that point because he was all emaciated, just real thin. And then I had gotten Cindy, and Cindy found, like, right away, she's like, there's Dylan. She noticed him right away.
Love it. That's why moms are so important. And I have such an admiration for Cindy Adams because I can only imagine, like, if this happened to me, what my mom would be going through.
Oh, that's the thing. And I've said this I think I said this with you on a live stream not long ago, Kat, that the tragedy here is that Holly Bobo's family is not the only family that's been destroyed by the miscarriage of justice here. Holly Bobo is dead, but so is Shane. And Dylan and Zach remain in prison. And I'm eating dinner where they ought to be right now, at their mother's kitchen table. A fact not lost on me. So it's like, when is this going to end? And when is the state, and I know the answer, it's a rhetorical question, but like, at what point does someone with the authority to do so step up and say, stop?
When we demand it, because citizens get the government we demand. Therefore, we get the government we deserve.
But the government that we deserve includes, Judge Bradbury, the government we deserve includes somebody somewhere with some authority over this process that isn't just Judge Bradbury. I mean, there's.
But it starts with people that don't perceive themselves having any authority, who are just speaking up.
Well,
because I think there's power in speak truth to power. I think there's power in numbers, and there's power in public scrutiny. And
the
it's
podcast
like the analogy. Yeah, people are more afraid. People are afraid of the truth when they're trying to hide it because it comes out no matter what. I think there's tremendous power in the community of a public that's paying attention and caring about this.
Well,
stuff.
I don't mind saying, I mean, when Dr. Spirko and I started the podcast, my mission in doing so was to change the atmosphere, right? Like, in my wildest dreams, I hoped that maybe the Bobos themselves would watch and listen and say, and go back to Nichols or Weirich and say, explain this to me in a way that I'm convinced again.
In a way that I don't want to wring your neck for what this has turned into.
Because as Dr. Spirko said before she was silenced by these people, is, you know, the Bobo family is at risk for having to go through all this again, whether they like it or not. Because if Terry Britt reoffends, let's say this, if he reoffends and is caught doing so, then what? Then what? Because that would be at least the second time that he should have been in prison and wasn't because the state screwed up, and yet another young woman has been harmed or worse. And then what? There won't be any hiding behind the jailhouse snitches said Zach said he did it. There won't be any hiding behind some attempt to obfuscate the cell phone data. It will be clear and undeniable. And I'm not going to blame them for what the state did here, but it will be clear to them then, I think, that the man who did this to their daughter has been out of prison for a while. And then what? So that reckoning, God forbid. I mean, so when we started this, the mission for me was change the atmosphere, because when we used to come down here and it was slam dunk, nobody wanted to hear it. If you wanted sympathy or if you wanted an open mind, good luck. And I think the atmosphere has now changed around the community and in the world where people like you are following now. So I agree with Dr. Spirko. We didn't have much choice here. I mean, we were not parties. We were not witnesses. We were not, all we could do was this. And
you were almost a witness, Katie.
Bring it on. I'll get on the stand. I do it all the time. I'm happy to. I would have loved it. I very much agree with what he's saying. For me, there's nothing that could have happened that would have gotten me off of this case. I would have fallen on the sword. I will fall on the sword. The thing for me more than anything else is, as a mother, it's like you have to sleep at night. Actually, the reason when Dana and I met, the first thing he ever said to me is, I got to do my job and I got to sleep at night. I think that's a thing that we are in agreement about, is that
it went over my head, but Doug made that point at closing today.
Yeah, you got. I tell my interns, your ethics are like a water slide. If you don't want to go all the way to the bottom and get dunked in the water, then don't get on the ladder, because you can't like go a little bit down and then stop.
Yep. That's a good one.
Right is right and wrong is wrong at the end of the day. And
I don't know if I want to picture Amy Weirich sliding into a pool.
But I, like, no matter what, like, arrest me, put me in jail, not for long, because I have my shampoo and my skincare, and I told Dana I will not last. I seem tough. I will not last well in jail. You get me the fuck out of there fast before they serve meals, because I have a lot of dietary preferences that are not like to the level that they would award me some kind of special menu. Anyway.
You know what would be the worst thing that would happen to you in jail? Someone would say no.
They made me wake up at like 6 o'clock in the morning or whatever the hell they do. I can do schedule.
Can
I
you
don't
imagine?
I follow laws. Dana and I have had this discussion. I follow laws. Policies depends if I respect the policy or
And
not.
those are different questions. Those are different questions if someone's ever charged legally.
Common thing. Dana's like, is it a law or is it a policy? TDOC, is that a policy?
He's like, don't give away my secret.
Anyway, but like at the end of the day, though, I could live with about anything. Like I could go and be in jail. I could lose my license, whatever it is. I can't live with waking up someday and seeing another mother with Karen Bobo's grief-stricken desperation, crying out for her child, and think there was any chance I could have done something to intervene before that happened, to think that I had the training to know and the access to the information to be sure about it, and the influence, because frankly, a lot of people locally know the truth in this, but they're being harassed and bullied by law enforcement and silenced. And I am in a position of privilege in that I got Dana, like, come at me. But like, for real, there's something to that. Is like, I don't give a shit if she's going to threaten something to me. Like, come at me, bitch. But there's some privilege to that. I can do that. I don't live locally. I'm a little further away. I'm not like subject to the local law enforcement. And so I think you sometimes have a responsibility to be influential where you can. But that's it. It's like Terry Britt will do it again. We know that. There's a clinical science there. He is a repeat offender, a violent offender. There's an MO there. He's going to keep doing it as long as he's free. And that's the one thing. Anything else, throw at me, but don't put me in a position where I'm seeing another mother in Karen Bobo's position and thinking, well, but I didn't want to stick my nose out there, or I didn't want to I'm minding my business. It's just, there's some things that you just have to do. It's like everyone has their moment, and it was like, well, this is mine, so it's going to be a shit show, but I can't say no.
I don't remember if I told the story. I won't tell it now. It's too long. But the very first jury trial I ever participated in, I was about 26, baby lawyer, and the defendant was my age, and he went to prison, and he shouldn't have. And I almost quit practicing law that day, but I couldn't do anything. I sat second chair. The first chair lawyer was a great lawyer, very experienced. He couldn't stop it, and I went home and I was sobbing. I was like, I can't do this. Well, 33 years later, Dr. Spirko calls me and invites me into this. And I realized that, like, my law license isn't worth a plug nickel if I don't go and do whatever this is. If it, like, I've already burned every bridge there is going to Sumner County. I can't go practice law there anymore. Okay, fine. There will be people who look at what's happened here and think less of me. Okay, fine. Doug Bates's closing was on point today. This isn't supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be right.
Yep.
This isn't supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be, that should be a t-shirt.
And so,
or mug.
Like Dr. Spirko said, I can't live with myself if I know what I see here and then just go, ooh, that sucks. Good luck. Can't do it.
And along the way of this case, there have been so many people, little and small, like big things and little, but people who have reached out, who sent an email, who've just had something that may or may not be relevant. That was a game. There have been so many times that this could have just gone up as a complete failure, that someone's contributed something. So it's just when in doubt, like, reach out and send an email.
You know what else we learned? I hate to say this. There's a whole lot of people that should be here with us who were given the opportunity to do something. And not everybody who who pretends to be a real trial lawyer is.
Well, one
James
of
is a
my
little
favorite.
salty because when he had to not represent me anymore to do the podcast, then he tried to find me someone else, and no one would do it because they were all afraid of the TBI.
or maybe they were afraid of representing you. But
Even Turin? How did Turin
no,
come
she
along?
came and did it. She did come and
Yeah.
do her job.
Shout out
So
to
I'm not
Turin.
including her in that list. But
everybody else.
I'm not going to name names. I'm just going to say there were people who were given the opportunity to attach themselves to doing the right thing, who passed with weak sauce excuses. So,
And sometimes it's not your time. That I think that because sometimes it's like you get a case that comes by and you literally don't have the bandwidth. You can't do it. It's just or something's up, but sometimes you can. I think there's just you never know, but
yeah, whatever.
sometimes it's just your moment to like step into a giant shit show and try to.
I say all that to
not
challenge
go to
people.
prison
If you're
for nothing, 'cause
if
you
you
know
are
what's
ever
wrong.
given the opportunity to step into the mix,
The adversity,
and do something right for the right reasons, then go do what you can.
But find a scary
because-
attorney to represent you, because otherwise.
Well, two of my favorite people in the world that I met because of YouTube. You see Happily Angry Lawyer in the chat. His name is James Robichaux. And the Fit Lawyer ATL, who is a practicing attorney in Georgia.
No, I thought you were going to say me and Dana were your favorite.
No, I
people.
love you guys. I love you guys.
Close second.
Well, this is an attorney duo. So you need to, if you want to get up there, you got to add another title to your resume. Jim was just Jim R in the chat, little gray bubble. And he was so bothered by what he saw happen with a plea deal, a probation revocation, when someone got on the stand and said, I never signed off on that factual acknowledgement. Fulton County files to revoke his probation. 5 years get revoked. And Jim, civil attorney in California, is losing his mind, never done criminal work before, quits his law firm where he's making big bank and finds an attorney. He's like, hey, do you know Tiffany? I'm like, I don't know Tiffany personally, but I love the commentary I've seen from her on another channel, The Lead Attorney. And I said, I think she'd be great. Reach out to her. And Tiffany, by the grace of God, was like, let's do this. So they took on Antonio Sledge or Mungtung's case. And they've been working. They've been doing it all for free. They've been paying for documents for this guy who unfairly had his probation revoked. And there's so much wrong with it. There was void sentencing. They leveraged improper sentencing maximums outside the maximum table over his head to get him to take a plea instead of taking it to trial. And it was outside the statutory limits of what someone could be sentenced for that. Just crazy. So they have become two of my favorite people since I started doing YouTube to see that happen. They stepped into the arena. They are those individuals that Dana's talking about that took the challenge. And so are you guys.
Scary. I think there's so much fear. It's fear. Like it's 95% of convictions in the U.S. are plea deal. And I don't think it's a great thing. It's people are scared. It's terrifying to be in court when you're not used to it. Or even when you are.
Or can't afford it.
And you can't afford it. And it's like there's so many practicalities that make it unfair that you just, I guess, have to.
Yeah, well, we appreciate everything you've done to bring attention, and we will continue to follow this story with you. Now comes the hard part, the wait.
I expect an appeal from the state. That's my prediction. That it'd be the states
100%.
in the state's court to appeal, and not the other way
100%.
around.
I just hope that I hope that when Bradbury writes this opinion that it's favorable to Zach and strong on all the points that it could be. I tend to think it will be that. And then the state can perfect their appeal and try to convince the Court of Criminal Appeals that Judge Bradbury got it wrong.
Wow. So shout out to Florida Defense Team. So informative. Great place to learn the law. She says, I have a case right now that we just reopened because my client was scared because of all the comments on a law and crime video. So as the chat well knows, like it's like another world over there in the law and crime chat. And that stuff has real implications.
Well, that was one of the things we learned along the way. Katie said earlier that we don't have any idea what we're doing. What we found out along the way was that a good segment of the true crime community, they clap at almost every conviction. So,
yeah, I call it victim porn. And I don't mean any disrespect to victims for that, but they're just like, it's like, oh my God, she was such a beautiful bride, as if that should matter whether any victim gets justice, whether or not they were a beautiful person.
Yeah. I didn't know. I thought the true crime genre might be more inclined to be like interested in wrongful convictions. And I think there's a bunch of it that is just clapping at other people's misery and vengeance.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah, that is, like, I don't know.
I think there's a difference between the crime is entertainment and confirmation bias, and he looks guilty, so let's all and it's like no one likes murderers and killers, but it's easy. It's hard to defend the people that maybe it's complicated and you have to study it. And then there are groups, I think, like your audience, like a lot of these groups that follow, where it definitely feels more like advocacy and people care and they're looking into it and they're fact finding. And there's a very big difference to me between the entertainment, let's all jump on a bandwagon and attack someone who's already down, versus people who are, I think, truth seekers and providing the scrutiny that the justice system needs to be accountable.
Well, as a mentor of mine told me one time, he and I had spent 5 days trying a very, very, very difficult case where the question wasn't, did the client do something wrong, but rather, which crime do you want to pick to convict them of? And it was a very high profile case locally. A bunch of people got all vicariously interested in it and got all wound up about justice and all this. And we walked into that courthouse for 5 days to try that case, and people from the community were just about spitting on us. Go home for the weekend, come back on Monday. Somebody calls and they're like, yeah, I saw y'all working last week, at the courthouse, and this weekend they went and arrested my boy, and they trampled on his rights, and they didn't read his Miranda, and they're trying to ruin his life. And
but you didn't stick up for someone else when you didn't like the person.
Right? So I go in my boss's office and I go, hey, Ernie, check this out. You remember that lady that sneered at us? One of the, the one, and I described it. He was like, yeah, I remember her. And I said, well, her kid got caught with a bag of weed and they want us to represent him. And he just went, everybody loves justice till they get a little dose.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can't watch this stuff happen to people that you don't like. And something that's great about the chat here is we've read a lot of appeals. We like to look at appeals. And that's where you see hey, this person probably did it, but somebody messed up and engaged in misconduct. And now it could get reversed.
Yeah.
And it could be
messy and difficult.
And when it's so far gone, there's a case that I think in New York, the missing milk carton boy case, I think it was, where they said, look, we're not even going to bother retrying this because it's so long. We don't even think that any evidence testimony would be reliable. And so many witnesses are now unavailable because they're no longer alive that we couldn't even retry this person. So is that the outcome that people want just by having a get them by any means necessary type of system? It's not the right way to do things.
Like my mentor said, everybody loves justice till they get a little dose. And then you go, so people ask me from time to time, oh, how do you defend people? Do you know that they did it? How do you defend someone that you know did it? And I go,
they still deserve a fair trial.
I say, well, let me ask something. Suppose it was your father, brother, son. You want them to have a fair trial with a good lawyer then? Oh, well, yeah. Then don't ask me stupid questions. Right? Everybody wants capital J justice until it's their turn. And then they want, a fair trial. They're no longer for the lynching, the lynch mob. Now they're for a fair trial. And so
I'm guilty of it. I was one of those people that kind of thought, well, you're probably
if they're charged, they did it.
Yeah, you must have done something or shouldn't have. I just didn't care.
Well, that's the attitude. And I get it because, the vast majority of people are either not criminals or largely untouched by crime. And so they want that shit to happen somewhere else, but never. And when it does happen, they want swift retribution on behalf of
100%.
themselves and all other law-abiding citizens. And they skip over the part where you got to first figure out whether or not someone did it. And so, you know,
it's scary. It's scary to see how I don't think that Zach Adams' case was terrifying to me that it could ever happen, because it seems like such a crazy, over the top exception. And it's 10 times more scary to me now because I don't think it's the exception.
Well,
I don't.
And when people who are willing to listen learn things like this, like I think there were people today that were like, so like by 4 o'clock, the judge is going to be like, clack, not guilty. Good luck, Zach, go home. And we were going to go out on the courthouse steps and be like, woo. And Zach would be sitting here with us right now. No, nope. That was never going to happen. Bradbury's going to write an opinion. That opinion will come out. It'll decide whether or not Zach gets his conviction vacated or not. And then from there, probably an appeal. Potentially, theoretically, there's an opportunity to talk about a bond condition for Zach, maybe. But I mean, you know, the first time that Zach will sit at this table and eat is still a ways away.
Yep. And he should never. I don't think he ever should have been indicted. I just don't even think
he was indicted because they lied about the video. The only reason he was indicted is because they told the grand jury there was a video of the assault, which the whole Piercy brothers. Never true.
No, but I mean, this is that's why you can't look away. Because if a case like this, like Zach, like Doug said, if a high profile case with this many problems can't get fixed, everyone who's just an ordinary person with a rather ordinary case is doomed, because there won't be, it won't get this kind of attention and resources and everything else. And
if you think it's other people's problem and it won't happen to you, that's a scary place to be, because Cindy Adams, I think Cindy's a better mom than I am. Really, I would leave my kids with her in a heartbeat and trust that they are completely safe, cared for, loved. She's a school teacher. If that can happen to Cindy and her kids are in that situation, then if I don't do anything for Cindy, then it's going to be my kids, because it's so much closer to home than you ever can imagine.
Yeah, and the point is made on the screen there. Just imagine, as Doug said today, just imagine if they hadn't had the audacity. Think about what Doug put in. Just for example, the recordings of Victor Dinsmore with Benjamin and Booth. Think if they hadn't recorded the so-called confession of Dylan Adams. They were recording the Dinsmore tapes with both Dennis Benjamin and later Brent Booth.
And imagine how much worse it would have been for them if Doug had been recording his conversations with Nichols like I told him to, but he wouldn't.
Well, but imagine this. Imagine that they were so comfortable with what they were doing that they recorded it. But for the fact that they recorded it, they would now be denying it. But until someone got it out of their damn hard drive and said, "Are you kidding me?"
I think that's a product of
they were
the community made that possible. The evidence in the case got too big, all of the tips. I don't think they could remember or keep track of the things that they were supposed to hide. It shows me that the fact that they were comfortable typically hiding what they didn't want anyone to discover. And they just forgot. They couldn't keep track of it anymore.
Yeah, imagine how much harder Benjamin or Booth might have gone in on Dinsmore if they hadn't been recording themselves. And they thought that was all fine and good. And the only
to this day they think it's fine.
Can I just say something, because I know Nichols and Weirich are going to be watching this.
Careful, seriously. Easy. The
Brent Booth and the Dennis Benjamin video, the recordings that fucked them over. It was me. I found him.
Whoa! Oh, I love it. Let's get some flames on the screen.
But imagine not only how much worse those moments would have been for the Dinsmores, the Earps, the Dylans of the world. they were fine with saying, yeah. And the only apparent shame that any of them had was when Booth went back the next day and said, I just want to clear this up. All that shit we talked about yesterday, that wasn't me putting words in your mouth, was it? No. That's the only moment of any introspective shame that I perceived in any of this. Otherwise, they just thought this is Tuesday. This is what we do.
The only reason he was recording it is because he was expecting to get a false statement from Dinsmore with his
to use against him.
pressure. Yeah. And he knew, because Booth did not, his MO was not to record his interviews.
Yeah,
Valerie Trout recorded her interviews.
I wonder what wasn't recorded that should have been, like the whole recording, the whole trip with Autry on the so-called proffer trip. And I want to know what was recorded that got deleted.
Joyriding with Jason Autry.
Yep. I want to know what got recorded and somebody listened to it and went, whoa, thinking of hearing that
this has
back,
to disappear.
Hearing that back, we can't put that on the disc.
And imagine how bad this shit you are saying that you're not recording if that's what you're recording.
Yeah, that's part of what I was
think
trying
you
to
said
say.
that. I was just, I guess.
To reiterate a third time.
It's astonishing to me. It's astonishing to me that someone who was a cop, who wasn't a cop, would go to a Victor Dinsmore and tell him, you either tell me what I need to know right now, or you're getting the death penalty. And if you doubt me, just tell me which one you want me to call, Karen Bobo or Jack Van Hooser. Which one you want to hear it from?
Yep. But it's a one-way street. Nobody's communicating with Dennis Benjamin two ways. And I think it's also really telling. I mean,
never
Karen
talk
Bobo
about people saying it.
Don't do it.
It's sad. It's sad.
Karen Bobo, to me, advocacy or not, I think she's the source of the telephone game. If she's knocking on doors and asking people if they know about something, well, that's putting someone on alert of certain information. So it's not far-fetched for different people to have an idea or recollection about a certain detail. Maybe Zach said something at this bar one day and more than one person seems to remember it. If someone's been knocking on the door, years before the trial takes place saying, did you know anything about Zach saying stuff like this? Have you ever heard that? Were you there that night? Memory starts to, that stuff gets ingrained just because you've heard someone present it at one point.